It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite Adam Friended.
What's up, everybody? How you doing, Sitch?
I'm doing great.
Nice. So am I. High energy, full of energy. I don't feel like I need a nap or anything.
Yes. Today we're gonna be covering a couple of subject matter, or maybe more than a couple. We're gonna be first watching this FD Signifier video that you found. That you showed this video to me. You said, Sitch, I think I love this video. I love FD Signifier. I'm changing my entire worldview or my entire opinion of him based on this video. That's what you told me.
Did I say that?
You did.
I mean, I thought I told you he was like an arrogant piece of shit who thought he was morally superior than all of us. That's the way I recall the conversation going.
Maybe I kind of added some things that you didn't really say.
I always wonder about people who spend 90% of their time mind reading other people, right? They're pros on you.
That's the fun stuff. Okay. You whip out the crystal ball and you go, ooh.
Look, I like people who tell me about themselves, right? I don't like people that are going to come at me and tell me about other people. Right? It's like, let me explore that myself, right? Let me see how I think about those other people.
Yes.
I don't need a go between. So
then we're going to talk about there's a couple Supreme Court rulings, but there was one that, like, oh my God, everyone's talking about, totally exploded. It was about the birthright citizenship. Trump trying to override birthright citizenship and nationwide injunctions. And I did kind of a deep dive into that. So we'll be talking about that.
That should be a lot of fun. I can't wait.
Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
No, if they
doesn't want to know information, doesn't want to know the truth.
No, I'm serious. I am interested. I'm totally interested. The whole reimagining of the birthright citizenship thing, I think, is triggering a lot of people. If we could get rid of birth tourism, the people who come over from China just have a kid, these women that get off the plane, they're like 8 months pregnant. They're just there for a few days to nab an American citizenship and then race back to their home country with their kid. If we could get rid of that, I guess about 33,000 people a year do that. There are entire industries around it, right? They book your travel and do all that stuff just so your kid can get American citizenship.
Don't you want those kids, though? That's smart. That's the kind of go-getter attitude you want.
They go back to their home country. First of all, if we could get rid of Hassan, because that's basically what Hassan's parents did, right? Hassan's parents showed up for a couple months, had Hassan, took him back and raised him in Turkey. And then once he was 18, foisted him on the rest of us. So do you really think that that's a good thing?
You've changed my mind with one
individual.
With one example, yes, you've changed my mind. I'm against birthright.
Well, it seems like a big fucking scam. Is it not a scam? That's a scam.
Right.
You hit 1 foot on American soil and all of a sudden you're an American citizen. Born to completely foreign national parents. So
there you go.
That's a one case, though, that I think the idea that they're not under the jurisdiction of America seems to apply, right?
No. It doesn't. That's not true.
Oh, really? Okay. I guess we're going to talk about that.
We're going to talk about that. Yes. Yeah. I read the not just some of the opinion that came out, but which wasn't really about that. It was about the national injunction. But I read the opinion that from like the 1800s that was originally where birthright citizenship, the interpretation of it has come from and has never changed since.
Okay, cool.
So we'll talk about that.
That's the case, right? I know about that.
Yes,
I'm well versed in a lot of things about the world.
Yes,
I know all these things. I'm a genius.
And then you are. Listen, your brain.
That's laughable, but
okay.
I just thought I would say it because it sounded funny.
And then we'll be also talking about the Ethan Klein lawsuit.
Oh my God, it's so good, Sitch.
It's so like, funny.
It's levels of epic. He's like, I gotta include the diversity and inclusion here. I need to add a black guy to the lawsuit.
Yes, so we'll be talking about that, and also we can watch. I found a funny video of Hassan mauling and raging out about the whole lawsuit situation.
Right. Does he mention Osmongold? I mean, I don't see enough.
He
Oh, he
obviously
does.
mentions Asmongold. Okay, every
Okay.
video he has to mention Asmongold. It's like it's
It's
in the
like,
contract.
yeah, what's going on with that? He's just super bitter, right? Super chapped.
It's
He's
a
been
status
dethroned.
hierarchy. He got dethroned and he can never let it go.
Is he gonna? He's wait till he's in third place. Oh my God, suicide watch.
It was funny. There was like a time period where he would not like every stream he would mention Destiny because he was mad at Destiny, and then now it's like shifted because Asmongold has taken his top spot.
Yeah, he's got to try to take him down a peg. He's like, I will savage his
I don't think it's
reputation so that.
working.
Yeah, it's not. It's making him more popular. I love it. Everyone loves Hassan crying about Asmongold.
Also, there's I don't know. We'll see what the time is, but there's also some kind of crazy videos of him like screeching about how Jake Tapper and anyone who is critical of the Democratic, the guy who won the Democrat primary,
The
mayor, and
socialist, the
yeah, New York
mayor.
City,
Oh yeah,
yeah, that anyone's critical of him is really a racist.
racist. Yeah, I figured
Yes,
that was coming.
yeah, it's pretty obvious, but it's pretty funny too.
Racist against Muslims. Is he a Muslim? I don't even know.
No, he's atheist, I think.
Oh, nice. An atheist commie. Get out
There
of
you
here.
go.
Yeah. I can't.
Shocking, right?
I
Shocking.
know. I can't imagine such a thing.
Yes.
But we're going to
Okay.
talk about that too, right? The mayor,
We can, yeah, we'll talk
maybe
about that.
if we have time. Well, I have a hard out in 1 hour, so we better
Oh,
get.
wow, we have a lot to get through in 1 hour. Okay. Well, this video's 30 minutes, so we'll have to watch the whole thing without pausing it once.
Oh, okay. Let's
So
do it.
let's do it. This video came out a few days ago from FT Signifier. The Obama years broke black people. They've been broken by Obama.
Right.
Interesting.
And of course, there's no background music in this video, right? So
Oh, is there? I
we're
didn't
good to
notice
go.
actually.
What? How do you not notice?
Because it doesn't bother me. I never notice. I only notice and then I go, oh, Adam would hate this.
It's got the crappiest background music of all, too. This guy fancies himself a filmmaker, which is just insulting to filmmakers.
Wow.
Yeah. And then he
okay.
puts some schlop background track on his video. I mean, I do think this is on his B-side channel, so
Mm,
so it's just B-side slop.
okay. Well, let's jump into this.
Video is going to be a bit long for a light work, so for the sake of those who might not finish, I want to give one really important takeaway up front. Stop arguing with certain folks on social media. If you see people posting things like black people stay home or anything that remotely sounds like FBA or ADOS type rhetoric, block and ignore. Black conservative Negro babble, block and ignore. We have more control over social media.
Oh my God. 30 seconds in. We got to hear that again. Oh, wait, it's right there. Black conservative Negro babble.
You like that framing? That's a good phrase. I like that phrase.
If you're a black conservative, everything that you're saying is babble.
It's no. It's a Negro babble. Okay,
Oh, okay.
say it correctly. Yes.
How is that? That is the racist thing I've ever heard. It's just openly, straight up racist. Straight up racist.
It's a very weird framing. Yeah, it's not like, oh, just ignore conservatives. It's like, no. We got to add some extra level to it, extra flavor.
You know, some black people use the N-word as a term of endearment. This is not the opposite of that. This is really, I mean, they're using the hard R here.
Well, yeah, it's close. It felt like it, right?
I think he means it as an insult, Sitch.
I think he does.
I don't think it's alleged. I think it is totally intended.
Yes. Now
block and ignore.
The other group he referenced, because I was unfamiliar with them. The ADOS and FBA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, I know them. Americans, descendants of slaves, right? That's the ADOS.
Okay, look at this, Adam. He knows all about.
I know. I told you I'm a genius already. Come on.
What's the other one? The FBA one.
Oh, that one I don't know. I know the ADOS. 1 out of 2 isn't bad, right?
That's not bad. Yes, it's actually a very similar movement. It's Foundational Black Americans, which was popularized by none other than Tariq Nasheed.
Oh, well, that's sad.
Now they both are organizations that they want reparations specifically for Black Americans that were descended from U.S. chattel slavery, and they want to distinguish Black Americans from Black immigrants. So,
Yes,
anyone
yeah.
who's Black that is not a descendant of slavery, they want to kind of create a different category for them.
And he's against that.
Yes.
The FD signifier is, yeah.
Which,
Probably
which,
just because a lot of those ADOS people are conservatives. Those are the people who've told me all my life, I don't want to be called an African American. I'm an American. Like, I've been here my entire life. I was born here. My parents are from America,
are
right?
they? I thought they were in favor of reparations.
The ADOS people are.
Yeah, I thought so.
Maybe some are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look, I could be conflating the two groups because does ADOS want to be called African American?
I don't know if they want to be called African Americans.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think it's kind of interesting because I think it's ironic that he's against these. I think the reason he's against these groups is because they sort of like he's looking at it from a perspective of they're dividing the movement on the left.
Mm-hmm.
And he wants everyone. It's kind of interesting. While a lot of his videos seems to be advocating very strongly for racial identification, it's also advocating for basically every non-white person to unify against white people. And it's kind of like he like wants people to identify along class lines, but then it just kind of breaks down into like a race thing.
Right. Yeah.
Media than we realize, and we control it via the currency of our attention. Do not engage, do not share, do not comment. Even if it keeps popping up, just keep telling them you're not interested. Close the app if you have to, and trust me, you reduce not just how much of this you see, but you reduce its reach altogether. We'll all be better for it. Anyone that needs to be convinced to go outside is probably not someone you want outside, so it's not worth arguing and spreading this rhetoric around. All right?
From a personal perspective, I think that's fine advice. Too many people get sucked into arguments and all this nonsense on social media, and it's just stop. Just stop it. It's not worth it. Just log off. Okay. You don't need this in your life, right? Just be chill.
Starve the beast. Yeah.
Yes. So I agree with that on a personal perspective. Now, if everyone did that, everyone ignored whoever they were, side they didn't like politically, even though I think you'd be personally happier. I don't know if I don't think that would help, I don't think it would help the move, whatever your political movement is overall.
I mean, it works great for Kamala Harris, right? Obviously. She just fucking ignored everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
It didn't quite work for her. Didn't quite work for her. Yeah. Ignoring all those people or all the people that kind of ignored going on, all the Democrats that kind of ignored going on a lot of the podcasts until after the election. So.
Oh, yeah. Let's get our echo chamber going, guys.
Now, if you want to understand why I feel this way about this particular attitude or ideology that's spreading right now, stay tuned while I break it down. I'm going to try to start with some rapport building, hopefully by stating something that I don't think is controversial, but it might be meaningful for some of you to hear it from me. Leftists are annoying as fuck.
Bro! Oh my God. He's so correct. Adam, this video is amazing. He's so correct.
Yeah, total agreement.
Leftists are annoying as shit. Oh my God. They're the worst.
Right. But he's probably going to say because they don't agree with him enough or something like that. Yeah.
Maybe.
Especially online. I think it's a growing pain we're dealing with, having emerged as relevant for the first time in like 60 years on a wide scale. But it needs to be said that the way some, I would say many leftists act online, whether they're black, white, queer, straight, or anything else in between, is obnoxious and less inclined to coalition building and movement building and more inclined to a carousel mentality. Some leftists are more interested in getting their Substack popping and building up their own brands than educating, converting, and engaging people, and it leads to unnecessary conflict and stagnation. This is not.
So when it comes to people being more interested in like propping up their own status, that is because the movement is popular now. That's true. But in terms of just being leftists being annoying generally, that's not because the movement is popular. That's because the ideology, first of all, anyone who's like highly an ideological person's probably going to be super fucking annoying to deal with anyway. Number one.
So true.
Right?
So
Yeah.
true.
It's like for anything. Like you talk to someone who's like newly
Of
found some
course.
religion
Oh,
or
yeah.
something. You're like, oh, or any new ideology, and you're like, oh my god, like shut up.
Moralizing busybodies.
Yes, they're like, listen, I like found something in my life that's changed my perspective of the world. I have to share it with the world. And then you listen to them, you're like, I don't care. Okay,
Yeah.
this doesn't impact me whatsoever the way it impacted you emotionally. Shut up. It's annoying.
Exactly.
Like when a small child like explains to you, like if your own child explains to you like the plot of a cartoon show in like intricate detail, maybe you find it interesting or like cute because you're your parent. But if a stranger's child explains to you the plot of whatever cartoon show they're talking about, you're like, I don't care. Please go away.
Move along, son.
Yes. But with the leftists, it's just the ideology of leftism is inherent, especially current leftism, is inherently annoying because it's based entirely around victim status and promoting yourself to be the ultimate victim in order to shut other people up. That is basically how it works. So obviously, if that's the ideology, that's going to be horrendously annoying to deal with.
Yeah, constantly.
And also, it's going to breed to situations that he's talking about where, and we've all probably seen this, if you've ever been arguing with some, far left person online where they're like, oh, you have to do your own research, or like, why, I'm not going to do the intellectual, emotional labor for you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're like,
yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Emotional labor one is always fun.
It's so emotionally laborious for me to explain why I'm right. Oh, you should just accept it on its face value based on my identity.
To say that certain behaviors should be tolerated or that everyone should get a pass and that there should be no standards. Do what it takes to move things forward. Just be less fucking annoying. Or to have it said maybe more eloquently from someone who is much wiser than me, I dissuade party members from putting down people who do not understand, even people who are unenlightened and seemingly bourgeois.
Hey, FT Signifiers in the chat. What's up? He says, it says, I'm so thrown at this title, but I know this has to be clickbait. It worked. Look at that.
Oh, look at that. Holy shit.
It totally worked. Well, listen.
The clickbait king.
I think this part, I agree with you 100%. Okay. These people are annoying as shit. And
yes.
they do. It would be better for everyone's movement if they actually just be polite and have conversations with people explaining their ideology, instead of shouting them down or just telling them that they're wrong and they're assholes.
Who is this quote by? Because you realize that word unenlightened, he means you don't believe CRT. So that's what he means by unenlightened.
At least listen. At least
you, Sitch, are defined as unenlightened in this context.
I am. At least listen. You can call me unenlightened, but just be nice about it. Be polite, right?
Mm-hmm. As much as you can, right? Obviously, being condescending is not polite, but whatever.
Right.
Should be answered in a polite way. Things should be explained to them as fully as possible. I was turned off by a person who did not want to talk to me because I was not important enough. I try to be cordial because that way you win people over. You cannot win them over by drawing the line of demarcation. Saying that you are on this side and I am on the other, that shows a lack of consciousness. After the Black Panther Party was formed, I nearly fell into this error. I could not understand why people were blind to what I saw so clearly. Then I realized that their understanding had to be developed. Huey P. Newton. I don't think this is how the online left has operated for the better part of a decade. And for a while, that wasn't a big deal, but the abrasiveness did lead to a higher algorithmic attention, and higher algorithmic attention led to a lot of growth and success for spreading the ideology. But now it feels like that growth is going to be stagnated if people don't learn how to do more than make call out content against others who aren't left enough. This doesn't mean we don't hold folks accountable or that we don't critique. Again, I want to be clear on that. It's just how we do those things, when we do those things, and to whom we do those things to, that we have to be more prudent about. As I've said in other content, the left is paradoxically more powerful and significant than it's been in a generation, and at the same time still very much behind the 8 ball. Thus, we need to be adjusting our strategy of how we engage, especially with people who are starting at square one. And nothing has shown that more than the ongoing aftermath of our most recent presidential election. In the aftermath of this year's election,
see, the framing of that is just Someone who is starting at square one. What is square one, Sitch? What do you mean square one? What does he mean by square one?
Someone who
Where's square 10 in this analogy?
Square 10, I assume, would be full-blown commie.
Right.
Square one would be like swing voter who decided to vote against Donald Trump and voted Democrat for
really? How do you know square one isn't conservative?
It feels like it's not. It feels like it's not. Is square one conservative, FT? Are you talking about like the normie lib, shit lib, Democrat?
A schism in black political identity that had been building for a while.
The analogy just assumes we're going to move people. These people need to be moved. These people are in the wrong place. I'm in the right place, the enlightened place. And my goal is to move them to my enlightened perspective.
Of course. Of course.
Which just exudes massive hubris.
Well, listen, everyone but me is wrong.
Yeah, that's the hubris I'm talking about. Yeah, that's the exact hubris.
Well, it's a video. I mean, listen, it's a video essay, right? That's the point of video essays, is to preach.
Sure. Okay.
I just noticed there's a new change that's bothering me. I don't know why. Why would YouTube change this? So no longer in the chat does it just say the person's name. It says their @ sign and then the name. So it's like their @ like it just looks so ugly. Why would they change that?
Way of the world.
Thank you, YouTube.
Change is a beautiful thing.
Seemingly exploded as many black liberals online decided that they were no longer going to put in the work of fighting for black liberation, since it seemed like almost everyone else was not on board. This was evidenced by the some 86% of black people who voted for Kamala Harris compared to the vote counts of other minorities, which pretty much all landed in favor of Trump. The most shocking of all being Latinos. Now I'm gonna circle back onto whether or not voting should count.
Okay, listen, maybe you're right. Step one is like, there's a bunch of non-white people out there who voted for Trump. Okay, we can get them on our side if we're nice to them.
Yeah, well, they could be conservative. That's probably why they voted for Trump, right?
No, they were propagandized.
Right, exactly. Just the whole framing is that they're idiots, that they're wrong by definition.
Mm-hmm.
As work, but I do want to point out that the problems that black people face at the hands of other people of color in this country did not start with this election. Just a few years ago, Asian Americans became the face of anti-affirmative action movement.
So now that he's looking for Asian kids to help end affirmative action, all of his websites have pensive-looking Asian kids on them.
Which eventually led to helping to get it overturned in the Supreme Court, with their reasoning being that affirmative action was costing them spots in top colleges. Unsurprisingly,
doesn't that show that we don't live in a super racist, white-dominated society if in order to make a persuasive argument against race-based affirmative action policies, the framing has to be that it's hurting another minority group as opposed to the fact that it's hurting white people?
Perhaps. As if it's hurting white people, nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, like the fact that you have to make it like, well, it's hurting a minority, it's hurting Asians. Right. Like, I feel like if we lived in a very racist society, people would just be like, oh, it's hurting white people. And that's what's important.
Okay.
Right? Am I wrong?
I mean, there is a lot of that.
Yeah, but in terms of
people
like
just openly say, it is hurting white people, and that's
right.
a good thing, right?
Right. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, but they're the one. Yeah, but this race is in the other direction. Right.
Okay.
Unsurprisingly to black people, Asian American enrollment at many top colleges actually dropped in the aftermath because the problem was never unqualified black people, it was unqualified white people. Furthermore.
So I was curious. I looked into this. I want to know whether this was true or not. Did the enrollment of the Asians go down across the board after affirmative action was dropped? Which wouldn't really make sense why that would be. So I looked into it. So I found that it's true that at Yale, Asian enrollment dropped about 6%. Enrollment for the Latino population went up 1%. For blacks, it remained the same. And for whites, it went up 4%. This was at Yale. However, at Columbia, Brown, and MIT, it showed an increase in Asians in this year's class. In Colombia, it went up 9%.
9%. Holy
9%
shit.
for Asians after affirmative action was dropped. At Brown University, it went up 4%, and at MIT, it went up 7%.
Wow. Okay.
Now, there were two other Ivy League colleges that it went down for Asians. At Princeton, it dropped 2%. At Dartmouth, it dropped 1.5%. And then at Harvard was weird. There was a lot of like conflicting information. There's a Harvard Crimson article itself, which said that the number was the same. But when I manually checked Harvard's data, there were two different numbers it gave for last year, saying that Asian enrollment was a whopping 30 to 33%, and that this year it's increased to 37%.
Wow.
So maybe maybe we do need some affirmative action. Okay. 37% of Harvard spots are taken by the Asians. We gotta stop that, right? They're taking all the slots at them. 37%. What's going on?
It must be Asian supremacy.
Oh, okay.
While the racial category Latino doesn't make a lot of sense, as it groups several very different ethnic groups together.
Hey, are those numbers aggregated in any way, shape, or form? Or is he's just wrong in the video?
Yes.
Okay, he's just wrong. He's just incorrect about the numbers going down.
Yes.
It went down.
They went down in some places,
school,
and they went down in some places, and then went up in other places.
But obviously, if the places that it went down was like a massive school, 10 times bigger than all the other schools, the numbers could have gone down, right? You'd have to look at the numbers aggregated. So, but I'm assuming all the populations of these schools are in similar places, right?
I didn't actually do. Yeah, I don't know if you were to do that, what that numbers would look like.
Right. I don't know where he got the number from.
Still, pretty much all of these groups
got the number from that article where they were only talking about Yale primarily.
Oh, okay. So. Gotcha.
Consistently participated in anti-black sentiment for decades now. Phrases like, "I know black, I Dominican," are running jokes in the black community, often said by black people who look like this. However, one group that has little reason to catch this smoke are Palestinians, who, despite a few uncomfortable moments online in the last couple of years, have mostly no real engagement or responsibility to black Americans. Yet, due to the fact that many black liberals perceive the ongoing genocide in Gaza as a major issue that contributed to the loss of Kamala Harris, there was a lot of open hostility and shots thrown their way in the aftermath of the election as black liberals got on social media flaunting Starbucks cups and mocking the watermelon people who were literally in the process of being bombed at the time and still are. It is and was extremely gross. To be gracious, this was black.
I mean, there was a very large movement of far left people on the internet who were very focused on Israel and Palestine, who were also very focused on saying that there would be no difference between Harris and Trump, and were attacking Harris as basically having the same position as Trump. And I'm sure, I don't know if that, if that didn't happen, would she have won? I don't know. I think she ran a horrible campaign, but it definitely had an influence on people and probably kept a lot of people from going out to vote for Harris and not voting whatsoever.
Yeah. A lot of people stayed home based on that.
Right. And if you're a person who wants Democrat policies and didn't want Trump elected, and maybe you don't really care that much about Israel and Palestine, I understand that you'd be upset about that.
Liberals lashing out over the fact that Kamala Harris, a black woman, lost, and that also we were now staring down the barrel of a second Trump administration, an administration that is likely to do the most long-term harm to us before anyone else, with the enduring understanding that we would be on our own to survive this harm like always. Thus, I respect the place where that hurt and anger comes from, but I do still condemn the decision to take that anger and frustration out on all these other groups, especially since a lot of y'all had no smoke for the real corporate white people who are sitting right here. They always have been. I made 2 videos basically.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Since we're white, we just like meld into the background very like easily, and you forget that we're there, right? It's like camouflage. We're just like, it's like Homer in the bush. We just meld in the background, and then all of a sudden, all the non-whites are arguing with each other. It's like the perfect strategy.
Mm-hmm. The real mayonnaise.
Right, the real mayonnaise. But
what do you think of the graphic he's got here, huh?
I like the graphic. I like it. You got the mayonnaise there,
right,
in the white kitchen. I mean, I think the more realistic answer I would give for why people probably do this psychologically, is it's funny because kind of like the way this is laid out is a very white versus everyone else thought process and or worldview. And if that's kind of the worldview that's being preached, then it makes sense that people who were not white, or even people who were white that voted for Harris or are on the far left, would be more inclined psychologically to blame non-whites who voted for Trump, because they would view like, well, the whites who voted for Trump are, they're racist. They're obviously going to vote for Trump, or they're fascist. They're obviously going to vote for Trump, or they want more white power. They're obviously going to vote for their own self-interest. So they would view those people as like, you can't really necessarily convince those people. Or they would view the non-whites under this worldview, which I don't buy, by the way, but under this worldview, they would be like, oh, well, these people are voting against their own self-interest, so they're stupid. They've betrayed the cause. And people always get more psychologically angry about betrayers than anyone else.
So in this scenario, you're either evil or stupid.
Of course.
Well, I mean, I guess white people have no real place to run here then, right?
Well, no, I mean, we're generally just evil, so,
Well, no, I guess if you're a white person, you did vote for Kamala Harris, you're just fine then, right? You're a good ally.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're one of the good ones, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Right here, they always have been. I made 2 videos basically explaining that the only real people to...
But can I bring up watermelon graphics in this video? Is that allowed? I'm just curious. FD, is that proper or is that racist?
When you talk about the black vote, you want to have like a watermelon and a fried
should
chicken?
I grab my watermelon graphics?
I don't think that would fly very well. So
yeah, look, I don't think it would be appropriate. It's funny, in the beginning of the video, didn't he talk about trying to be persuasive, trying to be nice?
Well, persuasive to who?
Wait, I'm assuming these white voters that he wants to vote in the next election.
This is a video aimed at the far left, telling them to stop being fucking annoying.
Look, he says evil or stupid sounds about right.
There you go. See, listen. I mean, that's generally the dichotomy.
Completely agrees with it.
That's the dichotomy that most people are operating under. But no, this is a video aimed at the far left. So you gotta virtue signal to that. You gotta persuade to that.
Right. Okay. So square one is the far left now.
Well, no, square 10 is the far left.
I thought we were starting at square one.
No. No. The square one is the people you want to propagandize.
Right. Okay. Square 10 is the completed journey to the far left.
Yes, the pipeline. Once you've completed the far left pipeline.
And square one, we decided, is maybe conservatives. Right.
Yes.
Square 5 is like a moderate.
Yeah.
Does race matter? Is there black squares for black people and white squares for white people?
I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Is it a completely segregated process? What avatars what are the acceptable avatars for the black squares?
point a finger at from this election are white people, as has always been the case. And even in the comment sections of those videos, people are still trying to talk about Mexicans.
Damn Mexicans.
But that's okay. Mind you, while many black folks that voted...
You know, it's funny, whenever I get into some... You know, Sammy voted for Trump. And she's a big Trump supporter. And whenever I
let
get
him
into
cook,
some...
the famous let him cook.
Yes. And she's always like, yeah, let her cook. Let him cook. And whenever I get into some argument with Sam about politics, if I ever bring up a story, you know, because I'll be like looking on Twitter and there'll be some story about like, you know, there's some 60-year-old woman who's been in the country for 50 years who was, you know, picked up by ICE and deported, even though she's married and has children and has never done a crime and all those other things, right? And I'll bring up these stories to Sam. I'll be like, look, isn't this horrible? Like some person who, you know, got deported, even though they didn't, you know, do anything, you know, they haven't committed any crimes, they have a family, you know, all these other things. And she's always like, Sitch, you understand, okay? You only think this way because you're white. But my Latin blood tells me to deport everyone who's here illegally. She always uses her Latin heritage as an explanation for why she's very pro deporting all the illegals.
How does that work? What is the Latin blood saying?
Well, my interpretation is basically like she's basically making the argument that because her family and other people that are Latin came here correctly, that they're very mad about people who came here incorrectly.
Right.
The vibe that I
they
get
were
from
in the
situation.
line and they don't like the line jumpers.
Right.
Yeah.
That is sort of the argument that it seems like, or that's a
Yes.
vibe I should say I get when we have these conversations.
Since you avoided the line altogether, you're like, let's be magnanimous. Let's just let people cut in the line willy-nilly.
I mean, if it helps me, if it benefits me, I'd say, yeah, sure. I'm very selfish about it.
Does it benefit you?
If it benefits society, I think deporting a 6-year-old woman who has 2 kids and has been living in the country and has been married and hasn't committed crimes, I don't think that's
how many
net
of these stories have you
society.
encountered?
There's a bunch.
Are there?
I'm
Where are you
sure
getting
there's
them
selection
from?
bias, obviously, for what I'm seeing on the timeline.
Yeah, I don't see any of these at all.
I think, but that's the whole point. I think that's why I'm against the mass deportations, is that it should be based on case by case basis, not just like we have some sort of quota we're trying to reach, a certain number we're trying to reach. We're just going to grab everyone, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a bleeding heart, obviously. My intuitions are not with the Latin blood of Sammy G. So, but I do. I mean, I understand both perspectives because I've had a lot of friends that are immigrants, and they're like they are the most vigorous to port them all personality types. So yeah, because they know that it was such a massive investment for them to become American citizens, and they're they rebel at the thought of amnesty or any of that stuff.
Listen, I learned this back in the early days of World of Warcraft. Okay, you learn a lot about the world.
Yeah, when you work hard
in
for
World
it. Yeah.
of Warcraft. Yes, when people would work very hard leveling up some class, and then Blizzard would come and they'd want to like make it easier to level up or make the class to play easier. And there'd be like one group of people who are all the lefties who were like, "That's fantastic. It makes it more accessible to people." And then you have all the conservatives come in and say, "No, no, no, no. I worked very hard. Okay, what the fuck? The people should come after me. They should work just as hard as I did. Why the fuck do they get an easier time? You fucking babies."
Yeah, think of this in the context of student loans.
Right.
Although, obviously, college has gotten so much more expensive now. When some boomer paid off their student loans back in the 80s, right?
That's very true.
It was probably, 5% of what it is now.
Yes, that's a very good point.
Are involved in more significant political action. The vast majority of that 86% don't do anything else. And to borrow...
What's up with this background music? Sounds like ass. Holy shit.
Yeah, Adam hates background music.
No, it's just this background music.
No, you hate all back. But I mean, I agree. It's not necessary. You've convinced me, Adam. 99% of the time, background music is not necessary at all.
No, it's just competing with whatever you're trying to say.
You got a good voice, FD. It's not like mine. I have a terrible voice. Okay, you don't need to hide it with background music. Just let your voice ring. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Can you imagine you're a college professor and you come in with your fucking background music? You
do your lecture with background music.
You put your phone out.
There you go.
Play.
I like it.
Here, let me put a little background music.
Yeah.
You're Kamala Harris. You come out. You get ready to give your speech. You're like, here, let me prop my phone up here. A little background music in here for my State of the Union. So lame.
From one of my faves, Julesy, understand, we're not talking about 86% of all black people in America. We're talking about 86% of the black voting population that voted, meaning 86% of like 65%, which means that damn near 40% of black people did not vote for Kamala Harris if they voted at all. It's a lot of people participating in this self-righteous reactionary nonsense who didn't vote, or if they did, that's all they've done, which is the definition of the bare minimum. Fast forward to today, which is...
See, look, there you go. I agree with that. Don't throw stones, right? It's a good message.
Yeah.
Be nice.
I mean, look, sometimes it's fun to throw stones.
It's June 13, 2025, and there's a heightened amount of political activity around the world. Suddenly, that wasn't supposedly part of this video's subtext. But, a lot of this may be moot pretty soon. We'll leave that out for now. Specifically, though, I'm talking about what's happening in Los Angeles, California, but also spreading elsewhere as people have begun to openly resist the horrendous actions of the Trump administration as they use ICE almost as a Gestapo or secret police, moving about the country with impunity, snatching people up and detaining them, deporting many immigrants. And it's important to understand that it's not just Mexicans, it's black immigrants from the Caribbean and Africa that are most likely to be detained by ICE, and that nearly 45% of all ICE detainees have no criminal record. So this rogue police unit is not doing anything to make the country more safe. They're basically operating as a state-ran terrorist cell. They're going into schools, churches, workplaces, gyms, let alone people's homes, to put people in prison cells or on planes with little or no legal process. Further, some people have been targeted by this type of behavior because they're political activists and academics, like Professor Badar Khan Sari, who was detained by ICE and had his visa revoked for no reason other than being an immigrant who expressed pro-Palestinian sentiment. So in response to this unprecedented danger presented by the American government, protests have ignited not just in Los Angeles, but in various cities around the country. And what are some black liberals doing? They're making content telling black people to stay home, that this isn't our fight. And this isn't just black liberals specifically. It's really a horrifying union of black liberals, black Republicans, and FBA ADOS types who low-key exist in both of those camps. FBA ADOS being quasi-nationalistic.
Look at this. He spelled it out for us. They are conservatives, Sitch. There you go.
Some of them.
He said they exist in both camps.
Yeah, in both camps.
All of them.
Oh, okay.
All of them exist in both camps.
Okay.
Reactionaries. I've seen some of those videos where they're like, yeah, this isn't our fight. Let's just step back. We're not getting deported. I mean, Bernie Sanders was saying that the immigrant population is going to be competing with African Americans for jobs. So this was Trump famously saying black jobs and getting in big trouble for it. So
right. I mean, but that's always the classic conundrum is you have the immigrant population coming in, the lower income immigrant population is going to be competing with the native lower income population,
yes,
which can be disproportionately black. And so there's obviously going to be a lot of conflict there. And then there's the counter argument, which is, oh, well, we should be unifying against, the white people, or we should be unifying against, I think the better way to frame it would be against the higher classes, the higher economic classes.
Right.
But I think that goes so counter to people's psychology. I'm skeptical that it's going to be particularly effective to get people to unify that way, because they're going to see people just engaging on their own level and being like, it's kind of funny because it's the same thing. I don't like to see people come into my area and like change things in a way I don't like.
Yeah, of course. That's horrible.
Movements headed by known Trump supporter Yvette Carnell and Static Shock villain Tariq Nasheed. There's a lot of sad words in that last paragraph that I really can't begin to make sense of in this video because I have other things I want to get to. If you have videos that explain what FBA ADOS is to those who may not, please post some other videos in the comments or whatever. But I do want to just say, for me, this whole issue of whether or not to support Latinos as they're being targeted by the American state is first and foremost a moral issue. Besides the fact that this issue does still affect black people in America, though again, FBA ADOS people think that's actually a good thing. To me, this is at its core about right and wrong. If I saw a Puerto Rican being attacked by a dog, or in this case, brutalized by the police, I wouldn't stop and say, I wonder who they voted for. But maybe that's something wrong with me. There's also the fact that this will not stop.
What if they were white, though?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say them? FD, would you say them if they're white and they're being attacked by a dog and or the police?
Hell no.
Or only if they're Puerto Rican.
Then they're the enemy.
Ace DZ30. Oh my god, I really hate this change. It's changed all the names. Like before, people had
this is brand new, isn't it?
Yes, everyone before everyone had like their clean nickname, like whatever they named their account. Now it's literally their account name. People throw numbers in. It's like it's horrible. So I'm assuming Ace DZ 3 ounces is Ace. I'm assuming that's just Ace.
That's so
Ace for
crazy.
Ace for $20 says, "I will die on this hill. FD and company could see a white woman getting raped in front of them and will do apologia for it, deny it, or condone it. the same way these people do the mass rapes on October 7th. Hope you're watching, FD. Wow, strong
Well,
words.
FD is watching, so
Yes.
he can respond in the
respond
chat.
to Ace in the chat if he wants.
This will not stop with immigrants. This is just affecting people who look like immigrants, which is all of us, if you want to be real. And it's something that's already happening. The government is already exploring ways to suspend habeas corpus, as well as looking into ways to revoke legal citizenship of naturalized American citizens. This is a white supremacist.
Dude, I mean, if you're in Los Angeles and you have a driver's license on you, it's hard for me to imagine that if you show a cop or ICE your driver's license, that they're going to say, no, you're here illegally and haul you off. I mean, they can check your driver's license. They can see if that's a real license or not. What do you think?
But they're not going to ask you for your driver's license, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, why would they do that? First of all, I would have to leave the house, which is never going to happen.
Okay.
So
that's fair.
Don't try.
That's a fair point.
No, this whole idea that you have to, there needs to be 12 jurors to decide whether or not you're in the country legally. It's hard for me to imagine people don't have plenty of documentation that they're in the country legally if they're actually in the country legally.
Well, I agree and I disagree with what you're saying. I agree because, yes, obviously it should generally be pretty cut and dry whether you're in the country legally or not. I think we have to separate that from the people that are being sent to the El Salvadorian prison. That's a completely different scenario, which I think you agree with. Like, those people should be, if you're going to send someone to prison versus deportation, there should be a much more rigorous form of due process to actually adjudicate whether someone is a criminal or not.
Yeah. And look, if you're in the country legally and you've got a visa or work visa or a student visa or something like that, obviously that's a much grayer area. So,
yeah. Or because there are cases, at least that I've read about, which someone was supposed to be who was like, they asked for asylum or they were in the midst of some sort of pending immigration process. And those people they basically, ICE, but the Trump administration ignored all that and deported those people. So
interrupt
those people.
process.
I say those people would be afforded due process. But I mean, I would even argue that the 60-year-old woman who's been in the country for 50 years, I don't think she should be deported. I think most people would agree with that.
Well, I mean, is she here legally, Sitch?
She's here illegally.
She's a criminal.
She's here illegally.
Yes. You're talking about.
Yes. She's here illegally.
She's here for 50 years and she couldn't become an American citizen.
No.
What the fuck?
It's funny because that's what Sam always says. The problem, and I think this is kind of the problem with the way the immigration system is set up, actually, is that if you do come into the country, once you come into the country legally, it makes it like very difficult, like very, very difficult to ever become a citizen properly.
Yeah, because you're a criminal. And why would we want to let a criminal become an American citizen, right?
Exactly. Did you see Trump had an interview? I think it was on Fox News. I forget the lady's name he was talking to. Because Trump's been kind of like flip-flopping on the whole, are we going to be going after, the people working on farms?
The nice people.
Yeah, the nice people versus the criminals, right? And she asked Trump, maybe I'll see if I can find the clip and we'll watch it. She's asked Trump, she's like, oh, are you backing down? She said backing down.
Oh, why? She fucking ruined it. Does she not know that he's a total contrarian? If she just would have worded it differently, he would have. Are you going to be nice? That's all you'd have to do.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. She
are you bending over for the liberals?
Well, no. See, maybe that's why she was on Fox News, so maybe she's doing it intentionally. She's like, "Are you going to back down and be a little cuck?
Okay.
Are you going to be in favor of deporting all these farm hands?"
Now it all makes sense.
Right.
She was manipulating him, but in the other direction.
Exactly. But Trump, he said that it's funny because he said he's not backing down, but he did say, he's like, well, I'll leave it up to the farmers. The farmers aren't going to hire murderers. So I guess he is backing down. I don't know. I listen, I agree. It's kind of a stupid argument, but
he got out of it though.
I thought Trump, according to the documentation we read, was that sounded like what Trump was going to do was he was going to have them go after the farm hands and the Home Depot workers in blue states, but leave them alone in red states, which is kind of ironic and funny in a bizarre way.
Did he do that?
I don't know if they've done it yet, but that's what it made it sound like they were going to do.
Regime in office right now who are all but openly pursuing making America great again, aka into a white ethno state. And that does not.
You think that's what Trump means by making America great again?
No, I mean, no, it's annoying because the anti-immigration sentiment right now is very, it's very based in xenophobia, but that's not the same thing as like white ethno nationalism.
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
I think this is where the far left kind of stumbles and gets it all wrong, and because they want to like shove everything into like the race box as opposed to just the in-group out-group box, which is how people look at things, and how a lot of people who are more on the right are going to look at things. I mean, this is why they were very against, the very first immigration bills in America were to limit white immigrants coming from European countries that they viewed as like less desirable,
yeah,
or like different. They weren't British or German or wherever the majority of white people in America came from originally.
Right.
And so that's kind of the mindset that people view it, is from this kind of the xenophobic outgroup perspective. If we had mass immigration coming from like, white gypsies in Europe, they were
Eastern
like
Europe,
right?
You're like,
or
what
even
the
like,
fuck?
I don't know, like a bunch of like, if we had a bunch of like gypsy, Irish gypsies coming, to America, and people felt like, they were lower class and causing crime and poverty, I mean, there'd be a big push to get rid of them too from the conservatives. So,
right. Yeah. They wouldn't be on board.
no,
It'd be like, perfect. We're upping our white numbers.
I
All
don't
these
think they'd be in favor.
gypsies stealing us blind.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be in favor of that.
Not include any type of black person, whether you are ADOS, FBA, or an immigrant. If you are black, they do not want you here. Thus, any action against
Sitch, you don't want black people here. That's very offensive. I
not
had no
concerned.
idea you felt that way.
Listen, like Jesse Lee Peterson, I love black people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Nice.
I love them.
Who's he mean when he says they?
The MAGA,
Oh, okay.
the Mugas.
this system should have black people participating in it. And in the rare moment where we actually have Mexican Americans and other people locked in with us, that should not be wasted. And to be clear, that is what's actually happening in the streets. These stay-at-home type folks, 99% of the time, we're not the type of folks that were going to be going outside for this anyway. And when you look at what's happening in the streets, you see that there are black people involved in these protests already. This is much ado about nothing. But
that's a black guy. He looked Palestinian to me.
It's just
a
a
Palestinian flag.
Just tricking you. Yeah.
that doesn't mean this sentiment should be ignored and not discussed, because to me, it represents a huge issue for black political thought that exists right now, which is that niggas done lost their minds at this point. Or if I want to be...
It's kind of ironic because FD, you're kind of making like the libcuck argument here, which is that, you know, the people that you're talking about on the far left, or I forget the acronym, the black people that are anti the immigrants because they view them as competing for jobs and resources and things like that. Like that's their view. That's how they're kind of looking at the world. So obviously they don't want to align that way. And you're kind of saying, well, no, there's a greater threat. You know, there's Trump and there's MAGA and there's a right. And so we need to kind of unify together to defeat this greater threat. And it's kind of interesting because that was generally the the quote libcuck argument that all the far lefties would make fun of, in the last 8 years, whenever the Democrats would try to get the more far left and the socialists on board with their voting coalitions. And they say, no, because if we help you, nothing's going to change. If we help you, things are just going to go right back to the way they always were. And, the corporations are going to be in charge and you're going to have all your feckless policies and blah, 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 which I assume is the same thing that all the kind of anti-immigrant far left black people would make all the same arguments.
Interesting.
Against this kind of coalition building.
More graceful. I think a lot of folks just really don't realize how much of our history they do not know. Every part of our history in this country should have taught us that we are in survival mode at all times and should be operating in survival tactics, even those of us who are thriving. From the moment that we got here, that has been the code, and it has served us well considering the intentions that white people have held for us up to this point. There seems to be this belief that
again. Again.
The intentions that white people, I mean, I don't know what those intentions are.
Mm-hmm. They're
do you have
bad,
negative
Sitch.
intentions as a white person for the black community?
Not at all. Not
Okay.
at all.
It's interesting.
It's maddening. It's totally maddening. Because there are plenty of black people who are not in this racist mindset, this us against them mindset.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, it's interesting because in the beginning of the video, FD's talking about having people should ignore not getting these big fights with people online. It's like kind of bad for your mental health and all this stuff, which I agree with. But I'd
but this
also
completely
argue,
throws all that under the bus, obviously.
right? I would argue that having this like permanently ingrained, you're in a constant fight for your life mentality is going to make you have it's going to make you have a horrible life experience. You're going to be anxious all the time. You're going to be depressed all the time. You're going to, you're going to be probably antisocial in a lot of your interactions with the world. Because why would you be pro-social if the society they're engaged in wants to kill you or take advantage of you or harm you? And it's going to make people not want to succeed in society completely.
Also, it's a ready-built excuse for anything evil you want to do. Anything nefarious you want to engage in, you have the perfect excuse. Society's out to get me. I'm in a survival mode here.
Right.
Yeah.
It just seems very counterproductive for an individual person to actually, get an education, get a good job, have a good life, have a family, have all those things.
I don't know how you can survive or how you can thrive in survival mode. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
You can't. You have to do survival mode only comes in spurts.
But he says even if you're thriving, you're in survival mode.
Right. People literally can't survive in ironically, can't survive in survival mode if they're in survival mode 24/7.
Yeah.
They will die.
This belief that we as people have come so far due to a few great men. And
maybe he's in survival mode all the time because he's a YouTuber. It's not because he's black. It's just content creation. It's like a grind.
That. FD Signifier sent a chat. He said, I've been wrong. He said, damn, I've been wrong about white people this whole time. Look.
Oh, wow. He changed his mind.
We're building bridges, okay? People have changed their mind. Oh my God. Ace for another $20. Now, I just want to let you know, we generally try to read $20 super chats are up when they come in. So I'm not reading them just to like attack you or anything.
Yes. Yeah.
Ace is abusing the system to get me to read these. Okay. I'm just a humble servant.
Is this abuse of the system? We like the $20 super chats.
That's true. Also, Ace has the #1 crown on the XP slot.
Look at this.
I haven't really figured out how all that works, but look, Ace.
FD Signifier says.
Okay, well, I'll read the super chat and then I'll read FD's first. Ace for $20 says, FD, I will stop if you answer this question. Did mass rapes happen on October 7th by Hamas? And do you acknowledge that it wasn't made up and Israel didn't make it for propaganda? You can watch this show in peace. Just be a good sport. To which FD Signifier in the chat, look at this. Okay.
Is he not magnanimous?
Our great friend, FD Signifier chat, says, Ace, you need to donate $500. Then I'll answer the question. What? He's trying to generate money for us. Look at this.
I know. I know.
Listen, I love FD Signifier, okay? He's one of my favorite YouTubers. He's the best. He's great.
Oh my God.
I do listen. I like his conversations with PF. They're very fun.
Oh, okay. I haven't listened, so maybe they're great.
Oh, they're good.
As well, considering the intentions that white.
Also, but you hear FD Signifier, completely off topic. I have to tell you something. Okay. I saw a video that you were in a while ago with Second Thought. Who, I mean, obviously Second Thought's terrible. He was pro October 7th and all this shit. Okay. But in this video, he says that he doesn't like anime, which is a clear sign that a person is a bad person, right? The person has no soul, that they're a horrible person. And you recommend, and he said he didn't like it because he thought it was all like perverted or something. And so you recommended anime for him to watch. And you recommended Madoka Magica, and I was just like, are you fucking out of your mind? You have a guy who's like doesn't like anime, and you're gonna recommend to him the dark, like magical, like the dark critique of the magical girl genre, which literally has like an opening of like an underage girl doing the magical girl Sailor Moon transformation. What the fuck is wrong? That was like the worst anime you could have possibly recommended for him to watch. I love Madoka Magico, by the way, at least the first season, but poor decision. Okay.
People have held for us up to this point. There seems to be this belief that we as people have come so far due to a few great men and handful of women who did really good speeches and wore t-shirts and stuff. And then all of a sudden white people said, oh man, this racism is wrong. No, it's not what happened. It's always been a multi-pronged strategy that includes agitators in the streets that in many cases does not only include black people. Slavery ended not just because Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, which again was never really about freeing slaves. It ended partly because he and most of the country recognized that slave uprisings and revolts were becoming untenable and unmanageable. The Civil Rights Bill in the 1960s wasn't passed just because MLK gave an I Have a Dream speech. It happened because there were constant uprisings and revolts and civil unrest in the streets. This is why people kept asking King about riots and why he would never ever condemn them. He would basically say, look, I'm not rioting, but I can't say much about my homies. They feel differently. Like, people don't know that for a chunk of the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King was walking around with a tool on him, because he knew action was a part of the game. He had to be convinced to leave it at home. Things like affirmative action and set-aside programs and fair housing and voter rights, all the court decisions that happened that helped black people in the 60s and 70s, that didn't happen just because we participated in capitalism and made compelling arguments and started businesses and, you know, talked perfectly and pulled our pants up and all that stuff. No, it happened because they were starting to be really afraid of what we were capable of. It happened because we were forming militias. It happened because Angela Davis allegedly helped George Jackson's brother kidnap a California judge in order to get...
Okay, before we get into the Angela Davis thing here. So I'm curious as to what the evidence is, because I mean, you don't present it really in the video for this idea. I've seen a lot of people on the far left always make this argument. It feels to me, the vibe check is it's what people on the far left want to be true, not that what is actually true. So, because I was trying to look into this to see, you know, what has been, you know, what the research says on this. It sounds like you're kind of talking about there's this thing, it's called radical flank theory. It's this idea that essentially, if you have a movement, a political movement, and you have like a violent faction and a non-violent faction, that sometimes with the stars align and the right messaging kind of exist, that the non-violent faction of the movement will gain more money and gain more prominence in society because it will be contrasted by the violent movement, right? And so the
interesting, good cop, bad cop at a sociological level. Yeah,
exactly. That's the perfect way. There's a good cop, bad cop, and so the idea would be that with the civil rights movement, there's kind of the good cop, bad cop. The good cop being MLK, the bad cop being sort of the Black Panthers and the Black nationalists and the radical left,
Malcolm X,
and the communist movement and all that stuff, right? Though when I was looking into it, it seems like the research has sort of been mixed on the effectiveness of the radical flank theory. I don't believe there's ever been anything that's like clearly demonstrated that it's accurate. And in terms of how nonviolent protests versus violent protests work, there's this study by Amar Wasson. This is the study that David Shore tweeted about during BLM that got him fired from his job, which kind of looked into all of this stuff. And that study seemed to show the kind of the exact opposite, really. It showed, let me see if I have my notes here. He was looking at what the voting response was to protests. And his study was very interesting. It found that whenever there was a protest, whether it was violent or nonviolent, a protest in an area seemed to increase the amount of people that would show up to vote in the next election. And that not only that, but then if it was a violent protest, this was in 1960s. If there's a violent protest, it seemed like it would push the population in the area to vote more Republican. And if there was a nonviolent protest, it seemed to push people in the area to vote more Democrat. And
interesting. What's the name
And
of the
he
study?
cites,
Do you have it?
I do have it, yes. It's Omar Wasson, Agenda Seeding, How the 1960s Black Protests Moved Elites' Public Opinion and Voting. And I mean, his argument or his what his study or his conclusion of his study is that he thinks that essentially all the violent protest in the 1960s is what led to Nixon winning his presidential election, being the Democrat candidate, because people would essentially they'd look on TV, they'd see a bunch of riots and violence showing up. Nixon would seize upon this and he would platform on law and order. And you would see on the polling data that people would start to care more and more about law and order the more they'd see these sorts of violent actions. And thus, the violent protests, his argument is that the violent protests are mostly self-defeating in terms of effectiveness of pushing political strategies.
Interesting. So
And then he cited
FD
another.
Signifier is responsible for Vietnam, basically, is what you're saying.
That is when FD Signifier went back in time, like Magica Modica, went back in time, and he's responsible for Vietnam. That's true.
Right.
Yes. And then in his study, he cited another study, which was kind of interesting. It was a study that was looking across different countries, and the study basically concluded that if there was a violent protest, it was only 26% likely that the protesters would get what they want. If there was a nonviolent protest, it was 53% likely that the protesters would get what they'd want.
That's 30 points.
So it seems like it'd be. Seems to me, I don't know. Seems to me that nonviolent protests, the data so far seems to be pushing a lot more in that direction.
Now, Sitch, which is more fun, though?
Well, the violent protests are more fun. That's true.
Okay, geez. Why gotta make things so complicated?
I should have tried to find it. Could be misremembering. I could have swore that even though Biden won in 2020, that when people looked at the data of areas that experienced rioting and stuff during the BLM protest, that they swung Trump, if I recall correctly, which would go align with the.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Study,
okay.
Yeah.
So where they had violent protests, they went more towards Trump. But wasn't that after the BLM situation? BLM happened in the 2020 election.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm talking about 2020.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got
Yeah.
you.
No,
So
I'm
they
talking
went
about
for
not
Trump,
last election,
but
last
obviously,
election. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But Biden won overwhelmingly.
He won anyway. Right.
Yeah.
So, but the question be, did the BLM protest help or hurt, or did it maybe it helped overall, but it hurt certain areas where things were violent?
Right.
Which is an interesting way to kind of do it. So maybe it would be worth it.
How
did
Kenosha vote?
Right.
Probably Trump all the way, right?
Yes. Now, they did say, when I was kind of researching it, they said that the clearest indication of rioting helping the civil rights movement or helping civil rights law specifically passed was the Fair Housing Act of 1968, because it had been something that they've been trying to pass for years and it had been kind of stalled out. And it did pass when there's a lot of rioting, but it was rioting that happened right after Martin Luther King Jr. was killed or assassinated. So I don't know if that's like the best data point that I would look at to use the strategy of violence versus nonviolence.
People thought the rioting was appropriate because Martin Luther King was assassinated. That could be.
Well, it could be, there could be, some level of sympathy.
Yeah, sympathy. Yeah.
Right. And also just, it feels like, that's probably a good way to frame it. People look at it very differently. Right. Which is another thing that Omar was kind of talking about, was in terms of the public's reaction to rioting would be how sympathetic they were to why people were acting violently or rioting.
Mm-hmm.
And so this something like MLK's assassination would be like something everyone like could very clearly understand psychologically.
This guy's name is Omar.
Yes.
Wassow.
Yes.
You keep calling him Umar.
I didn't say Omar. I said Omar.
Okay.
Omar Wassow.
Yeah, I got it. Agenda seeding.
Yeah, it's a very interesting study.
afraid of what we were capable of. It happened because we were forming militias. It happened because Angela Davis allegedly helped George Jackson's brother kidnap a California judge in order to get him freed from prison. And it's because that type of story was not unique during the time. By the way, just to be clear, she got acquitted on all charges of that because, of course, she didn't do it. I'm not saying all this to say.
This is weird. So, FD, do you think she did do it? Because when I was looking into the Angela Davis case, it seemed like overwhelmingly most people say that they thought she was innocent. Not that she was guilty, but you seem to be implying that you think she did do it and that that's a good thing, which is strange to me. Do you remember the Angela Davis case?
I do,
Should
yeah.
I give you a recap?
Specifically, I do, but you can give a recap for the audience.
For the audience.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a little wiki summary here. On August 7th, 1970, heavily armored 17-year-old African-American high school student Jonathan Jackson, whose brother was George Jackson, was one of three of the Soledad brothers who gained control of a courtroom in Marin County, California. He armed the black defendants and took Judge Harlan Haley, Deputy District Attorney Gary W. Thomas, and three female jurors as hostages. As Jackson transported the hostages and three black defendants away from the courtroom, one of the defendants, James McClain, shot the police. The police returned fire. The judge and three of the black men were killed in the melee. One of the jurors, the prosecutors, and one of the attackers, Rachel Maggie, were injured. Although the judge was shot in the head with a blast from a shotgun, he also suffered a chest wound from a bullet that may have been fired from the police. Evidence during the trial showed that either could have been fatal. Angela Davis had purchased several of the firearms Jackson used in the attack, including the shotgun used to shoot Haley, which she bought at the San Francisco pawn shop 2 days before the incident. She was also found to have corresponding with one of the inmates involved. She had some like love letters with the inmate. Extensive, pretty extensive. Angela Davis had befriended George and Jonathan Jackson during work, attempting to free the Soledad brothers. She had communicated frequently with George Jackson over letters and worked extensively with Jonathan Jackson in her work with the Soledad Brothers Defense Committee. She had grown close with the Jackson family in general during this time while working with them and speaking at the events together. So basically, after all this happened, they found out that that the guns were registered under her name. So they began a large hunt to find her. They found her. They had a trial they tried to say that she would be responsible for all this stuff. And the jury found her innocent. The all-white jury found her innocent and said that there was not sufficient evidence to prove that she bought the guns for them or knowing that they would use the guns to commit such a crime. So now I would say, to me, that's just another piece of the evidence to show that, we don't live in a horrible white racist society. Maybe you do have white people wrong. An all white jury said Angela Davis was innocent of this crime.
Look at that.
So
where was this jury?
It was in California.
Yeah, San Francisco.
Maybe a bunch
right?
of lefties, right? Now, I did read a funny article that was, I forget, it was from a Marxist publication, which kind of posed a conspiracy theory that the evil white powers that be intentionally lost the Angela Davis trial in order to trick people into thinking America wasn't racist. So I don't know if you're a proponent of that theory, but
peaceful protests and organized nonviolent resistance, let alone art and other types of political action, have no part in black liberation struggles, because they most definitely do. In fact, I think they're all equally important. But it does take a little bit of everything depending on the situation. And this whole rest thing, while important and valuable, is not revolutionary action. And please believe that rest is only possible where there are other people willing to take up the fight while the others take a break. And in many cases, some of those other folks taking up the fight were not black people. Was it perfect? Was this long-standing allyship and all?
Look at that. White people. There are white people involved. That's good, right?
Were they
we're not all
violently protesting?
bad.
That old elderly couple didn't look like they were
Take up
violently
the fight
protesting.
while the others take a break. And in many cases, some of those.
Look at that. There's some.
Look, they're not even
whiteys.
throwing things
I know.
or lighting stuff on fire. What's going on here?
It's nice.
Those other folks taking up the fight were not black people. Was it perfect? Was this long-standing allyship in all these situations? Obviously not. White supremacy is a hell of a drug, and the closer you are to it, aka Asian and South Asian and Middle Eastern and Mexican and Latino and Cuban, everyone except the Dominicans, I don't know what's wrong with y'all, but the closer y'all are to whiteness, the more eager they are to sell out anybody else, aka us. I get that. That is a
Okay, so it was a temporary alliance when those old white ladies came out with their signs. I mean, in their heart of hearts, they were really just, one nickel away from selling out all the non-whites, right?
Of course.
Any minor inconvenience, they'd be like, no, get him out of here. Get him out of here.
ongoing issue that will continue to be ongoing and requires addressing. But when things are happening literally in the streets, when people are brave enough to be outside.
I didn't expect to be fighting fascism in my 50s.
You have to be a complete op to say out loud, black people stay home. To promote the idea that now is the time for black people to rest and bring up issues of solidarity. That is some all lives matter type shit, and y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. I don't remember where I got this saying from, but understand that revolution is sometimes months, maybe even years of planning and little progress, and suddenly massive progress only a few days or weeks. Partly because when an opportunity...
You can't watch his videos, Sitch, and not think he's advocating for violent protests right now, like today.
Are you? Because
that's exactly what he's. That's exactly what he's advocating for.
Yeah, yeah.
He's saying we need violent protests now, this minute, pronto, post haste.
To me, that would so obviously play directly into the Trump coalition's hands. If you had a bunch of course, like, Antifa people and black nationalists or pro-immigrant terrorist like attacks and shit. I mean, that would make people way more in favor of mass deportation and crackdowns and all these other things.
Yeah. I think the violent protests in Los Angeles are definitely being played up for that specific purpose.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and it should be intuitively obvious because the way you just said is completely correct. The right would hyper focus on any incidences of violence in these protests to do that exact thing to generate energy for their cause, and the left tries to downplay any violence and hype up, peaceful protests for their cause.
Yeah.
So obviously,
except for FD Signifier, who is like fully in favor of violent protests.
Well, just obviously the two sides everyone on the two sides are acting this way because they all understand what helps their side's movement.
Right. Well, he's saying we're the bad cop. We're going to do the violent protests. CNN, who's out there saying, oh, peaceful protests as they're standing in front of a burning building. They're the good cop, right?
Yeah, that one image of the CNN guy in front with the
destroyed all of their credibility. Are they really the good cop?
Right. Yeah, completely destroyed their credibility. And it's these little things. You don't know how many people I see on the internet, interact with in real life, who they'll walk into a CVS and they see those little security tags on the little things, or they, you have to call the person open to get the razor blades or the toothpaste or whatever it is. And it fucks with their head. They get really mad about that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's no way to live.
Yes. That's what makes people breed the whole Law and Order thing. I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of good research and intuition in that direction.
Right. You see those go up at your local CVS and you're like, mass deportation. Fucking mass deportation.
What's the thing? Yeah, even you're like, I don't know if it's the immigrants stealing all the stuff, but I'm gonna assume it is.
Something needs to change. Let's try this.
Right.
Maybe it's not them. Maybe they're all innocent. But fuck. What do we got to lose?
Exactly. I mean, that is the actual attitude people have. They're like, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna work, but we need to change something, so we might as well do this.
Yeah. Let's start here.
It's funny because that was a big. I mean, it's a lot people on the left are talking about this too. That was a part of the big thing of why they thought Trump won and Harris didn't, was that Trump was advocating for he had an enemy, right? He pegged immigrants as the enemy. And also he was advocating for some sort of mass change where Harris didn't have an enemy and she was kind of not really advocating for any sort of massive societal change when everyone felt like things were going in a bad direction.
People have been voting for change since Obama. Obama ran on change and people are still voting for change.
Yeah. That's true. Every candidate that's won, I see, including Biden, it was all based around
Trump ran on change twice now.
Yeah, twice now. Yeah, It's all based on who people thought was going to do some kind of change or dramatic shakeup of things.
Right.
When it presents itself, you do the exact opposite of telling people to stay home. If you want to stay home, just stay at home. I didn't catch a flight to LA. I haven't been outside all that much since I became a parent, and I'm not gonna act like I've been running around with an Antifa mask throwing bricks at the police, because I wasn't. But I would
look at that. Good for you. That's correct.
He's just advocating for violent protest on the internet, but as long as he's not involved, it's all good.
Some of you may die.
I know. How's this any different than Hassan?
And that is a risk I'm willing to take.
Well, I guess Hassan actually did go out into the protest, so.
He did. He did. Now, Hassan pussied out because the second the tear gas and rubber bullets started flying, he booked it. Yeah, he booked it. He should have. I mean, it was stupid too, right? It would have been great for his channel, and Twitch would have forgave him if there's some video of Hassan in the front lines of the protests getting
taking a Molotov cocktail in the face.
Well, maybe not taking a Molotov cocktail to the face, but like getting tear gassed and maced and like getting arrested by the police, and he could have some picture of him looking tough as he's like, he's like got his face against the wall or the ground or something while the police are arresting him.
Oh yeah.
You should have done that, man. He's a pussy. Total pussy.
Yeah, I guess it would be totally worth it to get thrown on the ground by ICE, right? He'd probably be bigger than Asmongold right now if he did that.
Right.
He's just pushed out.
FT Signifier agrees. He says, imagine running from tear gas and rubber bullets. What a wussy. Yeah, I listen. 100%. Sometimes you have to take sacrifices for the content.
Yeah.
Especially if you're revolutionary.
Not for the cause, for the content, right?
Ace for $10 says, I will give $500 to Sitch and Adam only if FD answers not just my question about October 7th, rapes on October 7th, but truly admit that his approach to video content is a cancerous blight on the internet. Oh, look at that, Ace. You're changing the criteria. He's never going to. I'm not going to agree to that.
That's a big ask.
That's a huge ask.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, look at this. That's fine. I want you to know.
I mean, let's get it straight. He knows his content is a blight on the internet, but he's never going to admit that.
There you go. It's funny because of the new change to the naming thing. Apparently, like Zero Fucks, his name trips some kind of censorship thing, so it doesn't even show up. Like Zero Fucks can't even show up in Top Chat anymore.
Really?
Yeah, because of his name.
Oh, that sucks.
That does suck.
But never in a million years have the temerity to imply that people with the courage and desire to be outside were somehow wrong, even in my most cynical liberal days. In 2007, I
mean, if they're starting fires and causing mayhem, they are wrong. They totally are.
Mm-hmm.
If they're vandalizing property, breaking into stores, stealing shit, totally wrong.
Of course.
Almost lost my first ever teaching job because I refused to not miss heading to Jenna, Louisiana to protest for the Jenna 6. It was the largest march of its kind, probably since the Civil Rights Movement, and being there, it felt like being a part of history, and I legit wondered what was next, but I wasn't ready for what was next because what was next seemed like a dream come true, but I realized in retrospect, it was more like being in a hypnotic stupor, because what was next was Barack Obama.
My fellow citizens, I stand here today humbled by the task before us.
And here's where I think we fucked up. I've already made 2 videos breaking down as nice as I could the problem of Barack Obama, and they're 2 of my least watched videos of all time. Even now with the 1 million subscribers, as older videos collect more views, it's clear a lot of y'all are skipping those. Even my sports videos have more views than my Obama videos, which should tell you the fact that a lot of folks, especially black folks, aren't quite ready to recognize just how much damage this man has done to us when it comes to our political ideology.
That's hilarious. I think they love Obama. They just love Obama. That nobody wants to hear you trash talking Obama, FD.
That's the identity politics, interestingly enough, ironically enough.
Yeah, Obama's it's totally beloved. Is a beloved president. Yeah.
And I get it. I remember having numerous heated debates as a hardcore Obama supporter back in the early 2010s. I would argue with one friend of mine so much who was smart enough to recognize the problem early on that it low-key hurt our relationship. In that video, I'll go over a lot of stuff explaining the problems of Obama, but I realize now that there's actually still more stuff that I didn't address. Specifically, I never got into the lasting effect of Obama's ability to sell Black Americans on the American myth. Up until Obama, Black people in general recognize that our status is that of a captured inner colony of second-class citizens in America. We knew that we were in a perpetual state of survival mode. We understood that each win was against all odds and to never fully drink the Kool-Aid of what this country was selling. We also knew that America was treating melanated people around the world just as bad, if not worse, than they were treating us. Whether it was folks in South America in the 70s, or Africa, or Vietnam, or Korea, or the global war on terrorism.
Now watch this drive.
We recognized that the plight for those areas was similar to ours and that we had a common enemy. These global coalitions with other oppressed people were no magical perfect allyship, but they were strategic in recognizing that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Historically, figures like Martin Luther King, Paul Robeson, Kwame Ture, and others spoke out against America's wars and in support of those people around the world. One of Malcolm X's famous quotes about chickens coming home to roost is completely about the fact that he recognized that America's global imperialism was finally beginning to affect us at home. But all of that stopped with Obama. Obama had this charm and smile that
it's a very weird way to look at it, even though a lot of people do look at it that way. And it's sort of this, I mean, it feels like it, you know, it could be looking at it from an imperialist lens, but it does feel like it's kind of dumbing things down too much on the race lens. Like, okay, well, you have America is engaged in a conflict somewhere around the world where it's in war with non-white people. And, you know, so therefore, you know, if you're not white in America, you should be aligned with the non-whites somewhere else in the world who are getting blown up or bombed by America. That just doesn't, that's not a coalition that seems realistic or feasible or even makes sense. I mean, in most of these countries, like, you can be against those wars because you think they're immoral or whatever. That makes perfect sense. But, you know, most of those countries are not exactly bastions of progressive cultural thought. And I'm not sure they'd exactly be, you know, at least the places that are not Black would not be favorable to Black people generally in terms of this stuff.
Not Black Americans at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dropped a bunch of Black Americans off there, you wouldn't be treated well.
So it's a weird, I just think it's a weird way to look at it. It's not a coalition that's ever going to support you. It's kind of like, and it goes back to the whole, you know, when people talk about, you know, oh, you know, why are there so many gay people that are, you know, pro-Palestine when they're, you know, Palestinians are generally very anti-LGBT stuff, which is like, yeah, you can be, listen, you could say that you don't think those people should, you know, be driven from their homes. You say those people shouldn't be killed and all that stuff. But you can't separate that in your mind from like, well, I'm going to say that their culture, their society is like one that I think is a good society or a good culture or a good ideology compared to America, where there's way more tolerance. We have a lot more progressive values in most of these countries.
Why is he framing white people as the enemy?
Because we are.
Really? I mean,
Yes.
Some white people obviously are the enemy, right? There are white supremacists. There are people who are racist against black people. So just like, but all white people are the enemy?
Well, it's also the framing, the international framing is weird because it's sort of like implying that America's only in these conflicts and attacking or drone striking
for
or bombing.
Racial preferences.
Yeah, for racial reasons. Like if there was white people, like we wouldn't be, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, right now,
I mean,
America
Russia is a big conflict going on right now, right?
Is financing
some white on white violence.
Yeah, some massive white on white violence in Ukraine and Russia. I don't think it has really anything to do with the skin color of the inhabitants of why America's involved in these conflicts. That's not really what's generating the American motivation here.
No, not at all. He says my enemy is my friend. He frames white people as the enemy, which is just interesting. Okay.
Well, also the enemy of your enemy is never your friend. That always comes to bite you in the ass, almost always. So I'd be careful with that one.
We kind of didn't care that he was doing the same shit every other president was doing to people around the world. He inherited wars with Iraq and Afghanistan from George Bush Jr., wars that he ran on ending, but ended them as slowly and as gradually as possible, making sure that American interests were satisfied before the wars were over. And he initially increased troops in Afghanistan. And then after these wars ended, he pioneered a new strategy of using drone strikes as a form of unilateral military aggression that American people would be less likely to be appalled by because we wouldn't be able to see it when it was happening. George Bush Jr.
I mean, I think with the ending the wars and all that stuff, I think what happened was Obama got into office. He wanted to try to withdraw troops, and they're basically like, okay, well, if you do that and you just end the wars and you withdraw all your troops, then the exact thing that happened with Biden is going to happen. It's just going to totally collapse. Everything's going to go to shit, and everyone's going to blame you. And all the people that fought and died there before, they all died for nothing, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's basically what happened for everyone. And then that's Trump said "fuck you," ended anyway, and then Biden kind of pussied out. I guess it just went. He's just like, well, Trump. It's kind of like the no-win situation, and he's like, well, Trump set this timeline. If it goes bad, I'll just blame him. Though obviously it didn't, politically everyone blamed Biden anyway, so it didn't work. So
Trump set the timeline up so it would go in well, I guess Trump didn't know. Trump probably thought he'd win the second term. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think it was Machiavellian. I mean, Trump was very, very pro pulling out people and all the, in the McMaster books and all the other books that we
in the
read about
Esper
Trump
book,
administration.
he keeps going back to the equipment. Esper keeps using it as a chip to get him not to pull out because he's like, well, to get the equipment out is going to be a lot of preparatory work. And they were like saying leave it behind, but the Trump would not leave the equipment behind. He just was dead set against leaving the equipment behind. So,
and also the drone strike things is like, I mean, obviously if you're drone striking innocent people, that'd be bad. But if you're drone striking bad people, isn't that's a better way to handle a situation than like invading or dropping a bomb on a neighborhood or something, isn't it?
I mean, as long as they get their due process right.
There you go.
I mean, this is so.
Did that guy that they sent the
it's like you can't freak out about
his due process.
You can't freak out about ICE grabbing and deporting people if you're like, yeah, drone strikes.
FD Signifier
I mean,
said,
how are they different?
This is a failure of media literacy and a prime example of white fragility. Interesting.
By us?
White fragility, yeah.
He dropped he dropped your favorite term, such media literacy.
Media literacy, yeah, that's true. Listen, FD. Anyone who recommends the second thought, Monica Magica, can't talk to me about media literacy. Okay.
Oh, that's excellent point.
Yes, but in terms of white, it's the whole white fragility thing is so funny because it's essentially like someone will criticize white people as a group, frame everything from kind of like a racialized lens. And if you're white and you're like, hey, that seems kind of bad or racist or whatever, it's like, oh, you're just being,
it's
white fragility, fragile, right? And then meanwhile, you have the entire Groyper movement and everything. They frame everything the exact same way, only they reverse races.
Yeah, it's black crime, right?
Yeah,
IQ
crime.
statistics, which if we were talking about that, you'd be losing your shit and we'd be talking about black fragility.
Right. Yeah, if all the Groypers just said, they're going on and on about black crime and how black people are suck or whatever. And, you say, oh my God, he's super racist. And they're like, oh, well, you're just being, this is just black fragility. Okay. You just can't.
Just being fragile. Truth, right? Suck it up.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's an effective strategy, honestly. And it's also not true.
Use maybe 60 drone strikes.
Well, there is, people understand intuitively that there are these negative stereotypes, right?
Yes.
And we're constantly fighting those negative stereotypes in us and trying to foist those negative stereotypes onto other people. Sitch and I don't do that. Obviously, I try to be conscious of negative stereotypes in black people. I have black friends. We have black fans of the show, right? I don't want to be creating negative stereotypes that black people are going to have to deal with the same way. I don't want negative stereotypes about white people that I have to deal with, right? I don't want to go to the grocery store and have every black person looking at me like I'm a fucking Nazi.
Right.
Like I'm a racist. Yeah. So it really is about those stereotypes. But even like the term white fragility. What does that make you think about? What is that doing for white stereotypes, Sitch?
It's not good.
It's not good, is it?
Not great. Yeah. No. I mean, and we were proven 100% correct because we've been saying since 2016, 2015 that the far left openly adopting race politics, identity politics, kind of CRT perspective of race consciousness, and pushing heavily, white people bad, all that shit, the white fragility and all that crap. I mean, everyone said this for years and years and years. We said, listen, the way that warfare works, whether it be a physical war or culture war, is that one side will use a weapon. If that weapon is effective, the other side will use that weapon back and adopt it because they want to win the war. And what you're going to do is you're going to breed a bunch of white resentment, especially in young males. And you're going to make a bunch of people become ethno-nationalists because they're going to say, hey, if everyone's attacking me for being white, I need to use my white identity as a shield, right? The most obvious thing ever. I mean, it's literally kind of a similar thing that a lot of people in the black community went through the exact same thing, using their black identity as a shield because people were racist against them for being black. And so bunch of white people did the exact same thing. And what do you see? You see that there's been an explosion of white ethno-nationalism on the internet. And it's all in response to all this kind of far-left, race-based identity politics bullshit.
Yeah.
I didn't see this shit growing up. Even on the internet, I didn't see this shit growing up. No one saw this shit growing up. On the internet used to be generally far more left aligned until the last 8 years or so.
Yeah, I wonder how it bleeds into people's perspective on the mass deportation that's going on as well.
I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
I'm sure it does. I mean, if you look at there's some poll I saw where it showed that, yeah, people's thoughts and opinions on deportations and mass deportations have increased over time dramatically. So
in an 8-year period, and Obama, as far as we know, used almost 600. And it's not just foreign policy. Even the issue that we're fighting about now, immigration, is a bipartisan horror. Obama deported more people than Trump did right after him. So did Biden. Both Obama and Biden increased ISIS budget while in office. There were kids in cages.
Everyone always says, whenever people talk about all these people Biden deported, they bring up the fact that Biden turned away people at the border and called those deportations. And they say that completely cooks the numbers. I don't know if it's true or not. I just know constantly that's the argument people make.
Yeah, but to be fair, I believe everyone's numbers includes the turnaway, not just Biden's.
As deportations?
Because it wasn't really deportations. It was, I forget whatever phrase was used in the original statistic.
I mean, if you have to track someone down and incarcerate them and put them on some sort of transportation back to their home country, that's going to be expensive, right? Turning someone around at the border,
right?
Hardly in the same league. So.
It doesn't count for nothing, though, because again, without getting too deep into it, the whole conspiracy theory about Biden trying to let as many people in the country is sort of counteracted by, well, why were they turning so many people away? But with the Obama thing, my understanding with that is that this was before a lot of the sanctuary cities existed. And so they would do something that makes perfect sense to me, which is that if someone was arrested for committing a crime, they would see if they were here legally or not.
Yeah.
Right. If they were here legally, they would deport them or they would communicate that information to the federal government, who would then deport them. And that's where like a huge amount of Obama's deportation numbers come from, was that program. Which you should be in favor of. I don't know why anyone would be against that.
Especially
if you're here illegally and committing crimes, I think you should be deported.
Of course. Unless you're white, then you should keep them.
The current director of ICE under Trump, Tom Homan, had the same exact job under Obama. Even something like militarized policing was business as usual under Obama up until 2015. And then even when he attempted to stop it, it basically had no effect on it. Now, I want to be clear. I am not the type of person to say that a Donald Trump presidency and insert other Democrats presidency would have been the same thing. I can say for a fact that ICE was not running into churches and schools and gyms to snatch people up until Trump took office again. But I will say that if Obama did something like that while he was in office, we would not have cared because we didn't care about anything except for the fact that it was a black president doing it. Because while Obama was in office, black people, myself included, were in the middle of an 8-year-long party. We weren't thinking too hard about the fact that Obama, like any president, was operating with the same level of inhumanity as was the norm. We just knew that it was a black man in the White House that was built by slaves. Research from that time shows that black people, despite our past, felt more politically engaged and less alienated. And one of the many ways that this shows up is in the changes in attitudes that we had toward all that shit I just mentioned. While we still overall disagreed with the wars, that disagreement was cut in half while Obama was in office. There was even evidence that black people were more supportive of military spending versus domestic spending at this time. And that's just one area where Obama had us fucked up because, again, watch those videos. We didn't care about any.
Isn't this all evidence of why identity politics sucks and shouldn't work? That you had a president, Obama, who did a bunch of things you don't like, but because black people only were looking at it through the lens of his race, they were giving him a pass as opposed to looking at it on a policy issue.
Yeah, of course. This is great evidence. Identity politics sucks.
That stuff, we were high off the black excellence. Jack and Jill's chapter started popping off everywhere. Black excellence brunches, dinner en blanc, all white parties, Oprah, Tyler Perry, the Carters. Everyone was living it up. For a second, black people had a taste of what it must have felt like to feel like a real American. And it made it easy not to think about the consequences of what that meant. And I think this whole black excellence wave probably would have continued even after Obama left, if not for the fact that we got Trump right after it, and that Obama's term ended as bad as it possibly could for black people. That 8-year-long party was really more like 6.5 years, because that's around when Trayvon Martin was murdered and his killer got away with it. Or when 9 black people were murdered in a church in South Carolina, and their killer, who has not apologized to this day, was taken to Burger King for a meal before going to jail. Mike Brown, Sandra.
So I was curious. I've heard this a lot, the whole Dylan Roof thing.
The Burger King thing. Yeah.
Right. I've heard it a lot. I never looked into it because it sounded weird. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. You're like, someone committed a mass shooting. And if you recall, they didn't just arrest him. Like there was like a manhunt. And I think it took like a day or two to find him. And like he was surrounded by police, with like all the guns drawn. They, arrested him. And it seemed weird to me that they're like, okay, so they just took him to a Burger King. That doesn't really make sense. So I looked into this. So Dylan Roof was never taken to a Burger King, but he was brought food while he was being held at the police station. He was brought Burger King while he was in the police station. And someone had mentioned this, and this is sort of what kind of created this story. And the question was, well, why did they even bring him Burger King anyway at the first place? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I
Trying
looked
to
into
milk
this,
a confession out of him.
Well, when I looked into this, the reason that this scenario happened, because normally, they would bring someone, they go to like jail or something. They have their own food at the jail. They don't have to bring them fast food. The reason all this happened was because it was such a high profile case and because the feds wanted to do their own interrogation of Dylan Roof. Then the local police were basically just holding him, waiting for the feds to show up. And apparently, in South Carolina, where this happened, if you confess to a crime,
you get Burger King
to the police or a federal agent, and then afterwards you want to go back on your confession, one of the ways that you can do that is you can say you were coerced by the police to confess
by being denied food. Yeah.
By them denying you food and the ability to go to the bathroom.
Right.
So now I would wager, if I was going to give a little bit of charity here, that when you have such an incredibly high profile case here, that the mayor and everyone involved is like, you better like not fuck this up whatsoever. Yeah. Right? Like,
can you imagine he gets off on a technicality?
Right.
Holy
you really
shit.
Fucking like they want to pack this up as quickly as possible. They want Dylan Roof, put in jail forever. They don't, or prison forever. They don't want it to, they don't want any problems with this whatsoever.
Right.
So that would, because supposedly there was some witness who actually, I believe was a preacher from some church. For some reason, the police like invited other church preachers, I guess, to be the police station when he was arrested. I guess to show that they were taking it seriously. And he reported that Dylan Roof told the police that he hadn't eaten in 2 days. And so that sort of is what motivated
Oh,
them
wow. Holy shit.
to bring food. And I would wager it was because they wanted to make sure that if he confessed that he wouldn't do some sort of, take backsies. Oh, I was so hungry, I was delusional, and blah, 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 kind of bullshit. So I don't think it's fair probably for people to keep bringing up Dylan Roof as an example of like, well, the police were sympathetic to him because, he killed black people and he was white and he was racist and that's why he's in jail forever. Like that, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
That you're going about this all wrong. You're supposed to imagine Dylan Roof sitting at the Burger King with the cops and them all high-fiving and telling jokes to one another.
Well, I did. That was the image in my head whenever I'd hear it. And I'd like, that doesn't make any sense. They took a guy who just killed a bunch of people to a Burger King. Like, was he in handcuffs? Like, what the hell is that, man?
Yeah.
So, I
suspected it was bullshit.
The police did say he was completely chained down while he ate. So I don't know if that means he was like leaned over feeding himself or someone had to like hold it for his mouth. I don't know what that means, but
really, they had him in shackles.
They said they had him chained down the whole time.
You're destroying the narrative.
Freddie Gray.
Okay,
stop that.
It's okay. There's a lot of other examples, so
Eric Garner, and so many other people were killed by police officers. And if you were locked in, you understood that these were not unique instances. This is how the police had been operating the entire time. They didn't care that there was a Black excellence brunch going on. They had a job to do. But now, for the first time, the world was seeing it, including all of us who were still in the middle of a big party. So going into Trump, I think a lot of Black folks were mostly getting back on code, realizing that nothing had really changed under Obama. But Obama still left a lasting effect. Because what I realize now in the aftermath of the recent election is that while so many Black people recognize the need for liberation, for way too many of us, that liberation just looks like what America already is to us and everyone else. Some of y'all just want what we had under Obama, while he was dropping bombs on other people in other countries, and while Black poor people were getting killed in the streets. We just want that old thing back. We're not really looking for liberation for all Black people, let alone all people, just a sense of how we got when we also got to be Americans. So it's no surprise that something like ADOS and FBA popped up after the Obama era, goofy Negroes with American flags in their bios complaining about immigration as if all of us aren't immigrants on land that was stolen from Native Americans. These are folks fighting to make sure.
He's just a total stereotype of a leftist. I can't help. It's so insane
that Black folks from Africa and the Caribbean don't get reparations that we ain't even been promised yet, reparations that we're not going to get based on their movement. And if we were to get those reparations, them niggas would basically just throw a big ass party, waste it all, and we'd be back at square one. The only reason they want it is to get the white parties popping off again, not to actually use it to free all Black people. And they don't really want it. They just want your attention and the attention economy and to fund whatever their businesses are. But coming back to this election, the homie Juicy again had a great take on how 100 days of Kamala running for president combined with all of us getting algorithmically captured and fooled has people still steaming mad 9 months later about a reality that was never really realistic to begin with. I will still give props to Kamala just from a recognized game standpoint, that she ran a campaign that outdid what was expected and maybe could have won had she trusted her own vision and not the vision of Joe Biden and the powers that be in the Democratic Party. But the reality is that Kamala...
Okay. This is where I have to have my hardest disagreement with you, FT Signifier. Kamala Harris is probably the worst politician I've ever seen in my life. Ever. She cannot communicate effectively at all. I've never seen anything like it. I literally don't know how she got any of the elected positions she got to. She's so bad at speaking. It's crazy. She sounds so phony, so robotic. She was afraid to say anything. She's afraid to have any sort of vision whatsoever, which I know that's what you said too. She was kind of afraid. You're saying that she's afraid to trust her own instincts. I don't even know and we talked about this during the election. We didn't know what the fuck. We don't know who she is. I still, to this day, I have no clue who Kamala Harris is as a person, right? Like, I feel like I have a pretty good sense of who Obama was as a person, who Biden was, who Trump is as a person. I feel like I don't know. I have like for Harris, it's just a blank spot. I have no clue who she actually is and what she actually stands for.
Yeah, you have no sense that she has any competency at anything. I haven't heard
Yes.
her have any conversation with anyone or to give any speech that made me think she really understands this. She
Yes.
knows this. Even stuff where she was talking about, uh, you know, the law and stuff like that, things that you would think she had a good grip of.
Right.
It still seemed as though she had a team of people working beneath her and she just kind of understood the broad notes. And they were really the ones that went out and did the prosecutions and stuff.
Yeah. And it's,
Yeah.
yeah, you're completely correct. And it was unclear whether she was talking this way because she is, too heavily coached and was afraid to actually be herself, or whether she was talking this way because she really was an empty suit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Didn't
I
know
thought she was
anything.
horrible, horrible candidate. Shockingly bad.
Was not a great candidate to begin with and never would have been close to that spot had she had to run in an open campaign. Again, I remind people that
Oh, wait, hold on.
be in the Democratic Party. But the reality is that Kamala was not a great candidate to begin with.
Oh, okay. Listen, I paused it too quickly. Okay. Maybe we're in agreement here.
And never would have been close to that spot had she had to run in an open campaign. Again,
Look at that. True. Agreement.
Well, hold on. He said again. You're like jumping the gun.
Oh, am I? Okay. Maybe I'm jumping the
I don't
gun
know.
again. Okay. Listen, maybe I'm.
and I remind people that she was the first to bow out of the race in 2020. And no, it wasn't just because she knew she would become vice president, as people kept trying to tell me in comment sections of other videos. No, she was falling off as the race progressed because people weren't feeling her. And this time last year, before she became the nominee, I was telling everyone that it would be an automatic loss if she was the one to replace Joe Biden, because I just knew they wouldn't run her. And I wasn't alone, even amongst my very liberal.
Okay. He doesn't like Kamala Harris.
Well, there you
Good.
go. Listen, agreement.
Saved.
Beautiful. Right? Look at that.
Saved.
Beautiful agreement.
HBCU grad friends, nobody had faith in Kamala because she had
What did we say that was misogynistic about Kamala? We didn't say anything misogynistic.
I mean, I'm sure we said lots of things that people could spin as misogynistic, but
I mean, we didn't like the misogynistic thing would be like, oh, she slept her way to the top, right? Which
we
never
never
even
leaned into any of that stuff.
Yeah, which I don't
Yeah.
even. I've never really bought that theory is even true anyway.
Yeah.
done nothing in her 4 years in the White House or before to engender that faith. But what happened those first few weeks after she officially became the nominee? We started getting high again, myself included. So many of us
Oh, maybe you did like.
who should have
first.
known better got sucked
tricked.
into the social media frenzy and the fake news coming from mainstream media telling us that this was going to happen. Remember when they told us that Iowa was going to turn blue? We believed that shit. And we believed it because we wanted to, because we remembered that feeling that we hadn't had since the early 2010s. And don't get me wrong, I was never really a Kamala fan, but I was a believer that she was going to win. I was planning around the idea that it would be necessary to mitigate her future popularity with the problem of her politics, because I saw that niggas was on that stuff again. It was Obama cocaine. Uncut, straight to the dome for a lot of folks. And when the end result didn't come through, people that were looking forward to the white parties and the brunches again got big mad. And here we are at the state of affairs that I mentioned at the beginning of the video. Black liberals mad at everyone but white people and themselves, promoting bad and ahistorical ideas because we ain't looking in the mirror and recognizing that even if Kamala won, she'd have still have been an op. Would I still prefer that over what we have now? Yes, or I would not have voted for her. But I'm not trying to punish the world over the fact that the more desirable op didn't win the election. I'm not promoting nonsense logic as a method of resistance.
I mean, why are all these people ops? Obama, Harris. I mean, they could just be people that they're not radicals. That's their honest position, is that they're just not a radical person. They don't have a radical view of the world. They are a moderate person. I don't think that makes them an op.
Yeah, Obama accomplished his goal just by becoming president. I mean, he was very clear about wanting to show Black Americans that it was possible for them to achieve the highest office in the land.
Mm-hmm.
He said that openly. So I guess FD Signifier wanted Obama to do a
Oh,
bunch of policies that would change things in favor of the black community.
FTC, if I meant the chat was being misogynistic, not us. Well, thank you.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Chat, stop being
Mhm.
misogynistic. Okay. Be nice.
Someone sent me a video.
There's a lot of women in our chat. What if they're
Women, stop being misogynistic. JV949 for $20. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Says Obama taught non-whites that they can succeed in America. Signifier doesn't like this because his whole brand is selling the only way for non-whites can succeed in America is to burn America down and rebuild it in their image. Is this true, FD? Is that what you want?
Well, I think that is true. I think that's the moral intuitions here.
Right.
He's mad because Obama took the fight out of the revolutionary black cause.
I mean, he kind of did to an extent, to some extent.
Yeah. He's also making it totally obvious that people are just more interested in having the status and the power.
Well, I think that is
true.
They
want the White House. They want the office.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think going from looking at it from an economic perspective, and I've said this, I do agree with this. After the housing crash, the economic system in America was shown to have a fundamental flaw in it, and there needed to be some correction. And I think, people voted for Obama, assuming that change would be a correction, but they never actually did change anything. There was no economic change. The same thing with Trump. There still hasn't been any sort of course correction, and there's only been further economic problems because of COVID and inflation and all this other stuff. So there will continue to be people advocating for more and more change until, eventually it will blow up into some sort of radical change if the moderate candidates don't actually provide any sort of change. It will blow up eventually.
Yeah, the New York story kind of plays into this, right? People
Yes.
don't seem to realize people are going to vote for socialists. They're not going to get the kind of change they want.
True.
And a lot of that change is economic justice. That's what people want.
Yeah.
Young people it's so weird because obviously they're graduating from college massively in debt when they should have money in the bank and be ready to start a family. They're getting totally fucking taken advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to vote for communists if we don't change that, restructure society so they're not getting taken advantage of. So, but I don't think that's not like a black-white issue, right?
No.
Yeah.
No. It's a class issue.
That's young people getting hosed.
Well, and also an age issue. Yeah. Class and age issue. Yeah.
Talking about, okay, don't go outside. The Trump administration is trying to antagonize black people to be in the streets so he can instill martial law. So stay inside so martial law doesn't happen. Why would they need martial law if we just stay inside of our own accord? If he is installing an overtly fascist state and we just let them do that, they won't need martial law. And surely you realize this administration is not interested in doing things by the book or with the consent of the people. If they wanted to declare martial law, they just do it.
This is a fascism Wick was talking about the other day, Sitch. Get it right.
What?
This is the fascism that FD's talking about. Wick was talking about how Donald Trump is fascist and we're on the verge of fascism.
Oh, right.
This is it. This is it.
Basically just saying, let's make it easier for them to do whatever they want to us. Everyone doesn't need to be on the front lines. Historically, revolutions come through multi-pronged attacks, not just spontaneous.
They're fighting ICE though, right? That's the only reason they're out in the streets. They're saying, look, you can't deport these people who are in the country illegally.
They're protesting ICE, yeah.
Is that
fighting ICE?
Is it fascism to enforce the law? Is law enforcement fascism?
Well, that wouldn't be. It would. So it didn't happen. But remember, there was, I remember Kokolinsky and other people that are going off. There's all this rumor and speculation that Trump was going to invoke some kind of insurrection act or something and put the country under martial law. I don't know if it was in response to the protests or just
that would tank the stock market.
Right?
There's no way he's going to do that.
Now,
not
none
in
of that
fucking million years.
Now, if something like that happened, then I'd be like, yes, okay, wow, some kind of crazy authoritarian, takeover. But, that hasn't happened yet. So
You don't think that's going to happen, right?
I do not think Trump is going to enact martial law in the country
Right.
now.
Yes.
Risings, not just political organizing, not just voting, not just
I mean, we can blame the Democrats, right? If they didn't let all these people in the country illegally, none of this would be happening, right?
Well, that's the Republican framing is like, well, listen, yeah, we're doing, we have to rip all these people off of farms and Home Depots and they're away from their families because of Joe Biden. And the Democrats let them in the first place.
All of this comes down to voting coalitions. Trump does think they're kicking out the Democratic voting coalition. He could be wrong, right? And I've heard you make many arguments about they don't vote. Obviously, the counter argument Republicans make is, well, they count on the census. So they do get some outsized share of political power just by living in a state. But even if they are wrong, they're still doing it. That's their motivation, right? They want to strip the Democratic coalition and deport them all.
Yeah, I personally, I think the majority position. So when people are very good at sensing whether something is good or bad, but they're very bad at figuring out the problem or like why something's good or bad. So everyone senses right now on both the left and the right that society has problems and there needs to be a change. And when people sense there's a problem, they kind of rely on where their intuitions have already preset them to what the problem is.
Yeah.
So if you're on the left, you're going to generally think, well, the problem that things are bad right now is because the rich people are screwing us over, and maybe a bunch of the racists, right? The racists and the rich people are fucking us over. If you're on the right, your prejudgment intuition is going to be, well, the lazy takers. Right. The lazy people, the poor people who are, burn our system are the problem. And also the immigrants, the people that are, coming into our country and changing things, making things different and, overwhelming our systems and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. Taking jobs away from people. That's going to be sort of the argument.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, I think just basically because of that, I think the main intuition that's guiding people on the right and guiding Trump and the MAGA movement for the mass deportations. I mean, I know there's the argument about the whole like, well, they're going to make them voters and all that stuff. But I feel like that's really just a secondary argument. I think the primary argument is just this: things are bad. Why are things bad? Well, things are bad because immigrants, obviously, a bunch of people are coming to our country, stealing our jobs, changing the culture, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. I think income inequality is probably the root of it all. I think that's the biggest problem.
That is the big,
what do you think it is?
That and the prices of everything being too high, which obviously is related. But.
Well, because income inequality, the massive inflation doesn't affect people who have massive incomes, right? Obviously, we're developing these two-tier societies.
Of course.
Yeah, where inflation doesn't hurt one camp at all, and inflation just eviscerates the other camp. Especially when it's in things like housing, healthcare, education, food.
Because that was the thing. I mean, before, I think food was one of the big tipping points. Was housing prices have been going up and up and up, education been going up and up and up. But those were sort of like large scale investments that people could take out loans and shit to do. But to just buy food, like when that starts to become like very expensive, which it is now, then people are gonna really notice that.
Were these historical debt jubilees where they forgave everyone's debt every 7 years or whatever it was? Was that kind of a steam let off valve for society, kind of to reset the income inequality?
Maybe.
Because it's going to continue to build. And especially since they've eviscerated all of the state taxes. It's someone accumulates wealth, right? It takes a lifetime to do. Not everyone does it, and then they just pass it down to their kids. Their kids don't have to do anything, right? All they have to do is shepherd the wealth to the next generation.
Of course.
It just gets easier and easier and easier every time you run through that process. And then you've got these just super wealthy and paupers. Yeah. We're destroying the middle class.
Didn't the Jews come up with debt jubilee? Isn't it in the Bible?
They were the ones that did it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Listen, you guys all throwing shade at Jews for being greedy. They're the ones that came up with debt forgiveness in the first place.
The debt jubilee. Well, I don't know that for a fact, so you got to run that one through ChatGPT.
I'm going to say
first.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure you saw that video of of the people screaming "kill the IDF" in the
I
UK?
didn't know.
Oh, there's some concert where people were screaming "kill the IDF."
Kill
I was
the
like,
IDF.
you just
Okay.
need some positive propaganda, okay?
So sad.
Yes.
boycotting, but all of the above. So no, everyone doesn't have to put themselves in harm's way, but the people who do should be celebrated and supported because they're doing the hardest, most riskiest part of seeking liberation. They should not be discouraged or lied to about the importance of their role in the equation. Our absence won't make Latinos realize the problem of their anti-blackness.
These are the people that are taking over the freeway and blocking traffic he's talking about, right? We're supposed to
That's not, yeah,
we're
that's not
supposed to
effective.
we're supposed to
campaign.
celebrate them.
That's not effective protesting.
Let's all celebrate.
Yeah.
Any more than Trump's aggression to them does or doesn't. Y'all realize this dude was president 4 years ago, right? The problem of Trump isn't from a lack of people knowing what he's capable of. Trump's popularity hasn't increased among American people, and it hasn't decreased either. It's just that a lot of folks...
His numbers are way up. What's that all about?
Are they? I always see mixed stuff about that.
This term is so much different than his first term. People have kind of acclimated to Trump.
Oh, have they? They're like, we're used to all the shitty stuff, so.
I think so. The
Kinda
TDS
rubs
doesn't
off
seem
now.
near as bad now.
Mm.
I mean, FD's displaying a terrible case of it here, but
No, well, I don't know.
most
As
people,
I said,
most people have seemed to gotten over their TDS.
I just looked it up. I keep seeing mixed numbers because I see one article says Trump's approval ratings are up. I just see another one right now says they're underwater. So I don't know.
Okay.
It's all over the place.
Am I allowed to believe either one? I guess really we don't know. There's no truth. Just what poll you want to pick. Pick one.
There you go.
Pick it random. Then it's kind of fair, right? A poll of
stayed
polls.
home when it was time to vote. And by a lot of folks, again, I mean mostly white men. Watch my videos on the election. This shit that some of y'all were on with this
He's talking about us.
is
Why is the Democratic Party having trouble with white men again? It's a mystery.
It's a mystery. So Nate Silver has, let's see.
That's the one that I would always go to. Nate Silver has a poll of polls, right?
Yes, he's got
The compilation.
the compilation. So he
I
says
used to
on
have
the
bookmark, but
on the overall compilation, he's got Trump is at 51.6% disapprove and 45.4% approve.
yeah, but he was in the 30s when he was president the first time. He
So
never
okay,
got.
well, that's true. He's gone up. He's
Yeah.
gone up. Okay. He's still below.
He's like a 50.
but
He's
gone
like a
up.
10 points up. He's a 50-50.
Interesting. Then he does it by immigration, economy, trade, and inflation. Inflation is hitting Trump the worst, at negative 22 points. So
I think the narrative that Trump is a racist kind of got busted in the election, especially with him increasing all of his numbers with African Americans and Latinos and all that stuff.
yeah.
So I think that narrative has completely been destroyed.
I don't know if it's the narrative has been destroyed or if it's that the anti-Trump people view it as not being as effective because they obviously said Trump was super racist all up into the election. It wasn't effective.
No, it didn't work at all.
At all. So sort of the narrative about talking about these issues has kind of shifted. I mean, obviously, I don't know. I've heard lots of people that are talking about the mass deportations as being racist. So, I mean, people still say it.
Right, yeah. I mean, leftists say it, but it's funny.
I think a
'cause
lot of
don't-
people say that are not leftists.
at best a pointless tantrum and at worst a straight up CIA psyop being done by right-wing forces and with American flags on their bios. I get it. Obama was a hell of a
CFT's just like a conspiracy theorist here. He's like, it's all a psyop.
It's all an
from the
op.
CIA.
It's all
Yeah.
psyop. Yeah.
I mean, that's good YouTube. Obviously, most people are conspiracy brained.
That is true.
So
That is true.
drug, but it's time to get clean. If you're not outside, you should be getting organized. A little time on Google and social media will help you get started. I'll leave some links in the description of entities I'm aware of. I'll also leave the top comment again as a place for people to post links, videos, and opportunities to learn. If you're not in a space to organize for a variety of reasons that I completely understand, donate some money. If you can't do either, engage locally or maybe just help spread the word effectively, not by browbeating and berating people. Lastly, once again, stop.
That's right.
I mean, that's true. That is true. That's the left has been browbeating everyone for years. It's terrible.
You shouldn't go into people's chat when they have 1,300 live watchers and start complaining about white fragility. That's not a good fucking...
I disagree. I think that's great. I mean, it's good for us. I think it's good for chat. Chat's having fun.
Oh, yeah. Chat's having a blast. But it's definitely, it's not going to get people to go like protest in the streets, right? Keep in mind what he's advocating for here, Sitch.
That's a good point. Yeah. It does seem kind of ironic.
He's going to say, look, I'm too fragile to go protest in the streets. What about my fragile complexion?
Listen, it's true. We're both pale. We need a lot of sunscreen.
That's right.
We're very fragile to sunlight.
Of course, yes. We try to stay in during the day. That's our form of protest.
With these clowns on social media. If you see...
And he's like, what? Stop arguing with these clowns on social media.
People posting stay home type shit, do not engage, block and ignore, let them have their pocket. And the key is not to defeat them in the marketplace of ideas. The key is to be so active and so engaged with stuff that really matters that you grow that space bigger than the nonsense can be on its own. Again, we have more control over...
The power is in elections. How does this change anything? How do these protests actually help the cause? I don't think they do. I think they're just basically virtue signaling, going out there to kind of complain, to get a lot of energy from complaining.
From that study that I cited, it did say that in areas where there'll be large protests does make more people turn out to vote.
Oh, yeah. The peaceful protests do.
Yeah, and they say if it's peaceful, and he said in the 60s, if they were peaceful, it would help the Democrats. If it was not peaceful, it would help the Republicans.
But FD's
so if that's
signing
true,
off on violent protests, though. And I don't trust anybody. Like, as soon as you get a big gathering together, it's going to turn violent. Republicans are going to win.
True.
Yeah.
That's why people were focusing on the, people in the LA protests that burning the Waymo cars and stuff, right?
Of course, yeah.
And blocking the freeways and just being generally disruptive in a way that people think is stupid. Now, obviously, it didn't match anything like the BLM stuff, but I think one person actually died, but I don't know the exact story on those protests or that story. But no, I mean, so if that study is correct, then yeah, I mean, the protests do help.
Okay.
As long as they're not peaceful.
Peaceful protests.
Yeah.
The peaceful protests go to the left. They actually boost the numbers in the election for the next election.
Right.
And the violent protests boost the numbers for the right. I mean, shouldn't the right just go out and violent protest when we get close to the election then? Doesn't that make a lot of sense?
He was studying.
Maybe FD's right about the op.
There you go. No, the guy in the study, he was studying specifically like protests for quote left-wing causes. He wasn't studying like if you have right-wing protests, was it follow the same trajectory? But if it's peaceful right, would that help the right?
It's safe to assume that if the right goes out and has a violent protest or some sort of right-wing cause, that it's going to help the left in the next election.
I would imagine.
They're going to punish anybody for turning violent. That's what's going on.
Sure. Well, even not just violent, but scary. The whole Charlottesville thing, hounded Trump's entire presidency.
It did, yeah. So I wouldn't trust people to go out and protest non-violently, especially FD's not, like, he's basically endorsing violent protest here. He's saying, look, you can't get change without violent protest.
Is that what you're saying? We'll see. Listen, we're almost done with the video. FD can come on if he wants to clear some things up or tell us that we're stupid.
Oh, okay.
So send me or Adam a DM on X if you want to come on and yell at us or have a nice conversation where you call us dumb. I'd be down for that. I'll send you a link.
social media than we realize. We just have to be active about it. Thank you all so much for watching. I have one more thing to get to before this video ends. Let's talk about today's sponsor, Nebula.
No. Okay, I guess we're over.
Nebula.
I guess that's it.
There you go.
Nebula just seems insane to me. The really crazy shit's on Nebula, right?
Right. That's, yeah, that is it. There was another one. Wasn't there another one? Like, I thought Second Thought was like so radical that he got kicked off of Nebula and like was on another platform.
Okay, so maybe it's not that radical.
Yeah. I don't remember what it was called though. But I don't have access to X really. We don't have access. What do you have? Listen, if you want to send me an email, okay. I don't know. It's got to be if you don't want to come on, it's fine. I mean, it's your day off. You can just do whatever. But if you want to come on, you want to contact me.
Is it a day off?
I don't know. He said he was here for fun, not for work.
Oh, that's good.
Right. I don't have a Blue Sky account. I can't communicate through Blue Sky. You posted your email. Where's your email?
I mean, I can check my email if you want to. If you're talking about friended2157@gmail.com. My public email.
Oh my God. Adam, did you just dox yourself?
Friended2157@gmail.com. No, it's in the description of our videos. I don't think it's in the description of this video though. I think I just took it out.
Well, if you send Adam an email if you want, because I don't see where you posted your email. That's what he said. He said email.
Oh, wow. All right, let's read some super chats.
Philip Kogan's 9512 for $20 says, I've always stand against ideas like critical race theory because the Nazis were the first critical race theorists. Instead of talking about whiteness and blackness, it was being a Jew or an Aryan.
Horrible.
True. I mean, I don't think they're the first, but they definitely were big promoters of it. That is true. Okay.
Was that J? V?
That was
49?
No, that was Philip Kogan's.
What is this? You're right.
Philip
this is
Kogan's
horrible.
9. Isn't it terrible?
Ace,
why would they?
DZ 3 ounce.
Why? Yeah. Who thought that? Like what?
How are we supposed to read these?
Idea? Yeah. Isn't it terrible? It's so
It is
stupid.
terrible. You're right.
It's so stupid.
I didn't think it was a big deal, but that's because I'm not reading the super chat. So
right. Lives in Dev's walls, or lives in your walls because it's a new name. For $5 says the handle display name change is the worst. Lives in Dev's walls for 2025. Yes, it's
especially
true.
Someone who changes their name frequently for the show.
Frequently,
it's got to be because now you can't really change it, can you?
No,
they're locking you down. They're like, yeah, fuck you.
Was that the problem? They're like, oh, too many people are changing the name.
It's too difficult to keep track of.
Oh my God. Lives in Dev's walls for $2 says D's nuts YouTube. True. All right, check your email, Adam.
I see. He says, let's have fun. He's not going to be fragile when he comes on, is he? I don't know.
I want to talk.
Look,
listen,
I think we should talk about race and IQ. I mean,
before we talk about race and
IQ, we should have.
I want to know what animes FD is watching this season. Okay.
Oh my God.
There's some good animes this season. So I'm curious. I'm curious if he's been keeping up. Jackarama4285 for 33 months. Thank you so much. Says, hey guys, I just got back from vacation. Did I miss anything important last week? No, nothing important. Except Donald Trump is going to win a Nobel Peace Prize. Nobel Peace Prize.
Hold on. Trump everyone is just going on and on and on about all the wins Trump had. Oh my God. It's like the Olympics. He's got 20 gold medals, Sitch. It's incredible.
Yes.
Trump 2028. Did you see that in the press conference? Somebody yelled Trump 2028.
Oh, I didn't know.
Pretty hilarious. All right, the link has been sent.
Okay, cool.
And the thing is off, so you're gonna read a couple. I guess we can just read a couple super chats, but I'm gonna write
Lucifer
quick,
the Doberman in your butt. I didn't realize that was your account name.
Is it really? Holy is that true? What is this?
That is true. Look at
no
that.
way. In your butt?
That's terrible. For $2 says we have all heard Spoon. This isn't the most racist. That is true. Spoon's pretty bad. Hey, what's up, FD? I don't know if you can hear us. Can see you.
Yes, test, test, test.
There you go. Do I have him to bring up your little video?
Nah. Oh, I mean, it's up to you. I prefer now. I want to be anonymous like you, Sitch.
Listen, that's smart. Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
I don't know if it's smart. I think people like to see people's faces. I think me being anonymous is a mistake.
I don't want people to see my face when when this is whenever you all post this. I don't want
to. It's posting now. I mean, it's live.
I want to get too much scrutiny from the left for associating with
Nazis.
Undesirables.
Right.
So but although this thumbnail though is already like it caught my attention.
Listen, it could have been worse. Okay, I had the temper at him. All right, he was.
Did you? Why? Over like this was the least. I don't know. I mean, I have I don't dabble in air quotes centrist. You know what? You have to put me on because I have to see, I need people to see me when I say air quotes. And
there you go. There you go.
When I dabble in certain spaces that are not necessarily I don't know what the word is, approved by my particular bubble.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot where I was going with
what do you mean? You argue with the person who's taken the enlightened centrist title from us.
Yeah. Well, because you know what, Young, I actually believe Young.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about you. I don't know about you guys. I watch you guys.
It's all a ploy here. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys don't actually seem like centrists.
Okay.
We don't call ourselves centrists anymore. So, Sitch might, but I call myself an independent just because centrist is. People think centrist means neutral, and right. I mean I'm not really neutral. So.
Yeah, I noticed. I noticed. I mean, it doesn't take much to look at like your channel's thumbnails and kind of see where you all spend most of your time.
That's hilarious.
So
we had a deep discussion over the thumbnail, Sitch and I. So
if we hated Israel more, would we actually be centrist then, like Young? Like we just like really came hard against Israel? Is that like the trick?
You would have to. So let's look at I'm gonna scroll through.
Okay,
I'm on your channel now.
We're doing the thumbnails, right?
All right. So we got me. FD Signifier really hates white people. So you're starting there. So we're already starting off.
That's a high point.
It worked. I totally.
It did.
Look,
it did.
The
work.
bait. You're
work.
here. You're literally sitting right here on the channel. I don't know. You have 1 million subs and you're talking to us right now.
Yeah.
So.
I was coming home from a leisurely Sunday and I look and this pops up and I'm like, what?
Are you subscribed?
No.
Oh.
But
well, how did it pop up then?
My algorithm sends me a lot of random stuff and it tends to send me stuff that has me in it.
Listen, if you have a Google alert for your own name, I won't judge you. Okay.
No, I don't. I should, but I don't. I do. No, this is not to say I don't like look for critiques. And I love when critiques come from the right for the most part. It's a big ego boost. Nice. It's pretty entertaining. But I always look for critiques because I feel like that's how I make myself better, Sure. But back to the point, we got aside from Trump, who you have multiple times. I guess we got Temple on here. Going down your channel, aside from Trump, you don't talk about anybody on the right much at all. Asmongold, maybe 5 months ago. You got 55 thumbnails.
But I mean, isn't Trump like he's like the person to talk about on the right, isn't? Who else do we talk about?
So even still, right? So we have the president of the United States. Oh, here's Jordan Peterson. Okay, we got one Jordan Peterson. We have you have a vaguely racist picture of my friend Shan Spear, where her face is completely AI'd into a weird scowl.
I didn't remember that one.
Yeah. We got Noah here, so it's like I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to run your channel, right? But even the amount of times, I'm sure these Trump videos get more views than talking about Hassan, don't they? Do they? Let me look. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Hell no. What are you kidding? The Trump supporters hate it when we talk about Trump because we're not glowing enough about Trump. Everyone always gets mad at us.
Oh man, was surprise, surprise. And I'm sure all of Hassan's people come to your chat to talk about how much they hate when you talk about Hassan.
There's a handful of them. Come on.
Yeah.
Get mad.
I mean, we're not really trying to be activists or anything like that. So, I mean, we're talking about politics. We're trying to learn about the world. We're having fun. So,
you guys are having fun. You guys are having fun. The whole point was that the centrist title probably does belong more with Young, who, if you give him credit, I still have my concerns and suspicions about Young. We actually do talk.
Suspicions.
But to give him credit, his content does tend to actually reflect what I would consider a actual centrist, an independent standpoint, whereas you all seem more center right to me. So
okay,
which is fine, to each their own. If I was so disgusted and appalled, I wouldn't show up. There's people I've seen you all have on that I would never share space with, and vice versa. I'm sure.
Not Wick, right? You like Wick? Oh, maybe you don't like Wick. Oh my God,
Wick's not bad. I don't hate Wick. Wick is so, like, I have this thing where my thing is, if a person's politics are the extent of how bad things could be, what does that mean? Right. So I start with Joe Rogan. If Joe Rogan's politics were the worst anyone's politics could be in the country, I think the country would be in a much better place, because although Joe Rogan's politics are bad, they could be there's much worse that you could do. Right.
Right.
So Wick is kind of like that for liberals, in my opinion.
Okay. What about me? How bad would the country be?
I don't pay enough attention, but Sitch, you seem to be over there with Rogan, maybe a little further right to Rogan. I don't know.
Really?
I haven't examined you all enough. I just know the vibes.
That's fine. Listen, I've been very critical of Rogan recently.
Oh, that's nice.
I didn't like his interview with Bernie. So,
I'd have to go back and look. I've been in my own bubble, of course.
Okay, so but you have to answer my important question. Have you been watching anime this season?
I barely watch anime these days.
Oh my God, what fake fan.
I'm sorry. The part of being a wealthy, famous YouTuber is I don't watch media for fun much anymore. So, like, a lot of the media I see is for work. So if it's not something that, like, is so hyped and so up my alley that I'm gonna stop and check it out, which hasn't been anything in years. I think the last thing I tried to watch was My Hero Academia. Mob Psycho. That was the last thing I tried to watch. And that was also and that was also for a video. I'm watching Blue Lock a little bit because my son just started watching it, but that's about it. Okay. My anime days are kind of over. I made the whole video about it after the guy kissed his sister and everybody was like, "Yay!" I was like, "All right, I'm just too old for this." What was
Japanese and their siblings are a little strange.
Yeah, once that started becoming like a prominent meta in anime communities, I was like, "This is just no longer for me." I have grown out of that particular fandom space.
Okay. Well, anyway. So what are we getting wrong here? Or what are we fragile about, I guess?
I mean, FD Signifier really, really hates white people. And this video, this is one of the videos I would
do you hate white people?
No.
I mean, you could just dispel right here.
No, I don't hate white people. And I don't say that to hide.
Why do you talk about white people in just as a category so much?
Whiteness is a category.
I would be super suspicious if someone was going around constantly talking about black people, right? Black crime, black IQ, just talking about black people as a category. I would think, oh, that person probably has a bunch of racist stereotypes about black people that they're using in their daily life all the time. That's what I would think.
what would you fear about that person? Like, what would you fear about what?
That they would encounter somebody who's not
Let
stupid
me
or a
let me
criminal
finish.
or a
Let me
crackhead, and they would think, oh, this person's a fucking crackhead criminal. Like,
no. Let me rephrase. What would you fear would be the outcome if that person's sentiment gained more power and prominence? What would be the consequences? Like
just
if we
why
spread the philosophy of Nick
widespread
Fuentes.
discrimination against black people. I mean, it was it was the norm at one time, right? Obviously, in the
Yeah,
South, those stereotypes, people
it
believed them.
was
They thought they
everywhere.
were gospel. Yeah, exactly. And the outcome was people discriminated against black people because they thought they were all dumb, criminal crackheads.
Hmm. So, what white discrimination do you fear now from my overt anti-white racism?
Well, the stereotype. I'm saying, like, if you encounter someone that obviously cannot escape the stereotypes, the black stereotypes, would
Hmm.
you call that person racist? Would that person qualify as a racist in your mind?
I'm sorry, say that again. I got distracted by the chat.
Put the chat away. Okay?
My
You need to
bad.
look at the
I
chat.
decided to look at it because I've been, every time I've come here, I've been,
Just assume I'm winning. Everybody agrees with me. Everyone's
no,
saying that you're a
no.
big fat
It,
fucking racist and that you should like get
it's
off the
funny.
internet. Okay.
I've
Just
never
assume that's happening.
I've never been whenever the last times I've come here, which has been a while, I never really paid attention to the chat. But this is the first time I've actually sat and watched y'all
Mhm.
talk about my video. And so
Mhm.
I had a lot of fun with the chat. Shout
What
out
were
to
what were people
Ace.
saying? I'll come back to my point. What were people saying in the chat while we were talking about your video? I wasn't looking at the chat much, so
A lot of just kind of they're really excited to see me. It's kind of like a
okay.
bunch of puppies, you know.
A bunch
Just
of
everybody's wagging their tail trying to get my attention. Hey, FD, look at me. Here's something racist. Here, I said something racist too, FD. FD, what do you think about Wakanda? Or
are they?
somebody said something
Oh
about
my
Wakanda.
Wakanda. Wow.
So they're
Okay.
Yeah.
obviously on their worst
And then
behavior.
one guy spent like a good $100 to get my attention between these super chats. He's got a crown next to his
Ace.
name, Ace.
Ace has talked about you before and said he thinks you're totally racist. So,
Oh man.
Look, Ace is my biggest critic that thinks I go too soft on Trump. He's constantly yelling at me because he hates Trump. So,
Yeah. I mean, every chatter group, I've done enough of these in various spaces to know that there's always some unique chatters. And
mhm.
so, like, in my own ADHD moment, I did not focus in on your point, and I was looking to
It's
see
okay. I'll
because
bring
I
it.
just turned I had just as I was talking, I was in the process of putting the screen back up so I could see it. But I'm gonna go back to pausing the
We'll
video.
go back to the point.
Yes, I'm sorry. What was so?
Racism against black people has been a problem in the past in the United States. Some
It's
people
still a
might argue,
problem.
okay, so you agree, you think it's still a problem now.
Hmm.
We probably disagree on the degree to which it's a problem. But
Sure.
don't you think racist stereotypes about black people are a huge weapon in that fighting racism and perpetuating racism?
I mean, racist stereotypes are a huge problem for like addressing the problems of race. Like the fact that you have to deal with stereotypes is a daily issue for Black people. So yeah,
So they suck. You're saying it's horrible to
well,
have these.
stereotypes in general are bad.
Right. Okay. So look, I just, if someone obviously believes these stereotypes and uses these stereotypes against black people and is not conscious of it, or is doing it worse consciously but nefariously, like they know what they're doing. I mean, I
Hmm.
would say that's racist and I would call that person a racist. But it seems that a lot of people on the left, black people included, get a pass for doing the exact same thing with white people. They're creating racist stereotypes about white people. Even the white fragility is a racist stereotype.
So I think you're mistaking stereotyping white people,
Hmm. Oh, and
individuals.
whiteness. Okay, we're going to go that
There,
route. I got you.
yes,
Okay. Well, we'll
yes.
talk about blackness. Blackness is basically a criminal mindset. It's a person that can't control their impulses. That's
And
what
this is based on
blackness
what?
is. Well, look, I'm starting my new theory right now. Okay. We'll talk to Nick Fuentes later. I'm sure he'll like this theory, and he'll take it up immediately. We'll share it with all the Gorpers, and it'll become all the rage.
Right. Well, that's still an important
does
question.
Academia? So because it's an academic theory. So hold on a second here.
Well, it's based in empirical research, analysis, history. Like it's based in all these things.
So if we measure the circumference of black people's skulls, isn't that some sort of
you mean phrenology,
data?
the completely valid science?
Wait, when you say that like whiteness has been empirically proven or something, like what does that mean? Like what is what level of whiteness are you talking? Like what aspect of whiteness are you talking about?
So we're talking so when I talk about whiteness, we are basing this greatly in critical theory areas, right? We're talking about whiteness as a property or a disposition. We're not even talking about complexion, because like I don't know, you might call, and I'm getting a little bit out of my bounds here, so feel free to gotcha me at a later date. But like in India, there's caste systems, right? That still cleave toward whiteness. In Japan, there's been whiteness. In South Korea, so the concept.
Wait, when you say whiteness, do you mean just that there's a caste system, or do you mean that they prefer lighter color skin?
It's sometimes both, but yeah. It's a status and a property, like to own. What we're talking about is to own whiteness, like so you have access to it. So, who's the British princess or whatever? She's technically black.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. The name escapes me. Yes,
right.
Didn't they abdicate or whatever?
They did something. I don't know this. Yeah. I don't know the deal with
Pocahontas. Is that who you're talking? No,
the current.
So she is darn near white passing, or better. Here's one that's pretty much white passing. Rashida Jones. Like most people don't know, Rashida Jones is dad is Quincy Jones, the famous black musician. So like she doesn't get the full package, the full status, the full analysis of a white woman, but she operates within whiteness pretty significantly. I hear y'all type.
To be clear, I'm just trying to understand, like, is whiteness just a term that you're saying refers to whatever the dominant caste system in any society is?
That is one example of it. So that's how I would use it in India. Here, it means that, but it is intrinsically tied to the people who are of European descent. Right?
Don't you think it's counterproductive to name it whiteness?
Well, what else would we call it?
The dominant caste group? I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
I don't know.
The rich people, the powerful people, the elites.
I mean, sure. It seems easier to call it whiteness since like all those people you described are like predominantly white. And by not bringing out that concept, you kind of leave the important racial aspect on the off the table, right? Well, like that's kind of important to name it. Like, so we're not just calling it whiteness, because in India, they don't have other, ethnicities for the most part. I'm sure they have like some that I don't understand, but outside of India, those are just South Asian people. Here in America, the way that hierarchy manifests is explicitly along racial and ethnic lines. So you still call it whiteness because that's what it is. And the thing I've always challenged and I'm curious about, I'm learning. Like I'm here partially because I'm still working on my own grounded theory, much like Adam was a second ago when he was quoting Nick Fuentes. And
I wasn't actually quoting Nick Fuentes. I was
evoking his spirit.
I would say he would take to these stereotypes about black people pretty readily. I think you agree with that, though, right? You think Nick Fuentes is a racist, right?
Yeah, but let me finish my point. I'm still also trying to make sense of whiteness as a concept from y'all's perspective. Because why do you think it's not important to like name it whiteness when whiteness is clearly, when the being perceived as white is clearly such an important factor?
It's the same reason that Adam was invoking.
Yeah, exactly.
Like there is some we could take a collection of antisocial traits that exist among criminals or, lower income populations in America, and we could say, oh, we're going to call it blackness, right? And then if someone says, well, that sounds racist, I could say, well, listen, I mean, I'm not saying that all black people have these traits, but there's a disproportionate a number of black people in that category. So therefore, I'm assigning it the name blackness. To me, it doesn't seem like it would be, I mean, it seems super racist, and it doesn't seem like it really would be effective at communicating the idea, except to people that want to promote racist stereotypes.
It would be super effective at promoting racist stereotypes, though, Sitch. Very
effective at actually making society better.
Right. But so it's a couple of things. One, that already happens. Like, let's be clear.
Of course.
That is not like a hypothetical. That's a real thing.
But academia is not signing off on it.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, academia
that's the biggest difference right there. But academia once did sign off on it. That's why I brought up the phrenology, obviously.
Right.
And so
you wouldn't accept phrenology as not racist just because academia signed off on it, correct?
Why does academia no longer sign off on it, though?
Because it's untrue.
Well, it's not just true, but also academia has become very left-wing oriented anyway.
But what was their, like, what result are they trying to avoid is a point I'm getting at. Like,
racist stereotypes.
It's not, but what do stereotypes produce for everyone except white people? Like if I Adam, all right. So here's why I have this opinion. If I made a video talking about how racist you guys are, that would be literally the only thing I could ever do to hurt you for the most part. And only because I've amassed a large following, right? If you see me on the street and tell the police I look suspicious, you know what I'm saying? But
you're making my point about the racist stereotypes. People are more likely to do that on the street because of racist stereotypes.
Right. What I'm trying to say is the stereotypes that you all are afraid of mostly mean nothing. They don't, like, you don't fear being seen as a racist the same way I fear whether or not I make a police officer nervous.
Yeah, but
you just said the only way that you could hurt us is to go on your YouTube channel and accuse us of racism.
It's literally the only way.
Which is more likely to happen.
Wait.
Which is more likely to happen? Me to get profiled by police officers, or you to get,
or do you to go to for someone on the left to go on their YouTube channel and call us racist? I mean, I bet it's happened to us far more than you've been racially profiled.
And how is that hurt y'all?
It's who knows how.
It's definitely, prevented people from the left from engaging in our stuff.
Probably cost us money, fans, viewership.
Oh man, that sounds tough.
I know, it's very tough.
Well, how many nights have you spent in jail from being racially profiled?
None, thankfully.
So it hasn't affected you at all. It's just fear.
Oh no, no. I haven't been to jail yet.
Okay.
But even me
this cost us money.
Oh man, that is. Is this y'all's job? Do y'all do this day job? Is this y'all full time?
This is like a part-time gig. So
all right. So yes, I'm sorry your part-time gig got thrown off because some lefties, probably with as many or less subscribers than you, looked at this vaguely racist thumbnail of my friend Sean Spear and said, I don't know about those guys.
But we usually cover people that are like you, with larger YouTubes than us,
who are in fact racist, and I would qualify her as definitely racist. So
I mean, you seem to have a low bar,
but it seems like your whole argument is essentially, well, it's okay for me or for academia to kind of use something that seems pretty racist just because I don't think that racism against white people will manifest in society in some physical way. So it's okay.
So no. So that's just me pointing out the kind of absurdity of us even talking about this like on an equal playing field.
Well, it's not. And we can go into that, but I'm just saying that to me, that's a weak argument.
Well, I don't
think it's true.
Yeah, that's not my argument though. My argument is not that, so it's funny. I talked with Young about this a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a month ago now. We had a similar conversation. It's not just that it doesn't affect you all, right? It's also that it's kind of an apples and oranges thing. And that's kind of the key issue is that and this is one of the reasons why the concept of racism has been removed from, like, when we talk about, air quotes, anti-white racism, most academics, critical race theorists, and people within sociological, psychological fields would say we're not really talking about racism. We're talking about bigotry. We're talking about prejudice. And that's because I'm sure you all chat said with me, for racism to be real, it has to be included
P
with
plus P
power.
equals R. Yes.
Yeah, it has to. So, and there's a reason why that is a thing. It's because historically, when we try to, historically, when people try to have conversations about race and put, whiteness on the same playing field as everyone else in a country where white people have the majority of power, it ends up not actually producing anything of significant for non-white people. It ends up kind of starting things at a point where, we've already conceded every major issue because it's like, well, it's the colorblind racism conversation, you know?
Right. So, well, two things. Number one, you should actually look into, I don't know if you've looked into sort of the origin of when P plus P equals R, that concept became popular because it was really popularized in response to conservatives calling affirmative action policies racist. It was really a kind of a, not really like a, oh, this is an important academic thought. It's really more like a propaganda tool, like, oh, well, we don't want people on the right to be able to call all our policies racist, so we're going to redefine the term racism. That's really how that took off.
I mean,
So,
but it's
no,
still, it's, so I don't know much about that particular nugget of information, but that sounds like it makes sense. Like that's exactly. First off, I want to be clear because you said this earlier, and I don't know if y'all caught this. I'm not I'm not a fan of identity politics for the most part. I find identity politics. You caught what I was giving out there when I pointed out that Obama essentially exacerbated the flaws of identity politics to a point where it broke. Um, it broke. It broke people's brains, for
mhm.
lack of a way of putting it. So I want to first put that out there. But the affirmative action conversation is exactly what I'm talking about. So affirmative action, which never worked for black people. I'm sure you all know this, right? That the number one beneficiaries of affirmative action were white women. That
Yes.
the average DEI workshop person looked like Robin DiAngelo,
Hmm.
right? So that's number one. That's important to understand is that affirmative action never worked. However, in concept, the whole point of affirmative action was to recognize that the institutions and systems of power were always going to maintain the status quo as they existed, that black people had, been pulling themselves up by the bootstraps, et cetera, or the ones that did. And they were getting into positions where they should be getting access to resources, should be getting access to jobs and education, et cetera. And they were being denied that access facing barriers in other ways. And so the whole point of affirmative action was to say, hey, why don't we create a system where these folks who have proved themselves, worthy or whatever, can get access? And the response to that was reverse racism because they're operating off the idea that the way things are inherently were normal and fair, and that there was no reason to correct them based on past historical prejudices, discrimination, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't think that was the argument. The argument was that, oh, in the 60s, this idea of like, don't judge people by their skin color was basically the prominent idea that was foisted by the left onto, some people who are racist, especially people who are racist on the right. And then they're like, oh, but with affirmative action, you're using skin color as the criteria, so therefore you're being a hypocrite. That was the way
But
people
it's
were
but
arguing
the
against.
point of it was
I
still
understand what
to
you're saying. I'm just saying that
yeah.
was their argument. It
Hold
was.
on for a second. Stay there. What's up? Oh no, I'm fine. Thank you. Close the door. So yeah, so it's apples and oranges in terms of like the semantics of the argument. It's still
Why don't it's semantic? It's people
what
if people are going to believe something, they want to feel like that there's some sort of even set of rules that everyone's following. They don't want to believe that there's different criteria is set. And this was part of the argument against treating Black people and other people like second-class citizens, was to say it's unfair that there's different criteria for different people.
But there's not, and we all know this. So yeah, they could have been honest about it and said, look, the racist white systems of this country will never allow Black people to get a fair shot in education, corporate America, whatever. So we're gonna purposefully change the frameworks to allow more access to these Black people. They could have said that. Would that have passed? Would that have gotten any type of support from even the left at the time? No, they went with this identity politics based, soft language for a reason, because they knew that was the only way they could get it to get across. And what that does, as I kind of am arguing, is it leaves open these types of arguments. It leaves these arguments open to say, well, this just sounds like discrimination, and isn't discrimination bad? And it's like, yeah, discrimination is bad until I do it.
Yeah, but it's
until it serves a purpose.
It kind of leads into what we were talking about with the whiteness thing and how this would manifest. Because even if I were to argue or to believe, which I don't, I'm just going to do this hypothetically, even if I were to believe that all the anti-white racism in the world would have zero impact whatsoever on, creating some kind of system in America where white people are discriminated against. Even if I were to accept that, it still seems to me fairly obvious that all of the what we'd call woke shit and all the identity politics and all the anti-white racism that's been kind of mainstreamed or mainlined in the country for the last 8 years is directly leading to the Groyper movement and sort of this rebound effect by the white nationalist. So it seems it's completely against the self-interest of anti-racists to be promoting this stuff.
I disagree with that. But before I get into that, I just need to understand, are you afraid of anti-white racism? You personally are afraid of that? And that's based on what?
It's based on that. I think there's two outcomes. I think the outcome is we could continue down a pathway where America basically devolves into some sort of weird socialist style identity politics country, which I think would end if we did continue down
socialism.
Pathway,
shouldn't have much to do with identity politics, but that's
well, no,
we failed.
Well, I mean, CRT is rooted in a socialist framework.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So I shouldn't even have bothered getting into that.
Right,
go
right.
ahead.
But you know what I mean when I say
I know what you mean. Yes.
Right. I think it's very possible that the country, if it were to continue on that pathway unchecked, I think it would devolve into some sort of weird far left country where it would devolve into a civil war and things would break apart. That's one direction. Or the other direction is it has the pendulum swing back, and the white ethno-nationalists gain a lot more prominence, and here we go again.
So my question was more about you, Sitch. Like, Sitch, when you leave your house tomorrow morning to go do a thing, are you afraid of anti-white racism? Are you afraid of white racial stereotypes?
And where I live, no, I don't.
All right. There's no place in this country.
That's not true. What do you mean?
There's no place in this country where I can live. Not you. You might, if you move to some neighborhoods I maybe lived in once upon a time.
Right.
You could, if you want to be a rapper and you weren't as good looking as, I don't know, what's the guy's name? Jack Harlow. Then maybe you might encounter some discrimination at some point if you weren't the right type of white rapper. But there's pretty much no environment where I have your situation. And that is a major key here. Like, we can't speak about anti-white racism in the same breath as actual racism if you're talking about, I don't want people to think I'm a Nazi at the grocery store and I get nervous when I see the police. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, first of all, if I was as white walking around in some non-white areas, yes, I could very easily be discriminated against 100%. And
yes.
I've heard there's lots of white people who grew up in non-white areas, who went to non-white schools, who were viciously
I will give
bullied.
you that definitely does happen. There's a lot of bullying that happens to white people when they enter all black spaces. There's also other things that happen. It's a weird actual synergy about tokenization, but the results of it are different. But yes, that is true. But that's also like, one, that's pretty rare. Two, there's not a lot of, there's no impetus, there's no incentive other than wanting to be, again, a white rapper or like a hip hop dancer or whatever. There's no incentive for the average white person to pursue being in an all black space, right? Whereas if I want access to better amenities, better grocery stores, better this, that, and the third, I need to find the most comfortable white space. That is the best way for me to do that. So again, it's like comparing these two on the same playing field. It just doesn't work.
It's not a question of comparing these things on the same playing field. I think obviously racism against black people is historically, especially if we include that, is obviously far outweighed racism against white people in America. It's not a question of that. It's a question of if we actually want things to get better in the future, what do you have to do to materialize that future? And to me, it seems very obvious that kind of the sort of heavy focus on identity politics and the sort of casting white people as racist. And then when they complain about it, saying, well, you don't get to complain about it because you don't get to experience it the way that black people do. All to me is doing is it's just going to make it so much harder to have a future where things are better and people aren't actually racist.
So, okay, hey, let's meet halfway here, right? Look at this. This is amazing. I'm getting goosebumps.
Making progress.
We both, I think, agree that identity politics are cooked and that the way identity politics have been weaponized and utilized, including affirmative action in the 60s, right, are not good and mostly end up being used to put a handful of minority status people in power, become this like, political football to pass around right-wing spaces to show examples of anti-white racism, et cetera, to allow what Barack Obama did to be something that is still championed and greatly supported by liberals and black liberals alike. So there's a lot of problems with identity politics and the way that people have, like the thing I was about to start a tangent on with you that was a mistake in the moment just because it was derailing the conversation, is that one of the big problems of the left, air quotes left, online, is that it is too identity politics based to the point where people are mistaking actual leftist theory and ideology for minority representation and gender representation, et cetera. And what that really is now a black president gets to drop bombs on Gaza. You know what I'm saying? And so that actually isn't good for the movement I believe in. And so the thing, though, where we end up fighting is that we don't, even if you weren't like a socialist, even if you weren't, which clearly you are, otherwise I wouldn't be here and the chat wouldn't be being so nice to me.
Right.
Even if you weren't a hardcore socialist, if you are still of the mind that anti-black racism and anti-white racism should in any way be discussed on the same playing field, then there's like, we haven't gotten past the first step yet, right? Like we can get away from the nonsensical identity politics, the Robin DiAngelo of it all, the DEI workshops, and all this captured capitalist neoliberal nonsense. We can have synergy on that, but we do need to get to the bottom of the ways in which whiteness moves and the ways in which whiteness, like, because the thing that I'm trying to like ground here is that when we talk about white people being racist, I'm not talking about a sense of hatred or animosity towards black people that is even conscious 90% of the time. I'm talking about how whiteness kind of move. Like when there's a study, I invite you to maybe bring it up one day if you have time, because I know you're a researcher. I wish I could find it. I'm just going to Google it right now because I know I'm sure it'll pop up.
Hey, FD, why is the equality of the playing field as you lay it out? Why is that relevant?
Why is equality of the playing field relevant in terms of like What? Like going back to
look,
affirmative action?
even if I give it to you, if I say, look, the black stereotypes are 10 times worse. The white people are carrying around a bazooka and you've got a pocket knife. Okay. The stereotypes against the white people don't do as much damage. Why is that relevant? And we're talking about, hey, let's put our weapons away. Like,
So
maybe we shouldn't.
Well, because I think you all don't even realize you're holding weapons. Does that make sense?
How can you even say that when I'm clearly articulating the problem to you? Sitch is laying out the problem. You admit that the black stereotypes are a problem.
So the New Deal is a perfect example, right? And everything that's happened with, welfare state, whatever, since around that time. When the New Deal first happened, a lot of like New Deal stuff, the GI Bill, unemployment, and something else. There was a bunch of things in the New Deal that were written in ways explicitly to exclude Black people. That was they didn't put it on paper. Again, you all don't know you're holding weapons.
Well, look, we're talking about something different here, though. I'm only talking explicitly about stereotypes.
Yeah, I'm saying this to make a point. White people don't really understand what racism is and how it works. So that if we both agree,
again,
let me finish.
You're making a stereotype of white people. So, but anyway,
it's based in history. I was about to name you the history.
Sure, but some white people obviously understand this, and some white people.
Some white people understand this, and some white people don't.
So
you all call them
that's like
soy boys and lip cucks, though.
Right. Okay.
And then they turn it into kneeling in the Capitol building in kente cloth, and everybody claps, and we're all like, "What the fuck is going on?" Because nothing has actually happened. The thing I'm getting at is that white people don't understand what racism is and how it works. The average white person thinks racism is, and this is me stereotyping, of course.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing I'm trying to avoid.
Let me say the white person I perceive in my mind who has a problem with racism and doesn't understand it. So not all white people believes that racism is an issue of hatred and an issue of bigotry and an issue of individual decisions and morality. That is where we've established racism as a problem in this country.
Are you talking about unintentional racism? Is that where you're going?
Structural racism, institutional racism.
I'm talking about structural and institutional racism.
Okay, look, you're making my argument though. Why aren't stereotypes the biggest problem in unintentional racism? What is bigger? What is a bigger problem than stereotypes?
The structures, because it doesn't require a stereotype. It's just the structure.
Okay.
The system
lay it out.
itself.
What's the structure?
All right. So I used to live in a different part of town. And the first thing I noticed when I moved to a nicer part of town is that I didn't see police so much. And the part of town I was in wasn't that much more like I didn't have that many more issues with crime or break-ins. And, it was not like a horrible, area, but it did have more Black people. And every day when I left my house, I would see probably 3 police cars before I got out of my neighborhood. They were always there. That is a structural, like that. There's so many, that is not a benign factor of like urban and community planning or existing in that community. And I get over here where I'm at now, which is probably like more representative of the country. There's like a nice amount of Black people, but it's way more white. The houses are more expensive. And I don't see police at all. There's still crime happening over here. There's still people doing drugs in their homes. There's still people smoking weed outside without weed permits or whatever they are, licenses or whatever. But the police aren't policing it. And that's just one example. So nobody in that situation is getting called the N-word. And
that's structural racism.
That's an example
the amount
of
policing that goes on in certain areas.
I don't think you can assume that the reason the police were in one part of the neighborhood was simply because they're like, well, these are where the Black people are.
That's literally called targeted policing. It's literally a thing that exists across the country and has for a while.
It existed, but generally now police, if we believe that police are operating on the idea that they have budgets and they want to make the best of those budgets are operating and they're saying, okay, where is the crime? Where's the resources that we need to put our officers? And that's where they place their officers.
But there's been plenty of studies that show that crime is happening everywhere. It's just different crimes get policed.
Yeah, because it's different crimes can have different outcomes.
Yeah, so
different effects on society. Yeah.
Which crimes have a greater negative effect on society? The weed men on the other side of town that I used to live on, or the Wall Street guy stealing money from retirees? Which one has a great...
The local police are not the ones that are investigating
yes, they
white
are.
collar crimes.
They're investigating. So no, they're not. I don't know who investigates white collar crimes, but I'm getting to the point of which crimes have a bigger effect on people.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that that's nothing that's apples and oranges. The local police are not investigating Wall Street crimes. That's not their jurisdiction. They're investigating crimes in the area. And the guy who's selling weed in a lower income part of town could be financing a gang, which if you could stop the money flowing in the gang, could lead to lower violent crime rates in the community.
It's still getting at the fact that the places where we're putting the resources. Somebody, Ace, let me know multiple times that he's donating to Cop City, which, by the way, they already built Cop City. He's going to
donate anyway. All right.
He's going to donate anyway.
Yes.
Right. What would be a better use of those resources? Since we know how crime is constructed, would it be a better use to add more resources to whoever investigates white collar crime, which has a much bigger effect on people's lives than the local weed man, and then to use the $90 million that went to Cop City to invest in that community, or to spend $90 million on more police to go to that community and round those people up, exacerbating the problems in that community?
It depends who you want to help. Because if you want to help, middle-class white people who may be losing their 401ks or, losing money on bad stock trades, I'd say go after the white collar crime. If you want to help, lower income black people in neighborhoods where they don't want to be victims of crime, I think you'd want more.
That type of policing does not help lower income black people, though. We know this. That's a long understood result of policing. It doesn't help.
I don't believe that's true, but
you think stereotypes affect police or policing?
Do I think stereotypes of black people affect police? Yes.
Okay, so then it still makes my point that stereotypes are the problem.
No, the problem is the police. The problem is,
well, what's driving the police if it's not the stereotypes?
Quotas, like somebody said, Sitch said earlier, the fact that the police are funded the way they are and not other things that actually help the community.
Right. Are you afraid of police? Generally,
yes.
I want more police in my neighborhood.
I do not want
clean up the riffraff, get them out of here.
That doesn't actually help. That doesn't
the police
help.
Don't help.
That may make some people feel safer, right? Mm-hmm. And if
we get like a jaywalker around here and there's like 20 cops, it's like ridiculous.
Yeah. That may make some people feel safer. The police don't make me feel safe.
Well, as long as you don't jaywalk, you're cool.
Yeah, but they might perceive me to be jaywalking. They might perceive me to be aggressive. They might perceive me. I've had police show up at my door looking for other people and have my house surrounded.
Do they know about your? You don't say, "Hey, you guys look like you have a bunch of white fragility," do you?
No,
you don't throw the white fragility at them when they're.
I didn't think to do that. I was told pretty early on not to get smart with the police. That is very much a white privilege.
No, but so I guess
that is very much not a white privilege. You get smart with the police as a white person, you're going to get the same fucking attitude. You
will most.
Yeah, so it's not a white privilege.
Yes,
yeah,
that was me trying to match the energy.
Right, I get it.
I know that police are assholes to everyone.
Is the argument that if you had less police in lower income black areas, those areas would do better socially, financially? Is that the argument?
You would need to. So this is we're going back to 2020, Black Lives Matter fucking talking points, and this is tedious.
If just say yeah, you don't have to say give your
I mean,
argument. You can just say yes.
essentially yes. Yeah, essentially
Okay.
yes. If you took the resources, police budgets are like billions of dollars, and they don't do anything. They don't really stop crime. They don't reduce crime substantially. They don't reduce crime substantially more than I think what's going on in Baltimore. I don't know the details. Is a perfect example. Like they did a ton of alternative type work in Baltimore, and they've greatly reduced their crime and murder rate since y'all people called them, not y'all. I'm sure y'all didn't do this, but
I personally did it. Yes.
the mayor that was called the DEI mayor because he had a fade. And Google this up and fact check me in real time. I don't know all the details, but I know that's an example, and that's something that's been repeated historically. That when you improve the health and education and economic standing of a community, it has less crime, period. So if you're spending billions of dollars to police the community and the crime persists, crime I think is lower now than it was in the 90s. And that's mostly because there's so many people in jail, and we have more people in jail than any country in the world. Like you see how this is not feel like an efficient solution to the problem.
So I would agree that yes, putting money and resources into improving the community with education or whatever social
Can I pause
and,
for a second just so I'm clear?
Yes.
So you all don't believe structural systemic racism are real?
I
believe it's real.
I believe the Ben Shapiro definition is real, which is that there were institutions that were created intentionally to be racist that in the past, and that the echoes of that have continued forward into the future. So I think I kind of agree that it exists. I just don't agree it exists or the way that you think.
Even if I were to take that and say that's good enough for me, right? What is our debate here if I'm trying to explain to you that structural racism is the real problem? Let's say it's Ben Shapiro's definition.
Our debate is that, okay, for example, I would say that the way that I think of structural racism, or one way I think of it, is that there's this very wicked problem, which is that, because black people were discriminated against, and their slavery and all this other stuff, it would obviously make, and this would be true of anyone, it'd obviously make people very angry at society for treating them that way, and it would make them not necessarily want to participate in that society or assimilate into that society because of the past treatment, which makes perfect sense. The problem and that's not really their fault, but the problem with that is then if you're not going to participate in society, if you're not going to assimilate into the majority culture, then you will always be at a disadvantage. Always. And so that's an effect of structural racism that I think that exists right now. And so when you say, well, what's the problem here? I feel like it's the way that you and other people on the left talk about this is you're basically continuing to handicap people from actually being able to make their own lives better.
So I don't want to go too far into the structural racism debate because again, it's like 2020 core. Let's just roll with Ben Shapiro's version, because you said something earlier that blew my mind, because you were describing rage, like the rage that black people feel, and you were kind of doing it candidly. I don't know if this was like just some really like 4D chess, because what you just described is what it feels like to be disadvantaged. And yeah, so actually no, let me get off that tangent. If we were to take Ben Shapiro's definition of structural racism, that the echoes of past racist structures, like something like redlining, right? Or Robert Moses's destruction of black communities through highway and urban planning. If we were to recognize that those things were there and that the effects of those things are still in place, again, why would it not be important for us to establish that as the baseline way we engage with race and identity in this country, especially as we're talking about the mythical anti-white racism, because there is no
Right,
historical corollary there.
right.
You see what I'm saying?
So I understand the question. So I would say, because it comes back to what I said earlier in the conversation, which is I think it's actually impossible for you or me or anyone to get America or white people as a broader population on board with not being racist, with not judging people by their skin color, if we're going to say, well, people get to be racist against you. I just don't think that's a feasible project whatsoever. And I think the rise of the Groypers and the ethno nationalists shows that to be entirely true.
So I will concede that the people that make it like their brand to make up, new racial epithets for white people as a joke, and the way that online discourse and mixed company tends to become very heavy-handed for white people who transgress from a racial standpoint is not very useful. It's entertaining from that standpoint, but it's not actually like real work. That is part of my critique of the left of weaponizing identity politics for clout. Because I could come up here like right now, I could say all kinds of knuckle dragging Neanderthal cracker stuff like for the next 20 minutes, and there would be no consequence for me, and it would become a meme at most. I could be Umar Johnson, you know what I'm saying, who people mistake for being like a big deal when he's mostly a meme, right? Versus until Destiny platformed him, there was a point in time where Nick Fuentes was basically gone from the public sphere.
That was Destiny. What were you
Destiny
doing?
brought him back, didn't he?
God,
Destiny
thanks,
totally
Destiny.
rehabilitated his career, didn't he?
I don't know if he totally did, but like I remember not seeing that dude and him being gone from everywhere. I mean, you tell me, am I wrong for thinking
No, it's
that?
a chicken and waffles thing, man. He made it look cool to be a fucking racist white
Thanks,
nationalist.
Destiny.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well,
Terrible.
I completely blame Destiny.
so you're being sarcastic, but
No. I think he did do a lot to rehabilitate.
I like to give Destiny shit, so I don't think it's true, but I'm fine saying it's true for the fun.
I think it's 100% true.
Yes.
I definitely think it's true.
There is research that shows like that's the whole marketplace of ideas is nonsense take that I had in the video, is that there's research to show that you're not actually, like me coming on here to debate you all about this stuff is not necessarily going to change anyone's mind.
Of course.
Yeah, we don't.
Well, I mean, Fuentes dropped Destiny to go hang out with Kanye West, so that might have had a stronger influence on the movement.
I feel like he might not have been on
But
Kanye's
look, he
radar.
he never would have got to Kanye West without Destiny.
You think Kanye was watching Destiny?
No, I just think that helped him because he was nowhere. He was a nothing figure for a couple of years.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
Sitch, just go with it. What do you?
I'll go with it for the meme, but I don't know if it's actually true.
I don't know. So
it's 100% true.
Okay.
I used to.
This is the one true thing FD has said since he came on the entire stream.
Destiny, it is your fault that the Groypers are more prominent. All right.
I mean, I just know I have my past, of debating with white supremacists and paying attention to the scene. And
who have you debated white supremacy?
Oh, not like as content. I mean, once upon a time, like I was a message board troll in white supremacist spaces.
I gotcha.
I would go in there and argue with insert white supremacy because part of it helped me develop an understanding of the ethos, and like where it really sat. But this leads me to the thing I really challenge you on. So while Fuentes was like not doing anything before he was replatformed by Destiny, I don't know if it's fair to say that there's like a rise in Groyper adjacent activity that is the result of the left. Does that make sense?
So, what are you saying? Are you saying you don't think there's a rise, or there is a rise, but you don't think it's the left's fault?
So I don't. So I both. I don't think
Okay,
there's
okay,
really a
I got you.
rise. There's a
Gotcha.
rise in like attention and like algorithmic prominence, right? But not to what it was, before the apocalypse. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting. Okay. I'm surprised to hear you say that, but
yeah, that that
okay.
that
Well, there you go.
yeah. I
I
don't.
think there has been an increase, and I do when I listen to those people talk, and when I see the comments that they always post. Now, maybe it's all part of some kind of op. Maybe they're all bots. I don't know, but the arguments are always that they give are always that they're young people who grew up in an environment over the last 8 years where they were felt like they were being demonized because they were men or because they were white. Their own lives, they don't feel like they have this systemic power that people have attributed to them. And so they say, okay, if I'm getting attacked for my racial identity, I need to use my racial identity to defend myself. And I need, white people need to stick together.
Are stereotypes
Yeah.
part of that attack, Sitch?
Fuck those
They
people.
are, right. And that is basically the
Are they a
argument.
big part of that attack?
I hope that fuck those people. Those people are not significant. They don't represent, like, Twitter is not a real place. The comment sections of these channels are not real places. These channels are all smaller than even Shakespeare, right? Like who, I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not keyed in. Who are the big boys in this space?
Well, do you think like when Charlie Kirk makes his comments about like the mayor of New York that you don't detect, that's just there's nothing racist about that whatsoever?
Oh, that's very, Charlie Kirk's a racist though.
Okay. Well, do you think you think the
Like,
reason that he feels comfortable saying those comments is because he feels like sort of the ethno-nationalist movement is more prominent on the right now?
I think so. So all right, let's back
At least
up.
on the internet. I don't think it's prominent on the right mainstream.
And that's kind of my point. Like, there's always been, well, not always, since Gamergate. Somebody said it in the chat earlier, and I was like, you're completely correct. Since Gamergate going into the alt-right movement, I don't know if there's been, I think what we have is post Obama, there was definitely like a backlash, right? And I think there's statistically like the growth of white supremacist activity in the country was like 1 bajillion% during and after Obama, right? So there's that, but I wouldn't call that growth as much as mask off. Does that make sense? And so when I see Charlie Kirk, not even dog whistling, just like shouting, racist stuff about, Mamdani or insert whatever situation here, he's just playing to a market that is well developed for the last, 10 years, lucrative, and in my opinion, not representative of like the greater reality. Like Mamdani just won. He won without black people in New York, So it's like, Kamala, probably, Kamala was a bad politician, but if Kamala had ran a campaign similar to Mamdani in terms of issues, instead of trying to be like a diet Republican, she might have won. She might have.
But so, okay. So like when this was a while ago, I don't know if you remember, when Vivek, I guess, yeah, it must have been last year. Vivek had some comment on X about how, being American isn't about a skin color. It's about, or an ethnicity. It was about like having a shared sense of ideals of believing in the American dream and, blah, 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 blah. Like what it means to be American. Kind of a very colorblind liberalism view of things. And he did get a lot of support from people on the right, but he also did get a lot of pushback from certain of these accounts on the right. So much so that he actually had to respond to it. And so I guess I feel like he would not have, or at least I feel like he wouldn't have got that pushback 10 years ago. And the people that did push him back would not, they'd be like Richard Spencer, no one gives a shit about him. They'd be no name accounts, no one ever hear about it. Or the people that maybe felt that way, if you want to say it's mask on or mask off, they would have been too mask on to ever reveal that to the public, that they disagree with Vivek's statement about ethnicity not being tied into being American.
Yeah, and
So do you agree or disagree with that? Do you think it's changed in 10 years?
so I think the prominence online, I think the country's always been very racist. I think that the existence of white identity, identitarians and Christian nationalists, etc., is a mutation of a problem that's always been there. And it is more powerful because they've consolidated, right? Because they've branded effectively, and because these systems, the YouTube algorithms, the TikTok algorithms, do not have any, they they crossed the line after Gamergate, not Gamergate, what I call it earlier, the apocalypse, right? We know the apocalypse happened in response to the Virginia hate march or whatever they called it.
Well, it didn't, but that's another topic.
Correct me. What do you?
The apocalypse started because there were ads that were played alongside of terrorist videos, Islamic terrorist videos, and then that got compounded by a hit piece on PewDiePie calling him a racist.
Even worse, right? So that kind of still proves my point, is that the issue of racism is not like it's not a new thing, you know? And so if YouTube didn't do the apocalypse because of, word about the
Yeah, but
spread,
PewDiePie wasn't racist though.
PewDiePie wasn't really like, he wasn't a overt white supremacist,
He
but
was
he was
structurally racist.
He was a crypto white supremacist. He normalized N-word jokes, all kinds of shit.
You think he actually was a crypto racist? Because I don't. I think he was just a random person.
No, I think
said the N-word.
what is it? Gamer words. Like when I say crypto racist, what I mean is there's people that are hiding their racism,
right,
for the sake of, getting more access and spreading the ideology.
Right. So you're saying,
and then there's useful idiots. That maybe I should say that he's more of a useful idiot for racism.
Okay, well,
what is the problem with normalizing N-word jokes? What's the
wait? I don't want to get sidetracked on that.
Yeah, let's stay on track.
So just to be clear, you're saying PewDiePie you think he's a useful idiot, not that he was a crypto racist.
Yeah, I think that's a more accurate statement, because crypto is more what I was describing a second ago. But my point is that PewDiePie received no backlash until that hit piece. You just corrected me in saying,
well, I think didn't the N-word thing happen after the hit piece?
I don't know.
I think it did, but anyway.
The apocalypse wasn't a response to the growth of white, racist alt-right stuff.
No.
And so like all of that stuff was bigger then. Like that area of YouTube was bigger then, when they were more overt. The apocalypse kind of killed all their channels. A handful of them traded. I know, like Sargon's kind of a century. Am I thinking of Sargon?
No, you're thinking of
who am I thinking of?
I don't think you're thinking of Sargon.
Amazing Atheist, like, is a person that kind of switched sides, kind of, I think, and a couple of other people have, or if not switched sides, and at least been like, look, I just hate Muslims and women. I don't know about all this Nazi stuff, right? Like, so that.
Wait. So, because I was on YouTube, at that time period, and I'm on it now, and I, even when there were channels and I'm like, okay, these channels seem kind of sus about whether they're racist or not, on YouTube and on or Twitter back in those days. Even the channels that like like the same people that I see now who are just like super overt white nationalists on X, those people existed 8 years ago, 10 years ago on YouTube and on Twitter, and they were not overtly racist. Maybe they were some kind of dog whistling, maybe they were saying something, and I don't know if their views change or their mass.
That's the thing. Where did the meta go?
But to me, that makes my argument, not your argument.
But what are we arguing? Let's actually clarify.
I'm saying that the 8 years of wokeness essentially made the white nationalist movement stronger.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe that, because I think actually, you know what? I have to hold that. It did make the white nationalist movement stronger. I have to recognize it. That is, I'll do some more research, but I think that's unequivocally true. I don't think, well, let me phrase that. The white nationalist movement is stronger. Let me say that.
And that's specifically tied to racism against white people.
That's where I disagree. The idea that racism against white people is what has made the white nationalist movement stronger, to me, is, I don't believe that.
Well,
And like,
is it? I would say it's not even racism against white people; it'd be the perception of racism against white people.
right. I think
Well,
that's
would
just
you
a
agree with
use.
that though?
No, I think that's just a useful
Okay.
recruiting tool. So there's been research done. This is research done by YouTube because they did get a lot of blowback for the alt-right stuff. Not research done by, I'm sorry, research that YouTube, research I found through some YouTube people. I don't know. I think I talked about it in some video, but long story short, what they found, the research on the alt-right pipeline stuff and stuff like that has found that the spread of certain content isn't necessarily likely to convince or create more people to believe a certain ideology that they didn't believe before. More accurately, it enhances the belief systems of those who are already there. And that's kind of why I don't really give this a lot of credit or energy. The growth of prominence and like this the more greater power for these white nationalist entities to me is not a matter of them increasing their numbers based on getting normal people who may not have been there before, but somebody called them a racist and they were like, well, I guess I hate black people now. Like, I don't think that's actually happening. I think what's happening is that racism has always been a thing. There's always been racists who have held these opinions, whether quietly or vividly in their hearts. And when they find a community that accepts that and champions that, and they can even make money being a part of it, then now we have a market. Now we have an economy based off of it.
Well,
So
let me.
like we don't, and we're definitely, and last thing, we're definitely not going to stop it by saying, all right, look, all these white supremacists over here are only there because we're making anti-white jokes.
Right, right.
Thus, if you all stop the anti-white jokes, just like every time in history, the racists will go away.
I guess the way that I perceive it is there's always obviously there's always been racist. Um, and I remember like years and years ago, I used to go on 4chan and I would go on poll and stuff, and people would be like super racist on poll, and it was always kind of like unclear how many people were doing it just to be edgy and how many people were doing it who were doing it because they sincerely believed it.
Mhm.
And but it seemed like it was pretty contained to like certain spaces. And now it seems like it's practically everywhere.
But that's
And
a
I guess
market response, though, is what I would
but
argue.
here's the question I would ask you is that if you were hypothetically, if you were a young, white male and you were in high school or college, or you're entering high school or you're entering college, and you kind of lived a, maybe a generic white privilege life, you haven't really dealt with any race issues or anything, and you enter this environment where suddenly for the first time, all these people, including teachers, are basically attacking you for the fact that you're white and saying that your whiteness or your ignorance to racism is perpetuating, horrible situations in the country. And if you want to voice your opinion or disagreement about any of these issues, you are instantly silenced because of your skin color, right? To me, it seems so obvious that that's going to make most people
No,
more racist. It's going to make
it's
most
literally
people
not. The average
turn
white guy
against.
that
It's
get
gonna make most people turn against that ideology.
is that a good way to champion the Marxist revolution? Right? No, it's not that. And like that, the hyper focus on identity politics, and
No, no, I know you said you don't agree with it,
we already
right?
met there. We've already
Yeah.
met there. So,
Yes.
but the average white guy that enters his sociology 101 class and is explained white privilege does not go to 4chan afterward and say, I guess I'm with you. Like, that doesn't happen. They say, well, that was weird, or that was annoying, or that was enlightening. And then they go on being normal white guy like most people are, So that's why I can't really give
Yeah. No.
that a
No.
lot
Yeah.
of.
Listen, we're not talking about like when I talk about there being an increase in white nationalism. I'm not saying like, oh my God, 50% of the country is become
Mhm.
indoctrinated with this stuff. I'm not saying that. I'm saying maybe before it was like 0.001%, and now it's like 0.01%, because there's going to be I think there is going to be more than not white people who are in that sociology class or in a non-sociology class where they're basically feel like they're being attacked because of their skin color. And then they go on YouTube or they go on X or Twitter or whatever, and they say, oh, it's really weird that like racism against white people is just totally accepted. And they are going to fall into, well, maybe what the groypers are saying is correct. It seems very like a very logical progression to me.
Only if you ignore this fallacy that like they're coming in as a blank slate and they just happen to like Sitch. Let's keep it a buck.
He's saying they're halfway there already.
Why were you
just because they're white? Obviously,
listen.
All white people begin halfway there, Sitch.
Yes.
Why was I on 4chan?
Why were you on 4chan?
I was on 4chan because I really liked arguing about politics with people on the internet.
Okay.
And I would always search out, and I was a very mainstream liberal lefty bubble at that time period. And so I would always be looking for places to argue politics with people. And I was like, oh, 4chan, where a bunch of people are here to argue, though obviously, arguing about politics and poll was actually stupid. So I really stayed more to go on because I'd like to talk about comics and stuff. But.
So why were politics fun for you?
I don't know. I just like to argue. Well, actually, probably just because I don't know. My parents or my father was very into politics, and so just growing up, I'd always hear political stuff, and it just kind of went in my brain.
And so my thing is, why didn't you being exposed? And an even better question: why didn't you being exposed to all this clear racist nonsense on a 4chan board or whatever? Why aren't you more racist? Why aren't you a groyper?
I mean, I literally stopped going because I felt like it was making me racist. It's true. I was like, holy shit. I think this is actually making me feel like racist feelings. So I stopped going.
Right.
So I think it had an effect on me. And I was a good liberal at the time.
So I think I'm not saying it's benign. Just like, I don't know, when a spree shooting happens and they point out that the kids play Call of Duty a lot, right? There's research to show that no, spree shootings are not caused by violent video games, but violent video games will desensitize you to violence. So there's a corollary there, right? There was something that you were operating with that some of your peers on the Chan boards weren't, that allows you to check that inclination, like, oh, I'm getting really too comfortable with, the racist nonsense in this space, right? And so you exit it out. And then there's people that are like, you know what? This is great. I love this. And then there's people, and even the fact that you got there in the first place speaks to a level of detachment from the issues that were being discussed. And that is like politics, like for me as a black man of relative privilege, right? When I got into college and I was cocooned in a safe university space surrounded by black people, I went to an HBCU. Y'all familiar with the concept?
Is it all black college?
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, the music is Kendrick Lamar, Adam. The music in the background is Kendrick Lamar. Good Lord. Good Lord.
How are you? Are you getting copyright struck for that? How are you not?
No, when you talk over music, they basically can't find it.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, if you put it low enough.
Instrumental part,
it's so distracting, man. It's distracting.
I mean, I have heard that, but I just see that as white repellent to the video.
Oh, you don't want white people to watch your video? I think probably most people watching your videos are white. So, but they're obviously they're like the white guilt type. They're like, I have to do my penance. No, I have to watch this FD Signifier video as my penance for slavery.
I think there's an element to that. I definitely get some white liberals. I get some white leftists. I get some white weirdos like the Ace guy who clearly is a fan. There's a lot of fans in your chat.
Sitch, is Ace a fan of mine?
No,
I mean,
fan of me.
Friend of me, maybe. But.
No, he's a fan of me.
I think he's a friend of me.
Yeah, maybe a friend of me. But no, I think my audience is probably about 50, 60, 40 at best black. But it depends on the video
60,
at this point.
60% black?
I would say so, yeah.
Oh,
I
really?
would say
Okay.
so. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like there's
There's
ways
corner
to
of the market
tell.
on black
Hold on.
racists.
Okay,
I
hold
think
on.
probably most of them are racist, but
let's move off the
I'm sorry.
demographics
Yeah,
for a
we're
moment.
because I can definitely talk
what do
about
you call
myself.
black
What
racist? Is that like
what
the alt? What is that?
I don't do that. I'm
we
not
call
a
them
black
bigots. Okay,
conservative.
but
Oh yeah, assholes.
there you go.
If I come up here doing all kinds of weird race humor and you guys aren't comfortable with that, I'll be an asshole, right? And there's an identity politics problem around how that can happen and the inability for people to talk about it effectively. But it's still very much like a rare thing. But no, I was making a point, Sitch, that for me in a relatively privileged position, that made it appealing to go online as a young black man and argue with a racist because I wasn't worried about them in my real life, right? And once I was again thinking about them in real life, suddenly that wasn't entertaining anymore. And so the very fact that there's a whole culture of white guys who find entertainment in arguing about serious political issues that low-key don't affect them materially compared to the people they talk about, that is in and of itself, say it with me, a white privilege. And so we're already kind of loading the gun there. And so I don't know enough about white people, or definitely not enough about you to figure out why you haven't went further down a racist disposition to get more into groyperness or whatever. But the reality is we're already starting like Adam, I'm not high on my power level. The construction of whiteness is anti-blackness. That is historically what it is. It is anti everything that's not white. And so the appeal of racist humor, racist stereotypes, the indifference to structural racism, the desire to not see those things and think that those things aren't real, that's not that's not like a conscious thing. That's a reflex. Does that make
what
sense?
um
Well, I look, I'm focused on the stereotypes. I think the stereotypes have been well studied. Obviously, whenever we're talking about things like representation, we're talking about socially engineering positive stereotypes of black people, right? So
Yeah, but
stereotypes
why?
obviously
Because
influence a lot of this stuff. I mean, that's
yeah,
a fact.
but yes, so stereotypes are influential. Stereotypes are bad. I think we agreed on that.
Yeah, yeah.
But they're not like stereotypes. The reason why grapers and shit are growing is because men in the country in general are not doing very well, and they're looking for a reason to do anything, a place to belong. Specifically, online dudes.
Probably because of negative stereotypes of men.
No, it's because they don't have jobs and they can't get no pussy. That's
Hmm.
why. They
Okay.
are
well, that
bitchless and
definitely
jobless.
contributes. Yeah, but wait a minute.
Fuentes himself, a closeted,
Probably, yeah.
a
No,
closeted bigot
but that doesn't.
Mexican.
If if you have a society or you have a situation where there's a bunch of young men that aren't happy because they can't get women or they can't get jobs or something, right? That always generally is going to lead to bad antisocial behavior.
Of course.
But the question is, it's going to be channeled in a specific direction. And if if you have so if you fix all those material conditions, maybe there'd be less people in that movement. But also, if that movement wasn't being propped up by the fact that there's a bunch of people attacking those same men on the basis of their sex and their
but that's
race.
the thing. You just aren't going to convince me that the in America, a country where where black people were slaves for 200 years and were subject to legal discrimination for 80 years after that, and then for the 50 years after that, this crypto covert discrimination and structural. Sorry, for the 50 years after that, according to Ben Shapiro, the echoes of that prior discrimination still permeate. You're not going to tell me that the key to the growth of racism and the consolidation of power by these white supremacist groups are people being mean to white people online. You're not. I just don't believe that.
What piece of information would you have to find that would change your mind where you go, oh, this is actually leading to this growth?
I would. I'm trying to conceptualize what study could you do to show the growth of racist sentiment in a white person
Like if you
over
just
time?
study where you like, I don't know, subjected one group of white people to like woke identity politics and then one group of white people to like colorblind libcuck liberalism. And the woke identity politics crowd, they tended to be ended up becoming more racist. Like, would that be, would you be like, oh, well, maybe?
So we would have to find we would have to get this in a vacuum. That's why I'm struggling.
Well, I mean, that's
Like,
impossible.
and that's kind of the struggle there is that for a study like that to be convincing to me, you would have to show me that this white person was unaffected by white race status in this country.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because we
No,
don't
that
live in
does
a
matter.
no, 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 no. It doesn't matter because we don't live in a vacuum. We live where we live, right?
Hmm.
And so if because of the latent racism that exists in American society, that if you teach one group of white people colorblind liberalism and it makes them less racist, and you teach another group woke identity politics and it makes them more racist, like yeah, maybe it's because of the past, but so what? It's still gonna have the outcome.
Yeah, but like, you know what the problem is that I think we're starting with this supposition that whiteness already exists in a vacuum, and like, and
No, no,
you're
no,
like,
no. To be
no,
clear, my position is I just want to move forward in a way that works. And I think that makes it better for everyone. And I think that's more important than people sort of feeling like their dignity is satiated, if that
Mhm.
makes sense.
Yeah, but see, I think in doing that, you're taking the talking points and rhetoric of these white supremacists and racists at face value. You're taking them at their word. And I don't do that. And I don't think there's any good reason to do that other than not fully understanding racism or not being as against it as you think you are. Because if
Well,
if if
mhm.
if Nick Fuentes says the real problem with racism is woke politics and black fatigue or whatever, and you're like, oh man, that makes a lot of sense. We're already starting well beyond a place to me of reason. You know what I'm saying? Because like,
Yeah,
why
but
would you believe him at his word?
I'm not taking Nick Fuentes at his word. I'm
Hmm.
looking at the talking their goal, presumably, of these people is to attract more people to their movement and increase their status and their wealth, right? We
Hmm.
both agree. Okay. So if they're using talking points to try to draw people to their movement, presumably they think they're effective persuasion. And so when they're using the talking points of, oh my God, look how discriminated white people are in society, they hate you because you're white, the whole fatigue thing that you're talking about, you can never live with these people. They always discriminate against you, blah, 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 blah. I mean, they're saying that because they think they're persuasive. They're not saying it to trick
So
me
no,
and
no, no,
you.
no. Those things are persuasive to people who are already amenable to that belief system. And
Right.
that's the thing.
Right. But
That's the thing we disagree on, I think.
even if I'm just trying to think of like we'll use a number system just to kind of conceptualize this. Okay. So you have to get to a 10 to become like a grape or a white nationalist, right?
Mhm.
Even if everyone starts at a baseline of 5 because of the latent racism in America that's existed or still exists today, it's like I assume you would acknowledge like or you would say that that rhetoric, that persuasion rhetoric that Reuters and those people are putting out, they're going to raise the level from a 5 to the 10. And I'm
Mhm.
saying if it wasn't for kind of the last 8 years of woke identity politics, those people, even if they had some latent racism in them, they wouldn't be persuaded by all that shit because Nick Fuentes could say all this stuff about they're being discriminated because you're white, and they look around, they'd be like, "Well, I've never experienced that. I don't see that anywhere in my life. I don't see that on the internet. So what are you talking about?"
So I would argue that while what you're saying is, I think, valid, right? Like if every white person is coming in at a 5, or better yet, the people that 5 is the tipping point. Let's say that there's a mythical group of young white men in this country that are coming into young adulthood at a 5,
Mm-hmm.
and um it's either they find me or they find Nick Fuentes first, right? And mind you, I don't make
I think finding you might
cringe
push
white.
them to Nick Fuentes, but
Yeah.
that's my
Anyway,
argument.
So there are five, and that means that it's basically who's going to be more convincing or what experience. I think the joke I made in a video, they're Eevee, the Pokemon, and you're
Right.
either going to get them with the Graper
The Groiper
Stone
Stone. Yeah.
or the liberal Lipcuck Stone or whatever,
Right.
right?
Or the
Even
Commie
if
Stone. Yeah.
even if that was the case,
Hmm.
my opinion is one, wasting a lot of time and energy trying to reduce the amount of anti-white rhetoric from the public sphere or the internet, and the Robin DiAngelos of the world. I'm sorry, boys. All right, keep it down, please. Thank you. Um, Reducing, and they immediately get louder. Reducing.
I don't think
So,
any background noise is coming through.
Yeah,
So.
it's we
oh,
don't
okay.
hear
Well,
anything at all, so it's
it's me,
fine.
so all good. So long story short, because I kind of messed up my own flow there. To me, this is a matter of efficiency. And if you go back to the end of that video, my thing has been, instead of me trying to build the perfect amenable vehicle for capturing every five out there, because I don't think there's a lot, and trying to create the most soft, incorruptible presentation and branding and marketing for wokeness or whatever.
Hmm.
Instead of wasting time and energy doing that, I'm just going to create as big a tent in my hug box, in my echo chamber. My goal is to just grow my echo chamber as big as possible. My
Sure.
energy is much more valuable doing that. Martin Luther King took that stance,
Hmm.
right? Nonviolent. I won't condemn riots, but also I condemn riots, but I understand riots aren't coming out of nowhere. And we shall overcome. I have a dream speech. He was the most amenable to what you're speaking of person ever. And as soon as he started to feel like, oh, this actually isn't really working, they killed him. He was assassinated.
Well, it was a person killed him.
A person killed him. Of course, it was the FBI, but a person
Uh,
killed him, right?
uh-huh.
So Barack Obama, another perfect example. As many issues I have with Barack Obama, did Barack Obama do anti-white rhetoric? Did he do anti-white jokes?
Not really.
Not really. He didn't do any real identity politics stuff. He tried his best to stay away from it. The only time they caught him up was when Trayvon Martin died, and he
Right,
said
right,
Trayvon Martin may have looked like me. And it's like, oh,
right.
he threw Reverend Wright under the bus. You know what I'm saying? So my attitude is miss me with this talking point that you
Well,
got from the right wing,
but
because
it's not a talking point from the right wing because I agree with the concept that you're saying, like try to grow your tent out to make as big as possible. And I guess what I'm saying is if it doesn't make sense to me if the way that you're doing it is by pushing something that to me seems, going to be like the whole whiteness thing is going to be interpreted in this way that is super racist. And I'd even go further and argue, I think the people that did push the concept of whiteness, I think it is really racist. I think those people are different flavors of mask on, mask off, hyper racist who don't believe in a society where different races can live next to each other. I mean, that's kind of a core component of CRT is that the, white people and black people can't really ever coexist in some
but
sort
no,
of
it's not that
colorblind
they
utopia.
can't do it, it's that they won't be able to do it if racism still exists.
But they believe from 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 all the CRT literature that I've read
Hmm.
and from the Kimberly Crenshaw stuff that I've read, and even from Derek Bell stuff, they all have a very
Pessim-
fatalist attitude. They keep saying that like, oh, they don't believe in biological essentialism, but they seem like they do believe in some form of like cultural essentialism.
but you
And they all
but you
have a very
understand.
fatalist, pessimistic aspect that they think racism will be around forever. And that's why they don't think that white people and black people can really coexist in a colorblind liberal society.
But the point of that type of rhetoric was to basically argue for explicit radical legal intervention. they were trying to say, when they were saying that, it wasn't
incredibly
specifically
generous interpretation.
when they were saying this. I mean, it's fine. We'll have different interpretations, obviously.
Right,
But
right.
from my standpoint, when they were saying stuff like that, which is to me not untrue, I want to be clear. It's not doesn't mean we can't live among white people, but that racism is not going away based on the good nature of people. They were saying that to make the point that we're not going to morality and shame racism away. That we have to create an environment where racism essentially is just untenable to permeate. That racism can't be done because it will cost something, because there's no resources to feed it.
But I think it goes deeper than that. I forget what the person's name was. It was some CRT author. They kind of talked about how assimilation is bad, and that like if there's a black person who, the example they gave was a black person who gets a job as a lawyer and goes, puts on a suit and just, does a normal legal career, like that would be a bad thing compared to a black person who like wears, more quote African garb and, does music and is somehow more involved in their community. That would be like a good thing. And so there definitely seems to be like a nationalistic, we need to have a separation and preservation of a cultural attitude different from white people.
So success in and of itself is not bad, right? Somebody said that, somebody read that off.
Success through assimilating to quote white norms would be what would be.
So success through assimilating through white norms, we'll just say is benign if that's all they're doing. If they're doing that and then putting in the effort to continue to help black people in whatever venues they can, then we'll say that's benign. But the thing about promoting assimilation is that, one, it's never good enough, and a lot of black people won't be able to do that. And we would lose, like black people would lose so much of ourselves in the process because we're assimilating to whiteness, which just isn't possible. That's the reason we mentioned earlier, Asians and Mexicans, voting Republican, is because Asians and Mexicans can wipe this, much easier for them to white pass. It's much easier for them to go along and get along. There's not a history of insert things here around their presence in this country the same way it is for black people. So assimilation as a concept isn't like an awful thing, but assimilation as the goal, as that's how we fix the problem, one, impossible. Two, impossible in general. Like it's impossible. Again, I bring up Barack Obama and Martin Luther King, and insert a million other black people here that as soon as they step out of line and say, that was kind of racist. Vivek, you mentioned Vivek Ramaswamy a second ago. That's a perfect example.
Ramaswamy.
I'm sorry. Vivek Ramaswamy is another perfect example. That is someone who is clearly bought in on the right, clearly uses all the talking points. But as soon as he says, well, this particular form of immigration, what were they trying to fight over? Was it H1B1?
That was another thing. Yeah, they were arguing about the H1B1.
So, but as soon as he steps out of line, what happens? He's immediately reminded of his status as a non-white person. So that is not going away. No amount of assimilation is making that go away.
Well, that wouldn't have happened 10 years ago.
No, of course it would have.
Okay,
of course it would have. You think that 10 years ago that there was no you don't think 10 years ago minorities who did everything they could to assimilate were just getting on by without a problem?
I think 10 years ago, if an Indian Republican presidential candidate made the comments Vivek made about H-1B visas and about American spirit, I do not think there would have been a visible racial backlash against what he was saying in a prominent public space. No.
So we're talking here. We're talking about the difference between like the market of attention attention whoring online. I wish I had to use a better word there. What's the word? The market of influencer activity online versus like were people trying to assimilate into whiteness who are not white being faced with microaggressions, policing about their racial identity and ethnicity. Yes, that was happening. And Sitch, you can't not think that 10 years ago in 2016, as Barack Obama was being was the president, that everywhere else there was no diet racism happening, that there was no microaggressions happening, that there was no policing of ethnicity happening. That's
When
completely ahistorical.
when Donald Trump, came down his little golden escalator in 2016, and he made his comment about, they're not sending their best or sending their rapists, and Trump kind of attacked Obama for not being born in America. Like these were like really seen as like, oh my God, like very taboo things to say. It was part of why people thought there was no
But then
chance in
he became
hell.
the president, Sitch.
Well,
So
wait,
all your
hold on,
wait, I'm
hold on.
sorry. Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
trying to get there. I'm trying to
I'm
get
sorry.
there.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
When he made these comments, the perception was, oh my God, these are so ridiculous that Trump would say these things, that there's no shot in hell that he could be president, right? And he
Mhm.
did win. And then, but now, if Trump said something like that, or anyone says something like that, people just shrug. It's like it's completely been normalized. So I don't agree with you that
So
it
yeah,
hasn't,
so
that
all you're
people haven't changed,
talking
that attitudes haven't changed in 10 years.
so you're talking about mask on, mask offness in the market of the attention economy. You're not
Well,
actually
you think it's
talking.
mask on, mask offness. I think people's attitudes actually changed.
I think people's attitudes change in terms of what is normal for them to see for people who don't agree. But the people were always there. Like Trump wouldn't have became the president if the real people were actually appalled by his behavior. And so like you can't tell me that Twitter, which is a unique, like I think the problem here is that you all don't realize that y'all are also in a bubble. And
No, no,
be
no, no. I say this all the time. I
Mhm.
understand, I've said the problem with the left back in 6 years ago is that they thought Twitter was real life, and that's why all these journalists and corporations went hyper woke, because they thought that that was indicative of the population. The population was
Mhm.
not woke.
Right.
Okay,
True.
and now I'm saying it's the same thing is happening kind of on the right. A lot of the right wing influencers think that all like the shit that's going on X is indicative of where the right is and getting influenced by it. So I understand that these things exist in bubbles, but the problem is, just like with the left, even though it wasn't a bubble, that shit had a real effect because people thought it was real.
So the current Twitter landscape is a result of the first Trump presidency, not the other way around. And so that's kind of the thing I'm stuck on. So like I'm conceding that there has been a consolidation of power and a change in the way the market engages with these ideas and the change in the way the media reports on these ideas that is
Mm-hmm.
not good, right? But Trump was elected in 2016 as the media was calling him a racist every other day. And clearly, and that didn't work. He won. The only reason he lost in 2020 was because of COVID. And he won again, the first ever president to win was he the first ever? No, I'm
No,
sorry.
second.
Second. Second ever president to win non-consecutive terms after being convicted felon and insert all Trump, you call it Trump deranged syndrome stuff. Like all of that didn't happen in reverse. And so what you're asking me to take on is that now in Trump's second term, that racism is getting worse because woke
Well, I think it's
versus
been getting worse as well
right.
for the last 10 years. But
Right, but you see why I don't believe that though. If he was president, if he came down the golden escalator and said they're rapists and murderers, and galvanized, created a whole movement out of that. That movement wasn't on. They weren't on Twitter. Twitter was a lefty bubble at the time.
well, I mean, wokeness really did start in 2014, but
You
I
get
don't
my
know how
overall.
influential that was in Trump's first election.
But you get my point though, this idea that, and so well, I think we do agree in terms of like what is happening, like how this bubble has become I would say mask off and more powerful because they've consolidated.
Right.
Um
We're just disagree. I think it's because of identity politics. People are going to see it's effective for the left, so they're going to use it for them. You think people are just more comfortable because Donald Trump is president and
no,
people
I
are
think
just
I think people I think people are
racist.
just more comfortable because there's no consequences.
There
Because
used
this
to be
is
heavy consequences during Trump's presidency.
who,
Any if
where
what any person online that would say anything, when we're going back to the rioting study, I mean, David Shore was fired for suggesting that people should not riot because it would help Trump win his reelection.
people
Like
aren't getting fired now.
they not as much, not really. I don't think so.
I don't know.
It seems like cancel culture is a lot weaker than it was 4 years ago, 6 years ago.
Well, if anything, is because people aren't getting like the cancel isn't like people recognize that the cancel culture wasn't working to begin with. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like
I mean, it
cancel
wasn't
culture.
working to create a better America. I would agree. I agree with
No, it
that.
wasn't. It wasn't working.
But,
Like how bad did the cancel culture affect Dave Chappelle?
well, but he's black, so he had immunity
Who
idol.
were some people
So.
that got canceled? I guess what's his name? Mel Gibson.
Justine
Well,
Sacco.
Mel Gibson was canceled way before because that was
Who,
like that was like 2011, wasn't it? I don't remember when he had his
it may
drunken
have been.
rant.
I'm not
But
sure. But who are some prominent people that were canceled? That were really canceled and they lost something for real?
I don't. You usually wouldn't. I'm trying to remember because it usually wouldn't be like a famous person. It would be some journalist or some writer. It'd be like some random person who would get
Yeah, but
accused of sexual assault or accused of being racist, and then they get fired. Usually, celebrities would survive these sorts of things because they're celebrities. But
yeah.
James Moore.
But even somebody said Brett Weinstein. No, he got arrested. He got put in jail. I'm sorry,
Brett,
Brett Weinstein is who's
you're
Brett Weinstein?
no, you're thinking of the other Weinstein.
Yeah,
Brett Weinstein was the Evergreen college guy.
I don't know.
Okay, whatever.
Somebody said Gina Carano. I guess I'll give you Gina Carano.
And then
Um,
yeah, James Damore was like a big
I don't
person
know
who got
who that
fired from
is.
Google. He Google had some, I think it was like in 2017, Google had something about like that they needed to get more women programmers, and he kind of in an earnest but liberal approach was talking about, why there would be a sex difference between more males wanting to be programmers and females, and he got fired for it.
So you're so like aside from Jordan Peterson, who somebody said, which is completely not true. Uh, like we're naming people that are only relevant for the bubble. Like that story is relevant in your bubble and in the bubble of people who want to operationalize this talking point to spread and endorse white
Well, no, it's
supremacy.
because I personally don't keep a list of every single person that's been fired. And I find it very absurd whenever this conversation about cancel culture comes up that there's this denial of reality that
Mhm.
people saw every fucking day in the newspaper on X, like random fucking people that I don't keep a tally of who would get fired from their jobs for some perceived sexist or racist slight. And then because the celebrities, who are celebrities, they have big fandoms, because they could survive that and they could remake their career a few years later, people pretend like there wasn't some institutional power that the left had in journalism and
But
social media
but
for the
but
last eight
you're
years.
but you're talking about bubbles though. And that's kind of my thing is that I'm sure I will concede that there were a bunch of Twitter journalists and newspaper journalists that were getting fired for saying the wrong thing during the woke Mageddon of 2014 to 2016 or whatever. Um, I'm sure that that was happening as Me Too was going on.
There were entire like every corporation in America had a new DEI program that people had to sit through where they would talk
That's
about,
not can
systemic racism and
that's
whiteness
not
and all sorts
cancel
of shit.
culture though.
Yeah, but
That's not
so wait a minute. So you're right. It's not that wouldn't be canceled. Well, those people, if they spoke against that, could get fired. There was a
right.
woman. There was like this one of there's a high ranking person at like Uber who they said like, oh, we shouldn't use the term Karen because it's sexist against women, and she got like fucking. I think she either got fired or almost fired because they're
Mhm.
like, oh, how dare you try to make this about white women? Like this is
But
detached. What you're saying is detached
no,
from reality.
no, what I'm not telling you that what you're saying isn't true. I'm conceding just for the sake of argument, conceding that there were a bunch of people getting fired and canceled from their journalist jobs or their corporate jobs for not knowing the appropriate DEI language between this period of time. What I'm saying is that most people were not aware of those things and did not care about those things. Those were not, as we would call them, dinner table topics for among relatively normal people.
I don't know if that's true. I mean, Fox News would talk about it consistently. Trump even ran on it in his second term. It was like It was something
Trump
that
ran
came
on
up
in
a
the
lot.
second term.
Yes.
I don't remember. I remember Fox News bringing up, the big stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall, and I don't watch much Fox News now, but I paid attention at the time. I don't remember them talking about insert journalist here, and Fox News is still a bubble. You kind of get my point?
Everyone the only people that watch news in general are in a bubble. Like the average person is completely detached from everything.
Right.
Well, okay, but I
Right.
mean, we obviously those people aren't
But
going to have an
but
influence
no,
on
but
like
Fox
the
News is a
broader
specific
societal impacts or culture.
Fox News is a specific bubble, like of a very specific group of viewers. They're large, which is to
Right.
tell you something, right? I think there is Fox News still bigger than everyone else,
Probably.
right? So they're large, but like they're bringing that to the attention of people with already a specific disposition. You see what I'm saying? Like they weren't running those types of stories on CNN or MSNBC or insert. I don't know if there's any other more moderate or liberal news
Well, obviously they
places.
don't want to promote those stories. It goes against their ideology.
No, it goes against their bottom line because it doesn't like they would have to dabble in like there's a reason why people are asking me about Carmelo Anthony in your chat. Because I don't get asked about that until I come here because that was a talking point among white identitarians in certain bubbles. And so
Mhm.
that's kind of my point is that you're asking me no, let me try to rephrase. I think you are responding to the meta of your bubble as if it's existing in a vacuum bigger than it actually is and also new. Does that make sense?
I,
And
I
so
understand. Yeah, I understand what you're
my
saying.
argument is the opposite of
Um,
all those things. That this is
it's
go ahead.
I my entire life was, indoctrinated very left wing, classically liberal and all these not a classic liberal like a libertarian, but like a very stereotypical liberal for most of my life. And it was
But you were also on 4chan, Sitch, so you weren't that, right?
yeah, but I thought all that stuff was horrible. I thought those people
But you
were
were
like fucking
exposing yourself
racist.
to it on a regular basis. So you
my
weren't
own my own belief system was like very like I I voted for Obama twice. Obama's great. People that don't like Obama are racist. Like I had all the same like I had all those like talking points. Okay,
Mhm.
and then it's like 2014. It's around Gamergate and all this stuff. Maybe even a little before that. I start to see this new thing crops up where suddenly, oh, we're gonna we're gonna throw away the entire concept that the left had been kind of operating for my entire life about treating everyone the same and being pro assimilation and being pro colorblind and pro gender blind. And we're gonna start saying, no, 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 men are the problem, and we need to talk about third wave feminism and fourth wave feminism, and we need to talk about sort of this from a radical, I'd say, historically socialist perspective. And suddenly we're going to start attacking men. And then that kind of existed for a couple of years. And then it morphed into, okay, now we're going to start attacking white people. And I saw that change occur. And that made me say, whoa, whoa, whoa. I thought the left, which used to be pro free speech and anti discrimination my entire life, why are they suddenly going down this direction? And then I jump into the ideology and go, oh, it's because the ideology has switched from being a framework based in liberalism to a framework based in socialism. So I saw that all occur. Now,
Mhm.
I exist in an internet bubble, sure, but then I also saw that socialist framework made it onto the nightly shows with Robin DiAngelo, basically fucking brainwashed half of corporate America for a time period. So I don't
She
think
did.
it's fair to say like what I saw just existed in my little bubble.
So I literally had to be. I just learned who Robin DiAngelo was a couple of years ago by being online as a black person.
I mean, she was on Jimmy Fallon's show.
I don't fucking watch Jimmy Fallon.
Well, I know
Sitch.
you maybe you don't, but like the normie American does.
I mean, so Jimmy Fallon might have been very popular. I
You
don't
were in
know.
your bubble.
Right, I was in my bubble.
Yes.
Correct. But I'm trying to make a point. I mean, that's kind of my point, though. So first off, Sitch, I have to challenge you, and this is not to be an attack on your character.
Attack me.
But you were a classical liberal,
No.
and huh?
No, well, classical liberal means libertarian. I
I'm
was not a
sorry.
libertarian.
No, sorry. You were a
Like a
traditional,
stereotypical liberal.
stereotypical liberal
Yes.
at the
Right.
time,
Yes.
and you um you were looking, you were probably blissfully unaware of the reality of structural racism. Do you think structural racism was a real thing at the time? Even the what's his name, the Ben Shapiro version of it?
Yeah, no, I understood the concept of structural racism back then. Sure.
Okay, but at the best you could have done was Ben Shapiro, though.
Well, I understood. I don't know if if I had heard the exact, like I understood the concept of sort of like, um, there could be implicit bias in test questions, and that's why, people who are not white could score lower on those test questions and all these things. Like I knew all about all that stuff, and I believed all that stuff was true.
So
I mean, I think it's still true to some extent. I mean,
were you aware of like the classic Diva Pager paper experiment where she gave people different names and the black names got less?
what year? I don't know what year was that.
That was like 2002.
I don't know. I
don't
probably
know.
wasn't familiar.
I'm saying not.
I do
so
recall
not
in my
that.
like I'm in my late 30s. Okay. So I do recall in high school in my psychology class. I mean, they still were calling gender dysphoria gender identity disorder because it was a while ago. I do recall them talking about that study. I do remember the time on it. Now, I don't think I remembered like all the details about it, but I was aware of like, yes, that's why they want to do these blind auditions for musicians and things. Yes.
So when you heard those types of papers, you saw the research, and being a stereotypical liberal at the time, when why would you still believe in colorblindness and assimilation?
Because the way that those papers were always framed to me and the way I interpreted them was the fact is that the person would look at the name and then they would have a negative stereotype associated with the name because they think, oh, this person's black, so maybe they're going to be a poor employee, and so that's the opposite of colorblindness. That's a person but judging someone on the basis of their color.
So your opinion at the time was that the problem was we just didn't have enough colorblindness yet.
Yes, that people were not actually colorblind internally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, because I guess what I'm struggling with is that most people who are in that class read that paper understand that the color blindness isn't happening yet, and that something else needs to be done to address it. Like they dig deeper then. And so your response seems to have
no one in my class thought that.
And
it was not taught that way.
I mean, that explains a lot.
I don't know what the idea that was taught when we look at this thing was people were racist internally. They were not. Now they don't think they said the word colorblind because this distinction wasn't exactly existing in my public high school. But because in public high school, when I went to high school, there was a general vibe of liberalism that still permeated through all of our education. We didn't get to where we're kind of going into the kind of socialist territory nowadays. So the idea was, yes, these people are still racist and that's bad. And you should internally not be racist and not judge someone on the basis of their name.
Yeah, that is, oh God.
So it sounds like there's two differences here, kind of going back to the CRT example with the person assimilating to be a lawyer, is that there's one group of people who it sounds like you fall into where you're saying, I don't think it's possible to have a colorblind society where everyone assimilates into some sort of broader culture. That's not possible. It's not a real thing.
Correct.
And then there's another group of people who don't care if it's possible or not. They think it's undesirable.
So if my desire is liberation, equality, equity for Black people, for gay people, immigrants, insert whatever, group that you might encounter this discussion with. If my
Criminals.
goal, Jesus, Adam.
Well, you said any group. I mean, I was,
Thank you, Adam. Yes.
You're a leftist, so I figured I'd throw that out there. But anyway, go ahead.
Any group that you might have this discussion with, if they think that assimilation is impossible, then they're going to recognize and historically know that pursuing and promoting assimilation as a means of liberation is undesirable. It's not undesirable based on the hatred of white people. Well, I'm sure there's insert, I don't know, Hotep Jesus. Who's it? Give me insert whatever person you're thinking about, right? I'm sure he hates white people. But people that are actually serious about liberation are more so just saying this is an inefficient and counterproductive pathway to follow. This is a pathway that really only leads to stagnation at best and reversing course at worst. And that is kind of the thing I think we're stuck on, is that you still, it sounds like, believe that color blindness is the solution here, even as we're 300 400 years past slavery, 50 years past civil rights movement, 10 years after our first black president, and we've seen literally no evidence literally no evidence of color blindness working on a mass scale, right?
I would say that in almost the entirety of human history was based around tribal identities that just through technology, had to be limited generally to race and location. And the only time that you had something other than that was when you had a broad sweeping empire that basically forced different ethnic groups of people to live together under an authoritarian empire rule. And so I would say that America functioning the way it's functioned better than any country that's ever, existed, and liberalism being a better framework, I would say, for freedom than any system that's ever existed in human history is evidence. Yes. But it's hard for us to see it while we are living in it because we don't compare it to all of human history.
Yeah, it's not good enough.
I don't disagree with you.
It's not.
I don't disagree with you, but I think
so.
you need to,
But you do this. So no, and that's kind of the thing. It's very easy for you to say, well, it's not good enough, but it's okay for me.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the pathway that I think that the far left and you are advocating for is only going to lead to more destruction. It's not a question of it not being good enough for me, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah, so I disagree. I
know. I understand.
We're now getting into like,
well,
we're getting
right. But let me just ask you, if hypothetically, just in a fantasy reality, if it's hypothetically possible for you to press a button and like all black people and non-white people would be assimilated into this concept that you'd have of whiteness, would that be and would be treated exactly the same? Would that be like a good outcome? You'd be like, okay, this is good.
If I could just flip a button and every black person became white?
No. They don't become white. Every non-white person becomes assimilated into this system of whiteness, which I thought you said wasn't just about skin color. It was about something else.
Well, here it mostly is, but I think I get what you're saying. Is that basically if essentially what you're saying is if all the structural racist elements and the microaggressions, et cetera, suddenly disappeared because we were regarded in the same way that white people were, that would be really, really good. I would still have issues with capitalism because we still have class and imperialism, but that would be a really good solution to racism. They still have issues of I think racism is different in like the UK because they don't have the same historical background around race that we do here, but they still have classism. They still have, they're actually way more anti-trans than we are here, from what I'm told. So, but like the issue is it pertains to race. And the reason why the issue is also still capitalism, because like they're intrinsically tied. When you start talking about class, oh Lord, are y'all don't hear this?
No.
It's a Beyblade party right now. It's a Beyblade party.
I don't hear anything. Do you hear anything, Adam?
1 second.
Zoom is pretty good.
I hear nothing.
Zoom is pretty good at canceling out
on my
background
end.
noise,
So
okay. Well, I can hear them loud. 1 second.
If it's bothering you, we'll read some super chats. So
right.
Let's get the real incendiary ones out of the way while he's gone.
Right. Right. What
Um,
kind of? Oh,
I lost a train of thought, so it probably wasn't that important.
well, okay. Let me ask. So
Definitely.
Sammy G just slid $20 under the door.
Oh
I think it
no.
might be my own $20 with a super chat question for you.
Mm-hmm.
He said, Can FT Signifier explain how some black people escape the structural racism that keeps others down? I'm very confused how people like Obama, Oprah, etc. aren't held back. Shouldn't they be, or is it a racism loophole? I'm genuinely curious and want to understand how people justify the successful.
I mean, I even know the answer to this, Sammy.
Yeah,
Jeez,
Sammy, you're a
come on.
fucking idiot.
Wow.
This is like basic.
Wow.
Like,
She's asking this out of genuine.
They let some
no,
black
she's
people
not.
succeed
Yes, she
just to
is.
fool the other black people into thinking that the world is actually fair. Isn't that right, FD?
No, no. Some black people are exceptional and they make it.
Mm-hmm. Why?
That's the answer.
Why?
Some black people are exceptional.
That is a basic answer. There's a lot of I
Okay.
could give you a lot of critical theory and
Okay.
leftist jargon, but the bottom line is some black people through
Right.
a variety of mechanisms, whether it be birth, whether it be intellect, whether it be a lot of luck, talent, they make it. There's not a lot you could do to stop them, so they're gonna make it.
Okay. I can hear her laughing in the other room.
I've heard the other argument made more often, but
What's the other argument?
I'm happy you're not making it.
The
That's
argument you just made?
yeah, that the system
I mean, so
promotes
there's
certain black people to present the illusion that black people can make it and society is fair towards black people.
I mean,
but
two
it's
things
really
can be
an
true at
op.
once. Two things can be true at once, but
So
I
you
I
do
don't
accept
abide.
that argument.
So no, I don't. So here's my okay. So let me break it down fully. Let me give like a strong representation of how I feel.
Okay.
I think that there have always so after the civil rights movement, the Warren Court era, affirmative action, set aside programs, etc. There was a thrust by a lot of black people, a lot of my parents and grandparents said, "Hey, we did it. We opened up the doors for y'all. We got all the bullshit out the way, and now you got to go get it. Go get go grab the brass ring, put yourself up by the bootstraps, talented 10th stuff. Go ahead."
That's beautiful.
And it is beautiful, and a lot of us did. A lot of black folks went and got it. Now, in that process, they experienced horrifying shit, horrifying racism, horrifying this, that, and the third. And immediately, the mechanisms of white supremacy in this country started doing their best to curtail and revert those changes, which is why affirmative action benefited white women more than it did black people, right? But in the process,
Just to be clear, what are those examples of racism? Are they
microaggressions in the workplace, discrimination in the workplace, the Diva Pager paper.
Things. It's not
No, it's
keeping
not
them
social.
from.
No, it's not social. The Diva Pager paper that we talked about earlier is an example from like early 2000s, I believe, where if you had a black name, you were less
You're
likely to
denied
get,
a job.
you were less likely to get
Gotcha.
opportunities for work.
Yes.
Redlining that had happened before then had already ruined a generation of wealth growth for black people.
Right, but
So
your generation wasn't redlined though. Your parents said that they were
so
redlined,
my
but they got
generation
stuff
wasn't
out of the way.
redlined, but
Yeah,
but my
okay.
parents were starting from a lesser position because they didn't have access to the most traditional classic form of wealth development in the country,
No, I
which is
get
home
that.
ownership. So
Yeah.
I say all this to say, even as those things were put out the way, the people that ran to go grab that brass ring, one, they had to be good enough and talented enough to defy the odds, not just the odds of the actual structural racism, but also the people they were competing against, because there was only a handful of spots that were open. And then immediately, there was is it egress? Is that the word I'm thinking of? Regression.
Why is there only a handful of spots? I mean, the Asians are a tiny portion of the population, and they're 39% of the population.
And they hold no
at Harvard.
political power.
Well, no, I just the whole idea that there's spots. I mean that whole Asian thing flies in the face of that.
The Asians hold no political power, and they're also the model minority and assimilate easily into whiteness. So they're not facing the same type of discrimination or barriers.
Okay. It doesn't have to do with the fact that they just work harder and they're insanely
No, that's a
productive.
racist stereotype. That's a racist stereotype.
Look, I'm talking specifically about the Asians who are going to Harvard. I think it's easy. I'm not saying all Asians are insanely productive. I'm talking about the population that goes to Harvard. So,
well, that's an exceptional population, and there's a cultural investment in that is not very much quelled by structural racism. So there's a lot there, but it's not based on, they're not running the same race we are. So yeah. Anyway, let me finish my point. Going back to
I only brought that up because of you said that there were only a certain number of spots, and I believe in a world where black people could be 50% of the population at Harvard if they excelled. So, but you believe in a world where they're being held back by structural racism. But I just told you about a study that's been around for years now that I don't think anybody's actually disproven. Has actually been proven multiple times that just having the perception of being black was enough to keep you from getting a job. Right.
Even in the woke era, even with all the air quotes handouts that we get, that is still happening. So it's like you can't just like act like that's not a thing and say, why don't you all be more like Asians? You know what I'm saying? Who still, again, hold no political power. The reason why they're allowed the position they are in this country to a great extent is because they have that model minority status, which is basically just like, we will not rock the boat. We will be amenable. We will work really, really hard. And we will do the thing, and you all won't mess with us.
The reason why I don't like this thinking is because it can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Obviously, if society is structured against you and you're going to work your ass off to fight against that, you would feel jilted by the fact that society is working against you, and it might even be foolish, right?
But Adam, why would you go the self-fulfilling prophecy route and not the route of, oh wait, there's structures in place that are stopping it from happening? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would, if I tell you there's the statistics and data and research that shows that discrimination is happening, that this paper from 25 years ago is still relevant today, why would you say, yeah? So like, that aside, why don't you just be more like the Asians?
Well, look, it's a question of belief about the state of reality, right? You believe that there are structural
Adam, we
systems.
know what the reality is. I'm giving you evidence of it, like right now, of what the reality is. So yes, I am doing very well.
Mm-hmm.
And I have, my real name is definitely not a assimilated name.
Right.
And I have never moved in an assimilated way in my entire life. I don't have hair that assimilates. My children don't have assimilated names. And I found a path, partly because my mother was college educated, because she, go ahead.
Can you just to accept, can you accept the logic of the thought experiment just for a second? Let's say, look,
no, because they're asking me to ignore the reality of, like,
well, just for a thought experiment, though. I'm not asking you to change your belief system or anything like that. I'm just saying, if imagine a world where these stops, these obstacles for you are really just fictitious. They're mythical. They're in your head. Okay. If people believe that those obstacles are in the way, aren't they less motivated to try? Isn't it easy to?
But so before I will answer that question, but I need you to give me a compelling reason
not to believe it.
Not just not to believe it. I need you to give me a compelling reason to engage with this hypothetical when the reality is the opposite, and we know this. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, there was like literally articles about how all the tech companies were intentionally trying their hardest to hire non-white people,
and they couldn't find them.
Right, but what that means is that if there were non-white people, or I think they're specifically looking for black people
why couldn't they find them though?
Because there wasn't people in those fields. There wasn't enough people in the field.
Why aren't there enough people in those fields?
Well, I'd say it's a combination
because structural
obstacles
are standing in their way.
Hold on.
Or perhaps
wait. Stop. Wait. it's a combination of, yes, there are, there's a higher propensity of lower income Black people, what's going to make it harder for them to get good educations in order to get those top jobs at Google. That is all true. But what Adam is saying is that if someone had the type A personality motivation to get a good education, to get a degree and all those things, they could so easily walk into one of those top jobs because corporate America is desperate for those people.
And they do, but what we started with is the companies couldn't find enough non-white people to take the job, right? That's what we started with. So I guarantee you there's a handful of, again, as I started at the beginning of this portion, there's a handful of exceptional Black people that will make it no matter what.
What did you want me to say so you would engage? Because you never really answered the question on whether or not you believe that would demotivate people. That's the root of the question.
Because what I feel like is happening is you're trying to get me to ignore the reality.
I'm not trying to get you to ignore anything. I'm just trying to get you to acknowledge a simple fact about human psychology.
So, but I need you to acknowledge that human psychology and what you think is secondary to what is real. I think I'm a 7-foot-tall basketball player.
Look, I completely agree with you 1,000% that people's belief of the environment around them will shape their behavior.
And that's the bullshitification. That's the gaslighting. that's the gaslighting that I'm kind of like fighting against.
You disagree. You disagree that people's beliefs will shape their behavior. You disagree with that?
You're refusing to acknowledge that belief is secondary to reality. This is very liberal.
Do you accept that people believe things that,
of you, Adam?
Hold on. FD, you believe that people believe things that are factually untrue, correct?
I know I make it seem like I'm not a good debater, but you're not going to get me to engage with this preposition if you do not acknowledge where I'm starting from. No matter how many times
I've acknowledged. I've acknowledged. I've acknowledged.
No, you have not. You have not. You entered belief in there. I'm talking about reality.
Well,
are you a millionaire, Adam?
You have to accept the fact that people believe things that are untrue. I mean, that's basic. That's where I'm starting from there. You're saying that the reality is important. I agree that the reality is important. But you have to acknowledge that people believe things that aren't reality, correct?
So,
I mean, are you saying
now,
it is impossible for people to believe things that are not real?
Wait. What I'm asking you to do is acknowledge the reality and start there.
Well,
is it reality?
People are going to differ over what is reality, right? I don't believe in God. Maybe you believe in God. We could sit here and argue all day on whether or not God exists. I'm trying to sidestep that. I am trying to sidestep that and say, listen, if you believe in God, that's going to affect your behavior differently than me who doesn't believe in God, right?
But Adam,
I'm not worried about God doing anything bad to me.
If we were having a debate on God and we didn't agree on that particular point, if we didn't have an agreement of some sort on whether or not the reality God was real, I wouldn't then allow you to enter into an argument, or I wouldn't enter into an argument with the supposition that God was or wasn't real if that's not what I already believed in.
Well, the question started with, if somebody had this belief, regardless of whether or not it was true, would this affect their behavior?
Adam, we're doing debate tactics, but
I'm not trying to look.
We are doing debate.
I'm not trying to do debate tactics.
No, we're both doing. We're both doing debate tactics now because we don't.
What is a debate tactic? I'm so not trying to do a gotcha.
You're not even trying to do a gotcha, but you're rephrasing a question based on the premise I don't agree with, and so I'm not going to answer the question.
I am fully acknowledging that you disagree with it.
Because answering the question tacitly consents to that particular argument. So I'm not going to do that.
Well, we could do it in another. That's why I brought up the God thing, because we could do it in a completely different context. Like, all you have to do is say, yes, I agree. That would change someone's behavior, right? Obviously, people's beliefs affect their behavior. But anyway, we can move on. I don't want to belabor the point.
Yeah. It's okay. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate that.
Sitch, did you want to say anything?
Sammy G said, as a membership, she's been a member for 39 years.
Is this the same Sammy that said lock up all the Mexicans who's Latino?
She said deport them all, yes.
Deport them all, I'm sorry.
Yes. This is Sammy G, my girlfriend. She said, let me see if I can find it. Oh, I lost. There it is. She,
I think
oh,
Sammy might beat Sitch sometimes too. They're in a terrible relationship.
oh, it's so terrible. It's so terrible. Um, she said, I may not agree with the guest, but I do want to say I appreciate him coming on because I like hearing other points of view. Even if we get a little spicy and fight on stream, I think everyone on stream is arguing in good faith. Well, there you
Yeah,
go.
people seem to
Thank you, Sammy.
have
Now
really
that was before
enjoyed.
you insulted her, so but
Oh,
I don't know if she's changed
my
her mind
bad,
since
Sammy.
then.
Well, that's question she asked wasn't in good faith, though. Come on now.
It wasn't good faith. She just has a different. She exists in a different bubble than you exist in.
She was probing. She was probing.
She,
She thought I was. She tried the Michael Eric. I see people compare me to Michael Eric Dyson
wow, look at
in the chat,
this.
and I'm
No
like, Michael Eric
shade.
Dyson. Like, I just feel disrespected.
Do you not like Michael Eric Dyson? I mean,
No.
that could be a point of agreement then. Jeez.
No, I don't like Michael Eric Dyson because you all hate identity politics, and I hate identity politics. You all hate it because you're racist, and I hate it because I want a white genocide, right? So let's
That's so funny.
so we can there's synergy there, and so Michael Eric Dyson foils us both in that regard.
When you say that we're racist, you just mean that we participate in a society that has structural racism that favors white people, right?
I don't want to do all this. Did this before. There's more interesting stuff to get into. I want to hear the rest of the super chats. I'm sure somebody will bring me back to that point.
Sure. Krillin876 for $5 says Haitians earn 30% more than American blacks, earning the same income as the average American, despite coming from worse starting places.
Okay.
So I guess the point they're trying to make is it's got to be something beyond just that skin color keeping them down, right?
No, it's not purely skin color.
Mm-hmm.
It's structure. So where are Haitians coming from? What are they? What is the difference between a Haitian that comes here from Haiti and immigrates here from Haiti, and a Black American? Oh God, you're gonna get me sounding like FBA ADOS people. By the way,
yeah, I know.
FBA ADOS people are not left wing. ADOS is moderately left wing. They're probably liberal, but they're also very xenophobic, very anti-immigration, they're American nationalistic. They're not Black nationalistic. And they tend to do a lot of fuck shit. So I don't fuck with them.
Are they on the left or the right?
They're probably more on the, so FBA is right wing. And there's a lot of deep lore there that I'm not going to explain to your audience.
Well, but why? But I guess the question is why? Why are Haitians more successful?
So I mean, so there's a psychological toll of being of growing up here alongside your oppressors, like growing up under white supremacy, like it's direct and in your face, and you see it on a daily basis. It affects the way you engage with the world. You talked about this. I don't know if you were serious, but you talked about that.
I was serious.
That Haitians and other Black immigrants don't have. Now, I'm not saying that Haiti is some great place to come from, but if you manage to get from Haiti to America, 9 times out of 10, you already had access to more resources than the average Haitian person. And you came here with such a disciplined, such a level of discipline and like hyper focus that is going to be more typical in getting here. And you're going to end up still getting discriminated against. Trump did he just not announce that he's revoking birthright citizenship and doing all kinds of shit?
Well, he wants to. I don't think it's going to pass.
But I saw something specifically about Haitians earlier today. I didn't look at it too closely.
But doesn't what you're saying, isn't that kind of what Adam was saying about how your psychology, affects what you do in life and your beliefs?
I mean, so do you think that's the average Haitian is the question?
Well, if the average Haitian in America makes more money than the average Black person in America, then
I already explained that. But what I'm saying is, do you think that's a product of all Haitians or of a higher propensity of Haitians in high earning positions?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the data.
Well, I would argue, as tends to be the case with things like income disparities, it's usually skewed by fringes on the high and low end create the average. And then also like the actual amount of Haitians in the country versus, actual African Americans in the country. So we're talking about a fraction of 13% of the population. So anything they do is going to be skewed based on the sample size. This is why this is a white supremacist talking point. They got that straight from 4chan or
Okay.
something.
I don't know. I don't know about that, but okay.
I mean, I'm just saying. I know they did. These are the types of things. Like again,
what is the talking point again, just so I can avoid it?
Well,
it was
it's basically
Haitians make more than Black Americans.
So historically, white supremacists who, you all may not be white supremacists, but they're definitely in your chat and your fan base, right? Can we be honest about that?
I'm sure there's some, but I mean, I'm
yeah.
pretty talk shit about the white nationalist, ethno-nationalist movement pretty regularly on the show.
So you don't have to be an ethno-nationalist or white nationalist to be a white supremacist.
What?
No, you don't. You don't. White supremacy is not like ethno-nationalist is like I don't have to be
don't you have to believe whites are superior to other races? I mean, it's in the name.
So that's the starting point, white supremacy. But like,
I mean, usually even the white nationalists are somewhat tepid to go full white supremacy too.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I guess we're taking different definitions of white supremacy then.
Someone who thinks white people are superior than other races.
But also that should be like an order of things, like we should structure the world around that.
Yeah, because they think whites are superior. So they think the world would be better if the key part race was on top.
Yeah, the key part there is the order. And so like there's like, intrinsic racial bias, which everyone has. Then there's white supremacy, which is, I don't know, a scale of sorts. And then there's getting all the way to I'm going to organize around this ideology.
If we have white supremacists in our chat, isn't that good? So we can talk them out of that toxic ideology.
Maybe. Are you guys doing that, or are you making them feel like it's the left's fault for being so mean to white people?
Well, look, I was here talking about toxic stereotypes being bad and how they hurt Black people. And
we've had people that donate and they say that we've helped prevent them from getting sucked into deeper radicalization on the right.
Yeah, we get that a lot.
So again, I wouldn't be here if I thought that this was a completely
we're trying to save you from being so racist, FD. I mean, that's literally what we're doing. We're trying to have a intervention
no consequences
here
for it. I'll be fine.
I
had a million subscribers left.
You completely admit it. That's so. Oh God, that just drives people crazy.
Fuck those people.
There were other super chats about similar topics. Like, it's just kind of roll them onto one. So is the idea that like when you look at these income statistics and Indians are the top and Asians are above white people, is that all just like someone fucking with the numbers?
Well, so whenever you encounter the thing that I eventually realized that one of the reasons why I stopped even engaging in these debates is that what happens is these, internet troll edgelord guys will find it's very like, movie brained. Like, I found the one thing that will completely own the angle of data and facts and logic and whatever else. And like, they got that one thing that is true in some context, but not in a billion other contexts. And that just becomes the talking point, because it's not really about actually like learning or educating. It's about owning someone online, a gotcha moment, debate tactics. So white supremacists online communities are full of news stories about who got canceled for wokeness.
We'll bring it back to the
Black people
income data.
They're full of these cherry picked elements that exist in that vacuum for that purpose and are completely taken out of the context of reality. And so in the context of reality, so is that data correct? I'm sure it is. I'm going to take you at your word that Haitians, the average Haitian American makes more money than the average Black American. And so to a white supremacist or to a white supremacist, a person who is amenable to those spaces and takes those things at face value, even if they're not a full believer, that's all they need to know. And that proves that insert wokeness thing here is bad. But when you actually add the context that I just added, it doesn't hold a lot of weight, does it?
Well, first of all, like, I don't think you should cast as white supremacists, because if someone looks at an income table and says, okay, if you were to take all Americans and divide them by ethnicity, and you were to look at who's the top earners, and you do that, and you say top earners are not white people, they're Indians, and then like number 2 is like Japanese or something. I don't remember the exact breakdown, but like white people are like 7th or something on the list, right? And someone says, well, look, how can we live in a white this like a racist society that's holding on white people down when white people as an average are not even the top ethnic earners in the country.
Well, my question
To
would
me,
be, why would
well,
that
let me
be
just say,
there?
to me, that's a compelling argument that needs to be addressed. And I'm not a white supremacist. I don't think white people are biologically superior than non-white people.
So here's why I respond to that the way I do. It's two things. One, why is that there, and why is that what they're looking for? Right? Like, why, when they look at an income table, is the thing that stands out to them that this proves that racism isn't real? Number one, because that already to me
Because
kind
that's
of
the argument that that side is making, is saying, look, and
that
like
side of
racism in
white
America.
supremacists. Like,
No,
so
the argument that the race advocates are making is that racism in America is holding down black people from succeeding, and that's why they're not succeeding. And someone says, well, then why are white people not the top earners in the country?
right. And so once you provide the context of that, right, and explain why that is, does that person say, "Oh, okay, cool," or do they
Well, why?
pull up
But I'm
another
asking
talking
you,
point?
why is that? I don't know
Because
why
there's
that
way
is.
more white people in this country that are poor than Indians that are poor, and so that skews the data.
Yeah, but shouldn't it? Yeah, but there should still be some. There's enough Indian people that should still fall along some
No,
statistical
there's
bell
not.
curve.
There's not enough. Like, just statistics, the impact of a statistical phenomenon is going to be directly correlated to the size of the sample. So if there's 1 million white people and I don't know, 300,000 of them are millionaires
Mm-hmm.
and the rest are dirt poor,
Right.
and there's and we're like looking at the actual aggregate of income, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then there's 100,000 Indians, and 10,000 of them are millionaires, and the rest of them are dirt poor, which is actually probably not accurate. It's probably actually a much more median thing, that number is going to be skewed because the effect of the phenomenon on a smaller population will change that. That's why you don't do statistics just based
Yeah,
in
but
like one
I understand what
framework.
you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But if that was true, then if we looked at the data, technically, you should see that every immigrant group should be above white Americans in terms of earnings because there's just so
So
few of them
which immigrant
comparatively.
which immigrant groups aren't above white people?
Uh, I'm looking at a chart here. Koreans are slightly under white Americans.
Interesting.
Yeah, it says Indonesians, Thai, Bangladesh, Nepali. I
Getting
think the
darker.
lowest is actually people of Mongolian descent for some reason,
Okay.
like the bottom. But
Yeah.
it says the top is Indian Americans are the top earners, then Filipino, Taiwanese, Sri Lankan, Japanese, Malaysian, Chinese, Pakistan, and then white Americans.
Pakistan. Interesting. So we're talking about like a multitude of factors that contribute to that being the reality.
Mm-hmm.
And none of those factors, considering all of the context of income and earnings, should then, like, if your instinct is to look at that data and to say, oh, this proves that racism isn't real, without any other context or data engaging with this phenomenon, that's ridiculous. And that's what white supremacists do. It's kind of cherry picking the thing. And don't get me wrong, we do that on the left too. I'm sure you've caught plenty of lefties doing something like that, right? Where
Cherry picking? Never. Are you
exactly,
kidding me? Of
exactly. You
course.
called me up. You called me up in the video today because I didn't
I'm
know
never cherry picking.
with the Asians and affirmative action, and
There
that
you
it's
go.
actually mixed results. So that's like, so clearly we know this phenomenon exists for the sake of winning arguments and compelling
Yeah, but I
narratives.
think the argument was just as Adam was saying that people's motivation and psychology for those immigrant groups have made them succeed.
Matters, yeah.
It matters. Yeah.
Hey,
There's a
who else have you debated? You
Now,
said you
I don't debate people.
well you said you gave up on this whole debate thing, so it made me think maybe you had debated
No. So
someone.
what I thought I said earlier is that, as a hobby, like much like Sitch, I found myself in, I didn't go to 4chan.
Oh, okay. You're just arguing
But
with people on
I found
Twitter and
myself,
shit.
yeah, and
Okay,
arguing
I
people
gotcha.
on Twitter and online and stuff. And so
It
that,
is pointless. I totally agree with you that
yeah,
you're not going to change people's minds. So
no.
go ahead, Sitch.
okay,
You know,
that's fine. Ace had a very Ace from
Oh,
very
says
Ace.
incendiary.
Ace says, "Do all the things I asked and raise your IQ." Oh my god.
Yeah, no racist in your chat.
He is. Ace said, "Do all the things I asked and raise your IQ so that Charles Murray will have to update his book, The Bell Curve." If FD raises his IQ, so Charles Murray updates his book, The Bell Curve, and without being a weasel, if he thinks Hamas committed mass rapes and admits his content is cancer, then I'll give the show $500.
I can't believe a person paid $20 to say something racist to me on the Sitch and Adams show.
Not only that,
not on the Sitch and Adams show.
Ace is constantly in the chat giving me shit, and then he's like coming here. Just, I don't know how you can give me shit and then super chat something like that, Ace.
I think Ace is just a very aggressive person generally.
Ace is very online, clearly.
He is very online, yes.
And so, you know, he's one of those, you know, every chat group seems to, you know, even when I've been on the in more left and moderate spaces, you find aces around. So it is what it is.
Jason Mulgreen for $20 says, "Can FD tell us what he thinks a right-wing conservative political position is, because Rogan is left of center?"
I don't know. What is I don't know what an actual, I guess, anti-immigration. Is that a right wing, a more right wing thing? I mean, it used to be.
I would say,
you know, anti government spending, anti. I mean, like, and that's kind of the thing. Like all the things I used to think were right wing positions, like small government and like reducing handouts, aren't real with Republicans for the last 20 years. So I don't know. That's he should ask himself that. Aside from like not being, aside from like the irony is that identity politics is huge on the right, you know? So aside from identity politics, I don't really know what Republicans could run on. You know, that's the reason, again, going back to Mamdani, he won because he effectively, with a amenable population.
Well, he was running in a primary. He wasn't, there wasn't.
Yeah, but the primary is essentially the general. Like,
well, no, I know, but he was not running against, I mean, it's New York City, so I don't know what a Republican has a chance there anyway, but.
Right. But he still won based on, or let's take it to Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders got his popularity, and I wasn't a huge Bernie fan. But he became popular because he stayed away from identity politics as much as he could and focused on actual issues. And, you know, so that's where the majority of American people are. It's only by proxy of the weaponization of identity politics that the right is able to galvanize anyone, you know, but those are people who are racist. So, you know, the goal is to motivate the larger group who is not.
Actual Justice Warrior for $20 says, "It's not about white people. We just named everything bad after them. And India's caste system and Japan's culture around outsiders is also white people's fault. Cough, cough. I mean, whiteness. Also, India has 2,000 plus ethnic groups."
Okay.
There you go.
Would you talk to actual Justice Warrior?
Yeah, because about the whole like whether policing increases or decreases crime and all that stuff. I mean, he knows, he's the expert on all that stuff. I mean, you're going to disagree with everything he says, but
I mean, I probably wouldn't. It's not. This is you baited me into coming here after 2 years with this incendiary title. So this
actual
is
Justice Warrior, do a stream, try to bait FT coming on.
Maybe
talk about
maybe my ego will allow me to come in.
Actual Justice Warrior makes a great argument for mass incarceration. You're going to love it, FD.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very big on policing.
Yeah.
Dr. Diddler for $20 says, "Sitch and Adam are advocating for the end of stereotypes while FD is advocating to use them in reverse. Let's just say it like it is. FD wants an elliptical, never-ending race war that will produce endless suffering among races."
Is that true, FD?
True?
Do you want a never-ending race war?
Yeah, the never-ending race war of black people against white people and violent, you know, that history of black on white terrorism of the last 300 years.
Would you give up the term whiteness?
That's my argument. I don't think it's gonna win.
It's not a real thing.
Okay.
So I like this. The key, the word of the day is that shit's not real. Fuck those people.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
What's not real? The race war?
Yeah, the race war isn't real. There's no race war. That's something that like y'all say. Niggas don't be talking about race wars. Like, like black people are not taught. That is a phrase that only exists.
What are the racist obstacles that are in black people's way what is the purpose of those if it's not to win
Start a
some sort
war?
of conflict?
Start a war or win a conflict? Those are two
Well,
different
look,
things.
yeah, look, I think war obviously could be hyperbolic. I mean, if there's a
It
never-ending
could be.
conflict, well, yeah. Look, it's what I don't know how you would want to define a race war. I mean, you're free to
I
define it if
I
you want.
I
Obviously,
think
there is some sort of social conflict going on between blacks and whites. You admit that. That's part of
Yeah, there's
your
a social
philosophy,
conflict. Yes, I would
right?
calling it a
Okay,
race war is very much couched in a white supremacist ethos, though, to
okay.
me.
well, I think Dr. Diddler's just meant that there'd be continual racial conflict, not that it would actually be a race war,
Oh,
the way that you're conceptualizing it.
so maybe I should be. What should I do to stop the racial conflict from Dr. Dittler? Throw a.
No,
Advocate for
that's what.
colorblind liberalism.
No, I was going to
So
ask.
because that has worked so well.
Let
it
me
will
ask.
it will work even it was working and it was continue
It
to
was
work
not.
better.
It was
It just
not
takes a long
working.
time.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Would you give up the term whiteness if you had assurances that the racial conflict would end, and you knew this to be factually the case? This would totally end the conflict.
Sure. I'd
Okay,
also
look.
play in the
Okay.
NBA if I
Look
were
at
6'11" and a supreme
Wonderful.
athlete.
Look, you don't believe
Like
it exists, but at least look, most people I think thrive on the racial conflict, and there's no way in hell they would
no,
let
I
it
don't
end.
think I don't think people thrive on the racial conflict. They're fighting against a thing. And
Right.
the fact that like you all keep couching this in
Right, a
hypotheticals.
thing.
No,
Well, I mean, to me, it's very apparent that if you walk into a room and you're trying to get a group of white people to be on board with anti-racism, and you label everything bad in the world as whiteness, that they're gonna, immediately be opposed to this.
Yeah,
agenda.
whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it just seems like it's a bad idea. It's not very persuasive to me.
So there's an argument for like tactics and efficiency, maybe in certain situations. There's an argument that we never should have wasted. Is an argument that, like, first off, like, are you all in corporate America?
No.
No.
Okay, so I was in corporate America or adjacent to it, and my wife was, and a lot of people I know are black in corporate America, and they'll tell you that the corporate American investment is. Can we see the air quotes? I'll make sure. I don't know if I'm on
I see it.
cam. The corporate American investment in DEI and identity politics was a farce to begin with. So like this is kind of a nothing burger. You know what I'm saying? Like, so surely we can give that up because it wasn't doing anything. It held no value. It had no teeth. And like, since the talking point, the stats, I can't remember the exact stats, but like police funding has went up since Black Lives Matter nationwide. So what are we
Violent
talking
protests
about?
don't work.
Why are we arguing about why are we arguing about trying to a lot of the arguments we're presenting here are inconsequential.
Well,
And
that
they
makes
only
my
serve white
point.
supremacist frameworks.
That makes my point that the BLM messaging was ultimately self-defeating.
I would argue that BLM was co-opted and that the messaging wasn't perfect, partly because it was co-opted and that
Co-opted by who?
by liberals, black liberals in that case. BLM was not BLM became what it became because black liberals took it over in
If
2016.
Well, I would think you'd be talking about I forget the ladies' names, the technical
Yeah.
founders of BLM who basically took a bunch of money and,
Right.
fucked off with it, right?
Right.
But I mean, if black radical socialist led BLM instead of black liberals, like what would it look like? What would they be advocating for that would be more persuasive and have a different outcome?
I mean, there's a variety of different ways that could have went. They could have been more rigid about like the whole defund the police, right? Didn't have legs and was
Horribly unpersuasive.
better. It was ineffective for accomplishing their goals because it became just kind of this shock thing that people said, even though that was the ultimate goal. And so what ended up happening though is that when they finally got to the negotiation table, or when they cashed in the power and clout that they had, worked for, they settled for murals and, DEI programs at corporations and business development, and economic set asides instead of actually, defunding the police.
Well, so you think what you're saying isn't messaging. You're saying that there was some,
It was co-opted. That's kind of my point. The
Right,
messaging
right,
wasn't
but
the messaging wasn't very good, but like the
Mhm.
messaging in the moment, the messaging was secondary to the fact that they had the uprisings of 2020 gave the left, ostensibly speaking, a chip on
Mhm.
the table. They gave them a bargaining chip. And so they cashed that bargaining chip in for cheap bullshit. That's
Well,
kind of the simplest way I could
I
put it.
understand what you're saying, but it's not like logistically, it's not like all of corporate America got in a room with BLM leadership and they said, "What do you want?" And then the BLM leadership was like, "We want, murals." Right? It's not really how.
That's low key what happened in a lot of situations, actually. Like
Really?
low key city
Okay.
officials and administrators came to organizers, came to community leaders, came to Black Lives Matter, what's it calls, and said, "All right, look, how about we gonna put some black art up in the museums, and we're gonna give you all we're gonna set up this business development program for black business entrepreneurs, and we're gonna commission black artists to make art in the streets and do all this stuff." And then you tell everybody to calm down, and they took it. And they shouldn't have taken it. They should have said,
Right.
"No, we want uh, we want a promise for investment in mental health services in Black communities. We want a promise of investment in education. We want to change the law. We want ranked choice voting. We want to change the laws of districting to be reflective of the actual community." There's so many things they could have cashed that chip in for, and they cashed it in for the least material things possible because it was co-opted. And to be fair to them, because I wasn't out there, right?
Hmm.
I'm saying the secondhand, studying the aftermath and hearing directly from people who were there. They were maybe in over their head. They maybe thought better of what they were getting at the time. So I don't want to come off too judgmental and dismissive of what happened, but I think it's fair to say that that opportunity was not fully cashed in on.
Interesting. Maybe. JMac, our surrogate father, for $100. Thank you so much. Says, compare the response to Daniel Shaver with George Floyd. I can't take anything FD Signifier says seriously. He's in a self-proclaimed bubble and seems incapable of saying anything outside his ideology. The Sitch and Adam community is one of the most ideological diverse out there.
Who was Daniel Shaver?
Daniel Shaver was the guy who, remember, there's like the video of the guy who was like in the hallway and the police kept giving him like different confusing directions, and he was like crawling out of his hotel room, and then they shot him.
Oh, so it's a white guy that was shot by the police.
Yes. It was right after, I think it was right after, remember there was the Las Vegas shooting? So
Yeah,
like
so there's
everyone was
there's
like
been a bunch of
hyper
white people shot by
crazy.
police.
Yeah.
And there's often protests still. Who was that? Who was that?
Daniel Shaver.
No, who's this question from?
J-Mac.
J Mac is a fucking idiot.
How dare you
J
Oh
Mac.
call
my
our
God.
J
surrogate
Mac.
father?
Making
Who was
friends.
You can attack my
Holy
girlfriend, but my
cow.
surrogate father, who gives us a lot of money, how
J
dare you?
Mac, who controls the media attention in that regard? What are
Oh
the
no.
who points the
We're
cameras?
going to the JQ here. No, don't say it.
It's not the Jews.
Don't
Are you
don't
about to? Are you
say
about
it,
to? No,
FD.
no.
Step
The media
back.
in general, the liberal media, decides what deaths are valuable to their content and their bottom lines, and what deaths are not. Because if they would have paid more attention to a Dan Shaver or whatever this guy's name is, or the multitude of white men who have mental illness that are shot by the police, what would the result of that actually be? If they show that it was not a race or explicitly race driven issue, that it was a policing issue, what would the result of that be?
Sitch,
I'm sorry. The result.
I wasn't paying any attention. So.
The result.
What do you think?
The result of if they showed what killing was an issue of policing.
If we were able to convince, because like you just said earlier, Sitch, that most people are disengaged and not invested in politics. They're just kind of coasting.
Which I assume you agree with.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
So if we were to normalize the fact that police shoot everyone for no apparent reason, not just black people, that it wasn't a race issue, it was a policing issue,
right?
What would the public's response be?
They'd be outraged. They'd say, we need change.
Yeah. And so, but the liberal media and the conservative media do not want that. They don't actually want change. They want to cash in on the spectacle.
Or the police are just really not that bad. There's really nothing.
Well, wait a minute. This is very fascinating. So you think that there is a sort of conspiracy by the left-wing media to frame it as a race issue so that people
liberal
don't care about it?
Liberal media purposefully capitalizes on Black death because the spectacle of Black death is lucrative for them as an entity.
Is George Floyd part of that? Is that
yes? George Floyd's part of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Does it have the result of sometimes benefiting movement and maybe galvanizing people? No. But at the end of the day, so George Floyd was murdered, right? Thankfully, Derek Chauvin went to jail, which is not, it's like 50-50.
He's gonna get pardoned, maybe.
He may or may not get pardoned by Donald Trump, right? But so George Floyd was murdered. And everybody hit the streets for a break from COVID. At the end of the day, George Floyd is still dead. Very little, if any, change for Black people of material change happened. And the status quo reestablished itself, but a bunch of people made a bunch of money and got a bunch of woke points. A bunch of DEI consultants that weren't Black were hired to come lecture to, white corporate bros. And one of every 10 white corporate bro became a groper, according to you. So like that is not a conspiracy. Is anything I just said a conspiratorial, or is that all factual?
You're just explaining the outcome of events,
right? So
the motivation would be the conspiracy part.
So I don't know if it's so motivation to me. I tend not to get into motivation a ton because I don't think a lot of racism is intrinsically like inceptually motivated. It's reflexive. Like I said, white liberals don't respond to white death of like normal white dudes the same way they do to Black people. And that's because of a racial hierarchy and like a framing of race that we have in this country.
So is it because they're adopting your framework of racism?
I'm sorry. Start over, one of you.
Isn't it because
the response is important though, Sitch? Like, is a response like joyous or is a response revulsion? Because obviously,
it's revulsion. It's look at what this one white cop did to this Black guy.
Right. Okay.
Look at how evil this one white cop is, and we need to put this one white cop in prison. And
instead of examining the whole system, that's where you're going. Okay.
Look, we put this one white cop in prison. Everything's back to normal. Everything's cool. Everyone's safe. Black people.
It's a bad apple theory.
Yeah, bad apple theory. Sure, that works.
I mean, I remember like when George Floyd and all the BLM stuff happened, and they started reporting on, whenever a Black person who was unarmed was killed by a police officer for like the next 3 or 4 years.
It was a trending topic.
It was a trending topic. I mean, like at least in the left-wing media on MSNBC and CNN, it did seem like there was a lot of talk about, institutional policing being a problem for the entire Black community. I didn't perceive MSNBC and CNN just framing it like, oh, there's just one racist bad apple.
There's always a lot of talk, but what happened?
No, but I'm saying
a lot of police departments got defunded.
Wait.
They did. None of them did. What are you talking about? Nobody got defunded.
I thought you laid out an idea that like the left-wing media was intentionally framing Black deaths in some way for nefarious purposes.
So I don't know if that's an accurate description of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that Black death gets more attention in mainstream media, in left-wing media. Because
but that's because they believe the worldview that you believe about racism.
They believe the worldview I believe, but they also, like many liberals, let's talk Destiny for a second, right? So I'm sure Destiny is against Derek Chauvin getting pardoned, but
I would assume.
Destiny also is pro-police. So like they frame everything and they maneuver everything in a way to, bad apple ism the situation and maintain the structure as it exists at the same time. So is this a like I don't believe in like Illuminati conspiracy stuff because it does get into anti-Semitism nonsense and it is a historical whatever. But I believe in a market, in a structural inequality, stereotyping, all those things I think we all agree on. I believe that makes it so nobody's interested in the death of a handful of white guys by the police. That doesn't promote any ideologies in any way, except for when, a white supremacist wants to talk about it.
I just looked up police departments that were defunded, and notably Minneapolis, Los Angeles, New York City, Austin, Texas, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington, San
Defunded
Francisco,
in terms of what?
Washington, D.C., Baltimore, other cities, Oakland, California, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Chicago. At least 13 engaged in some form of defunding policies per the 2021 bookings report. Through specific, those specific names beyond this list were not any detailed. I just asked Grok.
So what? Oh, you asked Grok. So let's start there. But when I said that, what I meant is as a whole, and fact check me on this, as a whole, since 2020, 2021, police funding in the country has went up.
In Los Angeles in 2020, Mayor Eric Garcetti announced a $150 million reduction in the Los Angeles Police Department LAPD budget, with funds reallocated to communities of color for social service. I mean, if you want to contest, we could look into every one of them, but I do think obviously there was defunding going on during the defund the police movement. All of these are liberal cities, obviously. No. Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, Portland, Oregon, Austin, Texas. Look.
So I'm looking at. So here's
you said nobody defunded police anywhere, and I just.
So I'm sorry. A more accurate statement would have been that funding for police has increased since 2021 nationwide.
After it was dropped and crime got out of control.
Crime got out of control in
Los
COVID?
Angeles, yes.
But you're missing the point. It still went back up. It went back up to higher in 2021. State and local governments spent. Well, I'm sorry. Where is this at?
That's okay. Anyway, what were you on about, Sitch? Before I did a little online fact. Look, Sitch online fact checks me all the time. FD, it's ridiculous. I fucking hate it. So I know exactly how you feel.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, you want to look into the Los Angeles one?
No, because you're still talking about cities.
Outcome by 2021, LAPD received 3% budget increase. Oh, look at this. And overall police spending grew by 9.4% from 2019 to 2022. There you go.
Yeah, my understanding was that some police departments scaled back because of George Floyd, and then crime increased, and then they probably then started to increase.
Yeah, that was my
afterwards.
understanding.
Yeah.
So this is from ABC News. Examine the budgets of more than 100 cities. 80% are spending at least 2% more on policing in 2022 than in 2019. 49 cities or counties of police funding has increased by more than 10%. So that is what I'm basing this off of. I'm basing this off of that general talking point that I've seen in a bunch of different spaces. In Los Angeles County serves to a budget. So what did you just say they said in Los Angeles? Because according to this,
they reduced the budget and then crime went up and then they increased the budget.
So in 2020, they spent $3.55 billion. In 2021, it was $3.54 billion. In 2022, it was 3.61. In 2023, it was 3.86.
Yeah, they say it grew by 9.4% by 2022.
So I'm not sure if you fact checked me like you think you did. Because
you said nobody No budgets were reduced during defund the police.
I'm sorry.
Defund the police got budgets reduced in 13 cities. Crime went up in those 13 cities, and then they increased the budget.
So
right here.
So budgets were reduced for 1 year.
In those by cities. 2023, the budget was increased again due to 37% rise in violent crime and 25% increase in homicides compared to 2022. That's Washington, D.C.
But the what I presented to you was that they still increase. Like they spent 1 year during COVID, right after it happened. This is the kind of
I think the disagreement was over whether or not defund the police actually worked. And I said yes, it did work.
It actually happened.
Yes, and it did happen.
If it happened for 1 year, then immediately reverted back, then nothing changed.
Okay,
well, the violent crime changed.
Okay, but then you're not neither of you are disagreeing. You're
I don't think we're disagreeing with each
words.
other.
No, not at all.
Okay, so there were some
defunding the police
departments
causes violent crime to increase.
That after BLM dropped their budgets, but then they increased them again.
Right? Sure,
we all agree. Okay.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Where were we?
I don't remember where. I don't remember how we got up on this topic. Let me. Mark Twain's Revenge for $20 says, FD, do you know in what decade the redlining maps were primarily made and why? And do you know what year home ownership became the means of building wealth as we understand it today?
No, I don't know what years these are.
Okay. I don't either. So let us know, Mark Twain. Plantation Sensation. Well, that's not always a good sign. For $20 says this guy's definitely not beating the low IQ stereotype today. Oh, terrible. Offensive.
You guys are so bad.
I know.
He's nice enough to come on.
Okay, let me see. Let me look for actual questions. I was just reading the $20 and up.
Oh, I wish I could see.
There's not that many racists.
See,
there's only like 1 or 2 or 10.
You want the racist ones? I mean,
no,
I
don't
think there
I
aren't.
prefer not to be exposed to racism right now.
No.
Okay,
if that's okay with you guys.
That's fine.
Well, I thought you might like to say, "Oh my God, look how racist their audience is."
That's not really. Water is wet.
Not really.
Sky is blue.
Oh my God.
Jason Adams' audience is very racist.
That's not. I mean, that's not fair.
JV for $5 says the Indian caste system started centuries before European people set foot in India. How is it related to whiteness?
It's not related to white like Europeans, right? The concept is ownership of a status based on race and phenotype. It's not like most places that have really bad issues with race and colorism were touched by Europeans. I don't know enough about India's caste system to say the actual effect that it had. But this is kind of the problem. It's not based in explicitly when I'm talking about whiteness, I'm not specifically completely, especially in India, talking about white people, TM European descendants. Does that make sense?
Sort of. Well, to be clear, you're not suggesting that like white people, like all white ethnic groups, all white Europeans have some sort of intrinsic quality to them.
No, not at all.
Okay.
That's actually the opposite of what I believe.
Right.
So all like Europeans are a ton of unique ethnic groups and were for most of world history, and then whiteness was created as a product of colonialism.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is how we came up with the concept, right? But the actual whiteness TM that Europeans created is not what's happening with the caste system in India. Does that make sense? But what's happening with the caste system in India is an example of whiteness, a racial identity as a property, giving you access to certain status markers and not having that property exposed.
No, I mean, I understand. I just think calling it whiteness is ridiculous.
Counterproductive.
And
I mean, like, I wouldn't do that if I was seriously talking about like issues in India. We're home focused here. It makes perfect sense here.
Uh-huh. So someone asked, are you bothered by a lot of people on the far left coming out in favor of October 7th?
I'm not going to talk a lot about Israel and Palestine because I don't know enough, and that's like a extremely um, volatile thing. Um, would it probably be more? What I don't like is that it's become content pilled. Does that make sense? Like there's a lot of
Yeah, what does that
people
mean?
I don't know what
like
you mean by
there's
that.
a lot of people talking about what's happening in Israel Palestine who you know it seems like it's mostly just because it creates kind of a content swell. I don't like when really I always had a rule that I'm not going to talk about trans issues unless I'm like with a trans person and I'm asking them questions that are asking me questions. I'm not going to come up
Well,
here
I'm Jewish.
and
Does that
debate.
count?
That's even more reason for me not to try to explain the situation because
Well, I'm
I'm
not,
not.
listen, I'm not asking you, or the question wasn't asking you on the, like, give your take on the entire Israel situation. They were just asking you, are you bothered by people that were okay with or advocating for the specific incident of Hamas going in and killing people and kidnapping civilians on October 7th?
I think I think that what happened on October 7th was not good, but I understand. That's the best way I could put it.
Oh,
That's the best way I could put
okay.
it. You know, I think I wish that it didn't happen, but the fact that it happened and the end results of it, um, like what's happening now as a result of it, I wish it was not the case. But like that scenario doesn't start on October 7th.
Sure, sure. And I mean, I'm glad that you acknowledge, because some people won't, that obviously the outcome of the action was not good for the people in Gaza and thus would be ultimately self-defeating. But also, was the action itself to basically kill a bunch of civilians and do that? Is that an immoral action to engage in that way?
It depends on like how you frame immorality. Like, so let me bring it to something that I actually know a little bit more about. Going back to Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so after the Haitian Revolution, shit, sorry. After the Haitian Revolution, Desai, who was one of the like people over it, ordered the deaths of any white people left on the island that didn't leave. If you didn't leave, except for the Dutch, I think the Dutch were okay. But any other white people that were still there,
How did they make that determination?
I don't remember the details.
Okay.
So any of the people that were still there, he ordered them to be killed. And most of the battalions that were, in different areas around Haiti, just kind of was like, okay, but then didn't do it. And when he realized it wasn't happening, he went like from spot to spot and had folks rounded up and shot in the street. And so, do I wish that wasn't the case? Do I wish that wasn't a part of what happened in the Haitian Revolution? Yes. Do I understand the logic behind Desai? Well, I don't understand the Dutch part. But do I understand the logic behind Desai saying that we can't, like, we have to we have to take drastic measures to make sure we're never enslaved and, oppressed again? Considering what they had been through, I understand that. So that's really the best way I can answer that question. There's no like wanting to get a perfect like I don't think I'm towing the perfect, leftist line in what I'm presenting, but I also can't both sides the situation any more than that. I
Well,
don't want people to
mhm,
die,
right.
but death as a result of trying to fight against oppression and apartheid is something that happens. So
Yeah, but
I
it seems like a punt because I
well,
mean,
it's a
obviously we're far removed from like the Holocaust, but
mhm.
I wouldn't, like, if there was some situation where Jews broke out of some concentration camp and act like a literal concentration camp and they just started killing like every random German person they would see, I could say like, okay, I understand why people in that situation would engage in action. Like I understand it like psychologically, but I would still say that it was an immoral thing to do and that they should not have done that.
You see, I think adding morality is where I just can't rock with the I can't rock with the premise when you add morality to it. because morals have always been subjective and situational. I don't know if it's immoral. I don't know if I would say that. I don't even know if I would like venture to try to think about the morality of growing up in an apartheid state, seeing the constant abuse and suffering that your people has been done to your people for a good 2 generations now, if I'm not mistaken, and being worried about who is a civilian and who is a combatant under the circumstances. I don't
Do
know
you
if
think
I
that the
don't.
situations dictate morality to that? Like, there's not like a
Yeah,
universal
I
moral
think
constant
I
of like,
think
don't
more.
kill innocent people or
Yeah,
something?
I don't know. I don't believe in that. No,
Okay.
I don't think morality. I don't think that framing of that, like having morality in that framework, does not benefit oppressed people, because it ties one hand behind their back. And we talked. You all stuck on this for a little bit in the video. There's
Hmm.
plenty of examples of bloodless revolutions, right? Or primarily bloodless revolutions. But there's also examples of bloody revolutions. You know, if I'm not mistaken, let me Google this before I say it and get fact checked by somebody who I
Oh,
really
I won't. No, I'm
don't
not
want
gonna.
to.
I'm
No,
done.
no, not you, Sitch. I'm thinking more about like,
I'm not.
Someone in the
It's
chat.
Adam, but anyway, I'm
I'm
not gonna
sorry.
fact check anymore. Unless you say a whopper, and then I'm
Yeah,
just gonna be forced to. I'm gonna be like,
so in
oh
Kenya,
shit.
right? So the Mau Mau's in Kenya. Let me double check this. Let me double check this.
I keep thinking, hmm, does your belief that
Oh no, I'm
Gaza
wrong.
is
So
an
I'm about
open
to.
air prison affect your behavior? Let me think.
So actually, I was about to get it wrong. Uh, oh no, no, maybe it was that
I don't know
Kenya's.
anything about the Mau Mau revolution.
Long story short, the Mau Mau's in Kenya were very violent.
Hmm.
They were like, it's on site, and they were not playing games with their oppressors in Kenya, and they got their, um if I'm not mistaken, they got their independence pretty quickly, and it lasted functionally a lot longer compared to other non-bloody revolutions. But there's plenty of non-bloody revolutions that are, still alive and kicking. So there's all kinds of variables. I just refuse to take senseless violence off the table for oppressed people. I just don't think I don't think that serves oppressed people to say, all right, here are the rules we're going to apply to you for you to be free. Because
Well,
those
I mean,
rules don't apply to the oppressor.
I'm not even, I don't even think most people are suggesting in all situations that violence should always be off the table. I think, but generally there's an idea that in almost all situations, you shouldn't be killing children and, random people that are not engaged, in the military or not engaged in, government or something, that those actions are wrong, right? Or
Y-
that, sexual assault would always, I assume you like sexual assault would always be wrong in all situations.
Yeah. Yeah. Those are all real, like, those are all things I believe in general.
Okay.
I am not interested in debating the role of excess and violence and assault and whatever else as it pertains to um, what amounts to a liberation effort, a liberation movement. Because by saying in the moment, it's kind of like I don't know where y'all. I can imagine where y'all stood on the Johnny Depp, Amber Heard shit, but it amounts to
Oh
like
my
the
God.
it amounts to the I'm just triggering your whole audience now.
I'm just wondering how we're gonna get to Johnny Depp from
Uh,
2%.
no, what they call mutual abuse. There you go.
Okay.
Whole it amounts to that, a mutual abuse myth. It's like if we're in a situation where I am in a where people are in a position where they're constantly being abused, constantly being murdered, constantly being sexually violated, constantly being all those things,
Mhm.
and nobody's saying anything. In fact, the country's funding it and shielding them from it happening, and then they turn around and match that same energy. I'm not gonna, even if I don't like that it's happening, I don't like that
Mhm.
anybody's being killed, civilians are being killed, et cetera, et cetera. Um, Even if I don't like that it's happening, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I don't know, let's talk about morality, y'all. Like, no, we weren't talking about morality before that day. You know what I'm saying? So
I
like,
see. You're saying kind of eye for an eye. situation is occurring?
I don't even know if I would say eye for an eye. I'm saying the result of that type of oppression is the possibility result of that type of oppression is getting that same energy back. I'm not saying that I want that to happen, but I'm saying if and when it happens, don't come looking to me to condemn it.
Okay. Brian for $25 says whiteness is an American-centric ideology, and to say whiteness is the reason for the othering of people due to their differences in India, Ethiopia, and other non-Western countries is not correct. Whiteness, in my view, is inherently about what was the majority skin tone of the American public.
Yes, I think I kind of already explained this misunderstanding earlier. So,
okay.
All right, that was a great show, guys. Thanks for coming on.
is everything getting really racist from the super chats?
No, no, most of them aren't questions. I'm just looking for actual questions. Most of them are just saying like you're stupid. Lemur Wrench, Lemur Wrench 6344 for $20 says, FD, I heard you say talking to Young that you don't think we can ever get rid of racism entirely. Why do you think that? And if you changed your mind on that, how would that impact your racial politics? Would it make you more favorable to colorblindness at all? It seems to me that colorblindness versus race consciousness as an approach can be heavily influenced by whether the person thinks ending racism is possible.
That was a long one, and I'm getting tired. So let me try.
He's basically the question. I'll try to summarize. He said, if you thought that ending racism was something that was actually possible, would it change? Would you be more favorable to colorblind? I guess
no, that would be. We've been doing colorblind like fucking shit. We've been doing colorblindness for 65 fucking years. Why would I say let's go back to that? What we would have to do.
Well, because we've been making progress.
Oh,
because we've actually been making progress.
We're not making progress. We're not making
no progress. No progress.
There's some people that make it, and there's some people that make it. That's not good enough for me to acknowledge it.
I mean, if George Floyd happened in the 60s, do you think the response would be the same?
In the 60s.
Okay, but was the response the same as it as?
But it also happened last week. It also happened last month.
Yeah, but the response to George Floyd was majorly different than it was in the 60s,
that one time, it was a majorly different situation. But the police funding is back up more than what it was 3-4 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but look, in the 1960s, George Floyd's happens and everybody's like, yeah, whatever. But it happens in 2020 and everyone is like, oh my God, this is the worst thing. Fucking
Adam.
Black people are being discriminated against. That's the tangible change.
The structure that made that possible in 1960 still exists today, pretty much unchanged and almost impenetrable. So like, I'm not interested in celebrating one white cop going to jail if I understand that the problem of policing has not been affected in any way as a result of it. We'll still celebrate the accomplishments, talk about George Floyd as a martyr, et cetera, but I'm not going to be like, hey, I'm not going to like, of course I'm happy that some things happen, that some things are a little bit better for some people in some situations. But no, my responsibility is to say not good enough. Are you a sports fan?
The revulsion of the general public is just inconsequential in this situation.
Fuck the general public. Like the general public, because it's not the general public. I'm sorry. Let me phrase that. Mm-hmm. The general public is.
I mean, the general public is on your side. I'm not sure why you'd say fuck them.
So no, you're right. I'm not saying fuck the general public. I'm saying fuck the people that feel that anti-white racism is a thing and are bringing it to me as a serious issue, because the general public doesn't agree with them, and the general public is also kind of racist and doesn't want the police to change. So I'm more focused on addressing what's happening over there.
By your definition, anti-white racism can't exist. So we have two different definitions of racism going here. So
right, but whatever it is that you are describing does not matter to me.
Discrimination against white people.
Yeah, the discrimination against white people, such as
seeing a white person and thinking they're automatically racist just because they're white. Just like discrimination.
Yeah, that doesn't matter to me. That doesn't matter to me at all.
Okay.
And I can look in the camera and say that I'm sorry that some people think white people are racist. No, I'm not sorry. it's good that people think white people are racist.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody should operate with that in mind and do something about it.
What if there's a black cop who thinks all white people are racist and he's out harassing white people all the time because he just thinks they're racist? Do you care about that? Would that be bad? Would that be immoral?
I'm not interested in what ifs of what ifs, because
it's easy. It's easy. Just say yes. Of course, it would be immoral.
Because you're asking me, because the thing that you're not conceding is that reality is not on your side.
Look,
which is why you have to resort to hypotheticals.
If there is a white cop who's out there that's racist and is constantly harassing black people because he thinks black people are inferior, that would obviously be racist, right?
Yeah, sure.
So if the reverse is happening, that would obviously be racist too. Look, it could be, that's the whole point of the if.
So first,
it's a hypothetical.
Right, but first, so the reason of the hypothetical is to sidestep reality, though. And I don't like.
No, it's not. I mean,
yes, it is.
It's just
it's to imagine a world where the reason for your hypotheticals, for the most part, Adam, is to imagine a world.
But do you believe that there's no black cop out there that exists that thinks all white people are racist and is out there harassing white people?
I'm sure. I guarantee you, because of the nature of cops, that there are some black cops.
The hypothetical actually exists somewhere in the world. You acknowledge it. So what's the problem? Just condemn that cop and we can just move on. It's no problem.
But why would?
Why would you condemn that cop?
Why are you asking me to condemn?
It's racist.
Why are you asking me to condemn the hypothetical black cop that we think exists versus the litany of white cops that have killed black people?
Because people care about consistency.
Yes.
And if you are consistent, what? Oh
I think that's 99% of all the humans in the world. I don't
yes,
make allies
it's a principle of fairness. Look, you asked earlier why Sitch didn't go down the alt-right rabbit hole, why he turned around. That question is so easy for me to answer because I know these racist stereotypes are unfair because they catch black people they aren't bad people at all. And I just cannot stand the fact that
by a black cop. Sitch, have you ever been harassed by a black cop?
I have never been harassed by a black cop, no.
Okay. If you were harassed by a black cop, would that make you more or less likely to be racist?
Me personally, I don't think it would have any influence.
Yeah, it wouldn't have any influence on me either.
But I'm like a enlightened, 10D, dimensional wizard.
Most white people, most people in general don't engage with the police. Like just most people don't actually ever engage with the police, even the average black person. And so I don't care.
I think the issue is there's like this famous example that everyone points to where I don't know if it was an experiment or just like a video. There's like these two monkeys and they're in different cages and the researcher gives one monkey a grape and then, the monkeys really like grapes and it eats it and it's happy. And to the other monkey, it gives a cucumber, which they don't like the flavor of. And the monkey that gets the cucumber like freaks the fuck out and it gets like super mad. But
if you were to give the cucumber at
it throws it at the researcher head. But if you were to give both of them a cucumber from the beginning, even if it didn't like it, it wouldn't like freak out. And the point is that it seems like humans, and I don't know if you're Jonathan Haidt, if you've read Jonathan Haidt or anything, but it seems like humans have some sort of intrinsic idea about fairness and the moral intuition of fairness built into ourselves on like a biological level. And I think the point of like of Adam asking the hypothetical and stuff is that if there isn't a standard that people feel applies universally or fairly to everyone, it's very difficult for people to get on board with what you're suggesting. And so being anyone, not just
this is the whole point of racism.
So what I'm saying is I'm not overly interested in engaging with those hypotheticals in the face of the reality that's like there. And that this is why I don't really do debates, because debates usually boil down to hypothetically, what if this thing that isn't actually happening? What would you think about that? And it's to judge
because they're testing the principle. They're trying to understand what the principle is that you're advocating for.
But you understand the principle. You understand the principle. Even if you just believe the Ben Shapiro framework of structural racism, you understand the principle. You're just trying to move the focus of the conversation to something that doesn't engage with that principle. And that's why that's why I'm not really playing ball
I
there a lot.
I
Well,
think
you,
some people
yeah.
are trying to do that. They're trying to move the conversation, but I think in this specific hypothetical Adam asked you, it was to check to see what the principle was. I don't
Yeah,
think
But
it was
and
to
the
move the
but
principle
you know
is
conversation.
so
fairness, though.
if you're trying to, so of course I believe in fairness. Of course I believe in all of these things that undergird these white supremacist talking points, right? The reason why they work as talking points is
Well, no,
because they
fairness
have,
is in your argument because you're saying
but
that the
yes,
reality is the system is unfair. You're basically making an argument for
yes,
fairness as
yes.
well.
Yes, so, that is the white supremacist preposition presentation of this argument. The real issue here is fairness. So if we can both agree that fairness is the issue and that we want things to be fair, should we have affirmative action?
No, no,
Should we?
you're saying society is structurally unfair
Yes,
to black people. That's
yes,
your argument, not the white
yes.
supremacist argument.
And what I'm telling you is that the white supremacist argument, which you're
Hmm.
presenting essentially right now, I'm not calling you white supremacist, but
Okay.
you're repeating their argument in good faith or taking it at its word.
What is their argument?
That if we really care about fairness, if we really think stereotyping is bad, that's something you said multiple times tonight, correct? If we
I'm
really think,
against stereotyping. You're
I'm
making
against,
the
no,
white
no, no, no,
supremacists
right.
are making an argument in favor of stereotyping.
So
I'm
listen,
always
listen.
fighting with them about this.
So you're saying I'm against stereotyping. So
Correct.
any type of stereotyping is bad, whether it's the stereotyping that gets black people shot in the streets by police, or the
Correct.
stereotyping that means that someone might say something mean to me on Twitter. Both of those are bad.
Or get me shot in the street by a racist black cop.
Yes, because that has happened.
Hmm.
You go start Googling. Start Googling, Adam. I know you can do it. Fact check yourself. Tell me all the cases. You are just saying, and that's kind of why I'm not engaging. Like there's no material foundation undergirding that.
Is society is part of your structural racism argument that society is structured so it is unfair to black people. It gives more advantages to white people.
Mhm.
That's correct, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying your argument revolves around fairness as well. You're saying, look, it's unfair that society is structured this
Wait.
way.
Yes.
Let me translate here. Okay.
The
I think
translator.
the issue here with the hypothetical question about the racist black cop is that I understand you're saying you don't want to get engaged in it because you feel like it changes the conversation into a hypothetical situation that's not real, which detracts from the real issues, right? That was what you said.
Which I
And
admit it's not a realistic scenario.
right.
So,
But and I understand that's your perspective, but the perspective of someone who doesn't agree with you is that they're going to think, well, there's two reasons he doesn't want to answer the question. Either A, it's because he doesn't have a problem with the hypothetical black cop being racist to white people, or B, even if he does have a problem with that, he's afraid of people in his audience who wouldn't have a problem with that, and he doesn't want to alienate them. And so I think that's why it's important to be, instead of the kind of engage in this sort of like, what are the optics battle here, is to just be like, well, yes, I think that's bad, but I don't think that's happening. Or just like give the straightforward answer.
Fuck those people.
Okay. If you don't care about persuasion.
I don't
okay,
care about
okay,
those
fair
people.
enough. Fair enough.
I don't care about their
Fair enough.
opinions.
That's fine.
No.
Glue Guns and Roses.
You read quite a bit, right? FT. I think you've talked about.
For real.
Oh, really?
I mean, I read probably more than the average person for videos, but not like.
Are you into sports?
People way more better read than I am. I am not. That's not part of my repertoire anymore. I don't like to claim that. I am into sports though.
Cool.
Well, football. I'm really just into football.
Blue Guns and Roses for $20 says, I'll spend $20 to say that I love FD and most of his videos, even if he wasn't informed on country music culture with women or the trend of pop stars coming out in country music, then dipping to mainstream pop. Be nice, chat.
Oh, thank you, whoever that was.
Yeah.
Have I ever talked about? I guess I talked about Beyonce with country music a little bit, but I didn't. That would, out of my depth.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how to say his name. Tyquez Graham says, are white people able to unlearn racism and be 0% racist? If not, aren't you implying whites are just hateful from the gate? Then how do you not just go to violence at that point?
See, this is the problem. Hateful is the big problem here. Mm-hmm. Is that the colorblind racism ethos, like the ideology behind colorblind racism, couches racism as a issue of hate and morality. And that is the reason why that doesn't work. And it's like barely, whatever progress we can agree exists is at a snail's pace, is because the average white person thinks that they're not in any way engaged in anything racist because they don't actually hate. They don't have immoral, hateful feelings in their body. And that's never what I'm talking about. I don't think white people naturally hate black people. I don't. I don't think white people are naturally hateful towards black people or willfully malicious, et cetera, et cetera. There are some things that happen. There's 4chan as existed, right? But there was another thing. Read that again.
Oh, I lost. I lost.
Damn it. So like
If white
unlearning.
people are able to unlearn racism and be 0%, if they're not able to unlearn racism, are you implying that whites are just hateful from the gate? Then how do you not just go to violence?
Yeah, so we don't need white people to unlearn. This is y'all can make me sound like Robert DiAngelo or some shit. The goal
Oh
is
no,
what is it? Anti-racist baby? Was that it? Was that something
that
like
was
that?
someone else, but
Somebody. I don't
she
know,
was
but
white fragility.
the core of that whole framework is basically like, look, stop worrying about like, so Robert DiAngelo's cringe, DEI broke shops shit a cringe, but the baseline behind it was saying, hey, can we stop? Like they actually agree with me in this particular regard, which is, hey, can we stop being so worried about shaming white people for being hateful and this like this race consciousness pornography of like The Help or insert whatever movie here, The Green Book, right? These movies made by white liberals about racism that really just kind of serve as ways for white liberals to purge their negative feelings about racism without actually doing anything about it. The whole point of all that stuff was to kind of reframe how we talk about race, and they the core of that is still true. It's still real. It's you're not gonna become less racist like you, but what you do is you position yourself to be a barrier to racist structures, and that's different. And it's not kente cloth and you know Black Lives Matter flags in your lawn.
How do we know when we've reached that point? Is there going to be like some sort of like when everything's equitable in terms of racial statistics? Is that like okay, we've done it?
I definitely wouldn't do that. I don't know. I won't venture to give you that. When the white genocide starts, as soon as we feel safe enough to start the white genocide, that's when we know we've done it.
Okay, okay.
You're not being for real, are you? I mean, geez, that's
Am
kind of
I?
insane.
Well, do you?
Well,
Are you curious, Adam? Are you really curious if I really desire the white genocide?
in all honesty, I do think you're racist. I do think you have stereotypes of white people that you can't see past. This is a problem with all races. They have a stereotype of the group of people that they just can't escape.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not good. That's not good.
I don't think white genocide is the answer to racism.
Okay,
but it's really funny to talk about.
You're joking, right?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Okay.
I love white people.
No, it is hilarious. Look, I wish that
You guys know I'm like a bootleg metalhead. My favorite band is Tool and the Mars Volta and Metallica.
that joke.
But some of my best friends are white.
Look, that joke would hit a lot harder if it was just super obvious that you weren't racist against white people. then that joke would slam. I'm telling you. The whole white genocide thing would be hilarious. But there's just there's a little tinge that I'm like,
so do you,
is he serious?
Are you afraid of the white genocide? Are you afraid of that? Like legitimately?
Look, if black people are going to go out in the streets and just start killing white people indiscriminately, I mean, I'm not afraid of that, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think there's enough black people that hate white people for that to be a reality. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So when you hear, the Fuenteses of the world saying, you know, we're defending against the white genocide. We're trying to help the white race survive in the future. You realize that's bullshit, and that anybody that believes that is
Yeah,
just a
well, look,
racist.
they mean something completely different and it's totally hyperbolic. They mean, oh, they're going to outbreed us. They're going to bring immigrants in. We're going to lose our power at the voting booth because we're not going to be a majority. They don't mean an actual genocide in the
So
streets.
do you believe that part then?
No, I don't think that's.
So you don't believe any parts of the white genocide myth?
No.
And you don't have any fear for it? Because so good, right?
Yeah.
We butted heads a little bit. I'm happy that one.
Look, and I think you have an argument in that, like, racism against white people isn't as dangerous as racism against black people. Like, I agree with that.
Right. I guess what I was about to say was to bring it full circle. Why would you be able to? You already know where I'm going with this, don't you?
No, Anna Kasparian did a super chat lawsuit, please, and I don't know what. It was just funny, so I was laughing.
Anna
at
Kasparian.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. What?
Oh, they want to talk about the Ethan Klein lawsuit. I'm sorry, Anna.
No. Maybe that's what it is.
I guess that's what she was.
Finish your thought. What were you going to say about the white genocide? Like, I don't believe any of that stuff. I'm not.
Oh, so
I think it's being used to scare white people. Go ahead.
So if you can recognize that the white genocide talking point is only something that's useful, like basically compare the white genocide talking point to the the anti-white racism talking point. To me, they're both in the same category. Neither of them have any real weight in the world, and the only people that really engage with them seriously are people that are racist.
Well, it depends upon your definition of racism, obviously. So if it's just harboring negative stereotypes about a certain race, then obviously there is plenty of anti-white racism. If you're talking about structural inequality, no, you're probably, well, I mean, you can make an argument that
so let me
affirmative action is structural inequality.
If you believe that either of those are serious issues that are like need to be addressed from the left. Like, does the left need to come out and say, hey, we're not going to genocide white people the same way we need to say, hey, stop stereotyping white people?
I mean, it would be helpful if they came out and said, stop stereotyping white people. I think it would just help them electorally to show that they didn't hate white people. I think, optically, it just looks like the Democratic Party hates white people, hates white men in particular, because of the stereotypes.
Yeah, so we're going to end up back in the circles.
No, it's okay. We can move on.
Yeah, let's get to the last of things, and we want to make sure Anna gets the Ethan Klein lawsuit stuff.
Have you weighed in on because there's obviously a lot of hatred on the left going towards the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, I think, and Anna Kasparian are getting a lot of hate on the left. Are you caught up in that, or?
No, I swore off drama years ago. So I haven't really, you see things, you hear things, you notice things, but
right.
I'm doing fine making videos about Beyonce and, edgelords.
You don't cover Trump or Trump content or anything like that?
Barely. I made two pro-selection videos and only made the second one because I felt like I needed to respond to the first one. And then on my side channel, I do a bunch of, random stuff. But on my main channel, where I have 1 million subscribers, thank you very much.
How'd you do that? Like that? You got
being really good.
Your goal? Yeah. You sure it isn't just anti-white racism? I mean, obviously.
I mean, do you think anti-white racism will get me 1 million subscribers? Do you think like this is one of the reasons why I don't take this seriously?
Okay.
I do.
I mean, I was kind of joking, but maybe Sitch is serious.
Yeah, I don't think anti-white racism is what got me 1 million subscribers. I think I'm really good at my job. I think I make engaging, entertaining videos. I think I played the game well in terms of like understanding how these algorithms work and how I would have to move for them to work for me. But like I make videos about rap music and pop culture. I barely I don't like half of my videos are about black liberals and black conservatism. I don't even have like a really strong, I don't have a single like strong critical race theory video, So no, I don't believe anti, I think white people like me a lot because most white people aren't like this type of racist in your chat, you know.
It's funny. I think most of your videos are stereotyping conservatives from the ones that I've seen. So
I
it's kind of
mean,
a straw man version of conservatism that I don't necessarily agree with, but is obviously popular with many on the left. So
yeah. I mean, like I don't engage with conservatism very seriously. Um, when I do engage with it, it's to point out the very explicit problems with it. But I just don't find my whole thing is growing my echo chamber, expanding my echo chamber. The whole concept of like, oh, the echo chamber is a bad thing is mostly nonsense. All of us in the echo chambers, the algorithms make us echo chambers. And so I realized years ago that instead of running around trying to fight and debate every weirdo online and are talking about how bad Vosh is or whatever, it's actually more useful to the actual political ideals and project that I desire to just be as big and influential on my own as possible and not share my platform with people I disagree with. So
I agree. I think that's smart. I think you've done a good job.
thank you. Thank you.
Fazimo for $20 dares you to substantiate the white women were the primary beneficiaries of affirmative action with actual numbers rather than a cliche invented by Kimberly Crenshaw that slips past woke liberals like Sitch without pushback.
Oh my God. I cringe at that term woke. FD, I want you to know
Do you
that.
have the numbers to back
Every
up this
time
claim?
Sitch says woke, I just go, ugh.
I mean, you can. So here's the first thing is Forbes. So I just Googled it. All I did was Google it. The let's see. Here's
I mean, I'm a white libtard, so I'll just agree.
let's see. Let me just see if I can find.
Thanks for coming, guys. This was a great show.
Oh, it's asking me for membership. I mean, just
That's the worst.
Google the shit. This one is
Okay.
saying that here you go. While many white women
Look,
have made
you're
gains,
in the chat. You could literally fact check. You have Google in front of you. You could come up with the
yeah, just show me the thing, I guess. Yeah, that makes for better
Yeah.
entertainment than me trying to Google in real time.
Okay.
But if this talking point is so invalid, I would love to see it. And it needs to be like pretty definitive, but
Okay. Let me read you two more and then you
Anna,
can
what do
get
you think
out of
about
here.
that one? Would
Have you
love
talked to
to
Anna Kasparian? Have you had
never talk to Anna
Oh, okay.
Kasparian.
She does a
Um,
podcast. Maybe she'll have you on, or
I
don't know.
I've done my. I don't want to. This is all fun and all, but I don't want to make it a point. Like I said, I don't really desire to jump around to have like contentious conversations with
She's
people too tough.
feisty, man. She'll get you. You got
I'm
to
sure
watch
she will.
out. She'll
She's a
fucking-
real. Like I talked to.
I saw her on
her.
Piers Morgan, and I was like, "Holy shit, she's out for fucking blood here."
I learned that lesson talking to her kind of black counterpart. I can't remember her name right now. Brianna Joy Gray. That there's people
You
that are
talked to Brianna Joy Gray, holy,
Couple
and
times.
lived to tell about it.
a couple times. Now we weren't on fully opposite ends, but I could tell.
Oh, okay. She was your debate partner.
Wait, why is she Anna Kasparian's black counterpart?
What in terms of like kind of like the same, they occupy similar spaces online. They have like similar like aesthetics in their content, and they're both
they?
really good debaters. Yeah.
Okay, if you say
They
so.
don't they don't have the same politics. I don't
Right.
think they have the same politics, but I don't watch Anna enough. I'm only saying this from, secondhand perception of her from the online left. So no shade, Anna, if I'm misrepresenting your politics. But I assume they don't really have the same politics, but aesthetically they occupy similar spaces in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they have similar politics. They're both left wing, so.
Orochi Kitsune for $20 says, FD, well, I'm glad to hear you acknowledge the issues with identity politics. It rings hollow when you constantly retreat to, but white people, depending on who you ask, some groups are white adjacent, see Jews, Asian, Slavs, and mixed.
Yeah, nah, they're just white.
Okay.
Unless they're not seen as. Do the police think they're white? Like if the police,
Oh my God, so much it goes down.
if the police said if a
all this from a
Slav,
guy who's never been arrested. I want all of you to know he has never had an arrest. He's never been beat up by the cops.
I didn't know that was the criteria for having an opinion on like police.
Well, look, at least we would
statistics.
understand. Look, at least we would understand the logic of it, right? Oh yeah, he was beat up by the cops.
Most black
course.
people aren't arrested and still have plenty of bad experiences with police, including myself. So
I have had bad experiences with the police. Okay,
cool. Well, not cool. I'm sorry.
You don't have to just be black to have bad experiences with the police. Jeez.
Yeah. No, you don't. You don't. Police suck. You agree?
Some, obviously, some are not. Some don't suck. See, that's the thing about stereotypes. You can't take an entire group and say, "Oh my God, they're all the same."
The police.
There's only
the police.
one. There's only one group you can do that with.
The police.
Socialists.
I thought you were going to say people who put background music in their videos.
That too.
Just a div for 5 months says, thanks for having FD on. I may not agree with almost anything he says, but I'm glad to at least hear the perspective.
Yeah, I think a lot of people got a lot out of this conversation, FD, even though obviously we both had to suffer some slings and arrows of racism.
We both?
Yeah, you are here being racist towards me.
Being
yeah,
racist towards
exactly.
You. Yeah. Sorry about that. I hope nobody sees this and thinks you're racist.
It might be worse for you. I'm not sure though.
Like from my side of town?
Technically we're punching up, so I think it does.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
A very dead horse for 34 months says you should do debates, FD. I think it would help you out a lot and would keep you from strawmanning and mind reading if you confront arguments you bro.
Nah. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you though.
And lives in Deswall specifically for Jar says, FT, what were the Beyblade builds from earlier?
I don't know. I don't know why Beyblades became a thing again.
It's back? I thought you were just naming a random thing.
My kids just randomly, when school ended, decided they were into Beyblades again. We hadn't touched them in 3 years, and then suddenly,
wow,
Dad, get us Beyblades. So
look, FD, you didn't have to come on here and talk to us, but obviously you wanted to. So what is the difference? Why wouldn't you go on and talk to somebody else? Why? It seems like I'm just interrogating because it seems like you like to debate.
No, I like to have intellectual discussions with people I disagree with.
Okay. You just don't want to get caught in the blood sports bullshit.
Yeah, the blood sports bullshit is not for me. The debate tactics is not for me. Like, I don't like that we had to have a whole exchange around hypotheticals 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That is tedious to me. And that's especially now as I'm as big as I am, I'm definitely not going to, jump on what's the guy's actual justice warrior. I'm not going his fucking page so you can put my face in the thumbnail. You know what I'm saying? So I can give him clout. Like, I'm not doing that.
I mean, I think he would own you on the police statistics.
I'm sure he would. Tell him to make a video essay.
Okay.
Tell him to make a video essay.
Make a video essay. Okay.
Do you think this gives us clout? I don't know that it does, to be honest.
This is going to be your probably most watched video if you all, especially with this fucking thumbnail. And if people find out that I actually talked to you, this is going to be the most watched video y'all have since your last Hassan video. I would be surprised if it wasn't. You can go to PF Young's channel and see.
Yeah, but he's nobody though. I mean, we're bigger than him.
You all have 50,000 subscribers. What does PF Young have?
You're right. He might have 100,000 subscribers now. We seem to be stuck at 50K.
He only has 30. He only has 30.
Oh, okay. Look, he's going to pass us up. Definitely. Everybody does. So.
Yeah. Young has, I don't know. I'm almost getting, I'm looking at it. Like my video with him.
You coming on here with your 1 million subscribers and like calling us racist and stuff like that. I don't see how that turns into clout for us. I mean, if you came on here and said we were totally cool and that people should subscribe to us and they should listen to us because we know what we're talking about. I mean, I could see that helping.
And no shade, this is probably one of the reasons why y'all don't understand this game. Really. It doesn't. This is why I critique why I got into it with Destiny over Nick Fuentes. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter if we came on here and were buddy buddy, or if I came on here and was like foaming at the mouth racist, like you said, like you're gonna say I am.
Well, no,
Or
hold
just
on. It does matter though, because we've talked to
it
Destiny, and Destiny completely fucking pulled all Destiny watchers away from us. He destroyed.
well, I
He's
don't
destroyed us with his audience.
so his audience, maybe his like hardcore audience, I'm sure, but that's also like, that's low-key a cult, right? Like, it's
Yeah,
at
of
the end of the
course.
day, though, just by him, like the way the algorithm works, just by him being here means that your channel is going to get more exposure to everyone, not just his audience, but period.
Yeah, but all those people are going to hate us because Destiny's just going
Hate
to talk
watchers are
shit.
still watchers. Hate watchers are still watchers.
Oh, okay.
Hate watchers still raise your status in the algorithm. Now there's a limit, right? Like if people are only watching you to hate watch you, and you didn't do anything to avail yourself to be interesting and engaging during those conversations, then that's not gonna yield as much of a result. But the opportunity was still there. Like,
Right.
but Destiny's a perfect example. Like, when I got into it with Destiny, I was around his size, and he's probably a little bit bigger than me. And it was around then that I was like, I'm doing this all wrong. I never went on his channel, right? Instead, I
Smart.
just made better content. And now I'm bigger than Destiny, like a year later, and I've been bigger than him for a second. So it's not about it's about so many different things other than the actual engagement between me and you. This is why I'm careful about who I talk to.
But you
And
don't you don't engage with Destiny though. You're not like
no, I
talking to
don't fuck
him
with
and
Destiny,
yeah.
especially after like everything I've said about Destiny has been proven right at this point. So like, what's the now it would just be being messy.
If Destiny responds to this video about when we were talking about how he completely loves Nick Fuentes and rehabilitated his career, then you would just not respond to that video? Yeah.
No.
I mean, I don't think we would respond either.
Yeah. There's no value in that. What would I get out of that? What would the politics I believe in get out of that? If I respond, will that stop Destiny?
No.
No. It makes for good content. I get something off my chest, but it wouldn't. That would be for me.
I think if we wanted to raise our clout off of you coming on, the conversation would be more like me trying to catch you in a series of dunks and trying to trap you to make a clippable moment I could throw on X or TikTok or a YouTube short or something.
And that's also why I come, because if I feel like I'm going to come into a situation like
we would never do that.
Even though I vehemently disagree with a lot of things here,
we're too lazy to do that.
Exactly.
Like most of the right wing. This is again why this whole anti-white stereotyping stuff doesn't like move me. It's all clearly just for like clips and clip farming and clout and grifting and feeding red meat to your bubble. Why would I participate in that? There's no
Well,
point.
you said you were actively trying to cultivate a bubble though. You said that's a good thing to do.
I'm trying to build my bubble. So there's so many more normal people that are all those fives we kind of talked about before, Sitch, right?
But this is never, your audience is never going to see this because it's never going to be on your channel.
My audience will probably never see this, no.
But if you took a clip from this and put it on your channel, a clip where we look good, we're agreeing a lot.
That would bring people here to you.
I think it would be short-lived.
It probably will be short-lived. And they look at me funny, like, FD, why would you share this clip making them look good when people are in the comment section asking about your IQ?
Exactly. Yes. Which would be a funny experiment, but
you said hate watchers are good though, so maybe you should.
I mean, for y'all, that's cool, but I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that on your benefit.
Look, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just laughing at the farcical nature of something like that.
It very much is a farce. It very much is a farce. It's a weird framework of a job that we have.
It is fascinating though. I got to admit, I like talking to people. So like it's its own reward for me. I know most people are in this because they're clout chasing. They want to grow a big channel. So, but I mean, Sitch and I don't really seem to care too much about that nonsense.
You all have your community, your dedicated followers. Only 60% of them are like really problematic, right? I only got 4 or 5
just the
people
white
paying.
people, right?
No, I'm sure you got
That's
some
what
black
you
folks in
mean.
there. I can tell there's a couple of black conservatives in there, or black moderates. You know,
Who's worse, black conservatives or white
black
conservatives?
black
Oh, okay.
conservatives, scum of the
Obviously.
earth, subhuman, genocide upon them.
Traitors. They're betrayers.
My God.
That's the only real
can't believe
genocide I can abide by.
Nice. Well, anyway, thanks for coming on. You didn't have to, but you jumped on. That was very, very bold of you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you've been on, I think, for like 3 hours.
You've been on for like a long time. Too, so.
I must have had a lot in me.
Crazy.
You did.
You know, I'm energized now. I'm go get some steps in before I go.
There you go. Listen, maybe you'll enjoy these conversations more than you think.
Oh, I know I enjoy it. I wouldn't come up here if it was all pain and no pleasure.
There you go.
You know. So
have
peace
a good
and blessings,
night.
y'all.
Yep. Thanks for coming. Peace. The reason, Mr. Ubercraft, everyone has a number out there to name now is that YouTube did a terrible thing where it's displaying people's like actual at YouTube names instead of their.
I wonder if it's just a bug. I wonder if it'll go away.
Go away.
It's just like a fluke or something.
It's really ugly. Yeah.
It is weird.
Our Hilter just sent $5. Says, thank you for having the gayest person on for the final stream. Right. Wow. Very mean.
Well, I mean, FD is a huge gay supporter, so I mean,
there you go. But he's married and has children. Stanley 1523 for $20 says we lost 300 viewers. You racist POS. I mean, I think we had good views for most of the stream. But I mean, I think we just lost viewers because like going on like hour 6 or 8 or whatever it is. 6, yeah. Mr. Cross for $10 says Sitch and Adam are the streamers for cool streamers. Actual Justice Warrior, Anna Kasparian, Destiny, Sargon, etc. They all watch and interact. They are indie. I found them before they were cool. That is true. That is true.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, did I miss one? I'm sorry. Vidal for $2. I want my $20 back. I completely ignored your super chat, did I? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed it. There was a lot and my browser keeps locking up. It's my lack of RAM.
I don't know that we can refund your super chat, so.
I think you can actually request it. If you're being serious. I don't know if you're just joking. But...
request away.
But I'll read it now. Vidal for $20 says, does FD advocate for black people to be discriminatory and hateful to white people the way he believes white people are discriminatory and hateful to black people? If white people can never not be racist, what should we do as a society? Segregate.
This is where the redefinition of racism really hurts the dialogue, because whenever he's talking about white people being racist, he's like, oh no, not all white people, obviously. It's a systemic unfair imbalance in society that favors white people that you participate in. Yeah, I mean, you can be a perfectly nice person, right? Not racist at all, but you still have this systemic racism on your side that you benefit from. So, but I'm just talking about the regular belief in your heart that the person has this suite of behaviors and beliefs that are socially and morally repugnant.
Right. Vidal Fedora says, I'm not serious. Well, thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
I think the problem is, and I think it's what cropped up when you asked about the hypothetical black cop, is, and I think I laid it out perfectly. He doesn't want to answer. It's a trust problem. If I'm assuming the most charitable faith towards FD Signifier is that he doesn't want to get bogged down in answering those questions or engaging in that stuff because he doesn't trust that it's not some kind of like debate tactic. He said it was a debate tactic. That's not some kind of debate tactic where if you're not on his side, you don't see it as a debate tactic. You see it as, well, should I even engage or listen to this person if he's not being, if he's racist, should I even engage with him? If he's racist against white people, I'm going to disregard everything he says. If he's not advocating for something that I consider fair on a universal value, I'm not going to engage with anything he says. So people that don't agree with him are looking at it from that perspective, but people that do agree with him are looking at it from a debate tactics perspective. And so because there's a lack of trust, people are just going to never communicate with each other, and there's not going to be any trust. You do need to build that bridge if you want to change people's minds.
Well, he's not even willing to consider the fact that the structure of the world could be different.
Well, that's a different issue, but yes, that's true. Because I mean,
so I don't know how you got to broach that. You got to say, people have to be willing to challenge their fundamental beliefs about the state of reality. Otherwise, you can't get any change. Like most people's belief about different political factions is based solely on stereotypes.
Yes.
Completely on stereotypes. Yes.
Right.
And that's the danger of these stereotypes.
Well, the operating software of people is tribalism, which is based on stereotypes.
Yeah, shortcuts.
Yeah,
completely shortcuts.
Right. But I mean, we've had people on the show that are more left than us who, people in the audience, not everyone, but a lot of people in the audience will come away being like, oh, I like this person, or this person's way more, not crazy as I thought they were. So, I think you definitely can change people's hearts and minds if you're willing, especially in this environment where there are so many, I think, extreme and crazy voices on the left and the right. If you go to an audience like ours, which is generally not extreme, and you're, pretty charitable and pretty moderate, I think you can sway a lot of people's hearts and minds.
Yeah. I mean, I also think the stereotypes are more of a problem than I think he thinks. So that's another divide.
Well, it's because he has the whole argument, the leftist argument about like all the things that you're talking about is stereotypes and all this stuff. I mean, he wants to be solely focused on structural racism and this whole idea of like individual racism and all stuff. He just doesn't care about it, or the moral perspective of racism he doesn't really care about. Which, I mean, to me, I think he's just been kind of like brainwashed into believing that. So I think that's all nonsense. I don't think I think all that things breed from individual people's racism, and you do have to address that. You do have to create a framework of universal fairness that everyone agrees with. I do think someone super chatted it, and I think I forgot to read it. I want to read it. It was very good. They were saying something like, we had 300 years of like racism and slavery and stuff in this country. I think you got to give colorblind assimilatory, liberalism based on assimilation a little bit more time than what we've given. And I do think, I think it's undeniable that things were going in a positive direction. Obviously, things you can't snap your fingers and make everything, better instantly.
Of course.
But anyway, it was an interesting conversation. I feel bad because I don't really want to watch or talk that much about Ethan's lawsuit. But I feel like if we don't, Anna's going to be very upset at us. And people
is that what the super chat?
Is that what the
super chat was about?
I assume it was about that. Yeah.
Okay.
I assume it was about that.
I mean, look, I'm down to talk about the lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you cucking out? Don't you want to talk about it?
I was just going to play, I thought it was funny. I was going to play Hassan's, because it's so late, but I'm going to play Hassan's reaction to it, which I thought was very funny and very obnoxious.
Okay.
And then we
cue it up. Well, we have to read super chats, so obviously cue it up. Let's get going. Let's get this show on the road.
Dude, this is an insane person, dude. He's crashing out and hasn't stopped at all. So it's like alarming that there are people who are fans of this sort of behavior. Speaking of people who lost their minds after having the slightest pushback on their Zionist way of viewing the world.
So this person that he has, this Twitter account that he has right here, Can't Ever Die person, this is the person that I mentioned on stream a few streams back who said that people on the left who actually think that, Israel should be destroyed or wiped out or whatever should just lie about it and not say that because it's better optically.
This person is unhinged, completely
So
unhinged.
I'm just saying that's who
this
this
account. Yeah.
Right. This is that account. This person, they were, I think the name is like Juniper or something.
Yes.
They were on some leftist mafia stream like years ago that we covered. I don't remember. It might have been the one where they were attacking Anna. I don't remember if it was that one, but
Ethan Klein is apparently literally using the Donald Trump strategy of trying to bleed their opponents dry for everything they have to silence them. This is so insane, says Onion Person, because apparently he is looking to sue Shonda Black as well now. Like, it's so transparently a mechanism of bullying people through frivolous litigation. And even if the litigation doesn't go anywhere, which it won't, for the record, it doesn't matter, because the point is not to actually win the point is not to actually win any sort of like damages. The point is to damage the opposition by putting them under a mountain of paperwork that's incredibly costly. I assume that's part of the reason why he hasn't tried some like this with me, and he's just going after all these other people who are much smaller content creators who don't have the same financial freedom to be able to do so. So
surprise, surprise, Hassan either A, didn't watch Ethan's video talking about the lawsuits, which is very possible, or he's being dishonest here, because Ethan laid out why he's going after the three people that he's going after: Frogan, Casey Tron, and Denims, and why he's not.
He has the most
after.
meritorious case after them.
Right, because they were people that didn't add enough anywhere, like really any commentary to the video to make it transformative whatsoever. They were people that advocated for watching it on their stream while they added nothing to it in order to not give money to Ethan.
In order to create a substitute for the original content. Yeah.
Right.
They actually admitted to the illegal part.
Yes. They very stupidly, explicitly said they were doing the thing you're not supposed to do.
They said this is a substitute to the original content so that you don't have to watch the original content.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's like a slam dunk case.
Yes. So that is why he chose them. Where Hassan, who we actually watched some of his reaction to it. I mean, he, even though everyone criticized Hassan for doing chair reacts, which he does, and Hassan 100% does, steal content, a lot of content. He'll just watch, entire shows and videos and stuff. But when he eventually watched Ethan's content nuke, I mean, he did react to it in, I think it was like he watched it for like 6 or 8 hours or something. So he did add a lot of commentary to it.
Yeah, and he wasn't doing it just explicitly so no one would watch his content nuke. He didn't come out and say, I know none of you want to give Ethan the view, but you want to see this video, so let me queue it up for you so you can watch it on my channel and give me the money for his content.
Right. Well, and also, I mean, he watched it so much later after literally everyone had already watched it and commented on it 100 times that no one at that point hadn't already seen it. So
the interesting part about this lawsuit is I think Ethan is going to win, but he's going to win however much money he lost on the video, which is just going to be an insanely stupid amount of money, right? They're going to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees to win like $500.
Nothing. Yeah.
$300.
It was funny because I remember I was sitting there with Sam the moment that video dropped and we watched it together. And I said exactly what you said. I said, I mean, his case is very strong. Hassan doesn't know what he's talking about when he says it's not strong. It is a very strong case. And so he should probably win it, or more likely these people. I think Denims has said she's not going to settle, which is retarded. These people should try to settle as soon as humanly possible. That's what I said.
If I'm Ethan, the settlement, I'm going to make him say an apology that's just so fucking humiliating. No one would ever forget in a million years. So when you're talking about settling, this is what I'm thinking the settlement's going to be.
That's what I said too.
Do you think they're going to do that?
Well, no, I said if they're smart, because yes, I think Ethan's going to win the case very easily, but the flip side is his damages are probably minusculely low.
Right.
Okay. He's going to end up spending way more than he ever wins back from it. But as you said, the point of it, when Hassan saying this, and this is true, and Ethan kind of alluded to this, which I think he probably shouldn't have alluded to it in his video, that he is doing this primarily to just attack these three people and make them lose money via, having to hire an attorney, essentially.
Right.
That's why those people, if they were smart, they would try to settle as fast as humanly possible. And then I said, but I think Ethan's not going to let them do that. He's going to try to drag it out intentionally as long as possible. And one of the ways he could do that is, as you suggested, which is very creative, is in order to settle, you make them have to give some insane apology that they would never want to give.
Right. God, what I would give to help write that apology. Holy shit. Oh, that would be so good.
But it is ridiculous for Hassan to say that it's not a good. I mean, this is that's why he chose these three
He's
people.
in a cope spiral. What are you talking
textbook.
about?
It was textbook. Well, shouldn't Hassan pay for their legal fees? They are his orbiters. They were defending Hassan's honor. Shouldn't he like get in there, help the cause?
Hassan is terrified that his fall from grace is going to accelerate. That he's going to need the money, the fallback money.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no way he's going to pay for their legal fees. I think Ethan Klein does have the right attitude about money. He's like, yeah, look. And look, Ethan went through a copyright lawsuit with somebody who did have deep pockets. So he knows the terror. Look, I've been through some litigation and it is scary. It is not fun. Yeah. Nobody wants to engage in this kind of shit.
So he basically said, oh, you guys said I was misogynistic. Well, guess what? I'm suing a black man now. and then turned around and apparently released this. He said, I understand my announcement that I'm going to sue Sean the Black was upsetting to some. Therefore, in an act of superhuman grace, I will make you this offer. If the Snark subreddit, Taylor Lorenz, and Cat 10 Barge all apologize for calling me a misogynist, I will consider dropping the lawsuit against Sean. This offer expires on Sunday at 11:59 p.m. I thought this was...
This is brilliant. This is so fucking brilliant. Ethan is killing it.
This is hilarious. This is amazing. So Hassan did a bad job setting this up. So because the three people that Ethan is suing are women, the subreddit, Taylor Lorenz and Kat Tennebarg apparently all were calling Ethan a misogynist.
They went on the attack. They said he's only suing them because they're women and he's a misogynist. Yes.
Right. So in a 10D chess genius movie, he's like, oh, okay, so let me now sue a guy.
Right. We can add your buddy to the lawsuit.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job. See what you did? And then asking for them to apologize so that he removes them is even, oh my God, that's hilarious.
Which is also great because they're throwing another person that's going to make a GoFundMe, go after this limited pool of dollars from the people who actually care about this, right?
Yes.
So that's like what? It's so good. It's so good. This totally fucks over everyone in the opposition all at once.
It's so. I'm kind of shocked. The way that Ethan is kind of nailing this whole like engagement with the lawsuit is so fucking perfect.
Oh, it is.
It's so amazing. Because here's another one, and I don't think Hassan's going to read it. Ethan said, because the Snark and the two disgraced journalists are unwilling to swallow their pride, so they didn't apologize, it looks like the lawsuit against Sean will be moving forward. So in an act of unimaginable grace, I'm prepared to make one final offer.
Okay. What is it?
If Hassan donates $25,000
oh my God,
to each of their GoFundMes, so I guess people are getting sued, which is what I say he should do anyway, I will tear up the Sean the Black complaint that I've already spent several $1,000s writing. Furthermore, Hassan, any behind the scenes donations will be found during discovery. So pretending like you're helping them, BTS works now, but everything will be turned over to us in due time.
Wow. Yeah.
So he said, listen,
brilliant.
Hassan, if you donate money to your orbiters, the people that were defending you, if you defend them, I will stop suing Sean the Black, this YouTube content creator. Okay.
Is Sean the Black included in that 25,000?
I'm not sure, but guess what? Hassan didn't do it.
Yeah, this is stupid. That would be an easy win for Hassan. Like, why wouldn't you just sweep in there 100 grand and you add to the content, you support your people? I mean, he would look like communist Jesus over there.
Now, people
coming in. Why would he not do that? He looks like a fucking cheapskate. Holy shit! This guy makes $100,000 in a week.
Yes, and he's just letting his pawns, take the fall for him. It's terrible.
Wow.
Now, the Hassan orbiter or the Hassan fans are trying to claim that Ethan doing this, which I think is hilarious, is an act of criminal extortion.
These people are idiots. These people are fucking idiots. How is that criminal extortion?
They're trying to say it's blackmail, but it's not blackmail. You can't publicly blackmail someone, can you? That doesn't even make sense. For some act, like the whole point of blackmail is you say, "Give me money, or I will reveal X." Right? That's what blackmail is.
Right?
How is this? This isn't blackmail.
This is like a negotiation. This is an offer.
Right.
Yes. He's saying, I have a legitimate complaint against these content creators.
Yes.
But I will forgo that legitimate complaint if you do this.
Right.
Look at you might have something if he's asking him to do something illegal, but donating $100,000 to a bunch of GoFundMe's is not illegal.
No.
Yeah.
It'd be part of a settlement, so.
He will ultimately get that money, though, and I think that would be... Well, no, he won't, because he'll just get the $300 when he wins the lawsuit.
Right.
And they'll get to... the attorneys will get the money.
That's true.
It's always the attorneys, Sitch. They always get the money.
That's true. Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you so much. Says Ethan's damages are almost guaranteed. They owe him statutory damage, his attorney fees, and their income from the video. He registered the video for publishing it. It's the strongest case possible for damages. Oh,
okay. He gets attorney's fees. There we go.
I mean, if they do get hit with attorney's fees, then yes, that would be pretty devastating. So,
wow,
that would be horrible.
If I was Ethan, I would find the most expensive attorney in Los Angeles I could find.
Then they're real fucking dumb for not trying to settle away from that. They should settle and take the most embarrassing apology ever to avoid having to pay for his attorney.
Yeah, you'd be dropping that all the time. You'd be like, my attorney is $1,000 an hour. How much is your attorney?
Right. Oh God, that'd be terrible. Ace for $20 says, once again, get this Ace guy on stream. Really big brain.
We'll have Ace on, we will, but
not tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to get to this. And Anna Kasparian, hey, Anna, thank you for the $20. Says, thank you, boys.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. It was fun. It was great to see you pop up in the chat.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Okay.
11:59 p.m. I thought this was all about copyright litigation. What do you mean? So he's just dangling litigation against people, random people, because other people have hurt his feelings by correctly calling him a misogynist? How is this just legal extortion?
They're not random people, you dipshit. They obviously watched the video. Can't just go after random people.
Well, no, and also he's saying, listen, you guys said I was sexist and I took it to heart. Maybe I was. I need to address that by suing a man now.
You know when they say do better? He's doing better.
Exactly. He's the perfect troll.
Let him do better, okay?
He's leaning into it.
He's like, this case needs a little diversity. Diversity and inclusion.
Some people are just funnier.
Oh my God, it's so
being mean and malicious. They just lean into it and their comedy skills go up by like 20.
I
guess
know.
is the case with Ethan.
iDubbbz would just, he's completely lost the plot. This is good comedy. Yeah, this is excellent comedy.
Like extortion through litigation. Yeah, this is the last thing I'll say about this, but Ethan Klein is using me to force accomplished women journalists to grovel to him is ironically exactly the misogyny he claims is inaccurate in this very post. He presents a false choice. 1, grovel to him as he exerts the control he wants to feel over women. 2, deny him whatever gratification he gets from that narcissistic behavior and subsequently be blamed by him for a smaller creator being sued. I reject this choice. F you, Ethan. And not even giving them the option for the women groveling to release the other women from the lawsuit. Carefully crafted to only humiliate and inconvenience women. Amazing. Is it legal misusing litigation like this? Guys, I don't think you understand. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he has a ton of money. Okay? Until he is deprived of all of that money, he can just do this permanently. Okay? That's it. Like everyone, it's really interesting because like everyone.
Why do you, that's a weird thing. That's a weird thing to say. Until he's deprived of that money. What does that mean?
He wants him to be poor, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but how would Ethan be deprived of that money? It's a weird way of framing it. It's like, instead of saying like, oh, well, he's rich, so he can just do this. It's like, well, until we take all his money away. Like, how? What do you mean? Like with the socialist revolution? What the fuck are you talking about?
It is weird framing. Totally weird framing. But look, there's merits to the case or there's no merits to the case. Obviously, right. You can bring a lawsuit against anyone, but it will be dismissed as a frivolous lawsuit if there's no merit to the case. But from what I hear, this is going to pass that stage of litigation. And they're actually going to get into discovery, which will be pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. No, I mean, they walked straight into it. Now, I think Ethan's been very funny and smart about this. I'm not sure I buy the tendy chest that like this was his goal from the beginning. But they walked straight into this completely.
You don't think he made the content nuke with this in mind?
No.
Okay.
I don't buy that.
I mean, you could see this would be obvious. They always talk about this. Watch it here. They do it. This is like a thing they do constantly.
Maybe.
They brag about stealing content. They brag about shoplifting. They brag about stealing literal stuff.
Okay, you convinced me. You've changed my mind.
You could see this coming from a fucking million miles away.
Okay, he did see it coming.
Why is Ethan Klein, who has a completely, well, I guess obviously he's trying to make something. He's trying to make something.
I think he made it in earnest.
Yeah,
I don't think he made it with the intention of trying to sue people.
Why did he make it an hour and a half long if he's catering to CNN? He should have done something snappier and to the point.
It was like 2 hours, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just very long. Makes my point. Yeah.
Okay.
Because this was a broadcast to CNN, right? Like you're flirting with the devil here. The guy you're getting into bed with as the Joe Rogan of the left is actually more like Nightmare on Elm Street.
I think if he made it shorter, it'd be easier for people to watch the whole thing without commenting on it and for him to hit them with copyright claims.
Shorter
than it being, because I mean, it is so long that it's like kind of hard to not fucking interact with the content at some point.
Right.
Like there's a Herculean task for Frogan Denims and Casey Tron to
keep their mouths shut for that long.
To keep their mouth as women to keep their mouth shut.
Well, with Frogan, I thought, well, she's going to eat something. So.
Wow.
Right.
Well, I mean, he did have in Ethan's video, he did have the Casey Tron continually smoking pot throughout the whole thing, which is like, I don't know how she's like alive. The amount of pot that she was smoking was like insane.
Yeah. She's Adam's pretty funny.
That's rookie numbers.
I barely smoke pot anymore. Well, I never smoke pot, but I occasionally have an edible. But everyone always thinks I'm like a giant stoner, but not at all. And I never
have like the vibe.
I never do any sort of drugs or alcohol when I'm on stream, obviously. I don't want to make a big fool of myself.
Right.
Well, I don't want to be drunk making a big fool of myself. I guess I don't really care about making a fool of myself if I'm just being honest.
Dr. Diller sent me Denim's GoFundMe page.
What's she up to?
It says people are donating to Denim's GoFundMe, making fun of her, knowing that it's going to go to Ethan.
Yes,
in the
I
comment
know.
Section.
I saw a bunch of the comments.
She's asking for $100,000. So far, she's raised $37,000. Not terrible, not bad.
That's going into litigation with $37,000 is terrifying.
Sure. Yeah, people in the chat in the comments are saying like, "How dare you beg for money when there's a genocide going on?" Have some grace.
I know.
Yes. Interesting.
No, it's great. We should donate.
Donator. I'm not donating to that. Top donator is someone donated $1,500.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Is
First
that
day.
Hassan?
Michael Parks. I don't know who that is. But
Michael Parks. I don't know either.
I mean, these people fucking donated. What was it? Didn't they donate over $100,000 to what's his name? The alt-right playbook guy. So he could pay the back taxes that he had been scamming away from the government. So I would be kind of surprised if these
Oh my
people
God.
can't raise money for their own defenses.
Now that guy is on sabbatical in Europe.
Yeah, how insane is that?
He's on a European vacation.
How totally insane
He's
is
not
that?
going to even pay his taxes.
It's
The whole
like,
point was to pay the back taxes.
what? Yeah, oh my God. Yeah. He's like, oh, donate to me so I can pay my back taxes. I can't do YouTube anymore because I produce one video that gets like 300,000 or 400,000 views, but I only produce one like 3-minute video every fucking 5 months. Oh, woe is me.
But he's working on a project for the big thank you to the
Yeah,
big
whatever that means.
$200,000 haul he
Right.
had. He's like, it could be a painting or a symphony. It could be a game of tic-tac-toe with myself.
Frogan has raised, so she's asking for $200,000. So
Mhm.
she's like, fuck your $100,000 then. $200,000.
Mm-hmm.
And she's raised $33,000 so far. So almost the same amount.
Everyone's splitting evenly here.
So here's what's weird. Her top donation, so she has almost the same amount as Denham's, but her top donation is one person is for $10,000.
10,000. I'm telling you, that is totally Hassan keeping the sex pictures out of the public. It's exactly what is going on there. It's so fucking obvious. Is it anonymous? Is the $10,000 anonymous, Sitch?
It is not anonymous.
Okay. What's the
There's
nickname?
a name there. Scott Manilis? I don't know who that is. No clue who that is.
It's
I mean, it could
obviously
be
his alt.
It could be Hassan's like code name.
Yes. This is Hassan's alt.
But that's interesting. So even with a single $10,000 donation, Frogan is, oh no, never mind. She's less. She's got 33 and Denim says 37. So even with that big donation, she's still raised less money.
She's 4,000 shy.
Sad. And Casey Tron has raised the most with $41,000.
Really? I thought she was in last place.
No, she's in first place.
Oh, she got more money.
Doesn't Casey Tron have the largest audience?
I have no idea. I don't watch.
Yeah,
any of
Casey
these
Tron has the
people.
largest audience of the three. So, but it was smart for Ethan to hit 3 people. I mean, the fate smiled on him, because if it was just one person, you're right, all that money would be consolidated on one person. But the fact that it's 3 splits it all up. Makes it harder to defend.
Or Sean, now he's not going to get any money.
I know.
Everyone's already spent out.
Yep.
That this is all completely ridiculous. Some people try to act as though there is a real purpose behind this. There's a real way to finally take down these copyright abusers, right? That's not the case. He's just using a patent troll method. He couldn't do this in any other court. That's why he had to go and get his video copyrighted ahead of time. YouTube just responded on Twitter to calls for people banning him.
What is that even? How does that even? What?
That's total nonsense.
What is that? What? He had to get it copyrighted beforehand,
and he
because
no
other court would hear it. What the fuck doesn't even make sense.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Right. Which, I mean, first of all, at least I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, Mr. Cross, let me know. My understanding was that when you go and get something like certified to be copyrighted, all you're doing is certifying with the government, like the date of whatever your intellectual property. But like as soon as, like, if me and you, Adam, if we upload a video onto YouTube, like it is ours. We own the copyright on our video. We don't have to go and go to the government and like do some process to copyright it.
Yeah, it's an extra layer of protection.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Calls for people banning him. We really appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Mind reporting the channel and the official reporting tool if you haven't yet. No, this is just, and this is automated. This is not real. The chances of him actually succeeding in court are very little. You can file California bar complaints against this lawyer for vexatious litigation, I believe. Yeah, that's just a bot. You know what's really ironic about this? The initial copyright suits that he filed against Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron, some of which are literally in the original work that that he put out there, right, is basically because he doesn't like them and he doesn't like the way that they reacted to the work. Anything.
So is he just gonna like lie? He's just gonna lie to his audience.
Yeah, of course that's what he does for a living, Sitch.
Gotcha.
Let the lies flow. He's practicing.
Right. Because he's going to assume, and probably correctly, that most of his audience will not actually watch Ethan's video on it. They'll just hear about it. And so, you know, he could still say that it's wrong for them, for Ethan to do all this stuff. Right. But he has to acknowledge they did set themselves, they did walk directly into this trap.
Mm-hmm. This big old Ethan trap.
Yes. Ethan took a big shiny rake and he laid it right on the ground.
He did.
Okay.
He said, step here.
He put a little piece of cake on it. Okay.
Oh my God.
He put a piece of cake and a blunt.
Yeah.
And they all went for it.
About this is bullshit. It is a way to try and silence criticism. And under different circumstances, he would get hit with a he would get hit with an anti-slap, but he can't hear because it's on federal courts over copyright. He's using the one most effective method to be able to sue people successfully, which is what patent trolls use. He's basically behaving like a patent troll to stop.
That's
what is he even saying? I can't tell if maybe it's just, well, I'd say maybe it's just edited to make him more incoherent, but the editing is probably just getting rid of the pauses. As we know
patent trolls buy patents and then don't produce the product to
right.
kind of squat on the intellectual property. So other people are forced to buy the patent from them for obscene amounts of money.
Yes.
It's something completely different than what's going on here.
Well, and yeah, and the slap thing that he's talking about, that's when they're like trying to prevent people from doing frivolous lawsuits or bad faith lawsuits to restrict someone's free speech rights.
Yes.
Which, I mean, I would say Donald Trump's engaged in some of those. But this, if you explicitly tell someone, I'm going to create a market substitute for your content and not transform it in any way, come watch it so you don't give this person money. What is the First Amendment quality to that? Unless Hassan is suddenly going to start advocating that, like, yes, he should be able to restream. I mean, are we going back to the few years ago argument that like XQC and some of the other people were making that any streamer should be able to restream any person's content and add zero commentary, and that should be free speech? Is that the argument that we're making?
Of course, they're in favor of theft.
Okay, you're right. What am I talking about? What the fuck am I? He's in favor of people literally stealing from Target. Why would he not be in favor of people stealing other people's content?
Of course.
As long now, if Hassan actually wasn't rich and that actually affected him financially, I think he'd have a different opinion. But
of course, yes. But as long as he's able to steal. So SLAP stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. So these are the anti-SLAP laws.
Right.
So basically someone says, I think you're filing this lawsuit just to fuck with me. And a lot of the first thing the lawyer does is to put an anti-SLAP on it, on the lawsuit. But this is going to make it past that point. This lawsuit definitely has merit to it.
Hassan is acting like just because Ethan doesn't like these people, that somehow means like that doesn't matter.
They're able to steal from him.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, so what? He could not like them. They could have some, back and forth that's bad. He can call them fat and ugly. It doesn't matter if they're doing something that's a crime.
These people think because you don't like corporations, it's okay to steal from Target. Okay?
Right.
The logic is exactly the same. They don't like Ethan's stance on Israel, so therefore they can steal like crazy from him and brag about it and talk about it openly. Oh my God. This is so good.
Stop people from reacting to...
Don't stupid people make the internet so much more entertaining, Sitch? They really do.
They do.
His videos, and not even to stop people from reacting to his videos, but just to, hurt financially the people that cannot undergo this incredibly long and incredibly costly process. It's just,
dude, this is so, he's so bad at this. Their goal was to hurt him financially by stealing the content from him. So they drew first blood. This is perfectly fair. You want to fuck with me? I'll fuck with you back. I'm serious. God, what the fuck? If you're shedding a tear for these thieves, I mean, you're insane. This is karma in action. This is what we long for.
To bully them, because he's not doing this to Asmongold. He's not doing this to XQC. It's not like their reaction was like tremendously better than, I don't know, Denims or Frogan, who was primarily featured in the work, by the way. For Frogan especially, she's literally slandered in this work that she's responding to.
I doubt any of them came out and said, hey guys, this is a substitute for Ethan's video. You don't want to watch Ethan's video because you hate him. Your goal is basically to see his content, to consume his content, but not to give him a view or any money for doing so. None of them said that.
They did not say that, no. And Ethan already said that and addressed that.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Right.
That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking.
I mean, obviously this
You
is...
think I'm paid? What? Yeah, I wish. 10 million? Man, I'd take 10 million for that.
Okay.
Do they not understand transformative content?
He's pretending not to. He understands it. He's just pretending.
Okay.
Yeah, he gets it.
He knows what it is.
He knows what's going on. Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say he's not stupid, but that's not true. He is.
I don't go too far.
I know. I almost made a
He's
mistake.
not doing it to me because, again, he can't get the same satisfaction. I'm a much larger content creator. I don't have the same, like, I have a lot of enemies for sure. So he can probably.
So Mr. Overcross said, for $20, thank you. Says, so all artistic creations are protected, but you only get the income loss based on an infringement. If you register, you get attorney's fees and statutory damages by default. So registering is cumbersome, but makes a huge difference. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't know that. Wow. So that's
okay.
That's why he said that. Okay. That's interesting. Well, that would definitely mean that if he had registered it beforehand, that he did plan this, or he did see this as a very obvious outcome. So there you go. Wow. I didn't know that. That's very interesting information.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Galvanize them, but I'm a much larger content creator that can put up a stronger opposition and can withstand litigation like this. These other content creators cannot. It's a very calculated move. But think about it. It's not like a earnest copyright litigation. And ironically enough, if this were to set some like new standard, some new precedent for copyright in terms of like React content on the internet, this would actually harm half.
This, how would it set a new standard? It is the standard now. This is the standard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Snark commentary slop tubers themselves, and yet they're still willingly joining in on the battle because they hate the people that Ethan is bullying. They don't even realize that this might have negative consequences for themselves if it sets a new precedent for how content creation is done online. But I don't think it'll happen regardless. They already set precedent in their own precedent.
I mean, that's why Ethan in his video, he was very specific about why he's suing these three people based on the specific criteria that they didn't, they didn't comment, they didn't transform it, and that they were acting intentionally and explicitly as a market substitute. If he was suing like everyone that reacted to it, then I would agree. But he didn't do that. And he didn't do that intentionally. And he said he didn't do that intentionally because he doesn't want to change the environment. And I don't see how this would.
There's like 3 criteria, and I think it only has to meet one. Market substitute is one of them.
I think that's like the worst one, though.
Like
that's the most, like, if you do that, that's like, you're pretty fucked.
Yeah, exactly. Look, at admitting to it, admitting that you're making a market substitute. I mean, it's open and shut.
Right.
I mean, that's the goal. That's the intention.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say? Oh, that was my goal, but I failed. I mean, Casey Tron, I think, is trying to say that.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I was so loaded. I don't even remember. I thought I turned it off.
It was a mistake. It was an accident. I was
exactly.
in a fugue state. I don't know what's happening.
Oh God, that's so funny.
President will use to shut down H3 for their claim. I know, but it doesn't matter because if that is a costly legal battle, ultimately, that costly legal battle is still a victory for Ethan because he was able to bully these people and they're receiving death threats in the process. People are.
Oh my God, the death threats. Holy shit. I can't imagine that's true.
On them, all of these other like orbiters that suckle on the teat are salivating with like extra drugs.
Were those? They came in with
and they're receiving
bullshit.
Death threats in the process. People are.
What is this? See Jeff and Frogan image and counter with Frogan of greed. Well, how are these? Are these death threats? These don't seem like death threats.
Oh my God. Okay. So So whoever edited this video, because it's some Hassan fan account, they think that's because the H3H3 subreddit posted a picture of Frogan next to Jeff the Killer meme that they were implying that she should be killed by Jeff the Killer, when no, they were just saying that she looks
like the fucking killer.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. They were saying that she's going to be killed by Jeff the Killer, the imaginary meme character from the creepypasta. What the, are you really? The creepypasta character?
This is such bullshit.
What if they had like a pic? They should put, listen, the H3H3 subreddit, they should have a picture of like Frogan wandering around the back rooms and be like, oh my God. Hassan's going to be like, oh my God, they're advocating for Frogan to be kidnapped and sent to the back rooms.
Another death threat.
Another death threat. This is crazy.
Terrible.
On them, all of these other like orbiters that suckle on the teat are salivating with like extra drama. And I go through this back and forth where I'm like, should I not cover this at all? But also because I know that's what he wants. Ultimately, he wants attention. He's like a petulant child.
He's like, should I make money off of this? Yeah, I should. I mean, I'm getting rich off this. I'm not getting sued or anything.
Right.
A pathetic crybaby, a permanent victim, right? But also at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like if I don't give any attention to this with my platform, it's like, then I feel like I'm leaving these people defenseless. He has also admitted multiple times he wants to hurt you financially through them as if you were their legal guardian. No, I know.
So they all now have a GoFundMe. Okay. And I think it's so funny that now that they're competing against each other for defense dollars, and Smog the Dragon, aka Hassan Piker, the communist, socialist savior, he is not opening his wallet.
That's why he keeps saying like, oh, socialist, why won't he give these guys money? Trust me, if I offer support, you won't know about it. Okay? What I've done thus far. You will never hear about it. And it's I wish everyone would stop talking about him. The more orbiters.
He is the 10,000.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
Don't show the pictures.
Yes. No, I mean, he's
remember
well, actually,
pact.
Wait a minute. Here's a question. Okay. Hassan's saying this like it's magnanimous. But if you think about it, it's actually the opposite. Because he could say, listen, I'm going to donate I'm going to give them money for the defense, but it's not going to be through GoFundMe. I'm just going to give them money personally, right?
Yeah, why pay GoFundMe?
Right, exactly. But that's kind of deceptive, because if he does give them a bunch of money, then why do they need to, they don't need to raise a bunch of money through GoFundMe. So people that are donating on top of that, like, would they donate if Hassan gave each one of them $100,000? Would people donate on top of that?
No.
Or they say, oh, I don't need to donate my hard-earned money. They already have a bunch of money.
Right. The bougie socialist is donating.
You should publicly say this if you care about your fans spending their hard-earned money.
I got this.
Yeah.
On both sides talk about him, the angrier he gets. All talking about it does lead to more hate to them. I know, which is why I'm trying to play this balancing act here. How large a part of his content is? It's his entire content. That's the only thing. No, he didn't add me to the lawsuit. because he begged me to watch his video.
He won't watch the damn video. Don't let him get away with that, man. You know, it's just pathetic.
I'm almost certain a lot of people have suspected that Ethan never actually planned to sue people. No, he did. I think he wanted to sue me. I think he wanted to make the nuke, and then when I reacted to it, sue me. I think that was his grand design, but it failed spectacularly because I just didn't watch it, and he cried on camera and begged for me to watch it. And then when I ended up watching it months later, I watched it for 9 hours, so it'd be really, really stupid. This is why we need more left.
I don't believe
involved in the fight.
I don't believe any of that.
Well, but wait a minute. That's Hassan admitting or acknowledging that he does know that that him reacting to it for the 9 hours is transformative. So he's lying when he pretends like he doesn't understand how Ethan can sue Frogan and Denims and Caseytron. Because he says, I reacted to it for 9 hours, so therefore I'm protected. Like, there you go.
Yeah.
He knows.
He knows what transformative content is.
Right.
Congratulations. The lowest bar in the world for a fucking streamer.
Well, and also, I mean, it is probably true that even if Hassan had just watched it and sat silently for like the whole video, if you have the creator of the thing begging you to watch it on stream publicly, I don't think they probably couldn't. That'd be a good defense against a copyright claim.
Yeah. I don't believe any of that. I don't believe
Right.
his goal was to sue Hassan. I think his goal was what he says in the video, to stop Hassan from constantly being pitched as a Joe Rogan of the left.
Right, right.
But look, he might have had this other plan. It's just so diabolical. It's amazing to
He had
get
a
all these
secondary.
other people to. Yeah, exactly.
He had a
Plan
secondary
B.
plan where he probably said, I bet some people, some horrible socialist leftist Hassan orbiters are going to watch this and not comment on it and are going to intentionally say they'll watch it here or to, stream it on my channel so you don't have to give Ethan money. And he thought he was going to slam him for it.
Yeah, it's great.
For free speech online, there are laws that could protect against this, but we need people to fight for them. There are several clips of E saying that he's only suing them because he's richer than them and wants to punish them using the legal system. The judge would throw out the claim in a second, but this is about financially hurting the people he doesn't like, so the damage would still happen in the lead up. Yeah, that's it. Someone get legal on this? No big YouTuber will tackle this issue. I'm sorry, because they don't.
Can you imagine some cop saying, I'm arresting you because I fucking hate murderers? And people are like, yep, he gets to go. He admitted it. He hates murderers. That's the only reason he's doing this.
Well, I know Legal Mindset, and he's got a fairly large channel. He did a couple videos on this topic.
Oh, he thinks it's going easily.
Yeah. He said that they're completely screwed.
Yes. I agree. I don't know how. Like I said, I think there's 3 criteria, and I think you only have to meet one.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they easily meet that one and admit to it. The transformation, you can argue that, right? I'm sitting in the video. Look, it's totally transformative. I'm sleeping down there in the corner.
Look at this. I brought up, I'm looking at Legal Mindset's channel, man. His videos talking about this are doing great. They're doing the numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, he's going to keep talking about this, forever. What is Hassan here? Like, oh, no one's going to talk about it. What are you crazy? Like, I don't think Legal Eagle's going to talk about it because he would look at it and know that Hassan has a case and he doesn't, want to report that to his audience.
Of course not. No.
Want to go after Ethan because he's a maniac. That's number one. And number two, I don't think they like any of the people Ethan is attacking anyway. You have to realize a lot of these guys, a lot of content creators are sharks. Only after the permission structure opens up for after some brave content creators actually come out and say something, big enough content creators come out and say something, not even myself, because again, I'm in the dangerous camp because I have political opinions that they don't, even if they agree, they don't want to like openly go out and defend, even if they literally agree. It's the same as the Cody Ko situation. It took like D'Angelo Wallace to come out and make a video for everyone else to fucking open up the floodgates. Legal YouTubers and free speech people are extra quiet. No, I think there's some legal YouTubers who have covered it, but they're like pro Ethan. Yeah, to cover this would mean talking on Israel-Palestine, which they are not equipped to do and want to fence it on. Exactly. So from a legal standpoint, he's right. Not necessarily. I don't even think he has... I don't even think these are lawsuits that he will win, for the record. Patent trolls... Here's what patent trolls do.
Oh, okay. This should be good.
We're ready. Hassan's going to give some legal advice here. He's going to drop it down.
Will sit on a patent, or like will make like minor changes to a patent and go to large corporations, not with the hopes of like actually winning a lawsuit, but with the hopes of settling out of court. Okay? Ethan doesn't want to settle out of court because what could be the actual damages that he has incurred in this process that he could settle out of court with? Patent trolls are never the large company actually patent trolling smaller creators or smaller inventors. It's actually the opposite. It's people that just want to farm money off of large companies. And for many large companies, because copyright claims are
I mean, maybe you don't call them patent trolls, but there definitely are large companies that have patents that go after small companies all the time for infringing on their products. So that's not true.
Well, this isn't what Ethan's doing at all. Ethan is not like, I'm going to get a bunch of money from all these infringers. He's not after the money.
Yeah, but so this is weird because he called Ethan a patent troll at the beginning, and now he's explaining why it's not a patent troll.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a bold strategy.
Fairly airtight. Large companies would rather not go through the expensive paperwork that would be more costly to them. So they will just pay off the person and tell them to f off, right? Because that's significantly cheaper for them. But in this circumstance, you can't even tell Ethan to f by paying him, because the amount that I suspect he's demanding from these content creators is insane, probably. And it's insane on purpose, because the goal here is not to actually reach a settlement. And I don't know why. I don't know why people don't recognize that. He does want to settle. He wants them to apologize and delete their videos. No, he wants money from them too. An impossible amount of money. Rogan said he's asking for 150K. There you go. Do you think that's a valid claim? Do you think that Denims or Frogan or Casey Tron, with their individual YouTube videos or even in their Twitch streams, actually raised $150,000, stole $150,000 from Ethan? Do you think that that's what happened here? No, of course not. The reason why that price is so high is because settlement is impossible. 150K is the maximum allowed for by law for copyright lawsuits. Jesus Christ. 150.
So he just asked for the max.
150K is the max he can seek from them, because the law dictates the max you can get in damages. This is not even a shakedown. This is not even extortion. I don't think you guys understand. This is just legal bullying. Okay? He wants these people to suffer, and he knows he can do that because he has money. He can't do it any other way. He can't do it the normal route. He can't just like constantly talk about, you know, how shitty they are.
This is like, it's like going up to someone like, imagine if I like stole someone's car. Okay. And then they're like, that person presses charges against me. I'm like, what? Why are you pressing charges against me? You just want me to suffer.
Yeah. You just
like,
hate me. I hate my guts.
Yeah. Why don't you just make a YouTube video yelling at me? It's like, well, but Sitch, you stole my car. You committed a crime. I'm like, no. But you're rich, so it doesn't matter that I stole your car, okay? You can buy another car. It doesn't matter that I stole your car, right? You just hate me. You're just being a bully. You're just being mean. You're being a big meanie head.
Yeah. It's awful.
Don't do crime. It's very simple. Don't do the crime.
When's this lawsuit hit? When do we get to see some action?
There we go. I want to see. Do they do open proceedings in California?
Oh God, it would be so amazing if they did.
I want to see this. Oh my God, that's going to be a fun legal tube experience.
I don't think they're going to do it though.
Oh God, I wish. Please.
Because that gets boring after a while. So he's trying to jam him up with paperwork. And in defense of this this insane lawsuit, he hopes that he can suffer and make content for himself in the process.
Smart.
Isn't there anti-slap in California? This is not in California courts. As far as I understand, I think this is literally at copyright claims happening at the federal courts. This is not like a California litigation. It's a federal lawsuit. That's why he actually copyrighted, like patented his YouTube video. Logan Paul is doing the same.
Wait a minute. There's a comment I want to read.
California litigation. It's a federal lawsuit. That's why he actually.
Casey Tron got served yesterday via her dad. They baited him into thinking he was getting his disability.
Holy shit.
Is that true? Oh my God. That's insane. Listen, those people that serve papers, some of them, it's like an art form. Okay. It's like an art form. They love it. Her stream title from yesterday changed, but it was they used my dad's pending disability claim to trick him into taking it. My dad literally just came to me crying. That's fucking crazy.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my
How does it,
God.
I mean, how does it, see someone knocks on your door, they serve you papers. It's like, I'm just never home. Just pretend like I never
People
got
do
it.
try to dodge all the time.
Right.
Right. You got to get their name.
Right.
Their legal name.
You've just been served. Bam.
Oh, yeah.
Copyrighted, like patented his YouTube video. Logan Paul is doing the same suit to CoffeeZilla. All this while snark subreddits and similar harassment just caused another creator to commit suicide. Yeah, I heard about that. The Fox Sanctuary woman. It's so sad.
What?
Wait,
hold on. You fucking can't compare this to the people that were wrongly attacking and bullying the Fox Sanctuary woman. There's nothing to fucking do with it. She wasn't committing a crime.
Right.
At all.
They were bullying.
Are in California for denims and Frogan. Wait, what do you mean? Call it for what it is. He's abusing the legal system the way stalkers do. No, that's precisely what he's doing. But in this circumstance, because the legal system is busted, because the legal system is fundamentally broken, if you have a lot of money, you can do this kind of thing. When you're depraved and you're manic and you're an insane person and you don't care about like wasting unlimited funds, especially considering that he does technically have virtually unlimited funds, you can be a vexation.
I thought for a second he was going to say because he technically has a good case, but he couldn't bring himself to do it.
He was about to
do it.
It was there. It was on the tip of his tongue.
He's like unlimited funds.
Just litigant. It's like having a mentally ill stalker who has an unlimited amount of money and power. And not only does he have an unlimited amount of money and power, he also makes content off of this. So it turns into more money for him down the line. Given the way that our legal system works, given the way that our court system works, given the way that copyright works, there's really nothing you can do about it other than hope that it goes away eventually. Just like cyber stalkers.
Yeah, just pray. Hope and pray it goes away. That's all you can do. You got to, first of all, keep stealing that content. Keep making sure you do streams so you don't have to watch on Ethan's channel, right? Make sure you keep doing that, but at the same time, hope it just goes away.
Right. They're just going to have to agree to whatever embarrassing apology.
I know, and I can't wait. Oh my God, I'm so stoked about this, Sitch. You don't know how happy Ethan has made me. Does this make up for him deleting the Jordan Peterson videos?
It might.
It's pretty
You're
close.
just a misogynist. You just want to see women groveling at the feet of a man. Okay.
You think that's what it is?
I think that's what it is.
You
bigot.
I'm not sure. Maybe you're right.
We do not have an adequate measure against cyber stalking, and just like stalking in general, we don't have the best possible measures. So the only
they're fucking stalking him, you maniac. What the fuck?
I love this. If I take someone else's content and steal it and stream it on my channel and not transforming it, they're stalking me somehow. How does that make any fucking sense?
It doesn't. Not all this began with this stupid subreddit stalking him, keeping tabs on him, constantly making content about him. Right?
That's like saying, like, if the police put out like a bait car and then someone steals it and they get arrested, like, whoa, the police must be stalking me. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Bait car.
Thing you can do about cyber stalking is basically hope that they just calm down, take medication, stop stalking you. There's really nothing else you can do about it. Even now,
we'll call an attorney and file an answer to the complaint. That'd probably be a good step.
When I'm talking about this stuff, like, there's still people chiming in to say, like, oh, what are you afraid of us on? Like, there's a couple foot soldiers here and there and orbiters here and there that will come in and say something snide, right? But there's 40,000 people in here, so obviously that doesn't do anything to me. And plus, I eat this shit on a daily basis. This is not my first foray with, like, weirdo content creators in their communities. Oh, stop cry bullying your friends because your friends are having consequences beneath you. Like, see, this is what I mean. It's just like, the point here is to be a nuisance, right? Then maybe don't be malicious and transformative. Then maybe be transformative and not malicious. Like, they're just repeating stuff that they think sticks. If you're a smaller content creator and you have this kind of shit constantly in your chat, especially while you're also working through a immensely wealthy psychopath stalking you and actively using frivolous litigation to harm you. And then on top of that, their audience members, because he's a larger content creator than you, are coming in to constantly point at you and laugh. Like, he wants these people to commit suicide. Like, that's what it is. He is trying.
Oh my God.
Right.
I can't believe this shit. Sitch.
Holy shit. This is crazy. This is so crazy. I steal from someone and then they call me out on it. It's like, oh, well, obviously they want me to commit suicide. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I can't imagine anyone being happy about any of these people committing suicide. Look, I don't want any of these people to commit suicide. That would be too far, but
yes, I agree.
Yeah.
And also, it would look bad for Ethan.
It would look horrible. Like Ethan would not do a celebratory stream afterwards, like Hassan makes it out. No, he would be like, he would donate money to some suicide hotline or something.
Right. Well, yeah. Ethan would not come out the next day.
Be like, Frogan is dead.
With a giant F behind him.
Right.
He wouldn't be doing the worm. Okay, he wouldn't have the meme picture of the people flicking off the grave, right? Like,
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Hassan thinks in front of Frogan's grave.
Hassan thinks that, and he thinks not only would Ethan do that, but that Ethan doing that would be good for his career because he lives in an insane world.
He thinks that is Ethan's goal. He's like, right. I can really get these people to kill themselves.
Yes.
Now, maybe some people on the Snark Reddit.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that's
he might want them to kill themselves, right. But
whoever called CPS on them.
Yeah, that's a different story, right?
Right.
All right, are we gonna watch this whole thing?
I will see. Well, hold on. We got to the Ethan wants people to kill themselves. Right?
I know. I was almost ready to tap out too.
I know.
I was like, holy shit, he's not saying anything new. This is the most boring, repetitive content ever.
He's triggered. He's totally triggered.
Is that shirt? Is that the shirt they wear at the hot dog place at the mall? I've seen that shirt before.
Is that the hot dog place at the mall?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
There's like that corn dog place at the mall where they have like the striped shirts.
Oh. I know what you're talking about.
I think that's what it is. I think he's wearing that.
I don't think that's what it is.
Chat,
what is
actively
that?
Stalk and harass these smaller content creators and jam them up with frivolous litigation that he has directed
not frivolous
specifically to harass and intimidate them into submission with the hopes that they will commit suicide.
Oh my God. He's such a fucking liar. Holy shit.
This is pretty crazy.
Could you could you put a defamation case together against this? The goal is for them to commit suicide. That's just his opinion, so probably not, right? It's got to be a false statement of fact.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard, but
right.
So I took a screenshot and I put it into ChatGPT and I said, "Can you identify what shirt this is?"
Oh wow!
ChatGPT says they think it's the Barcelona soccer shirt
jersey. Okay.
Yes. This is crazy. It says specifically modeled after the 1988 to 1999 home kit. If that's true, that's like impressive.
I threw my little Grok report into the chat on the cities that defunded the police.
Mm-hmm.
God, I wish I could read better. The letters are all jumbled up.
And that's what
that's dyslexia, baby.
I know.
I think
so fucking sucks.
I think ChatGPT might be wrong because when I Google it, the colors are not correct.
ChatGPT can't be wrong, Sitch. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Content is now. Okay.
Are we going to talk about birthright citizenship?
We can if you want.
I am curious about that.
We can talk about that if you want.
I kind of do. But look, I guess we'll
listen. We'll listen another like minute or two, see if anything shakes out, and then we'll stop.
You haven't seen to the end? Good.
No.
Okay. That's it. That is quite literally,
I mean,
what happened?
I can't imagine us just doing content like this where our whole goal is just to like savage somebody's reputation for 17 minutes straight. Just make up obscene lies about somebody.
I mean, we'll do that, but it's based on things they're saying. It's not lying.
We're not trying to destroy their reputation.
That's true. That's incidental of them having shitty opinions. It's not the goal.
Right. This is the goal.
Right.
This is like straight mean girls. I want to ruin his reputation.
Right.
Kiwi farm shit. Like that is precisely what he's doing. There are entire communities on
Look, he just realized. Oh wait, the snark on Reddit is one of those communities. He's like, there are entire communities devoted to ruining people's lives. Oh wait. Oh, that's how this all started. Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
It all started with a community devoted to destroying Ethan's life. You could see almost a little spark of empathy, but quickly it was snuffed out.
It wasn't empathy. It was realization that what he was saying is stupid.
Right.
The scary, not often talked about side of the internet that engage in this kind of behavior. Yeah, I can't believe I'm talking about this because I saw Abby Martin, a important journalist.
Oh my God. It did get better, Sitch.
There you go. We're bringing Abby Martin.
He's talking about Abby Martin. Mm-hmm. Such an important journalist. I mean, she is schizophrenic, but
everything I see from this guy is hateful and condescending, genuinely baffling. He has such a large audience. If you did the same thing as Ethan, right wing would be on your ass quicker than quicksand. Of course. But if I did the same thing as Ethan, I'd be a depraved sociopath and an immensely weak person who thinks that he can make up for whatever sense of lost purpose he has in his own life by constantly engaging in this kind of ridiculous quote unquote drama that is ultimately very consequential for the people that are in the crosshairs.
Can you imagine Hassan sitting down and editing a 2-hour video?
No.
Do we live in that world where there's any possibility of that happening?
I couldn't sit down and edit a 2-hour video. Holy shit.
Oh, really? I could edit a 2-hour video, no problem.
Okay.
But we're talking about Hassan here.
No, not even a chance.
Hassan piecing together a complicated argument. I mean, he's basically just like one of those dummies that has a gag string that says something in a slight different variation every time, but it's basically the same thing over and over again. Ethan bad.
True. Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you. So I spent a year attempting to serve someone. Holy shit.
Wow.
You can't just mail it to them. We eventually got a private investigator with an aerial device. YouTube doesn't like that term. That's weird. To monitor their house and predict their movement and serve them at the grocery store parking lot. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. Would that be a fun job, serving people?
I think that'd be a fun job. That's all you do is you have to spy on people to serve them
But you
papers.
ruin their day. Depends upon what it is. I mean, if it's serving Frogan or Denims, you're like, yes. Satisfaction.
I don't have this level of hatred for anyone. I don't have this level of hatred for Ethan. I'd much rather have him be happy.
Tell yourself that they're a bad person and deserve it.
I don't know if you're lying to yourself.
Tell yourself if there's. Here's what you do. You tell yourself if this person is so elusive or evasive. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're roboting a bit. You didn't get that new router like I told you. Oh, you can't hear me? Oh, that's great. His internet's gone. My internet's
we didn't
great.
get the new router yet. That's true. I can hear you now.
Okay. Sitch
Sitch
doesn't have his router plugged in. He doesn't have his new router. He's on wireless right now. And the router is like 10 rooms over. The router is in the house net.
That's a jerk.
Sitch is stealing internet from his neighbor right now to do this live stream. Technically a copyright infringement, but oh no, it's a bandwidth theft infringement. So
I'm back.
What happened?
That was weird. The internet cut out for like a second, and then I could like hear you in the past. I was like stuck in a time loop, so I just left and rejoined.
Oh, okay. Did it work?
It did work. Well, you can hear me.
You want me to send you some router advice?
I don't. But
just ask ChatGPT.
I'll ask ChatGPT.
What's a good router? Say, look, I'm a big important streamer.
There you go. I heard you. Listen, the router is literally like next to me. Okay, it's like on the wall.
It's probably frying your brain.
It probably is. I'm so
close.
close to the router. It's melting my head. Okay.
You got a hotspot going right next to you.
I would say anyone who's so elusive that you have to hire someone to serve them is probably not a great person.
Oh yeah.
So that would be a fun job.
They're probably dodging you.
Yeah.
Much rather have him be happy and just stop doing this. Like, what kind of freak derives enjoyment out of this? I don't understand.
Oh my God, he's so bad faith. People came after him. The snark Reddit started stalking him. What do you do? What a dumbass.
He'll only stop when he loses a...
Is it weird that he's this
Obtuse?
Triggered by Ethan suing people? Where did he work up this energy for people trying to get Ethan's kids taken away?
Oh, no, he just ignored that. He's like, oh, forget about that.
Right.
Let's not talk about that.
That wasn't a big deal.
No.
A good chunk of his money.
He tried to enlist iDubbbz. Remember,
so.
iDubbbz was like, nah, you deserve it.
Yeah, iDubbbz was like, yeah, you probably should have your kids taken away. Your living conditions seem poor.
Right. He was.
I think that the only way he stops is if people just like don't give a shit about it at all. And he is forced to find something else to do, like goofs and gaffs again, if we can ever even go back to that at all. Yeah.
Someone in Hassan's chat, when it just went by real quick, said, I'm pretty sure Ethan's on drugs. That's the only explanation for his behavior.
Didn't he say if the snark Reddit went away? I mean, that's contingent on him dropping some lawsuit, right?
He said if they apologized.
Right.
Apologize.
Well, look, I do think he wants the snark Reddit to go away. That's like the main thrust of this whole situation.
Ethan did say he is dropping the lawsuit against Sean the Black.
Oh, he's doing that now?
He said, okay, I was kidding about suing Sean the Black. I thought it'd be funny to add a guy after being called a misogynist. We do a little trolling on vacation. The truth is, if I thought I had a good case, I would have added him from the start. He was very close to making the cut, though. Anyway, pretty funny how you all went from calling me a misogynist to calling me a racist. For the record, I didn't even know Sean was black. That's funny. So it turns out my lawsuit isn't racist. It's just misogynist, sad face emoji. But if you ask me, I'm the true feminist. I hold people accountable regardless of gender. But go ahead and tell the judge about how it's not fair that I'm targeting 3 women. Let's see how that works out for you. All the best, Ethan Klein.
That's so great. Now he's on Instagram, right?
He's on Instagram.
That's his platform. He said goodbye to his Twitter, but I think he regrets that. I think now, who the fuck posts on Instagram? What a square.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is exactly what I mean. I mean, this is so insane. This is from Ethan Klein's lawsuit, which is supposed to be about copyright infringement. Apparently, he mentions me in all of these lawsuits like hundreds of times. In the wake of October 7th, Hassan emerged as a modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Hajj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini, Hassan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader of the Palestinian cause. Like al-Husseini, Hassan used his massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hassan and al-Husseini is that al-Husseini worked with the Nazis and advocated for the annihilation of Jews, while Hassan advocates for the annihilation of all Zionists. I do not. Since the vast majority of Jews in the United States say caring about Israel, and then, yeah, he posted, they put the footage of this. Like, this is...
Oh my God, they literally put the
so
picture.
Fucking great.
They literally put the picture in the lawsuit. That's fucking hilarious.
That is so
Holy
great.
Shit. It's amazing.
They put the footage of this. Like, this is under different circumstances, like, if Ethan wasn't who he was and his targets weren't people that like all of the grossest losers online despise and enjoy making fun of and enjoy lolcowing and derive satisfaction from seeing them suffer, people would look at this and
He
be
literally just called his orbiters lolcows.
Well, to Ethan's audience, so.
Oh gosh, sure.
I mean, they are lolcows to us.
They are, but you shouldn't admit that.
This is the most schizophrenic thing I've ever read. What are you talking about? Like, this is the manifesto of a schizo stalker. This is the equivalent. But instead,
all that shit is true, though. So true.
Well, it's obviously, and it's funny. He's there for comedic purposes.
Well, and being true helps.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be as funny if it was all just fabricated.
Right.
You have hundreds of millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars, you get to hire a lawyer to put this.
He spent hundreds of millions of dollars on this case, Sitch.
Already?
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
That's insane. Hundreds of millions of dollars after like a week or two of litigation.
How much did Elon spend on the election? 300 million? Look, in this case, I mean, geez.
How did Ethan get so much money? I didn't think that his podcast was doing so well. Like, he spent hundreds of millions of dollars on
this. Is crazy.
Yeah.
Learning something new here.
Legal filing. This is also partially the reason why I think a lawyer said it's just for the lawyers to eat up time, so it will cost more for them. That could be the case. But I also think that this is ultimately such a silly lawsuit, like such a frivolous and stupid lawsuit, that any judge would look at this and be like, what the f is this shit? This is crazy.
This is exactly what happens every time with Hassan. He says like, oh yeah, there's not going to be any Russian-Ukraine war. Oh, next day. Oh, they invade. Sorry. This is
Ethan's lawsuit is frivolous. It's never gonna. Yeah, he's never gonna win it.
Oops. This is the same thing. This is gonna happen.
Yeah.
All these clips are gonna come back to haunt him.
Especially considering that there are so many instances where he has, one, mentioned that, why do you say that? What do you mean? Why do I say that? It's pretty self-explanatory. Do you not understand? Lol de fafo. Oh, this is another person who's defending this insanely stupid thing that is most likely not going to go anywhere, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to go anywhere. This lawsuit is not about winning a a serious award for some serious financial harm that came to Ethan Klein. That's not it at all. And I think pretty much every single person that is also advocating for this while cynically claiming that this is like a super brave thing that Ethan is doing and is a real game changer is doing so because they just hate Frogan, Casey Tron, and Denims. That's it. Why'd you unban them? Because I'm a freak. Every L3 defender on Reddit is also a sex pest and a dick writer. We can stop pretending they're separate communities. I mean, I don't think they are, but it doesn't matter. If they win against him, they can get compensation from him for lawyer cause. Yeah, this is what E wants. Unlimited harassment. Asmongold calls out Casey Tron for attacking other streamers with lies. Predicts her life will only get worse after the lawsuits. Yeah, this is what it is. It's content for like literally the grossest scumbags on the planet. It's not even about winning a
What? Asmongold is great. How does he not like Asmongold?
Well, obviously he doesn't like Asmongold. What are you talking about?
What's going on here? He called him the worst scumbag on the planet.
Did you see that clip?
Excessive, don't you think?
I think it's excessive. Did you see that clip that he's referring to?
Yeah, Casey Tron made fun of his mom or something.
Yeah, so yeah, she's like crying. And I didn't know. So apparently she said so Asmongold's mom like died, and Casey Tron in some context said that it was like Asmongold's fault that his mom died.
Mm-hmm.
It had something to do with like the messy conditions of his house or something.
What a bitch.
So Asmongold basically said like, oh, okay, like you're gonna cry now, but like since this is he basically said this is the karma coming back to bite you, and I'm gonna laugh about it.
Well, that's good.
Obviously, Hassan leaves all that out of all that context out of this clip. Like how that's why he didn't play it. He probably watched it because that's why he didn't play it, because he knows it would look bad.
Right. What a manipulator.
It is. Yeah, it's bad.
Moral victory because he's openly saying he's doing it for nefarious reasons. That's the worst part of all his fans are just riding for being evil. I guess evil maxing. Yeah. It's that simple. They don't like Casey Tron. They don't like Frog.
Okay, enough. I can't take anymore. Let's talk about the birthright citizenship. Hassan is boring.
Okay. Well, there you go. There was our little Ethan drama. Okay. The birthright citizenship. So, here's some breakdown. Your 11:40 at night breakdown on the ruling.
I mean, we can just read super chats and talk about it on.
It's up to you. I can do
Tuesday if you want. I mean, it is getting late. We're almost going on 8 hours. Let's just rip through super chats. Probably a bunch of questions.
Okay.
I'll take the birthright citizenship out of the title.
I'm gonna birthright citizenship you.
But I'm leaving the rest of the title exactly.
I wrote a lot of notes on it, so we'll talk about it on Tuesday.
Yeah, no, it'll be great. It'll be spectacular.
Yes.
Tune in on Tuesday when we tell you why birthright citizenship is completely illegal and unconstitutional.
Well,
and that all these people here gotta go.
It's mostly so the case wasn't actually hearing the merits of birthright citizenship. It was about judges' ability to throw out universal injunctions.
I know all about the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I thought we were going to also talk about birthright citizenship.
Well, we will talk about it too. And even though it was a victory for Trump because they did rule in Trump's favor, it's not the end all be all victory that some people think it is. So.
Right.
So there's your little teaser for Tuesday.
Wasn't there like somebody filed a whistleblower case too? Isn't that wrapped up in this?
That's unrelated, but we can talk about that too. I do have information about that.
I thought that was related, but it's unrelated.
Well, it's sort of related, but also unrelated, if that makes sense.
I kept wanting to put up a poll: is FD Signifier racist? But I resisted.
I'm proud of you.
Oh, so bad.
I'm proud of you.
Do you think he's racist? Come on, be honest. Sitch is
I don't know.
No comment.
I know. I don't actually know. I can't tell.
And we're talking racist just in the fact that he just thinks all white people are racist. Right?
Well, it's weird because it's like, I mean, I get the sort of the CRT vibe, but it's like, well, I think the race is not because of biology. I think the race is because of society.
How is
Intrinsically. So
it?
it's like, well,
How is that
okay,
any different?
I guess you're right. Is that any different? I'd say no. So I guess by that definition, I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess I do think he is racist. If he thinks that all white people are intrinsically racist because of, not intrinsically, but are all racist because of society, which he seemed to allude to, that all white people, or at least the overwhelming majority of white people, are racist automatically because of society. That, I mean, yeah, that is racism. That's a prejudgment.
Yeah. I do. I got to admit, like when I deal with people like this, I think, are all black people racist? Are they? Do they all hate white people? But that's laughable. That's totally laughable. That's insane.
I thought about, I don't remember when I didn't bring it up, but there was some part in the conversation I was thinking about, when they've done that polling data about how certain people in America of certain races feel about their race and other races. It's always white people that are the least racist.
Oh, I know.
Self-reported in that information.
I know. God, I would love to go over that chart with him. He just wouldn't believe it. He totally wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Like, this is bullshit. Do you think I mean, I've seen people thrown that chart at me like 100 times. But I think it would just be like, oh, this is a white supremacist talking thing. Right?
Well, it's weird. He just keep throwing every talking point he doesn't like, or every argument he doesn't like, white supremacist talking point.
Right.
The complete lack of engagement or acknowledgement about the ridiculousness of calling something whiteness, calling what he's talking about as whiteness. He'll never let that go, which is just so absurd.
Well, the racists would never let go of the phrenology either. They'd be like, look, we've been studying this for a long time.
Right.
We know.
Right.
It's
it's
based in science.
It's very strange. JV949 for $2. Thank you. Says more people need to watch Freren. Yeah, I want to watch it. I do want to watch it.
Freren. That's the anime.
Yeah. Everyone says it's good. Stanley 1523 for $10 says, FD, if you let your brain rot go, you'd be a great role model. There you go. I mean, he's got a successful job. He's got a wife and kids.
Mm-hmm.
He's moving on up in the world economically. So there you go. It's true. Kiwi Farmer, thanks so much for the $25. Says, good afternoon, gentlemen. Unrelated, but do you think there's any creators that get more flack than they deserve? I think the Quartering, Dev, and Quentin Reviews gets more hate than they deserve. S-Class is the best class. I think Dev 100% gets more hate than he deserves. I don't know who's hating the Quartering to comment on that. I mean, I don't really like the Quartering's content. So I don't know about that. I know he got a lot of flack for, I don't ever know how that resolved. He got a lot of flack because apparently he made a huge financial fuck up with his like chocolate or coffee promotional. Like he bought like a bunch of promotional boxes to sell for like Mother's Day or Father's Day or something. And he spent like way too much fucking money. And he was like begging people to buy them. And a lot of people were mad about that.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I don't know how that ever resolved.
Some promotion.
Yeah. With Quentin Reviews, I haven't even thought or heard about Quentin Reviews in a very, very, very long time. I used to kind of like some of his content, and then he went hyper woke. I had a very negative interaction with Quentin Reviews where I actually met him in person at VidCon. And we were having a nice conversation. And then a third person joined the conversation, and we were kind of, the three of us were talking. And then while we were talking, he looked up on his phone my channel. This is back before we were streaming, when it was just my, the edited videos I would do. And he looked at the content. And even though he wasn't, I guess, openly woke at the time, I guess he was actually woke, because after he saw my content, he immediately like interrupted me in the conversation and pretended like I didn't exist. It was a very weird like thing. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Like it was like the most like bizarrely like passive aggressive like bitch way to interact with someone.
Mm-hmm.
I
Wow.
was like, what the fuck? I was like, what are you doing? What the fuck is this? I was like,
I
okay.
wonder what video he saw.
I don't know. He's looking through my channel. I don't remember what video I had around that time period. I
don't
think the
even
video I had
people
right
used
before
the term
VidCon,
woke back
the
then.
video I had right before VidCon. Oh no, it hadn't come out yet because I remember I showed it to you in my hotel room. It was the
the gun one.
The gun one, Stray Kids.
Yeah.
So I don't think that was out yet. But so based on that interaction I had with Quentin Reviews, I would say any hate he gets, he 100% deserves because I think he's a horrible person and a weirdo.
Straight kids talk as opposed to queer kids talk.
Straight
right?
kids stuff.
Oh, queer kids stuff. Okay.
Yeah. There was a weird YouTube series called Queer Kids Stuff I was making fun of.
Straight kid stuff. Yeah.
Yes. If you haven't seen that
gun
video,
and 8-ball of cocaine.
You guys haven't seen that video, type in the YouTube Straight Kid Stuff
gun. Yeah.
and watch it. It's pretty funny.
We should pull that up. We should pirate a little old content.
Pirate my own content. Yeah.
It'd be great. How long is that video? We could play it during breaks.
There you go. It's like 5.
Although the gun might get our
or something.
channel deleted.
Yeah.
The talking gun. Hey, it's me, gun. That was original Corn. Mr. Corny, right?
Well, Gun. Oh yeah, you're right. Gun. No, the guy had a deep voice, but Gun had a high voice. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you
Now I see where I stole the corny voice.
Adam stole the corn voice from Gun. Wow, I can't believe it.
Wow.
Does it have background
imitation?
Music? It does.
Is the sincerest form of flattery.
There you go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that video does have background music. Yet you liked it.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, trash.
We need
to re-edit.
There you go.
Sometimes when I really want to listen to the video, but the background music annoys me, I put the transcript into my reader and just have the computer read the transcript to me.
Wow.
That's how much I hate background music.
Mm-hmm.
It's such trash. Anyway, great stream,
Fondue for
guy.
$20 says he doesn't engage with hypotheticals because they aren't real. Does FD think he is omniscient, or does he realize there's more to reality than his own worldview?
I think he would say he's omniscient. So.
Oh, okay.
No, he wouldn't say that.
I believe it.
It's just it is this that's part of it. He sees it as us wanting to argue against what he perceives as real.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he doesn't really want to engage in that stuff. It's part of the trust thing you were talking about. He's like, you're only making this argument so that you can say what is factually correct and that we all know to be true is actually not true.
Mm.
I don't really believe a lot of it. So
did you see Quentin got called out on the low by Lindsay Ellis for being a creep? Did he? Or are you thinking? I thought that was Movie Bob.
Yeah, it was Movie Bob.
Or was it both of them? I wouldn't be surprised either way.
They might have both got trapped in it.
Quentin Reviews was socially awkward to Sarah Z and Lindsay Ellis. I could 100% believe that.
He was socially awkward to Sitch, so I mean,
yeah, he was fucking weird to shit to me. So
of course he's going to be socially awkward to attractive women. Come on,
there you go. Well, I don't know who Sarah is, but I wouldn't say Lindsay Ellis is attractive.
You wouldn't say Lindsay Ellis is attractive?
Oh, I forgot. You like her. She's got limbo rings.
Does she? I think she has a pretty good limbo ring game, but
yeah, I do not think Lindsay Ellis is attractive.
She's not like stellar or anything, but she's not unattractive. I mean, she's probably out of Quentin Reviews' league, so.
I'm gonna say she's not attractive. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand by that. I'm gonna stand by that one.
I mean, it's not a controversial take. I think a lot of people
I know
would
it's
agree.
not. It's more controversial to say the other thing, I think.
Well, I didn't say she was. Look, I said she's not like attractive. She's not like stellar, but I mean, she's not unattractive.
I mean, listen, she's not like a fucking, you know,
you wouldn't be like, oh my God.
The guy with that.
Will you be the monster in my low budget horror movie?
Right. Yeah. She's not the Elephant Man. You know, she's not like the
We're
that fat
remaking
girl that everyone's
Shallow
making fun
Hal,
of
and
on
we would
whatever
like you to
podcast.
star in it.
There you go. Now, see, I could believe that. Antonio Cunningham for $5 says World Trigger is an amazing anime, especially once you get to the war arc. We need more shows like this. I highly recommend you check it out. World Trigger. Okay. I'll ask Sam. Sam, do you know about World Trigger?
These days, I'm going to find.
I'm at the top.
Why is
At the very top.
It's not. When I search world, I can't even find it.
Oh, I don't
know. Okay. Fuck.
Or maybe I'm missing. I gotta make sure I didn't miss any because it did the thing where like it reset and I don't see like the first ones. So maybe it's not at the top because this came in at 6:30. So I'll have to open the YouTubes and check to make sure.
That's so funny. I think FD was asking to come on for a long time in the chat, and I was like, I wonder if Sitch is going to invite him on.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, it was great.
Oh, okay. I figured from the beginning. I should have said something. I should have said if he sticks around at the end, we'd have him on. It'd be fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Here, let me I did miss him. Here, let me start from the beginning. Let's see the ones I missed. Gypsy Harlow for $10 says it'd be pretty cool to see y'all cover some Asmongold political content from time to time, see where you disagree or agree on his stances. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. He says things I really agree with, and he says things I really don't agree with. So
that's how we get some audience going, right?
Right.
Because people who listen to Asmongold would totally like our content.
Well, they might not like when I disagree with some of his takes, but
just don't do that. Stop being a dick.
Okay.
Come on, you got to blow some smoke up his ass. We got to play this clout game.
Terrible.
This clout shark game. Sitch, play the game.
Play
Shut
the game.
Fuck up.
Poppy spoilers for $2 says I'm behind, but Anya Taylor Joy is a birth tourist.
Okay.
Who is that?
Some lady.
Anya Taylor. Oh, the actress? Anya Taylor Joy.
Oh, well, okay. She's a good actress. I think we should keep her, right?
Sure. Zero Fox for $2 says my handle means YouTube will filter all my messages out from Top Chat. That's hilarious and weird and stupid.
That's sad.
Well, I feel like this change is so horrible that they should change it back. I can't imagine anyone likes this. This is fucking terrible.
I started wondering if it was just a fluke, if it's like a glitch.
A mistake? I don't know.
It doesn't seem like this is something anyone would do deliberately. It's that ridiculous.
Poboxy for €5 says changing the @handle is hidden in YouTube Studio in the customization section. Well, there you go, guys. Apparently you can change your @handle. So.
Oh, really?
In the customization section of your YouTube Studio.
Okay.
JV949 for $5 says, so he ignored the examples that disproved his point and focused on the one that proved his point. Why is that not surprising? Nit Manager for $5 says, it's like the good old days of Sitch struggling to say our login names, but it's okay. I'll stick to Streamlabs. Thank you.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe we finally got the thing to switch people over to Streamlabs. We'll make 30% more, Sitch. Think about that. This could be a blessing.
Well, I should in the future. I should start reading all Streamlabs first if we really want people to switch over.
Yeah, we should. I should figure out how to bring the Streamlabs up like I do with the regular ones.
That's true.
That'd be great.
I could just send you a link, I guess. You could bring it up.
And I'll send you a link. Here's a router and some RAM.
Thank you. Do that. JV949 for $5 says case by case sounds good and would be the best way to be fair to everyone. However, there are so many cases that doing so is an issue of practicality.
That must be for the
immigration deportation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I get it, but that's what you got to do.
Just got to round them all up.
I mean, you would prioritize people that have done crime, and then you prioritize how long, people that have been in the country for like only a year or less or something. Kind of work our way that way.
People have gotten away with the crime for a longer period of time, obviously.
Oh, you want to do it reverse order. So people who've been
Have a
longer without committing a crime. Okay, I got you.
No, they commit the crime when they enter the country. So
I understand what you're
people
saying.
who've gotten away with crime for longer, we
Okay,
should be more
okay.
lenient towards.
Right.
Because they've been criminals for longer.
I see.
Shouldn't we be more lenient with the people who are not criminals for a shorter period of time?
No, depends on the crime.
If you're here for 50 years and you haven't applied for citizenship, that's just offensive.
I don't think you can, though.
Oh, you can't?
No. As I said, once you come into the country illegally, it's very difficult to actually get citizenship after that.
What if you call up and say,
this is because remember, this was the whole thing that like back in the Bush era and Obama era, this whole question of like, should there be a pathway to citizenship for people that are in the country and have been in the country illegally for like super long time?
What if you say that you were human trafficked? You were kidnapped and you ended up in the country against your will.
Well, even if you weren't kidnapped, I mean, that's another situation too, is people that were brought to the country when they were minors by their parents.
Mm-hmm.
And then they end up living here for
those
like
are the
20
dreamers,
years,
right?
30 years. No, dreamers are. Oh yeah, I guess they're dreamers. Yeah, I don't remember what age the dreamers were. But yeah,
you might say, "I'm a dreamer."
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, when I had a work visa in Australia, I wanted to extend my stay. They still made me go home to wait for my renewed visa. Wow. Malik for $5 says, the background music is a Kendrick beat, good song, but not the best choice for a video. Renora Zoro is here for $10 says, Sitch, being here illegally is a crime. To be fair, we do have a statute of limitations, though. That said, my dad came here legally from down south, and if he can do it, then I say deport all illegals. There you go. Oh, listen, I didn't realize FD would get so triggered by Sammy G's Latin take. All right.
Oh,
I'm
really?
I'm just speaking. I'm just saying
I
how
think
it
Sammy
is.
G got super triggered by him calling her stupid.
She thought it was funny. I heard her laugh.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. JV for $10 says the professor also organized riots and the takeover of multiple university buildings, but I guess acknowledging that would damage his point. Yeah, I forgot that that part in the video. I should have paused it and talked about that situation. So Leica 000001 for £2 says, do I get a pass? I had a name and number for 20 plus years. You do. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Here's Ace talking about how he wants to give us $500. Ace, you kept changing the criteria. You didn't even need to change it. Okay. You didn't even need to change it. You couldn't even get the original answer you wanted for the $500. Yeah. You were worried. You were sweating. Ace was like, oh my God, I'm actually going to have to pay Sitch and Adam $500. What the fuck?
Was he really?
He was sweating.
Well, he wouldn't have to pay.
Landon Dorf for $5 says, I believe in the interest convergence thesis. FD is a secret MAGA guy who only supports leftist violence because he knows it will give Trump more power. There you go. Makes sense. CS Paffy for $5 says, YouTube switched from your username to your handle for chats. Everyone remember you can change your handle and your channel settings to make chat more bearable. What is the point? Like, what mouth-breathing fucking retard at YouTube is like, okay, it's very important that when you, a human being, see a person's chat name in chat, that you see the @ sign before it.
So like you tell newbies that if you do the @ it will appear highlighted.
Everyone fucking knows that. You don't need to literally show it.
No.
That's stupid.
No, there's stupid people out there that don't know it.
Everyone knows it.
Nope. Wrong.
Okay.
Wrong again.
Okay. Potato is me 6660 for 100 knock knocks. Says, what if instead of deporting every immigrant, we focused induct the non-criminal illegals into ICE and the police and give them a quota of criminals to catch to be allowed to stay?
Oh, that's a great idea.
Look at that. I like that.
And you turn it into a reality television show where you film the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And people can bet on certain people getting deported or caught. Oh my God, you'd be such a moneymaker.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be great. And you can add a voting component where you do the text to the number to vote for people that you think should be able to stay in the country.
Oh, we can make like a game show out of it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So you want to be an American. That's what you call it.
Terrible.
What do you think?
Terrible.
I like the idea.
Swamp Faye for $5 says, imagine being a half-breed, parentheses, Obama. Oh, God. Well, I'm glad I didn't read this when FT was here.
Oh, my God.
And president, and still picking racial sides. Biggest disappointment in 200 years. I will never agree with people about that. I did not perceive Obama as doing that, as being like a big hooking the racial identity lens.
They tried to get him on that.
Yeah.
I mean, they tried to pin anti-white racism on Obama constantly, and it just seemed completely unfair. Now it seems pretty obvious. There's a lot of anti-white racism going around.
Yeah.
Remember when Glenn Beck said Obama hates white people? I was like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
I do remember that.
Yeah.
JV for $5 says the core idea of white fragility is getting angry at an accusation proves the accusation, which is stupid. I don't know how it got so popular. True, it is very much a witch burning scenario. If you deny you're a witch, then that's evidence you're a witch.
Mm-hmm. I mean, black fragility is just way worse. Let's be serious here.
True.
Like they can't even take the N-word. I mean, that's how fragile is that?
There you go. Jason Mulgren for $5 says Biden is to blame for the ICE raids and Iran Hamas are to blame for the Gaza raids. Someone has to clean up the messes of the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Ace for $5 says FD reminded me to renew my 5-month donation to Cop City. Thanks for showing up to jog my memory back.
Oh my God. The Cop City thing. Does FD really care about Cop City?
He did. He made like a huge video about it. Bulb Sweet Bulb for $5 says, Sitch, do you think if Mom Donnie wins, he's going to seal off all the Jew tunnels in New York City? If so, will the Jewish delegation seek the mayoralship of Dearborn?
I was wondering about this too.
There you go. This is a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah.
It's going to be like, he's going to do, you know how like Israel is like, we have to like do all these military actions to find the Hamas tunnels.
Yeah.
Mom Donnie's gonna like start trying to do like air raids and stuff to seal off the Jew tunnels in New York. Yeah.
I mean, they're obviously not for nefarious means, but I mean, I don't necessarily know.
How do you know who's building secret tunnels if not for nefarious means?
Just like smuggle mistresses around.
Well, originally it was to circumvent COVID
right?
Lockdowns, wasn't it?
Oh, is that what it was for? See, that's not nefarious.
I thought so. I don't remember exactly. It was fucking weird, whatever it was. Ace for $10 says, if FD doesn't take me up on my bet, I will give my $500 to Cop City. By FD's logic, he is willing to risk black lives because he is too afraid to take a bet. Come on, FD, raise your IQ. Can't be that hard. Ace, why are you doing that? Why are you throwing the IQ things in there? Come on. What are you doing?
Super
what are you doing?
incendiary.
Come on. And at the very least, you're making us look bad, okay? Don't
He enjoys making us look bad. Why do you think half his super chats are?
Okay, that's a good point. That's true. That makes sense. A Potato is Me for 50 knock knock says Curtis Silva has 16 cats. If that's not an endorsement for New York City mayor, then I don't know what is. There you go.
I can't find any of these that you're reading.
Okay.
I typed in what is, and what is the outcome FD is advocating for? I feel like I'm in a completely different chat. I don't know what the fuck.
You're in an alternate dimension.
How is this possible?
I don't know what to tell you.
I don't either.
Ace for $5 says, FD, if you think extreme acts are the way, then do it yourself. Don't be a coward like Noah Samson and support it, but be unwilling to do it yourself. Ooh. Andrew Bayer for $5 says, all FD has is buzzwords and vague, vacuous political theories like whiteness and race-based conspiracies. He's a less verbose huckster, Mike Eric Dyson. Wow, he wouldn't like that one. Since we learned he doesn't like Dyson. Renault Zora is here for $5 says, so, yo, Sitch, when are you gonna make your Daryl Cooper video? I literally totally forgot about that until you said that. I should probably do that. I'm bad.
It's way too late though.
I feel like it's too late, yeah. That's always the problem. I get like really motivated and I like start writing a script, and then it's just like 2 days go by and no one cares anymore, and it makes me feel demotivated.
Yeah, you got to get on the content train. You got to make the content when it's fresh and hot.
Right.
But I mean, you kind of got to reorganize your life to do that, so you're constantly in content mode.
Lucifer Doberman for 2 Canadian says he dabbles. Andrew Bear for $2 says, Adam, tell FD you were a black man in D&D and you get the N-word back.
Oh my God. Okay, that's hilarious.
That's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I've finally caught up to where my actual scrolly thing is. Lucifer Doberman for $5 says, 5 Canadian says, A-Team reigns supreme.
Oh, I saw that one go by.
There you go. Joe the Mig for $5 says the notion that whiteness is empirically measured is absolutely farcical. Yes, that's why I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It is absurd that you could actually measure something like that. So
it's science, Sitch.
Okay. JV for $5. I read that one. Jonathan Rosler for $5 says, okay, thank you, FD. If you can universalize the concept of whiteness to no white groups, then the only reason to tie it to race is for racist purposes. True.
Mm-hmm.
JV for another $5 says, so Signifier is pushing racism and wants to associate racism with whiteness. This level of racism is hilarious. Swamp Faye for $2 says, weird to hear him say white is superior in every culture. JV for $2 says, oh, Signifier reads minds now.
Mm-hmm.
Joe the Mig for $5 says, FD is fine hurting people's source of income with lies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, welcome back, J-Mag. Gene the Angry Penguin for 32 months says, this dude uses a lot of words to say I'm not racist, but just making excuses for racism, so he isn't a bad actor.
We have a lot of people in our chat that are like, FD is racist. Why do we invite him on? He's more racist than Nick Fuentes. He's like uber racist.
Well, first of all, he's not more racist than Nick Fuentes, but it's fun to talk. Okay?
Is he not?
It's fun to talk.
I mean,
no.
He's giving Nick Fuentes a run for his money. Definitely.
Nick Fuentes says that Jewish people and non-white people shouldn't be able to own businesses or run for political office. I do not think FD Signifier would say that.
Not publicly.
Okay.
Look, maybe not. Maybe that's a bridge too far, but.
Sitch mod Zero Fucks was going to be in top chat. Would that work? First of all, Zero Fucks is not a mod already? How's that possible?
Mod him up. I'm sure he'd love it.
I will give Zero Fucks a wrench.
I mean, obviously, can he be trusted?
I trust Zero Fucks.
Do you really? Have you seen his memes?
I mean, I trust him a little bit.
Okay.
Trust him a little bit.
You can always take it away if he goes too crazy, right?
That's true. Well, there you go. I gave you a wrench. I don't know if you'll. Oh, look, there he shows up in top chat now. Wow. Well, there you go. Look,
okay.
Panzer dude. Thank you. It's a good suggestion. So.
Oh, look, he's got hearts now.
There you go. It's funny how that works. We've got our Zero Fox back. Back in the top chat, babe. I actually had live chat open on my side, so I could see him the whole time. Harrison Jodit for $5 says the right wing said CRT is just racism against white people, and here we are learning that CRT means that anti-white racist stereotypes are a good thing. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think he's saying they're neutral. I'm not sure he's saying they're a good thing. He's saying that the anti-black stereotypes are so much worse that it's offensive to even compare the two, which is a common argument.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you even put these on the same level, right?
Yes. Lucifer Doberman for $2 Canadian says, "How does he talk so much and say so little?" Die Mantra Beats for 7 months. Thank you. Says this dude is super wacky. I have no words. India has a whiteness problem. I'm so confused. Metalworks for $11.90 for $2 says the concept of whiteness feeds into human tribalism. True.
Of course it does.
665 Oob for 31 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much. Says just because white discrimination isn't occurring at rates similar to blacks doesn't mean society can't be reversed in that. Very true.
Ooh, I found finally. That's the top one. I can follow along now. Metalworks.
There you go.
For $2.
I told you, yeah, if it goes for too long, it cuts off. So you have to open it up in YouTube Studio. Metalworks 411.90 for $2 says trad racism and neo-racism are two different definitions.
Fascinating. I don't know either one of them.
Righteous indifference for 26 months. Thank you. Says the progress in the system only being used to oppress people in the system is why people like Aaron Bushnell chose radical options over sane ones. That is true. That is true. They won't ever see it though. I don't think he'll ever see it. I was going to ask him, but we kind of ran out of time and I knew there wasn't going to be an answer. Is there any way that how could FD falsify his views? Like, what information would he have to have? Does it even exist that he could be like, oh, I was wrong about those?
I kept trying to formulate the question around, do you think all white people are racist? In a way that would be somehow substantive. Because the obvious answer would be yes, but it's a systemic racism that nobody fucking cares about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What we really care about is, does he think all white people would discriminate against black people unfairly? That's what we really care about.
Oh, shit.
Gosh.
Oh. Lost the supers again.
You got a crash?
Well, it did, but then it didn't have to go open in YouTube Studio, which I stupidly closed. I thought I'd caught up.
That's okay.
It's okay.
At least we got him on the screen now.
Okay. Afro-Fi Cook for $10. Thank you. Says the fact that the FBI Financial Crime Unit primarily targets white people shows structural racism is against white people. Clearly, we need CRT for white people. There you go. There you go.
We'll get right on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you have to juggle with the fact that there's other ethnic groups than white people that on average make more money than white people, and you're just going to only say it's a magical statistical anomaly and you're not going to address that, you're not going to actually deal with that information, I don't think his view is falsifiable at that point.
Well, and the argument that if there's systemic racism against black people, how come black immigrants are so successful? How did they get around it? I mean, that's a good counter argument. It really is.
Right.
Just to hand wave it away, I think is.
Well, and his answer proves your point, which is why I said that, which is weird. Just
the psychology like if your answer,
of it.
Yeah.
is that, black people born in America have a different psychology because they're living next to their oppressors. I'm like, okay, well then that doesn't mean that you could change the
Yeah,
outcomes based on your
demotivates them.
psychology.
Yeah, it demotivates them.
Right.
Exactly.
So,
And if you're not demotivated, then all of a sudden the structural obstacles vanish. They just melt away.
right.
So many people. I think it's John McWhorter that says, yeah, I think being black actually helped me. I think I got a lot of opportunities I wouldn't have got if I wasn't black. John
Right.
McWhorter and Glenn Larry have both said that.
Right.
Yeah.
Sex moves from China for 2 Aussies. Says, what are your thoughts on Cyberpunk? I have no thoughts because I've neither played Cyberpunk nor seen the anime.
Mm-hmm. It looks fun though. I mean, I'd like to play that game.
JV for $5 says, FD's complaining about BLM talking points when he brought it up. Obviously, black people should be abandoned by police because drugs don't cause problems. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't have all the information that Sean has, but just the idea to me that if you removed police from black communities, that would
They'd do better. No, they'd be preyed upon by the criminal element.
Right. Jason Mulgren for $10 says, what is the outcome FD is advocating for, and what are the steps that he wants implemented to move towards his ideal future? Yeah, I wish I would have asked that. That's a good question. I don't know if we would have got a good answer, but Joe the Mig for $2 says, violent video do not desensitize you to violence. There you go.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's so, I mean, obviously, I will do things in a video game that if I saw in real life, I would just immediately throw up.
Of course.
I would not be able to stomach it at all.
I would wonder, though, I would assume that once we get to the realm of everyone's wearing your VR headsets with like perfect graphics,
and it's super realistic,
that's going to desensitize people to violence.
I don't
think you're going to be able to do. I think once it looks like 1-to-1, I don't think your brain's going to be able to really like, well, I don't know. Maybe because people maybe that's not true. Because people see that in like movies all the time.
I know, that's what I was going to say.
Different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong.
I see realistic violence in movies. Fuck.
Maybe that's not true. Though I think there'd be somewhat of different experiences, like you seeing it and then like you doing the action. I don't know. I think it's more likely to have an effect, but maybe not like completely.
If it's too realistic, I guess I probably wouldn't play the game. I mean, I don't want to do super realistic.
Well, you think it would be
grotesque stuff?
Yeah, like there's a difference between like you're playing a video game where you're shooting people, and it's like a video game where you have to
cut the body up and dispose of it.
Yeah, right. Like
okay.
you have to play the serial killer, or the Dexter Morgan video game, right? That'd be pretty like.
I mean, I like doing the headshot from a distance. Can't we? Just,
right. Wonton Tiger, thank you for 25 Canadian just now. Says you did a good job keeping the dialogue open. It's a better strategy to let someone fall into understanding rather than beating them into concession. Thank you. That's the goal, yeah.
I mean, I don't think we're gonna win FD over in any way, shape, or form. I just think it's interesting. So
no, yeah, I want to understand the world, the worldview he's coming from, and I want the audience to understand.
Well, that's what's interesting.
Is. Yeah.
What's interesting is I think we do completely understand the worldview. The worldview seems very. I mean, we've talked about this worldview.
I just completely disagree with it. Being
accurate. Of course.
Yeah.
But we understand it. I mean, that's part of our. That's part of our show. Really, is understanding it.
The problem is I don't. Because his argument at the end of the day, at least in this conversation, it all hinges on fact claims. And I think, which I don't think, first of all, I don't think it's the way that most people, I think they make those arguments, but I don't think it's actually where most people's opinions stem from. And I think if we had, that's why I was, I brought up, I don't think he could falsify his position on fact claims, because I don't think it is actually based on fact claims. Like, I think if you had a fact claim to counter every fact claim he had, I don't think it would make a difference.
But look, I do think the fact claims motivate the behavior, obviously. I mean, you can't make the claims about October 7th unless you think Gaza's an open air prison, that they're being actively discriminated against, it's apartheid, IDF soldiers are raping them consistently.
No, see, I think they have an intuition about something and then they look for fact claims to justify the intuition.
What is the intuition? That they're being oppressed, right?
Yes, the intuition is that you have a group of people who are not white who are being oppressed by white people.
So the intuition incorporates a belief that it's an open air prison.
Well, no, but so then you look into fact claims to justify the belief system, the belief of the oppression, to therefore justify, or to not even to not justify, but to take the wishy-washy position, I guess, that he took on October 7th.
People won't even look at anything. Like, it's even me going to the restaurants. It was so obvious. Oh, this is a way that I can falsify this belief. But so many people are like, they're not interested in falsifying the belief. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it is just an intuition that they're married to.
Mm-hmm. I think it is.
I want to know if there are a bunch of structurally racist obstacles standing in people's way. I mean, I want to know. I totally want to know. But everything people point to kind of seems like bullshit to me.
Yes.
So.
J Macker Circuit Far, thanks so much for the $20. Says, Sitch, did you see they brought magic wheelchairs to WoW? It's no longer the world of Warcraft. It's the world of Illusion Craft. I'm so goddamn proud of this community. Is that true?
I saw somebody sharing this monster looking woman in a wheelchair. And I was thinking, it's a fantasy. Like you're changing your body to kind of empathize with this creature so much. Why wouldn't you just get rid of the wheelchair, right? I mean, I want to be 200 feet tall, right? And shoot lasers from my eyes.
I mean,
why bring the wheelchair into the fantasy?
Is it actually, so I have a picture of it. It would be kind of hilarious as a mount. Like if anyone could use it, that would actually be very funny.
The wheelchair lady?
So I found, here's a video of it, so you don't need to play it. I'll just so you can see what it looks like. So there's the guy in his little little magic floating wheelchair. Okay. And they'll watch together.
Oh, look, it's based.
It's pink for some reason. It's a glowing pink wheelchair. Wait, here, let me.
You wouldn't want a pink wheelchair?
No, I wouldn't.
Why?
It's
Archmage like a chariot.
Kataga. Isn't that the
Does it have a porta potty on there?
That's
so
a good
convenient.
Question. That's a good question.
When you get in the thick of battle.
Isn't that the guy from that instance that I had to run like a million fucking times? Why is he in a wheelchair? What is there what is the in-game explanation for this? I mean, World of Warcraft is a game where people die and then they get resurrected from the dead. Okay. So if you can die, if you can get burned to death if you can fall into a pit of lava, Adam, okay, and get resurrected fully unharmed from that, what is the in-game explanation for why a person would be paralyzed in such a capacity that they would need a magic floating wheelchair?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm like, it's fantasy. There would be a potion, right?
Right.
Of a repair paraplegic potion, right? I can walk again potion. There's potions that make you invisible, resurrect you.
Well, and also like even if you, for whatever reason, say magically, your legs didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, some magic spell, right? He's in something that's floating. You understand the point of a wheelchair is that it has wheels because it doesn't float.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if it floats, it could just be a disc. It could be any shape. It could be any shape you ever would want. It's a floating object, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to look. Why would you make it look like a wheelchair?
Mm-hmm.
What would so wait, so we don't, it makes no sense that he would need one, and then it makes no sense that even if he couldn't walk and you couldn't heal it, that it would be a wheelchair shape because it's fucking floating.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Kadar's the one that originally closed the dark portal. Oh yeah, okay. I did that. There's that dungeon where you go back in time and you have to fight off the waves while he's doing the portal shit. Okay. That's who he is. That makes sense. That's so fucking weird. JMac for $10 says it's Kadar's wheelchair. I haven't kept up with the story, but I guess his legs don't work anymore. Yeah. That's so stupid. That is so fucking dumb. How long has this been in the game? This is crazy. This is so crazy. Okay. Well, thank you for bringing that up. Loser Doman for 2 Canadian says FD is the opposite of Uncle Ruckus. There you go.
Oh,
I
interesting.
like that. A person 100 for $10. Thank you. Says I'm behind. This conversation is electric. FD is somehow dancing the tightrope of burning bridges with Sitch and swapping barbs with Adam, and it's glorious. Please come back. FD. That's pretty funny.
Building bridges, not burning bridges.
There you go.
I thought you said did you say building bridges? I thought you said burning
He
bridges.
said building bridges.
Yeah.
The tightrope walk of building bridges with Sitch and swapping barbs with Adam.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
JMac for $10. Thank you. Says one of the main characters of the last expansion is a total checkbox. They're a black woman missing an eye and an arm and leads the army. Also, she has the side head shave. Look up Farron Lothar. Jesus Christ.
Why are they doing this? Well,
That's
they're
crazy.
trying to appeal to kids. Kids who
How
are
do
like,
you lose an eye in World of Warcraft and an arm and you can't like have magic it back? Bro, this is terrible. This
look,
is so cringe. What's happening?
they want victimhood points, okay? You pay extra to get the character missing an eye.
Okay. I mean, I guess to be fair, there are characters. I sent you a picture if you want to look at how cringe they look. I guess to be fair, there are characters in WoW that have like had like cool face scars and stuff, but this just seems silly. This seems very silly.
Do I have to look at the picture?
If you want to look at
it.
Lives in Des Walls specifically for $2 says fixed it. Still salty about this mild inconvenience, as you should be. Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says FD is a racist. I have no more interest in this position than Fuentes. Trap them in a room together and harvest the fertilizer.
Wow.
Which is also stupid. Like part of why Marvel Rivals was so successful, going back to WoW, part of the reason Marvel Rivals was so successful was that it was made by a Chinese company that doesn't give a shit about wokeness. So they made all the characters look cool. They made the male characters look cool and like buff and hot for the ladies and the gay men, and they made all the women like super hot and busty with big asses and like tight outfits.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? People are like, "Oh, I actually like playing video games with like attractive, sexy people in it." Shocking.
Of course, yeah, it's fun to look at.
WoW used to be like that too. Fruges for 500 yen says, I love how hard FD is trying Sitch 2. These conversations are important. It's humanizing. Getting past the offensive rhetoric is tough, though. Thank you. I agree. JB for $2 says, didn't FD say white children are born racist? Well, he said no in this conversation, so I don't know what you're referring to, but Living as well specifically for $5 says, if people getting their lives ruined wasn't dinner table conversation, that indicates a bias. It wasn't a bubble. It's deliberate suppression. True. Mr. Missile Oh my God. The change really. This is the surfer leprechaun from Saturn. Totally butchered your name when the change occurred. For 23 months of discipline equals freedom. Thanks so much. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, wanted something really cool about myself. I actually have an Akita Inu. It's objectively the best dog breed. You guys should get one. It's basically like having a small wolf as a pet.
Yeah, those, if they're what I'm thinking, those are pretty cool.
The little Japanese dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought they had bad dispositions. That's
Those
what I
are
heard.
cool looking.
They are super cute looking though. They're very cute. Now, lives in Deswalt's Italy for $2 says bubble accusations is projection and gaslighting. True. Sammy G, I should have read this. Sammy G for $10 says, I got attacked for not being Hispanic enough on my campus in 2016 by lefty people. That led me to coming online to figure out what was going on with people. I was so unpolitical before that. Well, there you go. It's exactly what I was talking about. But that's being in a bubble, apparently. So
they created a Trump supporter.
They did, and because of that, now we're dating. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, white woke assholes, for pushing Sammy,
anti-white racist,
onto the internet, into my clutches.
Doesn't this go along with the canceling theme that the cancellations are actually good?
Yes.
All right.
I think you're talking about Shiba minuses, Sitch. Oh. Wait, maybe I am talking about that. Wait a minute. These dogs look exactly the fuck same. Am I crazy? Are these different dogs? Are these this? They look exactly the same, right? Are these the same dogs? They have very similar faces. Okay, now I'm confused.
Faces?
Surfer Man from Saturn, Surfing Leprechaun from Saturn for $5 says, also Sitch, you should get an Akita Inu as your first dog. I highly recommend it.
I think you should.
There you go.
You've had a dog before though, right? It's not your first dog.
No, well, so when I was very young, my parents had a dog and a cat. But like it passed when I was like 5 or 6 or something. So I never considered it my dog. And I really wanted a dog or a cat growing up, but both me and my brother were allergic, so my parents didn't want to get us one.
Well, that's why you were allergic.
We literally grew up with one. My parents had to put it, they used to have it.
They put it to sleep because you were allergic?
They put it.
Oh my God. You're a dog killer.
Yes. No, it was an indoor cat, an indoor dog. And then when my brother, who was also allergic, and me were born, they had to move them to like live on the patio outside.
So cruel.
What are they supposed to do?
Get rid of you. Make you live on the patio.
God.
Make you sleep with the dog so
there you
build up some tolerance. Get some dander in your life.
I don't think it works like that.
It does. You gotta have a little bit of dander here and there.
But then we literally were born into, both me and my brother were born into the house with the dander already in it. It didn't work.
They babied you.
Okay. I mean, nowadays, I don't know if back when I was a kid, but nowadays I know you can get dogs that are like animal dander free.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't know what I wanted something like that when I was younger. They just didn't. I don't know. They just didn't want to do it. Maybe. I think they were being obnoxious. Moloch for $10 says assimilation is possible. It worked for the Romans, but for it to work, it requires a strong cultural identity and unity from the population. That's not going to give you the option to not assimilate. That's very true.
Yeah, you got to force people to assimilate.
Yes.
Got to oppress them into assimilation.
Lizard Doberman says, how dare he say that about the midget Artard?
What? Who's the midget Artard?
I don't know. Lizard Doberman for 2 Canadians says, I bet this guy hates Thomas Sowell, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Death by Sloth for 2 hours says, FP treats concepts as materialistic reality.
Okay.
Krillin 876 for $5 says Haitians earn 30% more than blacks. So that's one I read. Yes.
He doesn't want to entertain things that he thinks are factually incorrect.
Right.
He just doesn't want to. I mean, you can't really have the conversation about, does God exist? I mean, that's a big one, right? That people are constantly entertaining.
Wow. Lucifer said he was talking about Sammy. You hear that, Sammy? Get him. He called you a midget retard.
Oh, on our tard, though. Come
There
on,
you
it's
go.
not as bad.
Not as bad. JMac for $10 says, I have two Havanese and they're completely dander-free and shedless. Their fur is more like human hair. Very hyper, though. They love to play.
Wow, a dog with human hair. That's got to be strange.
Havanese are super cute, too. So I know Sammy really wants a dog.
Get one. You should get her one
Havanese,
for her birthday.
Havanese are pretty cute.
You can share it. It could be your simulated child. Your fur baby.
Lives in Deswall specifically. Oh no, I already asked that question about the Father's Day thing, about the dogs. Everyone agreed with me. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2. Says, get a Leon burger, maximize the amount of dog. I haven't even heard of that. A Leon burger? A Leon burger? Have you heard of this?
No.
Some kind of giant dog.
Sounds like a fake dog.
It's a big dog. Looks cute, but it's giant. Kidith, thanks so much for being free seeker for 27 months. Says, ooh, you're still alive. Meow, meow. Yes. Hello. You listen, we had a conversation with FD. You might like it. You should listen to it. I don't know if it's worth doing your diagram for, but it could be interesting. Sweet Bulb for $5 says, I may disagree with FD on everything, but he reminds me of my racist grandma, which is endearing.
I felt the same way. That's amazing.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. Look, I can't hate on him. I don't know why. He's just too good natured. So, but look, I still think he's racist as fuck. So.
JV for $2. Thank you, JV. Says Haitians don't grow up listening to people like FD. True.
Yes.
That is true.
They grew up listening to their Haitian moms going, get the fuck out there. Succeed.
Yes. I like Ike for $2 says he thinks race is a metaphysical first principle. Interesting.
Is that true?
I don't know. He said he doesn't, but he acts like it is. JV for $5 says, remember, white supremacist talking points are points that disprove FD. There you go.
Ooh, that's tough.
No PN for $5 says, why do Asians assimilate well to whiteness, as you said, but black people don't?
Probably because culture doesn't accept them.
Yeah. Val Van Gogh for $5 says, Haitian refugees escaping cannibal gangs are escaping cannibal gangs, but blacks in America are more pressed because of upscale supermarkets. Well, maybe it's the fact that they're escaping cannibal gangs. They come to America and they're like, oh my God, this is nice. This is so much better, right? It makes you thankful. So it's interesting. 0944 Clayton for $5 says, they do not have to be the learned helplessness that black Americans have.
Ooh, learned helplessness. That'd be a good concept to bring up. We didn't do too well with the psychology though.
No. WTY YW, sorry, I can't read. WYFT42 for 19 months says, so FD, to clarify, you think people from third world nations have it better off than people born in America? JV for $5 says, reality equals everything that reaffirms my racist worldview.
Mm-hmm. This must be when I was talking.
Yes. Ace for $5 says, FD, do you think Western value is the same as articulation? Because you're incoherent that it has to be intentional. Wow. Lives and Does Wall specifically for $5 says, if you have to be aggressive to do so in a way that subsidizes my entertainment. That's my advice to the world. That's good advice. That is good advice. Just be funny about it. That's all that matters.
Comedy matters, yeah.
JV for $5. Oh, this was the super chat. It was a good one. 300 years of racism didn't end after 20 years of colorblindness. Guess we just got to give it up and try racism again, whites. Yeah, it's a good one.
Oh, that really? We're not going to do that.
Said Ray for 5 SGD says, saying a black person got a job because of DEI is like saying white people get jobs because of systemic racism. Does Adam think they are both racist?
Yes.
There you go. Joe the Mig for $2 says BLM was literally co-opted by socialists. No. It didn't effectively do anything, so it was obviously co-opted by liberals. You're mistaken. Socialists are well known for running organizations with very practical motives, and very practical outcomes and goals, right? Arrow Racer for $5 says, if the push for DI is a nothing burger, according to you, then why would you push for it? Why would you all push for it to begin with? That's a good point.
Yeah, especially if it completely destroys your reputation.
PP 1608 for $10 says, I'm behind, but that's not true. If you come into the country illegally, it takes roughly 8 to 15 years to gain citizenship. Anyone who has been here longer than that, I have no sympathies for. I don't believe that's accurate. Because when I did look into this, because I got in some long conversation debate with Sammy about it, and I was saying that you can't actually. I think there's a few circumstances, like if you have a child when they reach 18 or something, you can ask for citizenship, but beyond those things, I think it's very difficult to get it.
I mean, I was skeptical of what you were saying, but I mean, I don't have any counter evidence, so
ask Grok, ask ChatGPT.
Okay, I guess maybe I will.
Yeah.
Isn't it rude though to like just fact check you on the stream like that?
Do it.
I feel like it's
I don't want to be promoting misinformation.
Well, I don't want to be rude.
Okay. Wow.
No, I'm gonna
That's
do
what's
it.
important, I guess.
Is Sitch wrong about immigration?
Thank you. That's a good question to ask Grok.
Andrew, let's see what it says.
Andrew Bear for $5 says, FD, does the American black community have any self-imposed, self-replicating, maladaptive cultural norms that hurts them? Or is it all externally imposed? That's a good question. That is a good question. Should we got to that?
Oh my God. Don't trust Grok.
What did Grok say?
I assume you're referring to Adam Sitch, known as
you
Adam
actually asked
something,
it from
a
that
YouTuber
perspective?
who covers political and social topics, including immigration. It thinks we're Adam something.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I'll ask it the other thing. But I mean, it's still going about the fucking, are you wrong? I'll see. Conclusion. Sitch isn't wrong about immigration. In a broad sense.
There you go. Told you.
His core claims about economic benefits, low crime rates, and assimilation are backed by solid evidence. Well, they're talking about Adam something, the communist. So.
Okay, here's what ChatGPT said. I asked, if you're in the country illegally, can you get citizenship? It says, if you're in the United States illegally, it is very difficult, but not completely impossible, which is what I said, to become a U.S. citizen. Here's how it works. Being in the country illegally disqualifies.
Oh my God. Bye, Sitch. Just when it started getting interesting.
Directly applying for citizenship. First, obtain a lawful.
Here he goes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Your router fixed itself.
Okay. There you go.
So what do you do?
If you are in the United States illegal, okay, you heard that part. Okay, so it says here's how to do it. Being the country illegally disqualifies you from directly applying for citizenship. To become a U.S. citizen, you generally must first obtain a lawful permanent resident status, a green card, and meet other requirements. If you are undocumented, you cannot skip ahead to citizenship. You must first somehow adjust your status to legal. If you are illegal or overstayed a visa, you typically cannot adjust your status from inside the USA. So leaving the country to apply for a consulate can trigger a 3 or 10-year re-entry ban. So there you go. You'd have to leave the country, and then you could get a 3 to 10-year ban to come back.
Well, how do they even know you're in the country illegally if you just leave?
I don't know.
I guess they know. They keep track of that.
Yeah, I don't know. And then it says, okay, here's the exceptions. Exceptions and possible legal pathways. Number 1, marriage to a U.S. citizen. If you entered legally...
Bam! Get married!
Well, hold on. It says if you entered legally but overstayed a visa, you may be able to adjust status from within the U.S. But if you entered illegally, even if you're married, you typically must leave the U.S. and apply from abroad, but risk triggering a re-entry ban unless you qualify for a waiver. So I guess that'd be the question. How do you qualify for a waiver?
Can you imagine? Oh my God, you got married. They're like, no, you got to go away.
That actually happened recently. That was one of those stories I got in an argument with Sam about.
What if the country that the woman is from is a big bitch about immigration too, and they're like, nah, you can't bring your husband.
That's pretty fucked
The
up.
whole marriage is going to fall apart over this
Of course,
nonsense.
yeah. Bad.
Don't these countries believe in love?
They should.
I know. Jeez.
Number 2, if you're a DACA recipient, DACA does not provide direct paths to citizenship, but can help individuals avoid deportation and become eligible for advanced parole, which may allow for legal re-entry and possible adjustment to status later. 3, people who are undocumented but apply for and win asylum can eventually obtain a green card. So there you go. You could apply for asylum. There are special immigration programs, U visas for victims of crimes, T visas for victims of trafficking, which is what you talked about, victims of abused spouses, and temporary protected status in some cases. These could possibly lead to legal statuses and then to a green card. And then the last example it says is military service. In rare cases, undocumented immigrants who served honorably in the U.S. military can become eligible for expedited naturalization under certain laws, though the program is now very limited. There you go. Did I answer the question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's like difficult, but not impossible.
No, but most of them require you to leave the country. Like if you don't meet certain criteria, like being a victim of a crime or a DACA, you basically have to leave the country.
Yeah, you got to go home.
Yeah.
Got to go home and knock on the door.
Okay.
Come back not like a criminal, right?
Terrible. The Jack of some trades for 27 months, thanks so much, says this is the stupidest argument I've ever heard, and I watch Destiny as a form of self-harm.
That's great. God, I got to admit, I did love the Destiny stuff. That was great.
Hilarious. That was pretty funny. I totally forgot until he brought it up that he got in that big fight with Destiny, and then Destiny said that if he debated him, if he didn't debate him, he was going to donate money to Cop City. I totally forgot about that.
He never debated Destiny. Yeah.
He did not, no.
I don't think he even talked to him, which is probably smart. I mean,
right.
Why would you want to talk to Destiny? Destiny's like super bad faith. And it's more infuriating that his whole cult thinks that he is like uber good faith.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. Raymond Sandmurith for 2 SGDs. Thank you. Says Trump dumb bill taxes nuclear and subsidizes coal. Oh, that's fucking retarded if that's true. Holy shit. That's
really? What the fuck? That's a giveaway, right?
That's fucking dumb. That's dumb.
It's not very beautiful.
Ace for $5 says Anna My claim of FD being fine with grape of white woman was born out of your experience with the far left. Thanks for exposing them.
Oh, okay.
There you go. And Ace for another $5 says, once again, FD came on to stream and views start to drop. No one wants to listen to a clown. Is that true? I felt like the views were pretty stable when he was talking.
I don't know.
Someone said that we lost 300 views when he started talking. So,
yeah, who cares?
I thought it was an interesting conversation.
You go too easy on people, so everyone's like, they want you to like.
Because I'm just trying to get them to explain to people what the fuck they're talking about, which I thought happened. I thought his positions became very clear to people in chat listening, which is the goal. So,
yeah, I mean, I think you do a good job.
Okay.
Everyone's always like, get in there, Adam, stick it to him. And I don't want to 2v1 somebody.
Right,
so
right. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5. Says, also thank you for the blueprints recommendation. I found room 46 yesterday. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's fun, isn't it?
That's a game.
Yes, it's a very fun game. Blueprints. Ace for $10 says, this audience isn't crazy. We just know how awful you are. Please, FD, don't equate this response with anything positive.
Oh my God. Is Ace number 1 now? Ace is like killing it in the chat here.
He might be. He might be. I like Ike for $2 says, ask FD if he has read Plato's Republic. JV for $5 says, so is he just ignoring all the white people that don't make it? Does FD need every black person to have $1 million?
Yes. No, I don't know.
Chaka's for $5 says, both of you are saints. I don't know how you have the patience to put up with this racist for this long. It's interesting. Makes for good content.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting. Having conversations with people is interesting.
Yes. JV for $10 says the reason for a hypothetical is because FD doesn't want to acknowledge actual reality rather than his reality. So you need to present it as only a possibility, though he still rejects it.
I was hard. I was like saying, look, it's fiction. I wasn't even suggesting it as a possibility.
Right.
I was like, this is complete bullshit, but let's take a look at it anyway.
Right.
And he's like, how dare you compare the racism that white people feel to the racism that black people feel? I'm not comparing.
It's like a dignity thing. Goes to your identity politics.
It does. Dignity politics. Yeah. I kept thinking that the whole time. But it's the same when the anti-white racism white people see as a dig at their dignity.
Right.
They're like, what the fuck? We go to all this effort to protect black people from negative stereotypes. Like we completely try to do positive representation in movies. We try to give them high-paying, prestigious jobs so that they're included. And this is how you repay us? Just saying all white people are categorically racist? Come on. That ain't fair.
True.
Yeah, it's dignity. It totally is dignity.
JV for another $10. Thank you. So Sitch and Adam forgetting that FD doesn't need people to agree with him since he plans to oppress or murder the people that don't agree with him.
Really? I don't think he's going to do that.
Terrible.
I mean, he does seem to be like a good dad and stuff. So, I mean, that's cool.
He got his kids Beyblades. Okay.
He got him what?
Beyblades.
What are those?
You don't know what Beyblades are?
No.
They're like little tops that people use to fight each other.
Oh, cool.
Like spinny tops. Remember like Pogs?
Have you had bad interactions with the police, Sitch? I mean, I've had tons of bad interactions.
I've had both bad and good interactions with the police. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've lived in small towns where police, they got nothing to do just but fucking harass people.
Sure, sure.
There's no crime going on anywhere. So it's just, let's go harass the kids.
Mm-hmm.
How dare they have fun?
I even had a bad interaction with the police where they were like literally racially profiling the black people I was with.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
I've seen it. I've seen it happen. It was a very weird experience.
What were you doing hanging out with black people then? I mean,
I know,
obviously
right?
you're
Crazy.
just risking racial profiling. Why would you
It
do
was
that?
it was very weird because I was not like the area that we were in wasn't like some crazy fucking area where you'd expect the police to be racially profiling them. So
Yeah, I kept thinking, let's go for a drive through Compton and see if see if anyone's racist towards me.
so there was a time I forgot. I just thought it was now. There was a time where I remember I went to with white people to some black barbecue that was in a somewhat sketchy area. And I didn't know where it was. And I had a friend from college who didn't, he wasn't born here, so maybe didn't know what areas were the sketchy areas. And I just was in his car. I didn't realize where we were going until we got there. And we showed up to the barbecue place right when it was like getting close to closing. So it's kind of at night. And the owner was there, or some owner was there. And he came out and he was like, "What the fuck you guys doing? Like, you're gonna get killed. You have to get." Now, I interpreted it. I thought he was just fucking with us. I'm like, this guy's just fucking with us. He's being funny. He's just jerking us around. But I don't
But
know.
he was serious. He was like, no,
I don't
we're
know.
closed. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, he was literally saying like, "You can't bring white women here. What are you doing?"
Holy.
I thought he was just fucking with us. I'm like, this guy's just like jerking us around. He's just joking. But who knows? A very dead horse for 34 months. Oh, I read that one. Yeah. At Adondan for 15 shekels says female black cop Malivina Bogard's shooting of an unarmed white man, Ariel Roman. There's video from the New York Post. Look it up. Condemns.
What? Oh, okay. Sure. I condemn everything.
There was one case where was it that there's like the black cop that like shot the white Australian lady in the car. Remember that? That it wasn't really because of racism. It's just
this must have been my example.
Like spooked, and he was like, "Ah," and they like shot her or something.
My example. What would you do if you encountered a black cop that was obviously racist? Who was like saying shit? I bet you would think slavery was good, boy.
I think I'd be very confused, but I would just try to extricate myself from the situation as quickly as possible, as politely as possible, and then I'd be like, "Wow, that guy was a fucking piece of shit."
I bet you're a Nick Fuentes fan, aren't you, boy? Yeah. License and registration, please.
Pirate M. Call for $2 says, "FD, can you empathize with white people in black hoods?"
Oh, yeah.
We did talk about that, yeah. I read that one. That was about the Beyblades.
Jonathan Sherwood. Be able to empathize with that situation.
Yes, he did. Jonathan Sherwood for $5 says, "Willing to bet the collabs with Mahler get more views." That's a good point. They do. That's a great point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Than this? Yeah.
Then than this. It was funny that he thought this is going to be like your guys like highlight.
Nah, this is going to get regular views, maybe 20,000 views, and 90% of the comments are going to be bitching that we didn't go hard enough on FD and how we're a bunch of cucks. So
they're just going to be bitching that we talked to him for too long because he was annoying and terrible and racist.
Yeah. That's what it's going to be. Right. We're going to get no clout out of it. I mean, we have got a bunch of super chats, and you guys have been super generous with the super chat, so it's not like it's not worth it.
Yeah, I feel like these things, they generate more money if they don't generate more views, but that makes it worth it. So thank you.
They generate less views and more money. So
thank you.
We get the anger super chats from Ace.
That's what we care about. We care about milking Ace for that.
For all that rage money.
For all that money. Speaking of, Ace for $10.
Oh no, really?
Who you're right is number
Good
one.
timing.
Says if FD didn't want to talk about the Israel-Palestine conflict, he wouldn't have commented in support of the Noah Samson video, then deny any rapes happened on October 7th.
I remember Ace coming in here when this happened with a bunch of super chats saying, "Oh my God, I can't, this is making me embarrassed to be on the left." I do remember that.
Yes.
It's very sad.
I will slap you for 21 months. Thank you. Says, thought I was going to do my civic duty tomorrow for jury duty, but I just found out they settled 2 weeks ago. Free day off work, I guess. Oh, nice. Look at that.
That's great. Take it.
Based.
Take it in stride.
Sound Plan for 25 months says, I was pretty hard on him in chat tonight. Tired of all the whiteness BS. Props to him for coming here. Something fun next week, y'all. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Ace for $2 says, have Ace on the show.
Well, we are going to have Ace on. We've tried to have Ace on before, but something comes up or we don't connect.
Maybe we'll do it on Tuesday or something. I don't have anything planned for Tuesday. So.
Yeah, we did. We're going to talk about birthright citizenship. How fucking
you're right.
You
I already forget.
Oh,
listen, it's like 1 a.m. I haven't.
I know.
Eaten.
I'm freaking starving. I'm totally starving.
Right. We'll see. Tuesday or Thursday. Liz and Deswalt's for $5 says, question, does Anna Kasparian ever intentionally feed Sean clips? Probably. Lives and Deswalt's for another $2 says, use the approach Keemstar took with Boogie.
What is that?
I don't remember what he did, yeah.
They're like, they do a show together now, but I've never really watched it.
Oh, do they? I didn't know that.
Yeah. They're like friends and shit. You should talk to Legal Mindset about all of this.
Joe Make for George says you should talk to Legal Mindset about all this. Yeah,
I've watched a bunch of his videos, so I like the guy.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty smart. So
Righteous Indifference
more about legal stuff than me.
Righteous Indifference for $2 says if Hassan donates, does that make him a pay pig? Yes.
I hate the hog thing that he calls conservatives hogs.
Yeah, it's weird.
It is weird.
It's weird. Kalo or Murillo for $2 says Ethan playing Saw games with Hassan looking for group. There you go. Ruvio for 9 months. Thank you. Says Adam isn't fooling anyone saying he's not a stoner. You like California. Just put the green in the bong, bro. Or you live in California, probably.
My friend has a studio downtown that I go and paint there from time to time, and he is like a giant fucking stoner. Owen, you guys probably know Owen because I made some videos on my channel from the studio. And he's always trying to get me to smoke out, and I'm just like, nah, dude. I do so much better. I get so much work done when I don't get stoned. It is fun to get high and like work on the comic or paint or draw. But at the end of the day, you're like, holy shit, I've been drawing on this hand for like 4 hours. I could have busted this out in 5 minutes if I wasn't high.
Hey, you guys want to get high?
So you're just wasting so much time. Who has time for that?
You guys want to get high?
Sitch is a huge stoner, so I'll let Sitch talk for his own stoner stuff.
Incorrect. I do not do drugs.
Now, if you guys want to smoke some crack, now that
stop.
I only say that for comedy purposes. Okay, don't smoke crack, kids. All right,
or adults.
Right.
Liz and Deswell Silly for $2 says donate to my GoFundMe so I can stalk Dev more. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Ignatius Thorgood for $2 says a good nickname for Frogan is Burka the Hunt.
Oh, it is. That's a good one. I've heard that one.
Mr. Ubercross for $2 says like this and respond to me. I want to see something. I don't know if other people could, but there was no reply as the channel guy. I couldn't reply, so I could like it though. Daily Dose Main for $5 says I can't believe Warner is patent trolling by filing copyrights before I show my camera off of Superman to all my friends. LOL. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Lucifer the Doberman for 5 Canadian says Sitch, quote, hot girls hit curbs isn't just a meme. How many curbs has Sammy hit that you know of? Curbs? I don't even know what that means.
This is a terrifying thing. Like, I don't like to let my wife drive the car because I have these nice rims, and I'm just terrified she's gonna like swipe a curb. Yeah.
Oh, when they're driving.
You always can see hot girls. You can look at the rims and you can see, oh yeah, she's a terrible.
I got you. No, Sammy's a good driver.
Completely beat up.
She's a good driver.
Mm-hmm. What do her rims look like?
They look fine.
Are you sure? Are they nice? Does she have nice rims or are they just trash?
I think they're the default rims that come with a car.
Women often don't really consider rims. They're like, I'm just gonna smash these into the curb anyway. So what the fuck?
Oh, okay.
Why do I want to spend money for the good rims?
What is a curb? Says that darn Kith. Is this like an American thing? I thought this was just like an English thing. A curb is the, how do I describe it without saying the word curb? Like the edge or lip of like the road meets the sidewalk.
Yes. It's the lip that on the sidewalk that you park against. Usually it's maybe 6 inches high. High enough to get your rims, especially if you got low profile tires like me, then you're definitely in curbs getting your rims territory.
Yeah, what do they call it in your neck of the woods, kid? If they don't call it a curb.
Yeah, what do they call it in England?
Oh no, she's making fun of me. No, I've never heard of the phrase "hot girls hit curbs." I didn't know if it was like a euphemism for something else.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard of it. So
you thought curbs meant like your dong or something?
I don't know. I've never heard that phraseology. Okay. So lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, or birth wrong citizenship. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, hey, if you want, I have some time Tuesday. If you want a lawyer take, I think Sitch is probably going to nail it, but I'm happy to be available if you want.
Sure. Look, that'd be awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
I would love
Look at the confidence he has in me. He knows just the things to say to butter me up.
Look, I want him to come in and destroy you. I want to end this birth tourism stuff. It just bugs me, okay? I think it's wrong.
Mm.
And people probably get dual citizenship. How do you feel about dual citizenship?
I'm not a fan.
Right.
Gotta pick.
Insulting. Yeah, insulting.
Leave
the kid here and let Americans adopt him. Okay. My final offer.
If you have dual citizenship, you have to pay taxes to both countries.
You
should. I don't want to do that.
You have to pay double taxes.
Terrible. Traitor. Loser Doberman for 2 Canadian says everyone should see F1 in IMAX. You will love it. I'm
going tomorrow.
What, the racing thing?
Yeah, Formula 1.
Okay.
You're not going to go?
No.
Oh, you want to watch Ironheart again? Sitch loved Ironheart. He wants to watch it.
Oh my god, it's so
give it a second
good,
run through,
guys. Oh, it's amazing.
The acting is so good in that.
Did you watch any of it?
Of course. The first episode was written by one of the same writers on She-Hulk.
Oh, shock. I'm so shocked.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Now I watched the first 2 episodes. Sam was like, you have to watch the 3rd one. I was like, oh god, it's so bad. It's so terrible. It's like, it's not even bad in an interesting way. It's not even bad in a way that I can like feel animated enough to like make a video about and be like, oh, this is video like She-Hulk. Oh, this is so fucking bad and insulting. It's just boring as fuck. It's so horribly written and so fucking boring.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a mishmash of worlds. It's like, is it supposed to be a crime thing? It's a crime thriller. It's just bizarre. And it's like a CW show, kind of.
It has a CW show vibe. They make the character completely not empathetic in the beginning. and they make her stupid. You know, she's supposed to be a genius. Like what she's like, her motivation in the beginning makes no fucking sense. She's like, "Oh, I'm a super genius. I'm so smart. I can build an Iron Man suit." But for some reason, instead of using that knowledge to like finish my scholarship at the Iron Man institution to get a top job, I need money right this second. So I'm going to start doing illegal things so I can get kicked out of school. What? Like, why would it doesn't make any sense? Like, why the fuck would
you do that? It's not like the
that?
super genius move, is it?
Yes. There was no like it's just they if they wanted to do that, they have to establish that like, oh, she needs money like right this second. There's some sort of ticking time element. Her mom is like dying, you know, she needs medicine.
Please.
And then she has to make some kind of hard moral decision, right? Like that would
That's
be
like
the first
bad
episode
version of that. Yeah.
Right. You know, you have a Breaking
Just
Bad
so
situation.
Cliche.
I'm just saying, like
she walks up and there's a eviction notice.
I'm just saying, if you really are so desperate to do this weird plot line, you'd have to like establish it in some way. But it made no fucking sense.
I think they should go menace to society, and she should just be a full-on criminal. She should just be like, I am criminal.
Well, that'd be interesting, but I don't think Disney or Marvel would accept that. You know, can't have the.
But they're trying to live in this halfway world where it's like, they're all cool because they're criminals.
But they're not cool.
But they're not cool at all. They're completely lame.
Yes, they're lame. It's like what they're doing is completely unclear.
They're not intimidating at all.
No, it's really stupid.
That Penguin show was so much smarter about the criminal element.
The Penguin show was so much better.
Yeah, they're like, look, he's a criminal. Okay, he's going for it. Yes. And they even made it empathetic because you're like, oh, well, he's all fucking deformed and shit. So, of course, you know, he's going to fall into crime, right?
How the fuck? Okay, how is... And to be honest, actually, though, I didn't actually watch the last a couple episodes of Penguin. Right. I should go back and finish it because I did like it. But how the fuck
Farrell's like 10 times better actor, obviously.
Well, yes. So. I mean, but you have a TV show about a person who's an unapologetic, like murdering psycho, bad person, like the Penguin, and it's like,
and he's so much more empathetic,
10 times more interesting and more empathetic than fucking Ironheart, which is just like some random fucking college girl who, you know, I guess grew up in a poor family.
They do the thing in the very beginning where he, like the black kid, tries to rob him. And he should obviously be super pissed that he's getting robbed by this kid, but he abducts him to like kind of be his helper on some other project. So he's willing to like let it go about the robbery and even give the kid like an internship in the
he was, if I recall correctly, he was planning to kill him in the first episode, and then the kid says something that like he's like, oh, this kid is like me. I don't remember what it was exactly.
Right. But. Yeah. Well, that completely binds you to him empathetically, even though he's a criminal. You're like, okay, well, he's doing the right thing by the kid. So
he doesn't.
Riri Williams does nothing like that. There's absolutely no scene where she's like, I'm going to do the right thing here.
Or at least you can get away. I forget who it was. I think it was one of the writers of Avatar said this. He's like, characters don't necessarily need to be empathetic. They need to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so you can have a character that's evil. That's, you know, the guy from American Psycho. He's not empathetic at all, but he's very interesting. And so, yeah, if you want to make Riri like be morally gray, you know, go for it. But there's nothing interesting about her whatsoever.
Nightcrawler's the perfect example of this. I love that movie, Nightcrawler.
Right.
The main character is so fucking interesting, and he's completely evil. Just completely evil.
Or, I mean, look at Death Note's a good example too. You know, Light as a character, even though he's like murdering people left and right, is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And you like watching what his plan is and his scheme and like what's going on.
The Nightcrawler guy is interesting just because he's so good at negotiation. Like everything is a negotiation with everyone. And if they had anything like that with Riri Williams, it would be I don't know if she could act it. Her acting ability seems horrible, but There's nothing in there that just makes you go, okay, she's super competent at this thing. It's even a crutch for have a bunch of other characters talk about how competent the person is. Like her parents thought, you're a genius.
Yeah, there's no, the only thing they say, oh, she's super smart.
See it.
And you go, oh, she's super smart because she built Iron Man suit. But like that doesn't mean anything to us because we don't, it's not like her character is presented with a problem and then she figures out some like smart way of solving the problem. Right. It's like, no, she just built an Iron Man suit, so she must be smart. You're like, oh, okay.
Even the scene where she's pulling the all-nighter working on her Iron Man suit, like anyone who's worked with tools just is looking at this performance and you're going, this is ridiculous. This is completely ridiculous.
Right.
There's no way this is happening. She's got like an angle grinder out there.
It's like the picture of the woman holding the soldering iron, but she's holding it by like the hot part.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's that famous stock photo. Yeah.
Anyone's looking at this going, this does not sell it. And you can tell the people who wrote it and put it together are like, who cares? Nobody knows how tools work.
Yeah.
Well, maybe a lot of people probably do know how tools work, right?
Well, obviously it's a bunch of women that wrote the show, Adam. Okay.
So they think everyone's just an idiot.
They don't know how tools work, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. We'll fix it in post.
There you go. We'll
get the 3D animators to come in. Hey, make this tool performance work.
Mm-hmm. Loser Doman for 2 Canadian says, who in chat has seen Wonder Chosen? Everyone's seen Wonder Chosen.
Oh, of course.
By everyone, I mean like 10 people. I've seen Wonder Chosen.
The best show ever.
Yeah, Wonder Chosen's great. But it's one of those things that like most people don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't know what it is. I'm talking shit.
Oh, I thought you actually had seen it. You would like Wonder Chosen. It was like a really weird, like fake kid show.
Mm-hmm.
That was like dark, like fucked up.
Oh, that sounds great.
And they had like puppets and stuff.
I like
dark.
Funny.
You've probably seen, there's like a bunch of like memes from it that people have seen that were popular. That's where that's racist meme comes from.
Oh yeah.
Those are from Wonder Show.
I've seen some memes from this.
I think there's another one that was like about like races around the world or something.
Mm-hmm.
That people have probably seen that video. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, how can Zero Fox borrow a wrench? Hey, could Zero Fox borrow a wrench? He has some fasteners that need tightening. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Lucifer the Domain for 2 Canadian says, watch the dumpster fire Ironheart. Beat you to it.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, I fell asleep during the second episode. It was so fucking boring,
okay.
So.
You missed the high stakes robbery.
Oh.
Ace for $5 says, doesn't FD support ending gaming? Doesn't FD support end gaming all black conservatives? Man, you heard him.
He said they're worse than white conservatives.
They did.
Look at that. They're worse than MAGA.
Righteous Indifference for $2 says, Bushnell was a big FD fan based on his Reddit. Really?
Wow. How did we not ask him about that?
That's crazy. I didn't know that at all. Interesting.
Wow.
Well, that came in after he left, but Metalworks 411.90 for $2 says, I think you guys would like the Cyberpunk tabletop. Oh, interesting.
Sure.
Mr. Recross for $5 says, I'm trying to see if I can get the number 3 spots. I think you did. Yeah, you did. Congratulations.
J-Max is number 2 right now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. It changes when they...
Mine says, this also has 3.
Oh, well, maybe it's...
Mr. Recross for another $5 says, that was close. I hope this does it. I'm taking the lowest crown. And then for another $5 says, okay. I think this one will do it. Look at those. Mm-hmm. You got trapped. You got totally suckered in by YouTube. It worked. Totally worked. But thank you. I read that one. Mr. Recross for another $10. Thank you. Says, I have a Bushell's Griffin, 8 pounds, and a Wheaton Terrier, 30 pounds. And a standard poodle, 60 pounds, all hyperallergenic. To my wife, the Wheaton might be retarded.
Wow. It's a lot of dogs. Do you walk those dogs all together? Holy shit.
Let's see. A Wheaton Terrier.
You
Okay,
walk
I know
them in a line, right? Where one dog walks the other.
What is a Brussels Griffin? Oh my god.
What dog do you put in front? The 8-pounder?
That dog is like a little. That dog looks so derpy.
Don't make fun of his dogs.
I don't think I've ever seen one in real life. A Bushels Griffin. I mean, it's like they're cute, but they're like, like the derpy cute looking dogs. And people also give them these weird haircuts, it looks like Google images. Bruins for 36 months. Thank you so much. Says, just poking my head in. I'm assuming FD was super not racist as normal. We'll watch the VOD tomorrow to confirm. Love you guys.
Please leave a comment if you think that he was racist.
Thank you. Adam, make sure to add the title that FD comes on, right? We got to hype it up as much as possible.
Really? I think the title's perfect as is, to be honest.
Okay, then you just leave it that way.
So many people in the chat were saying, oh, this title is like prophetic.
Yeah. FD Signifier really hates white people. And then joins the stream and proves it.
There you go. Look, I guess we're taking the birthright citizenship out.
Yeah.
I think that might be, I think he might take offense to that. So
He might.
I think if we leave it, we've got plausible deniability.
There you go.
We're like, look, we just.
That's the way it was before.
Yeah, we just laced out.
Joe the Meg for 2 hours says it subsidizes metallurgical coal for making steel. Oh, interesting.
Oh, we never talked about the Commie mayor in NYC.
We didn't.
Did we a little bit? I can.
We did it slightly.
Okay, perfect.
Ace for $10 says, for $20, thank you. Says Tiny donating the Cop City was the greatest troll. Adam, I understand not being a fan of Tiny, but out of principle, show me some good faith. I prefer Tiny over FD by 1,000-fold. Tiny went off the deep end with his conversation with Candace Owens, Jordan Peterson, and the Trump Supreme Court ruling saying as president, he could be above the law. As a black dude has been either fair or nice to me. What?
Ace, are you black? People in the chat were saying that you were black, which means that you're allowed to be as racist as you want towards FD. So
there you
go. As we just let him know, hey, by the way, he's black. So
there you go. You should email.
You just got to take it.
You should email FD like, listen, turns out Ace is black. So yeah.
I'm not gonna fucking.
I'm joking.
Look, Ace is my black friend.
I'm joking. So yeah, that's right. Your number one biggest detractor in the chat.
Yeah, look, I'm experiencing white racism.
I know.
Anti-white racism.
Ace says, I meant cops, not black guys. As a black dude, cops have been either fair or nice to me. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
Lives in Des Silly for $2 says, don't hit curbs during roadhead. True.
Oh my God.
You gotta watch out, right?
You could lose both your rims and your cock in the same fucking incident.
I know. I was gonna say it's dangerous. Dangerous.
Yeah, that's not good. Play it safe, kids.
Play it safe, kids. Don't get head where it belongs, in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Dr. Dilla for $2 says, I know what I'll do. I'll try to frame everything in terms of us versus literally everyone else and include vague, visually similar races with white people and then advocate violence against them. Brilliant. There you go. Dr. Dilla for another $3 says, what you don't understand is that back in Nazi Germany, the Jews were able to escape persecution by saying, what about my basic human rights? And then the Nazis let them go immediately, even though they didn't believe in that. That's funny.
That is hilarious.
That's good. Dr. Dilla for another $2 says, if your ideology says the current paradigm won't listen to reason and therefore must be responded to with force, how do you advocate against drone strikes? You don't like it? Boohoo, hellfire missiles go burr.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Fondue for $10 says, FD laughing while trying to make the case that slandering you isn't a big deal would have been the conversation ending for me, but good on you for having it. I don't know why, but I guess that's the same thing. I'm not he doesn't bother me. Doesn't make me emotionally triggered at all.
Being accused of racism?
No, FD specifically.
Yeah.
Something about his vibe, it just doesn't bother me. He could say crazy shit and it just rubs off me. Dr. Diller for $2 says people getting attacked for their race and then relying on it as a weapon isn't an abstract concept. The Aryan Brotherhood maintains a presence in the prison system out of necessity. That's true. Fondue for $2 says, so the color name paper should have blackpilled everyone into giving up on not being racist. Yeah, that was really weird. That was really weird. He acted like, I don't know how old he is, but he acted like it's like super obvious that anyone talking about that would like adopt a radical leftist frame of like the world. And I'm like, what? Like, that's not remotely true. I don't know why he'd accept that.
The paper about the black name people being discriminated against?
Yeah.
You would read that and it'd be super influential.
That's what he was saying.
Well, we've talked about that paper before and how that paper has been kind of debunked.
Well, I think it wasn't probably debunked in 2002, but then now it's like has the opposite effect, I think. So there was a new paper. So
right. They're like, we give job offers automatically to names that have an ethnic feel to them.
Right. Which I guess I should have brought that up in the conversation. Like, well, what do you mean there's no change? If you did that study now, you take the top 5 SP 500 companies. I mean, they'd probably be the opposite. The more ethnic your name sounds, the more likely you'll get a job.
Exactly. Give me all the Shaniquas, please.
There you go.
Stat.
Fondue for $6 says, quote, do you perceive breakfast? Quote, sorry, I'm an atheist. It's very funny. Arithmetic for George says the study that FD brings up about black names and hiring was replicated with a larger study in 2021, which showed only a 9% bias against black sounding names, not the 50% of the original 2004 study. Not great, but much better. True.
Mm-hmm.
Very true. Dr. Diller for $2 says if he's talking about the Mullen, Thénard, and Bertan 2004 study to say he's never heard it, disproves means he's had his head in the sand. Their methodology produces a ton of flaws for extrapolation, such as, number 1, they apply to newspaper ads with resumes, which are almost exclusively low-end jobs. Number 2, they did the study in cities exclusively. Number 3, they deliberately use poorer-sounding black names and richer-sounding white ones. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, really?
I forgot that little detail. Cerebral Friction for $2 says it's confirmed Destiny's son is a groiper. Wow.
No way. Really?
I thought that was already confirmed. But that's pretty crazy.
Wow. Wow. Oh my God. It's like,
how does that happen?
Because obviously you want to.
You're just doing it to get
You want to
dad.
distinguish yourself from your parents. Yeah, exactly. So you're like, whatever your
dad.
parents are, you're like, I'm going to be the opposite.
Right.
My dad's a Trump hating lefty. I'm going to be a fucking groiper.
Interesting. Cerebral Fiction for $2 says, I'm not even exaggerating. He's been talking to groipers on Discord. This kid is fully red pill. Talk about daddy issues. He must watch Destiny hate content here. And then he linked the video.
It's just I'm trying to imagine.
It's kind of sad.
I would not be happy if Destiny was my dad. That would be. Oh.
There you go. I wouldn't either. Soldo for $2 says, but Sitch. You have to understand that talking about whether I illegally use your content requires an understanding of Israel's Palestine decades-long conflict. So I'm just going to re-upload your videos on my channel. True.
Mm-hmm.
And then for another $2 says, in fact, Hassan's bravery in calling out colonialism's effect on content creation has inspired me to upload of Sitch videos. I'll start with the very next video Sitch releases. Oh, look at that. So mean. That's
a dig at you, right?
It is.
Are you ever going to make another video?
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you probably have a few that you're like, this is on my bucket list. I can't depart this mortal coil without making this video.
Yes.
It's probably like an Ironheart video, right?
I need to go back and finish the Final Fantasy remake sequel so bad. I like literally got bored and stopped playing it. But I need to go back and finish it because I do desperately want to make a video about Final Fantasy 7.
Look at that. I have a few paintings that I'm like, okay, I have to finish this painting. This is a painting that I really, really want to finish before I die.
Mm-hmm. I got sucked deep into the Deltarune content. I don't think I'd make a video about it, but all the lore and videos about Deltarune is fucking, I eat that shit up.
Mm-hmm.
Sodoge for $2 says, okay, sidetrack. Death Stranding 2 just released, and Kojima not only put his favorite VTuber Pecora in the game, but her quest is necessary to progress the story. So once again, Sitch, no one wants a face reveal. Just go VTuber. Sodoge for $2 says, so the strongest evidence in favor of Sitch is in the book On Killing by Grossman, which looked at how Army got people ready to kill by making targets human-shaped. However, much of the psychology world has repudiated his work. Oh, interesting. On Killing. So it's from $2 says, I'll leave it here since I won't be available for Tuesday, but the Trump administration just deported a man to Jamaica for the crime of being born in Germany because that's where his dad was stationed. But Adam will cheer that on because of TDS.
I mean, I'm not going to cheer it on, but
okay.
It's not like we're on the verge of fascism because of it.
I'm not familiar with
I can't stand those Gestapo claims because it undermines what really was going on in Nazi Germany when there was literal Gestapos going after innocent people.
Mm-hmm. Soldiers from $2 says, another story for Tuesday. A man who served in the U.S. Army and earned a Purple Heart during war self-deported because he got tired of ICE harassment over a paperwork error. But Adam will cheer on this betrayal of military because of TDS. Will you cheer that on?
I mean, mostly just because I don't like Solidosh. So,
okay.
But that's the only reason I'm going to cheer it on. The more Solidosh super chats, the more I'm like, deport them all.
This is an article.
Even the good ones.
There's a man born to an active duty member of the United States military on an army base in Germany in 1986, before coming to the States as a child, was deported last week to Jamaica, a country he's never been to, according to a report by the Austin Chronicle. I thought if you were born on a military base, that counts as U.S. citizenship.
Especially if you're born to an American citizen fighting in the military. Yeah, this is, so this is some sort of mistake, right?
I don't know. It says Jermaine Thomas, whose Jamaican-born dad became a U.S. citizen. Oh, maybe that's the issue. Became a U.S. citizen during his 18-year military career, spent much of his early life moving from base to base with his father and mother, the latter a citizen of Kenya at the time of his birth. How is he serving the U.S. military then? I think if you're not a citizen, but you're serving the U.S. military and you become a citizen, that should definitely transfer to your children, especially if you're born on a fucking military base.
Yeah. I mean, look, I would say, yeah, definitely. I know that there are other people that would say, nah, well, they got to be they've got to complete their citizenship in order for their kid to be a citizen.
Right.
That's just kind of a fucked up situation, right? There's this citizenship project that takes years, 8 to 10 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have a couple kids along the way and then they're not even American citizens because you're in the middle of transition.
I mean, I think if you're in the military and on a U.S. base, it should count.
Yeah, a lot of people go in the military to get faster immigration status, right? That's the whole point of going into the military.
Well, some people. It said some people do that, yeah.
Can't he maybe enlist his kids in the military too? So it's like he's got a couple 12-year-olds he's going to throw in the mix.
There you go.
Get a couple child soldiers out of the deal. If you're a child soldier for America, you should definitely get fast track citizenship. Is that good, Solidosh? Is that better? Don't TDS out on me.
Dr. Dealer for $3 says, this is the first part of my official bribery for you to watch that pro-terrorism video I linked. We're talking about second thought levels of insanity here. Great content. What's the Where'd you link it?
I don't know.
Is it this video? This video you sent me on Twitter? Beyblade? No, this isn't it. Where's the video?
I don't know.
Oh, is it this? Oh, is the video sent the death of affordable computing? Whatever. Send it to me again. I'll look at it. My brain isn't working. I'm too tired.
Yeah, me too.
Lives in Des Possibility for $2 says, Borzoe is also another option. Love the snoot. Oh, the dog. The weird looking, that's the dog with the weird looking face. Yeah. Baz, the Dark Horse Leaf for 8 Aussie bucks says, Super Sunday show. Glad you guys are still going. I lost interest hours ago when the race Dude Wars was on. Funny.
People are not interested, huh?
Yeah. Manlick for $10 says, Jubilee just dropped Candace Owens versus 20 feminists. Tuesday show?
Jubilee is big copyright claimers, so.
Yeah, they're like, you watch like fucking, I don't know. Some people are able to get away with it, but we tried and it's just, they really slammed us.
They hate us. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't fucking stand Candace.
They think we have toxic masculinity. So.
God. Why? I mean, like, it's nothing to do with like the feminist angle. She's just a fucking Jews are behind it. She's like a conspiracy brain. Her brain's been ruined by conspiracies and blaming the Jews for everything.
It's Zionist, Sitch. Yeah. Oh my God, I can't believe you're calling her anti-Semitic. That's so bad faith. It's the Zionists. It's the Zionists.
Everything's a Jewish conspiracy. Blah, 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 blah. Anyways.
All right, look at this. The time has finally come.
Anyways. We did it.
Another
long, back to the classic long streams of getting done at like 2 a.m.
I don't like this.
No, it's terrible.
We need to stop this.
It's terrible.
It's insane. We should take all next week off because of this. What do you think? No Tuesday, no Thursday.
Maybe, we'll see.
Take Sunday off too. I'm talking all next week.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You have made it to the stream. You were the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists. And you are the true people who would never, ever, ever start a race war, advocate for racism against anyone. Even if they're black, even if they're white, even if they're Asian, you'd say no racism. All racism is bad because you're a Sitch and Adam fan. Thank you so much for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, FD, for coming on. It was a good conversation. And we'll see you all Tuesday.
Bye-bye, everyone. Have a great night. Race.